Chapter 001 Transmigration to the Beastly World. In the realm of the Western era, within the vast confines of a soaring architectural marvel, a hint of sleepiness lingered on Jiang Yan's exquisite visage. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, yet today she was obliged to attend a seminar. At this moment, her assistant knocked and entered. Master Jiang, the luminaries from various fields have gathered in the conference room. I have prepared the materials. Shall we proceed now? Very well. Let us go, Jiang Yin replied, stepping out of her office. Upon exiting the elevator, she suddenly discerned a flickering vortex emanating from the depths of the corridor. What is that? Huh? Master Jiang, what do you see? Jiang Yin, puzzled, responded, Do you not see it? It is right there. Several assistants shook their heads, but Jiang Yin noticed the vortex becoming increasingly pronounced, resembling a mysterious black hole. Compelled by an unseen force, as she approached within 5 meters of the swirling phenomenon, she felt an overwhelming tug, and in an instant, her soul was wrenched from her body and drawn into the blackness. Master Jiang, someone come quickly. Jiang Yin felt hands tugging at her face. Who had the audacity to touch her so brazenly? Is the bad female dead? Ah, did she die just like that? What shall we do? If she's dead, then so be it. It's not as if she cared for us anyway. Her demise means we shan't endure any further beatings. Listening to the childish voices, Jiang Yan's eyelids fluttered open. Before her lay a verdant forest, accompanied by 3 frail little figures clad in peculiar attire. Why were they only wrapped in coarse animal hides around their waists? Lowering her gaze, Jiang Yin discovered that she herself was adorned in garments woven from leaves and animal skins. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Could it be that she had been ensnared by that vortex and transported to some primitive forest? Jiang Yin gazed skyward in exasperation. She had traversed from a high-tech Western world, only to awaken in a realm where human civilization remained undeveloped. Upon witnessing Jiang Yin regain consciousness, the 3 little ones recoiled a step, regarding her with trepidation. Bad female, do not blame us. It was you who fell and struck that rock. It is not our fault. As the little ones spoke, Jiang Yin began to scrutinize them, and in that instant, an influx of foreign memories surged into her mind. In the primal tribes of the beastly world, there were 4 little ones. The eldest, Jingzhi II, Mengxiao III, Lucio, and the youngest, Beiji. Except for the second, who was a daughter, the other 3 were sons. Yet, while other beast men possessed their own tribes, they did not. The original host was indolent and utterly reprehensible, frequently abusing her children and sending them out to fend for themselves. Jiang Yin grasped that she had inherited the original host's fragmented memories, as she remained unaware of the children's father's identity or the whereabouts of the original host's family. Why did other beast men possess tribes while the original host and her children did not? With a sigh, Jiang Yin resolved to accept her circumstances. The primary concern was to devise a means of survival. However, her head throbbed painfully. She touched the back of her head and winced. It was all blood. Well, it appeared the original host had met her demise by striking her head against that rock, and here she was inexplicably transmigrated. But why was it that others transmigrated to wealth and fortune, while she was thrust into a perilous adventure? In such a primitive forest, no less. No, others often arrived with spatial systems. It made no sense for her to lack one. In the Western era, she had possessed her own personal space. Oh, my precious, you must accompany me through this journey. I cannot be without you. Jiang Yin began to murmur fervently. Space open. According to her previous habits, uttering those words would summon her personal space at will, yet now she found it unresponsive. Could it be the disparity in geographical conditions? The influence of Earth's magnetic field? Or perhaps her posture was incorrect? Jiang Yin commenced an array of bizarre gestures, akin to casting spells, all the while muttering incessantly, inadvertently alarming the little ones. Has the bad female gone mad or become foolish? She truly did strike her head earlier. The little ones, all born of the same mother and merely 4 years old, once yearned for maternal affection. Yet the original host had subjected them to beatings and scorn, even wishing for their demise, deeming them burdensome. The third little one, Lucio, regarded the seemingly deranged female with wide, uncertain eyes, filled with hesitation and conflict. After all, the bad female would never love them again. It mattered not if they caused her death. Hey, bad female, did you not adore rabbit meat? We set traps for catching rabbits in a cave over there yesterday. If you go now, you should be able to catch several. The voice of Lucio reached Jiang Yin, prompting her to cease her attempts to summon her space. Her hair had become disheveled, and a dark brown birthmark marred the left side of her face, rendering her appearance somewhat unseemly. Rabbit meat? At that moment, her stomach growled ominously, echoing the hunger of the little ones as well. Jiang Yin approached them. Do you wish to eat rabbit meat? To her surprise, as she drew near, the little ones retreated, huddling together, trembling in trepidation, as though she were a fearsome beast. Jiang Yin felt a twinge of helplessness. The original host had indeed wounded these little ones' hearts, instilling in them a profound fear of her. If you wish to eat, I shall go and catch the rabbits, all right? Jiang Yin thought that since fate had brought her here, it was unlikely she would return anytime soon. Observing the pitiable little ones before her, and having usurped their bodies, she resolved to redeem herself by treating them kindly. Jingzhe furrowed his brow, shielding the third and fourth little ones behind him. Bad female, what wicked scheme do you intend? You shall not bully us again. How could the bad female possibly change so suddenly and inquire if they desired rabbit meat? The food they consumed had always been scavenged by them. The remnants were merely what the bad female left behind. Jiang Yin, exasperated by Jing's protective stance, sighed, I do not intend to harm you, I truly care. Yet, given the original host's history of abuse, it was indeed too difficult to earn their trust with the word care. Then wait here, I shall return with the rabbits, and we shall feast on roasted rabbit tonight. Jiang Yin glanced at Lucio. Which cave is it? That way a few steps will lead you there. Lucio indicated a direction. Once Jiang Yin departed, Beiji clutched Lucius' arm. Third brother, I am frightened. What if the bad female is bitten by a snake? Beiji, the bad female has treated us as such we can no longer harbor any illusions. From now on, we shall have no mother. Have you forgotten how second sister was lost to her? Lucius' voice began to tremble. Chapter 002. Lured into the snake's den. Jiang Yin followed the direction pointed out by Lucio, and soon she stumbled upon the entrance of a cave concealed amidst a thicket of grass. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a sizable cavern. It seems I shall be able to prepare a delectable pot of rabbit soup for the little ones tonight, Jiang Yin mused, quickening her pace toward the cave. The moment she entered the cave, an eerie chill enveloped her. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart, an instinctual warning urging her to flee. However, it was too late. As she turned to escape, massive serpents began to emerge slowly from the depths of the cave, their hissing resonating like the growls of demons, sending her heart racing. What was happening? Hadn't they claimed there were traps for catching rabbits inside? How could it be a den of snakes? Jiang Yin realized she had been deceived by the third little one. Those little rascals intended for her to perish at the jaws of the serpents. These snakes were horrifying in appearance, some measuring several yards in length, their scales glimmering with a chilling sheen. They opened their gaping maws, revealing razor-sharp fangs that exuded a lethal toxin. Others were bulky and lengthy, resembling monstrous beasts, slithering menacingly toward Jiang Yin with low growls. A wave of nausea washed over her as she trembled uncontrollably. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep-seated fear of such reptiles, and now, confronted by these formidable serpents, she was engulfed by an unprecedented terror. Her legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. Just then, a snake lunged toward her ankle. Jiang Yin hastily retreated, but its fangs grazed her calf. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through her body, and she realized these serpents were venomous. In that moment of despair, a flash of white light erupted from within her. Her spatial realm had activated. Jiang Yin was filled with elation. My precious, you truly accompanied me through this journey. She had not anticipated that her personal space would manifest only in dire situations, but now that it had appeared, she could summon it at will henceforth. With no time to revel in her fortune, Jiang Yin swiftly retrieved a dagger from her spatial realm, previously kept for self-defense, and engaged in a fierce battle against the ferocious serpents. She wielded the dagger with a degree of agility, managing to evade the serpents as she fought back. After all, in her former life within the Western world, she had been a martial artist adept at spatial abilities, albeit with limited prowess. Despite the overwhelming number of serpents, they recoiled in the face of Jiang Yan's fierce assault. As she deftly evaded the snake's strikes, she sought opportunities to eliminate them one by one. After a fierce struggle, Jiang Yan finally drove away the ferocious serpents that obstructed her escape. Ultimately, though her body was battered and bruised, she gritted her teeth and managed to flee the eerie cave. Breathless, she reflected on her harrowing encounter, her heart still racing with trepidation. She felt fortunate to have recognized the impending danger in time and, with the aid of her sharp dagger, carved a path to freedom. However, she had sustained several bites, and the wounds were oozing dark blood. The venomous saliva of the snakes left her vision shimmering with stars. What a predicament! Could it be that I have barely crossed over and already faced demise? She mused, leaning against a tree in the forest, her complexion somewhat pallid. Those little brutes truly sought my life. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The misdeeds of the original owner of this body were now hers to bear. Space open. Upon entering her spatial realm, she began to rummage through the ample 10-square-meter area. Where is the antidote? In her previous life, as a top-tier expert in her field, she had accumulated many life-saving provisions in her personal space, anticipating the many who might wish her harm. Ah, my treasure! At last I have found you! Jiang Yan retrieved the soul antidote and swallowed it, then plopped down on the ground to regain her strength. Before long, the flow of dark blood from her wounds ceased, and the injuries appeared significantly improved, though they would require several days to fully heal. After resting for a quarter of an hour, the lingering scent of serpent blood on her body became increasingly intolerable. She needed to wash herself. As dusk settled, Jiang Yan estimated it was nearing 7 in the evening, almost the hour of the dog. She wondered where those little creatures had scuttled off to, perhaps reveling in her supposed demise. This experience solidified her resolve to survive in this perilous Orcish land and taught her the necessity of remaining ever vigilant to establish her footing in this realm of uncertainty. Following the sound of flowing water, she cautiously approached a small stream shimmering in the dim moonlight. Jiang Yan knelt by the water's edge, cupping her hands to bring the cool liquid to her lips. "Truly delightful," she exclaimed. Exhausted, she drank several mouthfuls before beginning to wash her face, arms, and thighs, scrubbing away the remnants of blood. If only she could indulge in a full bath, but the wounds were not to be exposed to water. Reluctantly avoiding her injuries, she retrieved a towel from her spatial realm, dampening it to cleanse herself of the grime. Draped only in a beast skirt and a garment woven from wild grasses around her chest and abdomen, her exposed skin glimmered silver beneath the moonlight. Unlike the other females in the area, whose skin had darkened from years of sun exposure, Jiang Yan possessed a fair complexion. Whether this was due to the original owner's noble status, which afforded her finer garments that shielded her from the sun, or simply a result of her reclusive nature, remained uncertain. A ghastly scar marred the left side of her face, nearly consuming half of it, while the right side gleamed with a luminous radiance, akin to an uncut jade, enchanting and ethereal. From the left, she appeared as an angel fallen from the heavens, yet from the right, she resembled a denizen of the inferno. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, in the depths of the forest, a pair of emerald eyes fixated upon Hera, magnificent wolf, adorned in pure, lustrous silver, towering and exuding an aura of formidable intelligence. Insue observed the woman by the water's edge, his green eyes flickering with curiosity and confusion. Where had this female procured that seemingly fabric-like object in her hand? He referred to the towel Jiang Yan held, for she had begun with nothing in her hands. After cleansing her body, Jiang Yan washed the towel and returned it to her space. She still felt somewhat out of place in her attire. The leafy garments were rather abrasive against her skin. Rummaging through her spatial realm, she ultimately unearthed a short top crafted from animal hide, a gift from a designer, which she had carelessly tossed into her space. Given the limited conditions of the Orcish domain, it would be impractical to don the attire of the Western world here. Thus, the animal hide top and skirt would have to suffice. Chapter 003. The threat of the king of the forest Jiang Yin gazed into the water, observing her reflection. The birthmark on the left side of her face appeared rather peculiar, seemingly the result of poisoning. She contemplated the possibility of removing it someday. Otherwise, it could be quite frightening. Before departing, she remembered to fill a bucket with water from her spatial realm, tucking it away safely. All of this was witnessed by Yin Siue, who noted that this female seemed somewhat different. She harbored secrets unknown to others. Upon returning to the location where she had initially crossed over, Jiang Yin found no sign of the three little ones. Where could they have gone? Despite the fact that they had nearly brought about her demise, she couldn't simply abandon the children. After all, the original owner of this body had made mistakes first. The original owner and these little creatures had only arrived in this forest a few days prior, lacking a tribe, and thus they had roamed wherever their journey took them. Jiang Yin, relying on the remnants of the original owner's memories, understood that they had been heading south these past few days. With that in mind, she decided to take a chance and search in that direction. Just as she was about to set off southward, she suddenly realized which way was south. It was indeed a bit challenging for someone with a poor sense of direction like her. Jiang Yin chuckled softly, relieved that she had a treasure to assist her. She retrieved a compass from her spatial realm to guide her path. The moon hung in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the forest, which now felt even more tranquil. The sounds of her footsteps crunching on the dry twigs and fallen leaves resonated sharply in the stillness. Jingzhe, Lucio, Beiji, where are you? No one responded to her calls. Meanwhile, just a few hundred meters away, the three little ones trudged forward, unwilling to look back. Perhaps sensing an unspoken connection, they all halted simultaneously. Big brother, do you think we did something wrong? Lucio asked, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. The wicked female was truly terrible. Yet what if one day she changed her mind and decided to treat them kindly? If she truly didn't love them, then why had she given birth to them? Lucio, we did nothing wrong. She never loved us. She is no longer the mother who cherished us, Jingzhe replied, his heart torn with anguish as he uttered these words. He longed for the affection of a mother like other beast babies, yet their mother only resorted to violence and mistreatment, treating them like mere laborers and even losing their second brother. Third brother, shall we go back to find her? Beiji, the youngest, yearned for maternal love, and if she were indeed gone, they would truly be left without a mother. He began to cry. Suddenly, a low growl shattered the silence, and a massive, majestic tiger emerged from the thicket. Its fur resembled shadows in the night, shimmering with subtle golden glimmers, each muscle exuding immense power. Its eyes, fierce and resembling two blood-red rubies, fixed upon the three little ones, radiating ferocity and wildness. The three little ones, filled with fear and panic, instinctively stepped back. Big brother Jingzhe immediately shielded his younger brothers behind him, attempting to obscure their sight from the tiger. This tiger wants to eat us. I will draw its attention away. You two, run, Jingzhe stammered, his body trembling as a strange light flickered in his eyes. With the wicked female absent, he felt the weight of responsibility to protect his brothers. Even if she would not care for them if she were present, as terror enveloped him, Jingzhe's body began to grow cold, scales emerging on his skin, while his tail extended behind him, becoming strong and sturdy. His form transformed into that of a juvenile dragon. The young dragon could not soar high yet, only managing to flutter briefly at lower altitudes. His two brothers gaped in astonishment, having only ever known their beastly forms and never revealing their true nature. While other beast men could effortlessly shift between their beast and true forms, they had always appeared human. It was only today that the three little ones realized their true essence was that of dragons. Jingzhe flew low, attempting to divert the tiger's attention. The tiger, enraged, lunged at the dragon, its claws gleaming ominously as if they would tear him to shreds. The two younger brothers cried out in despair, desperately trying to flee but paralyzed by fear, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly, hearts racing. The tiger's claws sliced through the air, targeting Jingzhe, yet he evaded the attack, continuing to lead the tiger away from his brothers. He displayed remarkable cunning and bravery, willing to risk his life for their safety. What do we do? We can't leave big brother alone, Beiji sobbed, his small figure trembling with fear. Lucio clenched her fists tightly. Beiji, stay here and don't run off. I will go help big brother. The night air was chilly, and Jiang Yin felt the wind biting at her cheeks. Perhaps they hadn't gone south after all? Jiang Yin murmured to herself. Suddenly, she faintly heard the low growl of a tiger. There was a tiger in the forest. Just the thought of it sent shivers down her spine. She was no Wusong, capable of battling the king of the forest. In her previous life, as a supernatural being, she would have had the strength to confront a tiger. But now, having crossed over with her spatial realm, she wondered if her abilities had followed her. Would her wood and fire powers have accompanied her as well? Jiang Yin hesitated to take a risk. She intended to flee in the opposite direction of the tiger when she soon heard Beiji's cries. It was her little one. Jiang Yin swiftly ran towards the sound, praying that her children had not encountered the ferocious beast. Pushing aside the underbrush, she spotted Beiji standing alone by a large tree. Weeping, Beiji, why are you here all by yourself? Where are Lucio and Jingjia? Though these little ones might not hold her in high regard, she could not ignore them. Once everything was clarified, she would settle the score for their previous trickery that had lured her into the snake's den. The small Beiji, feeling reassured by his mother's presence, suddenly realized that the wicked female would never come to rescue big brother and third brother. She would be more inclined to see them perish. Now that she had returned alive, she would surely seek ways to torment them. Seeing the change in Beiji's expression, Jiang Yin felt a pang of helplessness. Quickly tell me, where are they? Beiji, gripped by fear as Jiang Yin held his arm, stammered, big brother and third brother went to distract that big tiger to protect me. They're over there. Jiang Yan's expression shifted drastically. This was terrible. How could two 4-year-old children possibly contend with a tiger? Stay here and wait for your mother. I promise I will bring Jingjia and Lucio back. Just wait for me. In that moment, Jiang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. A voice within her cried out that her precious children must not come to harm. She had yet to make amends for the love of a mother that she owed them. Chapter 004. Dual Elemental Ability User. Not far away, Jingjia was struck by the tiger's paw. Crashing to the ground, he reverted to his beastman form, 2 dragon horns sprouting from his head, yet he appeared pale, blood spilling from his mouth. The ferocious tiger approached him, claws bared, and just as it was about to pierce Jingjia's body, Lucio rushed in, clutching a stone, hurling it toward the tiger's back. Roar! The tiger roared in fury, pivoting to pounce on Lucio, who found himself unable to escape, his pupils constricting in fear. Was he about to die? Would he meet the wicked female in the afterlife? Damn it! A furious female voice pierced the air as Jiang Yin drew her crossbow, releasing an arrow aimed at the tiger's head. The arrow struck the tiger's eye, causing it to howl in pain, its massive body nearly crashing onto Lucio. Jiang Yin, nimble as a deer, darted forward to rescue Lucio from beneath the tiger, placing him aside before fully engaging the tiger in battle. Infuriated by the arrow in its eye, the tiger descended into a frenzied state, its bloodied gaze fixated on Jiang Wei and I. In the next moment, it lunged forward with unstoppable force. Jiang Yin swiftly dodged, her crossbow proving useful, but the beast was too cunning, frequently evading her shots. Jiang Yan's back was drenched in sweat. She hadn't eaten all day, and having crossed over while losing so much blood left her feeling faint. Yet, she could not falter with her 2 little ones relying on her. She stowed the crossbow in her spatial realm and, with a swift flick of her wrist, produced a dagger, preparing for close combat. Utilizing her agility, she deftly maneuvered around the tiger's attacks. It turned out that human potential was indeed vast. Jiang Yin wielded the dagger, seeking an opening, and after evading another strike, she leapt onto the tiger's back, plunging the dagger deep into its flesh. Roar! Jiang Yin nearly lost her grip as the tiger thrashed violently. She clung tightly to the beast, whose strength was formidable. Even now, it refused to succumb. Clenching her teeth, Jiang Yin aimed for the tiger's most vulnerable vertebra, desperately seeking to deliver another blow. However, in a fit of rage, the tiger violently flung her against a tree. Jiang Yin felt a warm trickle in her throat as she coughed up blood. Her insides ablaze with pain. Cough. This is truly unbearable. With a powerful leap, the tiger prepared to crush her. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed in determination. She could not die like this. Jingjia had already lost consciousness. And Lucio, witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with tears. No? Use fire. In a moment of utmost extremity, Jiang Yin successfully awakened her fire-based abilities, while simultaneously, her wrist became ensnared by a nearby vine, which whisked her away from her original position. In tandem, Her wood-based powers were also unleashed. A faint purple glow flickered at her forehead. The tiger was engulfed in flames, crashing down upon the very spot where Jiang Yin had previously lain. The fierce inferno blazed intensely, and the tiger's roars grew progressively fainter as it desperately rolled on the ground. However, this was no ordinary fire. It was a manifestation of her abilities, resistant to extinguishment. Before long, the formidable beast of the forest was reduced to mere ashes. Dazzled and fatigued, Jiang Yin felt an overwhelming hunger and exhaustion, yet her concern for her little ones persisted. "Jingjia, Lucio, how are you two faring?" Lucio crouched beside Jingjia, her eyes brimming with tears. "Jingjia, please wake up," she implored, clinging to him, stubbornly holding back her tears. "The wicked female saved us. She vanquished that great tiger. Jingjia, you must wake up and see. The wicked female is remarkable. She just conjured fire, even more powerful than any other female we have encountered." Ignoring the pain in her chest, Jiang Yin hurried over to them, eager for a glimpse of her child. She checked Jingjia's breath and pulse. The little one's vitality was faint, teetering on the brink of collapse. Having been struck by the tiger, Jingjia was gravely injured. Lucio, with a grim expression, noted, "The strength of that beast is unimaginable. Jingjia is still so small. How could he withstand such force? His spine has been broken by the tiger's blow. If he is not healed within half an hour, he will surely perish. Do not fret. I will find a way," Jiang Yin declared, frantically rummaging through her spatial storage. "Where are the healing potions? In my past life, many influential figures offered me treasures to obtain the intangible cultural heritage artifacts I crafted, and I stored them all here. I distinctly remember having several healing potions. In the world of the West, warriors possessing pure wood and fire abilities are exceedingly rare, and she was among the select few. Those skilled in intangible cultural heritage techniques were even scarcer, as artifacts crafted by wood ability users not only possessed aesthetic appeal and high practicality, but also conferred revitalizing effects when carried close. Thus, many prominent figures held her in great esteem, and she enjoyed an unshakable status in the West, attracting numerous admirers. "Found it!" Jiang Yin exclaimed as she retrieved a healing potion, injecting it into Jingjia's body before cradling him and offering the little one some water she had recently stored in her spatial pouch. Lucio watched in disbelief, her eyes wide. How did she conjure these items? Jiang Yin understood Lucio's confusion but had no intention of explaining. Exhausted, she refrained from further conversation, cradling Jingjia as she made her way northward. Toward their temporary refuge, Lucio hesitated for a moment, feeling conflicted, but ultimately decided to follow. Beiji was obedient, remaining in place without straying. Upon seeing Jiang Yin approach with Jingjia in her arms, he rushed over instinctively. Just as he was about to call out "Mother," he halted abruptly. What was wrong with him? The little one still dared not address Jiang Yin as mother, fearing her wrath, for she had previously made it clear that they were not to call her that anymore. "His spine has been broken by the tiger. I just administered medicine, but he will need a couple of days of proper care to recover. We must look after him diligently during this time," Jiang Yin stated. The surrounding stillness left her feeling vulnerable. The nighttime forest remained perilously treacherous. "Let us find a cave for Jingjia to recuperate properly." Jiang Yin ignored whether the other two little ones were willing to follow her. Carrying Jingjia and wandering through the woods for half an hour under the moonlight until she finally discovered a cave. She carefully laid Jingjia on a bed of dry grass, tidied up the cave by spreading more dry foliage on the ground, and then collapsed onto the ground, fatigued. "I shall not rise until the sun is high in the sky tomorrow." Listening intently, she recognized that the other two little ones were lingering at the entrance of the cave. But she paid them no mind, embracing Jingjia, consuming a couple of pills for vitality, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 005. The malicious female at the cave entrance. Beiji gripped Lucio's hand. "Third brother, the wicked female seems to have changed. She actually held our eldest brother as she slept. She had previously shown them disdain, refusing to show them affection." Lucio recalled the countless instances of the wicked female striking or scolding them, even expressing her desire to be rid of them. Yet, the image of her saving Jingjia was indelibly etched in Lucio's mind. "Beiji, do you like her as she is now?" "Third brother, I do not know." Lucio embraced Beiji. "Regardless of whether she loves us or not, we must all take care of each other." The two little ones, whether out of stubbornness or some other sentiment, refused to enter the cave to stay with Jiang Yin, instead opting to cuddle together at the entrance and sleep through the night. When the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang Yin awoke leisurely, glancing at the little one in her arms. He had not yet stirred, but there was a bit more color in his face. Nourishment was essential for his recovery. Jiang Yin brushed her fingers over Jingzha's two delicate horns. They were quite beautiful. She recalled when she had just traversed into this realm. She had been unaware of what kind of beast men these little ones were. Now, it was evident they were dragon babies. However, who was their wretched father? Why had she not seen him? Why had he abandoned the original host and these little ones? Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that all the little ones were exquisitely adorable, albeit malnourished and frail. Gently stroking the little one's face, Jiang Yin murmured, "Rest well. I shall go find some food." As she stepped to the cave entrance, she discovered the other two little ones holding wild fruits. Their eyes wide with anticipation as they gazed at her, Bei Ji, incredulous, thought to himself that the wicked female not only slept with their eldest brother, but had also just tenderly caressed his face. Reminiscent of how other nurturing females treated their children, with such gentleness and happiness. "Did you pick these in the forest this morning?" Lucio, with a serious expression, nodded in affirmation. Jiang Yin could see that these two little ones were beginning to accept her without hesitation. "This will help nourish Jingzha," she stated, accepting the fruits and stepping into the cave. "You both come in as well." The two little ones exchanged glances and followed her inside. Jiang Yin wasted no time, picking up a wild fruit and biting into it. She was truly starving. "Have you two eaten?" No. Jiang Yin divided the remaining wild fruits between the two little ones, urging, "Eat now. Do not faint from hunger. I shall not be responsible for you." With 3 fruits remaining, and knowing Jingzha was still unconscious and could not eat, she retrieved a stone mortar from her spatial pouch, peeled the fruits with a knife, and began to mash them. Then she gradually fed the juice to Jingzha. "What is this?" Ultimately, Bei Ji could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "It's a mortar, used to mash ingredients, and where did you get it?" Jiang Yin regarded Bei Ji with a teasing expression. "Do you wish to know?" "Yes," the little one nodded. Jiang Yin recalled how the little ones had tricked her the previous night and felt it was time to give them a little scare. "Let us set that aside for now. You both intentionally lured me to the snake pit yesterday. Do you have any idea how terrifying those snakes were? They opened their gaping jaws, their fangs gleaming, their bodies as robust as monstrous beasts." She continued, "Moreover, they were venomous. I was bitten several times and nearly succumbed to poison." Upon hearing Jiang Yin's ordeal, the two little ones fell into a heavy silence. The internal struggle and discomfort they felt was evident, yet they remained obstinate. Despite the wicked female saving them, it did not guarantee that she would not strike them again in the future. "Will you die?" Bei Ji asked cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. "The wicked female said she was bitten by snakes, and they are poisonous. Do you wish for me to die?" At this, the two little ones fell silent. Jiang Yin patted Bei Ji's shoulder. "All is well. I was merely jesting. I shall not perish. I possess the antidote." "Antidote? How do you have that?" Bei Ji pondered, still unable to comprehend how their mother had changed so dramatically, becoming so mysterious and powerful, and now speaking to them at length. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. "Call me mother, and I shall tell you." Bei Ji was at a loss, looking to Lucio for guidance. Lucio clenched his fists. His eyes filled with resentment. "You lost Mengxiad a few days ago. You even wanted Bei Ji and me to act as bait to attract a black bear, just to capture it for its paw. We nearly perished at the bear's hands, and it was you who blinded my left eye. Have you forgotten all of this? How can you act as though nothing has happened, allowing Bei Ji to call you mother? You are unworthy of such a title." Jiang Yin was stunned. She had not anticipated that the original host had committed such grievous acts deserving of divine retribution. She wondered why she had only encountered 3 little ones upon her arrival, not realizing that the second child had been lost by the original host. Moreover, she was utterly oblivious to the fact that Lucio's left eye was blind, as he had always concealed it behind his hair. Jiang Yin felt a profound sense of shame. She had not fully inherited the original owner's memories, only fragments of them. As Lucio had just mentioned, she was unaware of such details. Her recollections predominantly consisted of the original owner's domineering interactions with these little ones, alongside moments when she would send them into the forest to forage or vent her frustrations upon them during her dismal moods. Jiang Yin was at a loss as to how to mend her relationship with these little ones. Perhaps they would never trust her again. "I'm sorry," was all Jiang Yin could utter. "You all stay here and keep a close watch on Jingzhe while I fetch you some other food." Jiang Yin traversed through the shadowy forest, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above and casting dappled shadows upon the ground. She moved nimbly along the winding paths, intent on capturing a couple of rabbits or wild chickens to bring back. The morning sun bathed the verdant forest in light, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. An opportune moment for hunting, with a finely crafted crossbow in hand and a dagger hung at her waist. Jiang Yin treaded lightly through the forest, ears perked to catch every faint sound. She understood that to capture her prey, she must first locate their tracks, last, within a thicket of dense underbrush. She discovered the signs of a wild rabbit. The traces were subtle, yet for Jiang Yin, who had enjoyed watching forest hunting documentaries in her past life, she could modestly consider herself half an experienced hunter. She followed the tracks quietly along the edge of a brook. Before long, she spotted the agile wild rabbit foraging among the grass. Jiang Yin slowly engaged the mechanism of her crossbow, aimed with precision, and released the bolt. The arrow flew like lightning, striking true at the rabbit's neck, which fell instantly. Jiang Yin rushed over joyfully to gather her catch, inhaling deeply to savor the triumph and satisfaction that washed over her. Chapter 006. The power level of Yin Siue. Continuing onward, Jiang Yin sought more prey, advancing upstream along the brook. Suddenly, she heard a faint clucking sound emanating from the distant woods. It was a warning call from the wild chickens. She halted, crouched down slowly, and took a deep breath to steady her pulse. Aware that wild chickens are extremely skittish, she knew any slight misstep could send them flying. Jiang Yin stealthily adjusted her position, endeavoring to approach the two wild chickens. She patiently awaited the moment they relaxed their vigilance and resumed foraging in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yin swiftly drew her crossbow and targeted one of the chickens. She bided her time for the perfect opportunity before releasing the arrow with utmost accuracy. The bolt sliced through the air, striking its target, while the other chicken took flight in alarm. Jiang Yin swiftly pursued, skillfully dispatching the fallen chicken with her dagger. Although she had only captured one, it was sufficient for her needs. Carefully holding the chicken, she scanned her surroundings, ensuring no other prey lurked nearby, before retracing her steps. As she made her way back, Jiang Yin reflected on her hunting experience. It appeared that hunting would become her primary means of sustenance from now on. Exhilarating, upon returning to the cave, she found Jingzhe awake, conversing with the other two little ones. When they noticed Jiang Yin's arrival, they fell silent. Aware that her attempt to approach them might be met with indifference, Jiang Yin chose to remain at the cave entrance to prepare the rabbit meat. With her dagger, she began skinning the rabbit and chicken, her movements not yet deft but swift. Having honed her skills in traditional craftsmanship, these tasks posed little challenge to her. She peeled away their skins to reveal the dry meat beneath. After completing the butchering, she looked around, noting the absence of a water source near the cave entrance. Jiang Yin could only retrieve the brook water she had gathered the previous day to cleanse the rabbit and chicken meat. Once cleaned, she gently placed the chicken into a wooden container within her space, deciding to have rabbit meat for lunch and save the chicken for dinner. Jiang Yin sensed the little ones watching her and glanced back. The small creatures once again lowered their heads. Her gaze flickered, pondering how to win their hearts. It proved to be quite a challenge. Did she possess hunting skills? Beiji found it hard to believe. Jingzhe reclined against the cave's rocky wall, observing Jiang Yin as she busily went about her tasks. Yesterday, she had saved him. But why had she chosen to do so? Did she not wish for them to vanish from her sight? She had lost the second one, and it was she who had blinded the third. Recently, they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a black bear, all due to her actions. A self-deprecating smile graced Jingzhe's lips. She could hunt, yet she always sent them out to forage. Perhaps she truly wished for them to perish. Upon hearing Jingzhe's thoughts, Lucio's disappointment in their mother deepened. As Jiang Yin meticulously butchered the rabbit. Opening its abdomen to extract the entrails, she carefully processed the meat, ensuring every portion was utilized efficiently. After dealing with the innards, Jiang Yin retrieved a sturdy branch and skewered the cleaned rabbit meat upon it. She had deliberately set aside a spot in the cave to construct a fire pit from stones. She would need to gather some dry twigs and leaves. "What is this for?" Beiji could not help but inquire. Jiang Yin attempted to pat his head, But the little one instinctively recoiled, prompting her to awkwardly retract her hand with a smile. Go roast the meat until it is cooked. Cooked? Aren't we accustomed to eating it raw? Other beastmen remarked, stating that only the tribe's chief had the privilege of consuming cooked food. Jiang Yan's face contorted in disdain at such absurd traditions. Raw consumption is detrimental to health. Henceforth, we shall eat cooked meals. Do not concern yourselves with those nonsensical rules. Beiji, come with me to gather some firewood. It seemed that only the smallest of the little ones was willing to converse with her. Jiang Yan was determined to win over this tiny dragon baby first. Thus, Beiji was led away by Jiang Yan. The other two little ones fixed their gaze intently on the pair as they ventured further away. Initially, Beiji struggled against her grasp, but Jiang Yan held on firmly. If you keep squirming, I shall simply carry you. The young Beiji's face flushed, and he finally relented, allowing Jiang Yan to lead him. Together, they collected some firewood, just as they were about to head back. Jiang Yan's keen instincts sensed something amiss. Who goes there? With a swift motion, she hurled her dagger, which grazed the silver strands of hair across the stranger's chest before being effortlessly caught by one hand. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Yan's mind. This individual was capable of catching her dagger, which she had thrown with force. The strength of this person was evidently formidable. In Siue emerged from behind the thicket, and in the ancient Beastman continent, sunlight pierced through towering trees, cascading into the depths of the forest, where his breathtaking visage shone like a brilliant beacon upon an icy mountain, tall and slender. In Siue donned a deep blue robe that harmonized with the hues of the surrounding trees and forest. The intricate embroidery on his robe sparkled like a luminous lake under the morning light. His features were nothing short of perfection, with a proud, aquiline nose that complemented his flowing silver hair. The silken strands shimmered like moonlit silver, cascading in a way that resembled a waterfall of light. Each strand appeared meticulously crafted, exuding an otherworldly grace. His brows arched slightly, and his green eyes sparkled like a shimmering lake, deep and enigmatic like the stars in the night sky, evoking a sense of unfathomable mystery. His thin lips curved subtly, as if hinting at countless unspoken thoughts. His aura transcended mere physical beauty. It embodied a profound inner calmness. In this natural setting, In Siue's presence resembled a living painting. Infusing the tranquil forest with vitality and allure, he moved with a grace that seemed to disturb not a single speck of dust, radiating an innate nobility that compelled admiration. Behind him, the trees swayed gently in the breeze. As if rejoicing at his arrival, I am curious, how did you come by such an exquisite dagger? This dagger had been crafted by a skilled artisan in her past life, meticulously polished, boasting not only a razor-sharp blade but also intricately carved patterns on the hilt. The man's voice was as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. Jiang Yan instinctively sensed that this individual was dangerous and powerful. After all, he was wearing clothes, finely woven garments. Meanwhile, she and the little ones could only don animal hides. In the Beastman world, encountering someone in luxurious attire signified that the individual held a prestigious status and possessed rare fabrics, or was so powerful that they could conjure clothing from their spirit energy. Whichever it was, this person was beyond Jiang Yan's capacity to contend with. Chapter 007. Are you so afraid of me? Jiang Yan lifted Beiji into her arms, eyeing the stranger warily. This dagger is one I found on the ground. I know not whence it came. With a steady heart, she fabricated a tale, thinking that a hero would not snatch away another's possessions. This dagger had been with her for many years, and she wished to avoid losing it. Thus, she presently engaged in a cordial negotiation with this perilous individual. In Siue regarded her with amusement, intrigued by her calling him a hero. Interesting. This dagger nearly harmed me moments ago. The man's voice was melodious. Yet Jiang Yan inexplicably felt waves of pressure. Had he not stood in the shadows for so long, she would not have mistaken him for some ferocious beast. Was this truly my fault? The man chuckled softly as he approached Jiang Yan, who instinctively tightened her hold on Beiji and stepped back. What do you intend to do? Are you so terrified of me? In Siye's lips curved into a subtle smile. There is no need to be so wary. I am not the sort to make things difficult for a female with merely first-tier spiritual power. First-tier spiritual power? Was he referring to her? Was she truly at the first tier? And what of him? 8th tier? 9th tier? 10th tier? Or perhaps even beyond? As In Si drew closer, she could clearly see the large birthmark on the left side of her face, dark brown and conspicuous. His gaze lowered to the cub nestled in her arms, sensing the essence of a dragon. So, her mate is a dragonkin beast man? Jiang Yin felt his blatant scrutiny, an uncomfortable sensation washing over her. Since the hero claims he will not trouble us, may I have my dagger back? To her surprise, In Si genuinely extended his hand, offering her the dagger. As their fingertips brushed, he felt an electric jolt, a moment of subtle connection. Once she retrieved her dagger, Jiang Yin promptly clutched Bei Ji and made her escape. In Si watched the retreating figure of the female, murmuring to himself, "We shall meet again, for I am yet to uncover the secrets you harbor." Just how did this female conjure those items so effortlessly? There were only two possibilities. First, she possessed a spatial pocket. Second, her strength had reached the ascendant stage. But evidently, she was merely a first-tier anomalous power user. This implied she must have a spatial pocket. Yet, such abilities were exceedingly rare among beastmen, typically reserved for descendants of divine beings or high-ranking priestesses of the celestial clan, or perhaps for super anomalous powers. Which category did she belong to? In Si had not anticipated encountering such a female on this primitive and ordinary beastman continent, for females typically lacked the opportunity to harness spiritual power. It was only the males who could attain such abilities. Her secrets compelled him to delve deeper. Had it not been for his tribulation, he would never have set foot on this low-tier continent. Nor would he have encountered this intriguing female. Moreover, he was somewhat curious about the identity of her cub's father. Jiang Yin hurried back to the cave, aware that the man had not followed her. Excellent. Bei Ji wriggled out of her embrace. Who was that? Did he speak to you in hopes of making you his mate? Do you fancy him? Jiang Yin, such innocent words. Bei Ji, one may indulge in various foods. But one must not speak carelessly. I barely know this man's background. How could I possibly be attracted to him? Furthermore, he cannot wish for me to be his mate. Though the man was undeniably handsome, she prided herself on her integrity. Enough about him. Let us prepare a meal together. Liu Qiu and Jingzhi exchanged glances, surprised that Bei Ji had been brought back by Jiang Yin. So, had Bei Ji forgiven the wicked female? You say we need to cook. Where shall we procure fire? Young Bei Ji suspected Jiang Yin was deceiving him. Only the tribal chief possessed the authority to wield fire. Fire was a gift bestowed upon the beastman realm by the deities, not something to be used frivolously. Jiang Yin pondered whether she should use her fire-based anomalous powers to conjure a flame for roasting the rabbit. If that were the case, the little one would likely question how she possessed such powers. How could she respond? After all, she knew from the remnants of the original host's memories that females in this realm had no chance of acquiring anomalous abilities. She must be an anomaly. But she was uncertain whether her powers stemmed from her reincarnation, or if the original host had been an anomalous user whose abilities had merely lain dormant until now. Mother has a method. I can teach you. Jiang Yin began demonstrating the skill of friction fire. Slowly, smoke began to rise. She had succeeded. Bei Ji's large eyes brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Wicked female, you are remarkable. Bei Ji began to waver. Today, his mother was truly different. He found himself fond of her current self, yet memories of her deliberately losing his second sister, blinding his third brother, and mercilessly beating them daily clouded his heart with sorrow. As the flames danced, the cave filled with the enticing aroma of charred wood, mingling with the scent of fresh blood and the essence of the trees. Jiang Yin suspended the skewered rabbit over the flames, carefully adjusting the heat to ensure the meat cooked evenly. Her gaze was focused and serene, as if she were wholly absorbed in the culinary process. While waiting, Jiang Yin occasionally checked the status of the wild chicken, ensuring the meat remained safely preserved in her spatial pocket. The flickering firelight illuminated her intent expression, creating a tranquility that starkly contrasted with the chaotic world outside. After a while, as the delectable aroma wafted from the freshly roasted food, Jiang Yin knew the prey was nearly ready. She gingerly removed the rabbit skewers from the fire, inspecting the meat's doneness to ensure it was thoroughly cooked. Then, she set them aside to cool momentarily. In the quiet cave, Jiang Yin portioned the food, setting aside some and arranging the rest on a makeshift table crafted from leaves and branches. She sat down and sliced a piece of roasted rabbit, offering it to Bei Ji. Here, take this. She then cut 2 substantial pieces of tender meat, skewering them on twigs and walking over to present them to Jing Jia and Lu Qiu. You too should try this. However, the two cubs steadfastly refused to take the food. Jiang Yin pursed her lips as she observed them. Are you truly not going to eat? Jing Jia and Lu Qiu believed that since they despised the wicked female, they ought not to consume her food. Jiang Yin was concerned about Jing Jia's injuries but was reluctant to impose herself on them. Even if you loathe me, you must eat to gather strength to continue hating me. If you starve, how will you contend with me? Upon hearing her words, the two cubs begrudgingly accepted the rabbit meat. Jiang Yin chuckled in exasperation and returned to the roasting rack, cutting herself several pieces of meat and sprinkling cumin powder from her spatial pocket. Ah, how delightful! Seeing his two older brothers eyeing him, Beiji hesitated, then scampered over to join them in a corner to eat the rabbit meat, unwilling to stay with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of disappointment. She knew there would be ample time to win them over in the future. Chapter 008. The temptation of cuisine. After finishing the entire rabbit, the cubs and Jiang Yin felt satiated. Once they had eaten their fill, Jiang Yin insisted the cubs take a midday rest. In the evening, she ventured out to gather some wild fruits, and as night fell, Jiang Yin retrieved the chicken from her spatial pocket, commencing her second roasting endeavor of the day. Soon, the fragrant aroma of the chicken filled the air. With Jing Jia injured, it was crucial to ensure he received ample nutrition, and the cubs were still too frail. As their mother, she had to nourish them properly. As before, upon receiving the chicken, the three cubs retreated to a corner to eat, while Jiang Yin sat alone by the fire. Once all the chicken had been consumed, Jiang Yin moved to the cave entrance, gazing at the moon while lost in contemplation. How could she locate a tribe? Was heading south the correct choice? Perhaps she should simply take a chance. What if she encountered a tribe willing to take her and her cubs in? In the stillness of the night, Jiang Yin lay in the cave, quietly reflecting on the day's encounters. Those terrifying snakes and the tiger had nearly claimed her life. If not for my spatial pocket and some emergency treasures within, both I and my cubs would likely have perished beneath their venomous fangs, Jiang Yin murmured. She recalled the ferocity of the snake horde and the tiger's frenzied demeanor. Shivering involuntarily, I am far too weak. I can barely contend with these snakes. If I encounter even more formidable foes in the future, I may not even have the chance to flee. Jiang Yin tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. How could she enhance her anomalous powers? That man had stated she was at the first tier, which sounded quite feeble. She understood that only the strong are spared from bullying on the Beastman continent. Her current strength was insufficient to protect her three cubs. The next day, Jiang Yin checked on Jing Jia's wounds. They had healed considerably, but he still needed to rest for another 2 to 3 days. Jing Jia had many unanswered questions, yet he was reluctant to converse with Jiang Yin and thus remained silent. For instance, he wondered why the wicked female had chosen to heal his injuries. She was not a healer. How had she accomplished it? Jiang Yin once again ventured out to hunt. After 3 days of this routine, she resolved to continue her journey southward. She cleared the fire pit in the cave, ensuring no trace was left behind. Jing Jia's wounds were nearly healed, allowing him to walk unaided. As they traveled, Lu Qiu suddenly spoke up, addressing Jiang Yan, "Do not reveal your medical knowledge and fire-making ability to other beastmen lightly." Upon hearing the little one's words, Jiang Yin felt a sense of distinction in Jing Jia. He seemed different from the other two cubs. He was thoughtful and possessed a long-term perspective on matters. It must have been during her battle with the white tiger that this little one witnessed her employing fire-based anomalous powers. What would the consequences be? Jiang Yin crouched down to meet his gaze at eye level. Lu Qiu pursed her lips and took a step back, and Jiang Yin discerned the rejection in his eyes. Well, it seemed these little ones still held a strong aversion towards her. Most of the females here were ordinary beastmen, and only the males had the opportunity to possess extraordinary abilities. Shaman healers were exceedingly rare. If others were to discover that one possessed such talents, one would be besieged by many males. It was rather daunting. "All right, I understand. Would you be willing to help me keep this a secret?" she inquired, extending her hand in an attempt to pat the little creature on the head. Lu Qiu evaded her touch. Displaying a haughty demeanor, Jiang Yin sighed softly, turning to walk ahead, only to hear a faint sound, mm. The corners of Jiang Yin's mouth lifted ever so slightly, revealing that they did indeed care for her. It was just that they could not overcome the emotional barrier within themselves. After several days of travel, Jiang Yin had attempted to converse with them, but aside from Beiji occasionally responding, the other two little ones remained silent. Even the rabbit meat she had hunted was met with their refusal to partake, as they contented themselves with foraging wild fruits and drinking from the stream to stave off hunger. Jiang Yin ceased her efforts to persuade them. After all, it was her first time being a mother, and she found it rather difficult to lower her pride to win over these little ones. One day, as they traversed through a grove of bamboo, excitement ignited within her. Bamboo! Her eyes sparkled with delight. Mother will prepare a unique dish for you. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her skin, which shimmered with a faint golden hue. Her eyes scanned the bamboo forest rapidly, her heart swelling with joy, for there were plenty of tender bamboo shoots here. She unsheathed her dagger from her waist, deftly slicing through the air to accurately sever a sturdy bamboo stalk. The bamboo thudded against the ground with a low sound, echoing through the tranquil woods. Jiang Yin bent down to retrieve the bamboo, and then dug up several fresh bamboo shoots, which would serve as both her ingredients and a gift from nature. Surveying her surroundings, she chose an open space to begin preparing a fire pit. In a suitable spot, she piled up small twigs and dried bamboo leaves, then took out a flint from her pouch, striking it with determination to spark a flame. Liu Chio's words echoed in her mind, reminding her to refrain from using her fire-based abilities outdoors to avoid attracting unwanted attention. As sparks flew, the bamboo leaves crackled softly, and flames erupted into a roaring blaze. Standing beside the fire, Jiang Yin felt the warmth envelop her as she retrieved a small iron pot from her spatial storage, placing it atop the flames. Originally, there had been no cooking utensils in her space. She had melted down various iron items using her fire abilities to crudely forge them. Next, she extracted a chicken she had caught the day before, arranging it neatly in the iron pot after preparing it. The little ones watched in astonishment as she executed a series of familiar motions, clearly puzzled by how she had acquired such skills. Jiang Yin peeled the bamboo shoots, slicing them into thin pieces. Preparing to stir-fry them with meat, she combined the bamboo shoots with the chopped chicken, taking out the wild vine pepper, perilla, and fragrant herbs she had foraged a few days prior to season the dish. If only I had some cooking wine. Perhaps I could experiment with that another day. Her current supply of animal fat was limited, consisting of a small amount extracted while heating meat a couple of days ago. Once used up, she would need to find a way to extract purer lard and vegetable oils, as that was the secret to achieving a truly fragrant dish. As the oil heated, she poured in the marinated bamboo shoots and chicken, relishing the sizzling sound as a delicate aroma wafted into the air. Jiang Yin felt a sense of satisfaction as she gently stirred the ingredients, waiting until they turned a light golden hue before adding the fragrant leaves, which were excellent for enhancing the flavor of fish and meat. With a splash of water, she stirred until the juices thickened. Sensing the little ones watching her, she turned abruptly to find them gazing intently, evidently drawn in by the enticing aroma of the stir-fried meat. Chapter 009. Dark Underworld Tribe. Lord Shiming Liu Chio and Jingzhe swallowed hard, making a concerted effort to avert their gazes. Jiang Yin smiled, confident in her culinary prowess. She was determined to win over these three little ones. Beiji, come here and help Mother wash the bamboo tubes. Mother will prepare a nourishing bamboo soup for you. Beiji glanced at his two brothers and then back at Jiang Yin, hesitating to betray them by joining her. Yet Jiang Yin could see the undeniable allure of the food's aroma in his eyes. Resolutely, she stood up and swept him into her arms, insisting, "Don't neglect your mother. Otherwise, she too shall feel sorrow." Initially, Beiji had intended to struggle, but hearing Jiang Yan's words and feeling the warmth of her embrace, he succumbed to his desires and nestled into Jiang Yan's arms. "Can this bamboo be eaten?" he inquired. "Not quite. We will place edible items inside the bamboo to cook. The food will take on the bamboo's fresh aroma, making it a feast for the senses," Jiang Yan explained, setting Beiji down. She then took her knife and cut the bamboo into shorter segments, retrieving some clean water from her spatial storage. The mother and son worked together to wash the bamboo tubes. "Where do you keep this water and the meat?" Beiji marveled, as he had always been intrigued by how his mother could conjure such items seemingly out of thin air. Gazing at the adorable little ones, Jiang Yin decided to be forthright with them. "Mother has a spatial storage. These things can be kept inside until needed." Upon speaking, she turned to the other two little ones. Noting their astonishment, she trusted they would not carelessly divulge her secret about having spatial storage. The bamboo tubes need to be roasted slightly over the flames to prevent them from cracking. Jiang Yin placed the chopped bamboo shoots and chicken pieces into the tubes, adding an appropriate amount of clean water, along with some wild mushrooms and spices, sealing the tops gently. She then positioned the bamboo tubes beside the fire, allowing the gentle flames to simmer, gradually infusing the ingredients with their aroma. Throughout the process, Jiang Yin remained focused and meticulous, skillfully managing the heat and seasoning in this bamboo grove. The warmth of the fire intertwined with the scent of the cooking food. Jing Jia and Lu Qiu observed the harmonious interaction between Bei Ji and the woman, a pang of discontent stirring within them. How could the fourth brother forget how that woman had treated them before? How could he be swayed by merely a meal? Such spinelessness. As the stir-fried bamboo shoots and the bamboo soup neared completion, Jiang Yin carefully dished out the food. Lacking bowls posed a minor inconvenience. But a thought struck her. Perhaps she could craft ceramic bowls for the little ones next time. She gathered a few twigs, wiping the sweat from her brow, her expression radiating satisfaction and joy. This meal was not solely for her own sustenance, but also for her precious little ones. Jiang Yin placed the bamboo tube on a stone slab in front of Bei Ji, cautioning, "Be careful. It's hot. Come and eat." "You too." The little ones hesitated, and Jiang Yin approached them with a feigned fierceness. "If you refuse to eat, I shall ignore you, and if you only consume wild fruits, you will grow increasingly malnourished and unattractive. And no one will want you." Was this wicked woman deeming them unworthy? Did she intend to abandon them if they became unattractive? Perhaps the notion of being unwanted struck a chord within them. For the two little ones indeed approached the fire pit and began using twigs to scoop the stir-fried meat from the pot. Jiang Yin smiled gently. As long as the little ones were willing to eat, she could wait for them to warm up to her. As Bei Ji savored the tender bamboo shoots and the fragrant chicken soup infused with bamboo essence, he felt it might be the most delicious dish he had ever tasted. "So good. As long as you enjoy it, Mother will make it for you again." Jiang Yin then turned to Jing Jia and Lu Qiu, asking, "What do you two think?" The two proud little ones muttered a soft response. "It's all right." Meanwhile, a kilometer away, there existed a tribe known as the Dark Underworld Tribe, inhabited by snake beast men. Today, they were hosting a celebratory banquet for their leader, Lord Xianming, who was set to emerge from seclusion that very night. Several elders and shamans busied themselves preparing for the evening's festivities, ensuring that vegetables and fruits were harvested, along with the brew and meat. Pan Shi, a promising young male of the Dark Underworld Tribe, led a group of snake beast men deep into the dense forest to hunt. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves above, filling the air with the sounds of wild beasts and the rustling of foliage. As a youthful hunter, Pan Shi scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, flanked by several companions, each wielding finely crafted longbows and sharp arrows. Suddenly, a massive wild boar burst forth from the thicket. The robust bristles of the wild boar shimmered under the sunlight as it galloped past. Seemingly propelled by a tempestuous wind, Pan Shi and his companions reacted swiftly, drawing their bows, and the arrows whistled through the air, aimed at the wild boar. However, at the very moment they released their arrows, another figure emerged from the distant bamboo grove. It was Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin similarly raised her crossbow, her movements precise and resolute. Her arrow soared alongside Pan Shi's, both striking the wild boar's back with unerring accuracy. The creature emitted a deafening roar, sending a flurry of birds and beasts into the sky. The wild boar struggled fiercely, its body swaying, yet it could not escape the fate of the arrows that had found their mark. It collapsed to the ground, its low growls reverberating through the forest. Pan Shi and Jiang Yin approached the fallen beast almost simultaneously, their gazes locking, and in that moment, the atmosphere grew tense and charged with challenge. "I spotted this wild boar first and struck it first. It rightfully belongs to me," Pan Shi declared with a firm tone, his imposing stature emanating a primal sense of strength. Jiang Yin regarded him coolly, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. "My eyes beheld that my arrow was swifter, striking this wild boar first." The muscles on Pan Shi's face tightened as his companions gathered around, taken aback to find their rival for the prize was a female, and notably, one of unremarkable appearance. Jiang Yin made no effort to conceal her birthmark with her hair, prompting astonishment among the others. She was likely the most unattractive female they had ever encountered. A few younger ones, affectionately referred to as Kai Kai, also approached, eager to lend Jiang Yin some support. Chapter 010. Becoming a shaman, the atmosphere in the woods suddenly turned taut, as if the heartbeat of the moment echoed in the air. Females were a rarity on the Orc continent, and Panshir glanced at the young ones beside Jiang Yin, pondering why a male would allow a female to hunt alone. After some deliberation, he spoke, "Very well, this wild boar shall be yours. The rest of you, come with me to explore other areas." Jiang Yin was taken aback by his concession, having anticipated a fierce verbal battle, especially given the number of individuals accompanying him. "Do you belong to a tribe nearby?" she inquired. Panshir halted, responding, "We belong to the Aming tribe." "Why do you ask?" "Aming. That name sounds rather ominous and formidable," Jiang Yin mused. Yet, observing the young male's recent actions, she sensed he possessed a commendable humanity, and his tribe likely upheld virtuous values. "May I bring my Kai Kai to join your tribe?" Noticing Panshir's rising wariness, Jiang Yin hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. A few of us Kai Kai lack a tribe, making our existence on the Orc continent perilous. We seek the protection of a tribe. Rest assured, we will not be a burden. I can assist with hunting. Or perhaps you might require someone knowledgeable about herbs." Panshir's eyes brightened. "You have medical expertise?" "Just a bit," she replied modestly. "A bit is invaluable, for finding a shaman on the Orc continent is exceedingly challenging." "All right, then come back with us. Whether you stay will depend on our chief's decision." "Understood. Songfeng, take them back to the tribe. I and the other brothers will continue hunting." Thus, Jiang Yin and her companions were escorted to the Aming tribe. Scanning her surroundings, she observed many males at work and numerous caves belonging to different families of orcs. As they walked and curiously glanced around, Jiang Yin suddenly caught sight of a cave where a snake-like female orc was engaged with 1, 2, 3, 6 males in a rather scandalous manner. Goodness, what a shocking sight! Jiang Yin quickly covered the eyes of the young ones. Songfeng found the scene amusing. "Isn't this normal? Why are you so astonished?" Jiang Yin chuckled awkwardly. "Is it customary for every female to have so many males?" "Of course. The Feichin family has only these 6 males, which is rather few. My family's female boasts 15 males. 15? That's astonishing," Jiang Yin exclaimed. Songfeng led them to the elder's cave, saying, "Please wait here. I will request an audience with the elder and the shaman I in the Orc tribe. Aside from the chief, the elder, high priest, and shaman held the most influence." The elder was a snake-like orc with a flowing white beard. All members of the tribe shared a distinctive trait, scales resembling snake skin at their temples, making them easily identifiable as snake orcs. However, Jiang Yin bore no discernible orc characteristics, leaving others oblivious to her true nature, and she herself remained unaware. "You wish to join our tribe?" the elder inquired, surveying her. "Are you alone with the young ones? Where is your male?" In a moment of impulsiveness, Jiang Yin replied, "He has passed." The young ones widened their eyes, this being the first mention of their father. Had he truly died? To Jiang Yin, a parent who bore offspring without nurturing them was a scoundrel. She could independently provide for the young ones without the need for a male. "How pitiful for the children," the elder lamented. "Should you wish to stay, you are welcome. These 3 must be dragonlings." "Correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Yin replied with a nervous laugh. Only the first young one displayed dragon horns, while the others had yet to reveal their traits. However, from her memories, she knew they were all born of the same clutch. "Likely dragonlings as well." The shaman approached, asking, "I hear you possess medical knowledge. I understand some herbal lore." The shaman, a female highly esteemed among the Orc tribe, inquired, "Could you provide some examples? What herbs can treat specific injuries or symptoms?" In discussing ancient herbal remedies, many herbs were widely utilized within traditional medicine. Jiang Yin detailed a few common ancient herbs, along with their primary effects and the ailments they treated. Ginseng, Panax ginseng, is known for its ability to replenish qi, strengthen the spleen, nourish the lungs, and benefit the heart, treating conditions such as weakness, fatigue, shortness of breath, poor appetite, palpitations, and forgetfulness. Astragalus membranaceus, boosts immunity, enhances qi, and combats fatigue and aging, addressing symptoms of qi deficiency, fatigue, susceptibility to colds, and cold-induced ailments. Angelica sinensis, promotes blood circulation, regulates menstruation, nourishes blood, harmonizes qi and blood, and alleviates menstrual pain, particularly for female orcs experiencing irregular menstrual cycles or postpartum blood deficiency. Licorice, Glycyrrhiza urulensis, detoxifies. moistens the lungs, alleviates coughs, and harmonizes the properties of medicinal formulas, treating cough, asthma, stomach pain, and indigestion. Chuanxiong, Ligusticum chuanxiong, invigorates blood circulation, relieves muscle tension, and alleviates pain, addressing headaches, rheumatism, menstrual pain, and post-stroke complications. Goji berries, Lycium barbarum, nourish the liver and improve vision. Replenish the kidneys and essence and combat aging, treating liver and kidney deficiencies, blurred vision, and dizziness. Additionally, the effects of Lingzhi, Ganoderma lucidum, Chrysanthemum, Chrysanthemum morifolium, and Dendrobium, Dendrobium nobile, were also elaborated upon. Jiang Yin spoke fluently, captivating all the orcs, particularly the shaman, Wanling, who remarked, "You are truly the rightful shaman. Your knowledge of herbs surpasses mine. Please stay with us, and we shall honor you as our esteemed guest." Wanling kindly took Jiang Yan's hand, adding, "Tonight, our tribe celebrates a feast as our chief, Lord Xianming, prepares to emerge from seclusion. We will host a bonfire to welcome him, and you must join us. I will introduce you to the chief. And he will surely take a liking to you, entrusting you with the vital role of our tribe's shaman." Pharmacological knowledge sharing. Lingzhi, Ganoderma lucidum, efficacy. Enhances immunity, possesses anti-tumor properties, regulates blood lipids and glucose levels. Delays aging, treats symptoms, utilized for low immune function, adjunctive cancer treatment, cardiovascular diseases, etc. Chrysanthemum, Chrysanthemum morifolium, efficacy. Clears heat and detoxifies, soothes the liver and enhances vision, lowers blood pressure. Treats symptoms, employed for headaches, red and swollen eyes, hypertension, irritability, insomnia, etc. Dendrobium, Dendrobium nobile, efficacy. Nourishes and clears heat, moistens the lungs and generates fluids, tonifies kidneys and strengthens yang. Treats symptoms, used for dry cough due to lung heat, dry mouth, kidney deficiency, and impotence, etc. Coptis, Coptis chinensis, efficacy. Clears heat and dries dampness, drains fire and detoxifies, exhibits antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. Treats symptoms, addresses high fever and thirst, jaundice, oral ulcers, damp heat dysentery, etc. Chapter 011. The emergence of Lord Xianming. Jiang Yin felt the warm hospitality of the shaman and the elder, bringing her great joy. Henceforth, she and the little ones would have a place to call home, a sense of belonging. The shaman led them to a cave, declaring, "From now on, this cave shall be yours, though it requires a good cleaning before you settle in." "Not a problem," Jiang Yin replied, and together with the little ones, they began to tidy up the cave. She intended to make it cozy and aesthetically pleasing. Fetching water with a wooden bucket was typically a task for males, yet in the absence of any males, Jiang Yin took it upon herself to carry the water. The other beastmen of the tribe observed with mixed feelings. Some were unwelcoming, while others speculated curiously if this unattractive female had been forsaken by all males, leading her to such a plight. They also pitied the little ones, bereft of a protective male. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yin felt the disdainful and inquisitive gazes upon her, yet remained unfazed. As long as the shaman and the elder, the individuals of authority, accepted her and the little ones, that was sufficient. The opinions of others were inconsequential. After 2 hours of scrubbing, the cave transformed into a clean and spacious abode. "Let us gather some flowers and grasses to adorn it," she suggested. "Indeed," came the reply. Soon, Jiang Yin returned with flowers and greenery, crafting 4 flower crowns, one for each of them. Little Beiji beamed with delight as he received the beautiful crown his mother had made. "Can males wear flower crowns too?" Jiang Yin smiled. "Of course, boys can wear flower crowns." Beiji's eyes sparkled with joy, and without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Thank you, mother." Jiang Yan's eyes glistened with tears. This little one had finally called her mother. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Beiji and planted a kiss on his cheek. Unreservedly, Lu Qiu and Jingzhi gripped their flower crowns tightly, eventually averting their gazes. They would not easily forgive the unkind female after all. A mere flower crown was something they could craft themselves. As evening approached, Pan Sure and the others returned from their hunt, bearing a bountiful catch. 6 wild boars, 3 deer, 11 rabbits, along with several chickens, ducks, and large fish. Let Tu Liang handle the processing of these game. Tonight we shall celebrate. Absolutely. Fresh game piled in the corner of the cave, from the massive wild boars to the venison. Tu Liang, the tribe's butcher responsible for slaughtering and preparing the game, was skillfully wielding his knife in the adjacent cave. Jiang Yin joined other females in arranging fruits and vegetables in preparation for the evening's feast. The cave was filled with the fragrant aroma of fresh produce, including various wild fruits such as plums, peaches, apricots, pears, crabapples, loquats, and jujubes. On the stone table lay these simple yet vibrant foods, exuding vitality and the allure of the wild. Jiang Yin stood before the table, gazing at the peaches wrapped in animal skin, deciding to propose some enhancements to elevate the evening's banquet. "Friends," she spoke softly, "let us carve these fruits. It will make them more visually appealing and enhance the evening's ambience." The other females exchanged puzzled glances. "Carve? What does that mean?" Demonstrating her idea, Jiang Yin selected a plump plum. The surface of the peach sparkled a deep crimson, as if it possessed a life of its own in her hands. With a small knife, she deftly divided the plum into 6 segments, each resembling a delicate petal, slightly curved to reveal the tender flesh and glistening juice within. Next, Jiang Yin turned her attention to a peach. Robust and juicy with vibrant hues, she resolved to carve it into a floral shape, gently etching a circle of patterns on its skin before carefully peeling it back to unveil the golden flesh. The soft, juicy interior exuded a sweet fragrance, transforming it into a blooming flower in her hands. Then, she carved an apricot. Its round shape and delicate skin invited her creativity. She lightly engraved intricate designs on the surface, akin to painting exquisite patterns, before slicing it in half, each piece forming a perfect heart shape, releasing a rich apricot aroma. Is this about right? What do you all think? Jiang Yin, you are so talented. I never imagined fruits could be carved so beautifully. Fei Qian's eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. The other females expressed their eagerness to learn as well. Very well, since everyone is interested, I am truly honored. Next, Jiang Yin guided the females in carving pears. The pears, oval in shape and succulent in texture, were her next focus. She decided to create a complex geometric design, etching straight lines and curves into the pear's skin before carefully peeling it to reveal the pristine white flesh. With the other females following suit, to the east of the Aming tribe lay a natural waterfall, a majestic cascade pouring down from the cliffs like a silver silk ribbon, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The water flowed rapidly, splashing droplets that resembled a dancing silver dragon. The mist rising in the sunlight formed vibrant rainbows, enveloping the entire waterfall area in a dreamlike aura. At the base of the waterfall, a rocky cave lay hidden behind the flowing water, serving as one of the significant territories of the Aming tribe, where the tribe leader, Lord Xianming, engaged in secluded cultivation. Inside the water-curtain cave, the light was dim, with only faint natural illumination filtering through the cascading water, illuminating a crude stone bed and several stone stools. In the depths of this cave, a tall beastman sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. This beastman was none other than Lord Xianming, the leader of the Aming tribe. He wielded supreme authority within the tribe and had been in seclusion for half a year. Now, as evening fell, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the cave, followed by a dazzling purple light shooting forth from the water-curtain cave, piercing the sky. The beastmen of the tribe instinctively looked up. Expressing their awe, the purple light traced a mysterious symbol across the sky, emanating an ancient and enigmatic power. "Lord Xianming is emerging," a young beastman exclaimed excitedly. "What does this purple light signify? To what level has Lord Xianming's spiritual energy ascended?" The entire tribe buzzed with excitement. They had never witnessed such a radiant purple glow, signifying an unprecedented breakthrough in Lord Xianming's cultivation. They speculated eagerly, anticipating the new powers and wisdom he would exhibit upon his emergence. Their hearts brimmed with boundless hope and confidence for the tribe's future. By the waterfall, as the purple light gradually faded, a solemn and reverent atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in awe. What an intense surge of spiritual energy! Just how formidable must this Lord Xianming be? How does he compare to that silver-haired beastman from before? Chapter 012. Xianming uses his serpent tail to envelop Jiang Yin under the golden rays of the setting sun. A serene and majestic atmosphere enveloped the entrance of the water-curtain cave belonging to the Beastman tribe. Lord Xianming, the leader of the Serpent Beastman tribe, stood tall at the cave's entrance, resembling a towering peak. His features gleamed like gemstones in the sunlight, and his eagle-like eyes radiated depth and wisdom, with noble contours exuding a sense of aloofness and pride. His skin shimmered like obsidian, flowing with mysterious power. Every subtle movement emitted an air of inviolable dignity and authority. As Xianming stepped forth from the water-curtained cave, the atmosphere within the tribe instantly surged with vitality. The beastmen raised their arms in jubilant cries, the elders bowed their heads in respect, the females sang and danced, while the young beastmen laughed and played. Their hearts brimmed with reverence and faith towards this leader. For Lord Xianming was not merely a chief, but also a guardian and guide of their souls. His emergence symbolized the tribe's glory and strength. With Xuanming's presence, other tribes dared not provoke them, for they had the confidence to stand firm. "Welcome, tribe leader. Welcome, Lord Xianming." The elder approached Xianming, bowing deeply. "Today is a joyous occasion. For not only has Lord Xianming emerged, but our Aming tribe also welcomes a new member. Jiang Yan, who possesses some knowledge of healing arts, much like Wanling come. Jiang Yan, present yourself to Lord Xianming." The Grand Elder and the shaman displayed an enthusiastic warmth, as Jiang Yan cast a soothing glance at the little ones, urging her mother to come over and take a look. Xuanming's gaze fell upon Jiang Yan, seemingly imbued with some enchanting power, penetrating through her being and causing her to shudder, as if she had been laid bare before him. This sensation filled her with an unsettling foreboding. Steeling herself, she approached the group to pay her respects to the esteemed chieftain. This chieftain, adorned in resplendent garments, appeared to be an individual of unfathomable strength. Capable of manifesting such attire, a faint smile graced Xuanming's lips, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable depth that Jiang Yan could not fathom. The Grand Elder once again sought guidance. "Lord Xianming, do you think we should appoint Jiang Yan as the tribe's shaman as well?" "This matter is yours to arrange," Xianming replied, seemingly not one for excessive conversation, before making his way to the center of the banquet. Jiang Yan felt a sense of contentment. At last, she had found a place to call home. The celebratory feast commenced under the warm glow of the setting sun. The fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air, mingling with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. On either side of the long table, the orcs gathered in a circle, using stone-carved vessels to serve drinks, their laughter and chatter filling the atmosphere. Seated at the head of the table, Lord Xianming surveyed the banquet with eyes that sparkled like stars, casting his gaze over the entire gathering. Once the festivities concluded, Jiang Yan returned to the cave with the little ones. "Mother, will we be living here from now on?" Beiji inquired, his large eyes filled with curiosity. "Indeed, with the tribe's protection, we should be somewhat safer," Jiang Yan replied. However, Lu Qiu and Jing Zhe seemed to harbor lingering resentment towards Jiang Yan, retreating to the corner of the cave, huddled together. Jiang Yan laid out bedding, saying, "If you are not concerned about being uncomfortable at night, feel free to stay there." With that, she cradled Beiji in her arms, covered him with a large beast skin, and shut her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Lu Qiu and Jing Zhe cautiously shifted closer, settling at the edge of the bedding, a slight improvement from their previous position in the corner. In the dead of night, Jiang Yan suddenly opened her eyes, her sharpened instincts from her past life alerting her to danger. She quickly lifted her head, but all she could see was an expanse of darkness, save for the sounds of the wind and distant insects. Yet, in the next moment, her vision was obscured, something blocking her sight, and she was swiftly lifted away from the cave. "Ugh, my little ones." Jiang Yan could only emit a muffled sound, her mouth covered by a serpent's tail, rendering her voiceless. Who would dare abduct her within the tribe? A chill ran down her spine as panic set in. What exactly had taken her? The entity enveloping her felt cold and carried an eerily familiar sensation. As she attempted to reach into her space for something reliable to aid her, suddenly, the grip around her loosened, and she was unceremoniously tossed onto a patch of grass. "Why, poor back?" Jiang Yan exclaimed, rolling on the ground before quickly drawing out a dagger, ready to defend herself, only to find a towering figure standing before her, turned away from her. In the moonlight, the man's silhouette was majestic and imposing. Surrounded by an ethereal aura, Jiang Yan's eyes widened involuntarily, for just moments before, she had seen the enormous serpent tail he had barely retracted. So, it was this Lord Xianming who had whisked her away from the cave with his serpent tail. Chapter 013. The deal between Xianming and Jiang Yan. Upon realizing this, cold sweat began to bead on Jiang Yan's forehead, her face tensing in anxiety. Did the chieftain not welcome her and her little ones? Had she sought refuge in the wrong place? What was the intention of the chieftain? Jiang Yin gripped her dagger tightly, warily observing the figure before her. If he sought her life, she had no chance of survival. What had become of her little ones? Were they in danger? If they did not wish for her presence, she could leave with her children at once. Jiang Yan's voice was icy, for she remained entirely in the dark regarding the intentions of this serpent beast man. Ximing regarded her wary demeanor with a glimmer of intrigue. Jiang Yin, he uttered her name softly, but his next words caused her pupils to constrict sharply. You do not belong here. Within this body resides a soul from another world. And it is rare to find one with a personal space, yet you are among the few. Ximing seemed to gaze right through Jiang Yin, standing with hands clasped behind his back like a high and mighty judge. Looking down upon her, your spiritual power is quite feeble. In other words, any orc with some cultivation could easily bully you. Yet, I sense the radiance of the purple star from you. Ximing was a descendant of the Ziwei Star God clan. Rich in purple star spiritual power, yet he sensed such energy emanating from a seemingly powerless female. This puzzled him greatly. What do you mean by that? The purple star? Do I possess such a thing? Does it signify spiritual power or some form of identity? Jiang Yin was now deeply afraid of his capabilities. He could discern her otherworldly essence at a glance. The purple star is a gift from the divine. Your identity warrants investigation. Ximing paused before continuing. I can read anyone, but with you, I can only see a third of the truth. Generally, I do not keep those I cannot control near me. Jiang Yin was taken aback by the extent of his abilities. Could he truly read people's fates? Was he some sort of oracle? I will leave with my children immediately. You need not worry. Knowing she could not contend with him, Jiang Yin chose the path of wisdom. Retreat was the best strategy. No need, you may continue to stay. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Are you jesting with me? Ximing observed the unique female before him, a being with a soul from another world, personal space, and purple star spiritual energy. Moreover, half of her face resembled that of an angel, while the other half bore the countenance of a fierce warrior. The reason you entered the tribe was to seek refuge, was it not? I can promise to protect you and your children, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? It cannot involve murder or arson, can it? After all, he had initially stated that she was weak and that anyone could bully her. Absolute loyalty to the tribe, using your medical knowledge to benefit the orc people. That is no problem. I can certainly do that. Additionally, I need you to accompany me to a certain location. The purple star energy within you and my Ziwei spiritual power can work in unison to unlock the Wanyu ancient tomb. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow. What is the Wanyu ancient tomb? Where is it? When do we go? And how do we get there? And I do not possess the Ziwei spiritual power you speak of. Jiang Yin's barrage of questions seemed to irritate Ximing, who responded with evident impatience. You ask too many questions. Is he truly criticizing me? Jiang Yin thought, incredulous at his audacity. Ximing stepped closer, and with a mere gesture, he immobilized her, rendering her unable to move. His long, defined fingers pressed against her forehead, and soon, a faint purple glow appeared at her brow. It seems you have been sealed. Tio, grow stronger. You must unlock this seal yourself. Jiang Yin felt exceedingly uncomfortable. The sensation of being controlled was intolerable. One day, she would become powerful enough that she would no longer be subject to others' whims, no longer viewed as a mere spectacle. In the meantime, stay well within the tribe and refrain from actions that might harm it. For visiting the Wanyu ancient tomb. That is still some time away. With that, Ximing released her from his grasp and vanished without a trace. Jiang Yin hurried back to the cave, her heart settling somewhat as she gazed at her sleeping little ones. The fact that Ximing had not harmed her suggested that he likely would not seek her life easily. She had not sensed any murderous intent from him. His reason for keeping her around must be to aid him in unlocking that ancient tomb, since she needed to cultivate and enhance her own spiritual power during this period. Staying was perhaps the best option, ensuring her little one's safety as well. When the time came that she sensed true malice from the serpent beastman, she would take her children and flee. The following day, Jiang Yin prepared a pot of mushroom soup for the little ones, but after they finished eating, she was summoned by the shaman, Wan Ling, to assist in gathering herbs. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Yin discovered that Lu Qiu was missing, leaving only Bei Ji and Jingzhe behind. The two little ones appeared anxious, with scratches visible on their faces and arms. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Where is Lu Qiu? Bei Ji wept as he clung to Jiang Yan's leg. Mother, We were just weaving grass rings in the cave when suddenly 2 young serpent beastmen appeared. They were only 2 or 3 years older than us. They forced us to leave, claiming we were trespassing on their territory and forbidding us from eating the fruit here. Jingjia chimed in. They even pushed Lu Qiu. We fought back, but they were too strong. They grabbed Lu Qiu's hair, injuring her eye. Jiang Yan's breath quickened with anger. How dare they take advantage of her absence to bully her little ones? This was utterly unforgivable. And then, where is Lu Qiu? They called Lu Qiu useless, a defective person, a one-eyed monster, and said you only loved Bei Ji, not someone like Lu Qiu, a disabled child. Jiang Yan felt as if her world had collapsed. How could she not love her children? Sangu fiercely bit them, and one of the young snake beastmen's ears was bitten off. They cried out as they left, claiming they would seek help to rectify the situation. Sangu also dashed out, and we were unable to catch up with him. Jiang Yan was absolutely furious. Her mother would not let them off the hook. I will go find Lu Qiu now. You all wait for my return. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just tell them the shaman is friends with your mother and let them consider the consequences. The snake beastmen here hold the shaman in high regard. Understood, mother. Jiang Yan, feeling utterly exhausted, was worried about Lu Qiu and could only find someone to assist her. As Jiang Yan entered the woods, she soon spotted a small figure crouched beneath a tree. Lu Qiu? What brings you here? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's voice, Lu Qiu shuddered and quickly stood up, attempting to move forward, but Jiang Yan grasped his arm. Why have you come to find me? You used to despise me so much. Why not simply abandon me? Lu Qiu nearly growled in response. Jiang Yan was taken aback, her heart aching. You are my precious child. Why would I ever abandon you? When Jiang Yan noticed the stubborn tears welling in the small one's eyes, her heart twisted with pain. It is I, your mother, who has erred by neglecting you. You are my treasure, and I surely care about you. Jiang Yan tenderly pulled the small one into her embrace. Yet Lu Qiu struggled fiercely. I am incomplete. I cannot see from one eye. You must despise me. You surely wish I would vanish from your sight, Lu Qiu roared. Jiang Yan felt a deep sense of sorrow, for it was the original owner who had blinded San Bao's left eye. Chapter 014. Enduring injustice. Jiang Yan's face tightened, her affection for her child overflowing at that moment. She solemnly addressed Lu Qiu. Listen, Lu Qiu, you are my child, and I will not neglect you. It is I who have failed in the past and hurt your hearts. From now on, I shall treat you all with double the care. I will find a way to heal your eye, no matter the cost. Jiang Yan lifted the small one into her arms and strode towards the tribe, her resolve unwavering. Lu Qiu's heart was tumultuous as he gazed at his mother so close before him. She claimed she would not abandon him, that she would heal his eyes. You truly do not see me as a burden, as waste? Never. You are all my treasures. Nothing is more important than you. No one shall bully my children. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. The 2 snake beast men who had tormented him could not be ignored. They had to learn to stand their ground. Now, come with me back to mother. Bei Ji and Jingjia are still in the cave. If we return late, they may be bullied by other snake beast men who cannot tolerate us. All right, let us return. Lu Qiu craved the warmth of his mother's embrace, feeling as if he were in a dream. So surreal. It was she who had blinded his eye. At that time, he had pleaded for mercy, promising to obey and not provoke her anger again. Yet she had struck him viciously with a wooden stick, landing blows on his left eye, which bled continuously while she did not cease. Lu Qiu clenched his fists. He should hate her, yet she was his mother. Without her, he would not exist. He yearned for the affection of his mother, desperately wishing Jiang Yan's earlier words were true and not deceitful. Whether his eyes could be healed mattered little. He merely wished for his mother to love him truly, as well as Jingjia and Bei Ji. His second sister Meng Xia was unaware of her current fate. If she knew that the once wicked female had changed, would she too feel complex emotions and hope? Fei Wu had originally been in the cave, passionately engaging with several males when suddenly her child rushed in, crying. Upon seeing her little son with one ear missing and bleeding, Fei Wu was furious. Who did this? It was that newly arrived ugly female. Her son bit off my ear. Mother, it hurts so much. Am I going to die? Fei Wu, in a frenzy, quickly dispatched one of her males to find the shaman while instructing the others, come with me. We shall settle this with that ugly female. In the cave, the young snake beast man had brought his backup. Mother, They are utterly intolerable. Not only are they squatting in our tribe, but they also attacked me and my brother. If my brother loses his ear, how will he survive? Jingjia, witnessing the oncoming group, felt a surge of anger. You were the ones who came looking for trouble. You were the ones who struck first. Fei Wu disregarded this, declaring, in our territory, we do as we please. You are merely outsiders and dare to retaliate. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of that ugly female. You lot, seize them. I shall flay them alive, yes. The males obeyed the female's command without question. Soon, Jingjia and Beiji were captured by the robust male snake beastmen. Tai-Tu, go. Mother will give you the chance for revenge. Slap them hard. The young snake beastman was filled with excitement, relishing the thrill of oppressing the weak and the joy derived from inflicting pain. He dared not strike his own kind, so he directed his aggression towards these outsiders. Thank you, Mother. Release us at once. My mother is friends with the shaman. If you bully us, you are disrespecting the shaman. Beiji, terrified, spoke up despite his fear, trying to protect his brother and himself. How could the shaman possibly be friends with that ugly female? You are nothing but liars. What are you waiting for? Hit them. Slap, slap. Soon, the faces of the two children bore the marks of hands. Jingjia, anxious and furious, cried out, if you must strike, hit me alone. Do not harm my brother. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Tai-Tu laughed heartlessly, raising his hand to strike Jingjia once more, only for a wooden plank to come flying in from afar, striking Tai-Tu's face to the side. Jiang Yin was truly enraged. She rushed over and engaged in combat with the two males holding her children, her strikes fierce and unrelenting. With a dagger spinning in her hand, she lunged at the snake beastmen. The snake beastmen were forced to release the two children, and Jiang Yin quickly retreated with them. Upon seeing the handprints on her children's faces, she felt an overwhelming urge to destroy the world. You scoundrels! Fei Wu took a moment to regain her composure. This ugly female had actually harmed her male. How could she possess such capability? Are you all useless? You cannot even subdue one female? Seize her. Yes, Jiang Yin fought fiercely against 7 or 8 males, all of whom were first-tier warriors, equal in rank to her, making it difficult for her to win alone. Yet, the strength of a mother is formidable. She would never retreat when it came to her children. Mother, Beiji cried, unable to contain his tears. They were outnumbering and bullying her. Jingjia, witnessing his mother surrounded by males, felt a surge of indignation. No matter how wicked the female was, she was still their mother, who had treated them kindly in recent days. He could not bear to watch her suffer. Release my mother, Jingjia roared, his small body suddenly leaping into the air. Transforming into a young dragon form and soaring forward, claws aimed at the nearest male, he wanted to fight alongside his mother. When the shaman Wan Ling arrived, she was met with a scene of chaos. Stop! Upon seeing the shaman, Fei Wu felt a twinge of fear. After all, the shaman held a significant position in the tribe. Shaman, why have you come? Wan Ling, furious, replied, Fei Wu, you truly surprise me. You allowed so many males to bully Jiang Yin and her children. All of you, cease this at once. Hearing the shaman's command, the males finally halted. Jiang Yan's hair was disheveled, her arms and face bearing scratches, and Jingjia was in a similar state. Jiang Yin quickly shielded Jingjia behind her. Wan Ling rushed over, apologizing. I'm sorry, Jiang Yin. It was my failure to manage the tribe's members that led to you and your children suffering injustice. Chapter 015. The reason why Xian Ming stands by her side. Fei Wu was unwilling to relent. Shaman, it was Jiang Yan's child who harmed my son, biting off his ear. I was furious and came seeking an explanation. They were the ones who struck first, pushing Lu Qiu and cursing us. Jingjia immediately retorted. Wan Ling turned to Fei Wu. What more do you have to say? Fei Wu and Tai-Tu felt somewhat guilty, yet they were unharmed. Shaman, can my son's ear be salvaged? Wan Ling shook her head. It is impossible. Once it is severed, it cannot be reattached. You can only apply some medicine to prevent infection. Fei Wu felt as if the world had collapsed around her. My son, he is still so young. I will not rest until Jiang Yin compensates for my son's ear, or I shall not let this matter rest. Fei Wu clenched her fists. Apologies, shaman, but you all must go and bite off the left ear of that smallest child. The male naturally obeys his female counterpart, immediately pouncing towards Beiji, opening his mouth to reveal his silver fangs. However, Jiang Yin, still protecting Jingzhe, is utterly helpless to rescue Bei Ji on the other side. Her complexion paling in an instant. She rushes towards her children, but it is too late. A strange wind sweeps through, whisking Bei Ji and Lu Qiu, who stands beside him, away. Jiang Yan's gaze follows them, only to see her two little ones being held aloft by the descending Xianming not far off. Jiang Yan holds her breath, feeling oppressed after such a brief stay in the tribe. Subjected to this kind of bullying. Return my children. Upon hearing her unfriendly tone, Xianming furrows his brow and releases his grip. The two little ones dash towards Jiang Yan, who immediately embraces them, reassuring, it's all right, mother is here. Jingzhe also flies over, transforming into human form, though two dragon horns remain atop his head. Is this how your Ming tribe treats guests? Jiang Yan's gaze turns icy as she regards Xianming. Upon Xianming's arrival, the shaman and Fei Wu immediately kneel halfway, greeting the esteemed leader of their tribe. In her heart, Fei Wu harbors both reverence and infatuation for this tribal leader. She feigns a pitiful demeanor and cries out, "Esteemed leader, you must take charge for our family." This newcomer, Jiang Yin, along with her children, runs rampant in the tribe, showing no regard for anyone, and even bit off one of my son's ears. I beseech you to drive them away. And before they leave, they must pay the price and compensate my son for his ear. Jiang Yin regrets her decision to enter this tribe. It was a mistake that endangered her children. Knowing he is their leader and likely to favor his own kin, if you wish to bully my children, you'll have to step over my dead body. Jiang Yin is prepared to fight to the death. And at this moment, the three little ones look at her, their previous grievances and hesitations dissipating completely. Xianming does not spare a glance at Fei Wu, his attention solely fixed on Jiang Yin, whose care for her children outweighs all else. Who is his male counterpart? He cannot yet ascertain, and this, too, fascinates him. Xianming raises his hand, causing the spiritual energy around him to ripple. Jiang Yin grits her teeth, fearing he intends to use his power against her and her children. Wanling wishes to speak on Jiang Yin's behalf, but is intimidated by Xianming's authority. Esteemed leader. Jiang Yin and her children did not act with malice. It was Fei Wu's family that struck first. Wanling's words are drowned out by a surge of spiritual energy, and in the next moment, all the males from Fei Wu's family are violently hurled away, crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud. Esteemed leader, what is the meaning of this? Fei Wu's face pales in disbelief, and Wanling appears utterly bewildered. Jiang Yin stands in shock. Was he not aiming to confront her? I agreed yesterday for them to stay, and today you use your numbers to bully me. Disregarding my authority? I will not tolerate such indiscretion in my tribe. Xianming's voice is calm yet carries an imposing weight. Fei Wu realizes the leader is genuinely angered. Please, esteemed leader, it is our fault. We will apologize to Jiang Yan's family at once. We beg for your mercy. The males all clutch their wounded chests, pleading for Xianming's clemency, fearing expulsion from the tribe. Wanling, for the next month, do not provide them with food. If they wish to survive, they must hunt for themselves. You will handle this matter. Xianming states, his gaze returning to Jiang Yin. Come with me. Jiang Yin presses her lips together. Reluctant to comply, I do not wish to repeat myself. Reluctantly, Jiang Yin steps forward. Wanling, please comfort the little ones. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Beneath the waterfall, Xianming stands there, seemingly merging with nature itself. No, the waterfall behind him merely serves as his backdrop. His physical presence is striking, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a tall and majestic stature, exuding an ethereal aura. Jiang Yin maintains a 5-meter distance. Awaiting his words, Xianming turns, looking down at her. Are you satisfied with this resolution? Injuring all the males from Fei Wu's family and ordering them to forego food for a month seems quite reasonable. Yet Jiang Yin remains displeased. Observing the stubborn female before him, Xianming's tone cools slightly. What do you desire? Jiang Yin is no fool. She can surmise that this serpent beast man stands by her side not out of fairness, but because of her potential utility. Weighing the pros and cons, if I am not mistaken, you require my assistance to unlock the ancient tomb of Wanyu. This endeavor is perilous, and I may very well lose my life. Your current actions are merely to keep me here. Of course, you could forcibly bind me and demand my help, yet you have chosen to negotiate with me. Thus, I must deduce that unlocking the ancient tomb not only requires my Zimang spiritual essence, but must also be done with my willing consent. Correct? Xian Ming's eyes glint sharply, a flicker of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are quite astute. So, how do you wish for me to deal with Fei Wu's family? Jiang Yin understands that allowing Fei Wu's family to remain in the tribe would mean constant vigilance against their potential retaliation once she is absent. She does not wish for such occurrences to unfold. She is selfish. She only desires the safety of her children, unable to bear even the slightest misstep. I want Fei Wu's family expelled from the Yanming tribe. Xian Ming does not immediately acquiesce. Contemplating the balance of interests, must they be completely eradicated? I will not yield. If you deal with them today, they will harbor no hatred towards you but will direct their resentment towards my children and me. I do not want to live in constant fear of thieves. It is exhausting. This is the first time Xian Ming encounters a female bargaining with him. What if I refuse? They are all serpent beast men. Belonging to the same clan, I cannot be too ruthless. That is not my concern. I must ensure my children's safety. Xian Ming counters, I can protect you and your children. I trust no one. I only trust myself. What happened today can happen again. Xian Ming's long brows furrow in displeasure as he draws closer, his voice growing cold. You possess quite a bit of audacity. Jiang Yin senses his overwhelming aura encroaching upon her. Her chest tightening, yet she refuses to yield, gritting her teeth in defiance, as the esteemed leader of the tribe reduced to coercing others with brute force. How utterly unimpressive. Xian Ming observes the blood trickling from her lips. A ripple of surprise coursing through him. He had not anticipated this female to possess such fortitude, still unwilling to submit. I am the Beastman continent. Only strength is respected, and only the powerful have a say. If you are not strong, you can only be at the mercy of others. Jiang Yin is incensed but cannot refute him, for he is indeed correct. She is not strong enough. He uses his pressure to compel her to kneel and plead for mercy. Yet even if her legs tremble, she steadfastly refuses to bow. You do have spirit. With that, Xian Ming ceases his intimidation. Very well. I will grant your request. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Yin finds Wan Ling still there. Keeping the little ones company, Jiang Yin, you have returned. What did the esteemed leader say to you? He addressed how to deal with Fei Wu's family. Jiang Yin's complexion appears somewhat pale before entering the cave. She wipes the blood from her lips to avoid worrying her children. Did he not say they would be deprived of food for a month? I am not satisfied. Wan Ling, you may not understand. But I am quite selfish. All I see are my children. I will not allow those who bully my children to remain. It would put them in danger. Wan Ling is taken aback. Are you planning to drive Fei Wu's family away? Yes. Did the leader agree? Jiang Yin nods, and Beiji comes over, hugging her leg. Mother, you look unwell. Did the esteemed leader bully you? Jiang Yin shakes her head, her heart warming at the concern from her child. No, mother is just a bit tired. Jiang Yin, you were injured today. It is indeed excessive for so many to bully one person. Fei Wu's family has grown accustomed to taking advantage of others. I have long found them intolerable. Since the leader has agreed, it means he stands by your side. Please rest. I will handle the matter regarding Fei Wu's bullying. They will not have another opportunity to bully you. Thank you. Wan Ling. After Wan Ling leaves, Jiang Yin retrieves a nutritional supplement from her space, drinking it down. The restorative agent is exceedingly precious, and she has only a few in her space, so she must use them sparingly. She was merely injured by the intimidation, not so severely that she needs to be overly delicate. A nutritional supplement will suffice for now. The restorative agent must be saved for her children in case it is needed in the future. Mother, Beiji's large eyes brim with concern. The little ones gather around her. Jingjia and Lucio still do not call her mother, but their caring gaze is unmistakable. I am fine. I just need a nap. Tonight, I will make fish soup for you. Beyond 90,000 miles from the Orc continent, there exists a realm known as the Divine Clan Continent, high above the clouds. Here stands an imposing palace. The Celestial Palace of the Dragon Clan, a magnificent edifice that towers majestically amidst the clouds, radiating an aura of mystery. The palace is enveloped by ethereal mists, resembling a fantastical paradise. Stepping into this enigmatic domain, one can sense a solemn and sacred atmosphere, as if transported into the world of myth and legend. The largest of the palaces within the Celestial Palace is named Q. Its interior is adorned with opulence. The gilded walls shimmer brilliantly, and the gem-encrusted columns reflect a kaleidoscope of colors, making the entire palace exceptionally resplendent. The ambience within is steeped in gravity, as if harboring boundless mysterious power. Seated upon the throne is the master of the celestial palace, Gong Qizhou. Clad in a crimson robe embroidered with golden dragon motifs, he exudes an air of flamboyant charm interlaced with a hint of aloofness. Gong Qizhou's appearance is nothing short of extraordinary, earning him the title of the most handsome man among the divine clan. His deep, expressive eyes, pronounced nose, and striking features render him akin to a legendary monarch. Eye in his hand, he holds a lavishly adorned letter. The paper intricately woven with exquisite dragon patterns, exuding an enigmatic aura. His gaze is intently fixed on the letter, a flicker of contemplation crossing his brow. The ancient tomb of Wan Yu has resurfaced, and astonishingly, it lies within the lowly Orc continent. There, he seeks a coveted treasure, and it seems he must personally journey to the Orc continent. Summoning his trusted aide, he commands, "Kneel before me, Qiu, with utmost respect." Qiu sinks to one knee. "Master, my avatar shall venture to the Orc continent. I require a period of seclusion. All affairs, great and small, will be entrusted to you. Master, the Orc continent is so far from here. Perhaps I should go on your behalf?" Gong Qizhou dismisses the suggestion with a wave of his hand. "No, I must go myself." He has compelling reasons. Years ago, his avatar had visited the Orc continent and encountered a woman there, sharing an elusive connection. Yet the specifics elude him, but an inner voice compels him to find this woman and unravel the mystery. In ancient times, a certain taboo was established between the Divine Clan continent and other lower-tier continents, forbidding the Divine Clan from easily traversing to the Orc continent, aimed at safeguarding these lesser realms, for otherwise, the mere gestures of the Divine Clan would unleash potent waves of spiritual energy, overwhelming for the Orc continent. Thus, he could only send an avatar to the Orc continent. The following day, Xiaming decreed the expulsion of the Fei family from the Aming tribe, ignoring their pleas for mercy. Jiang Yan's heart finally found peace, having feared that Shuaming's agreement was merely superficial. Following this incident, the Serpent Orcs, who had previously objected to Jiang Yan's family's presence, dared not entertain any ill thoughts. They whispered among themselves, puzzled by Jiang Yan's inexplicable charm that managed to sway the tribe leader to her side. Indeed, we must avoid provoking her. Her status now rivals that of Wanling. We cannot afford to offend her lightly. Occasionally, Jiang Yin would overhear their hushed conversations, yet she feigned ignorance. Thus, Jiang Yin and her child spent a tranquil half-month in the tribe. During this time, she endeavored to build a positive mother-child relationship with Lucio and Jingzhe. The two little ones no longer rejected her as before, yet they still hesitated to call her mother. Jiang Yan's space was filled with numerous medical texts. She was not only an exceptional intangible cultural heritage master, but also well-versed in the art of healing. After 2 days of studying, she had gleaned sufficient knowledge to treat Sanbao's eyes, requiring the bear gallbladder of a second-tier black bear and the flower core of the 100 Spirits flower as medicinal catalysts. Chapter 017. Harvesting the 100 Spirits flower. Wanling informed her that the 100 Spirits flower could be found 100 miles east of the tribe, suggesting she venture forth. However, obtaining the bear gallbladder from a second-tier black bear posed a significant challenge. As a mere first-tier warrior, how could she possibly defeat a black bear of such strength? Nevertheless, for the sake of Sanbao's eyesight, she could not afford to give up. After breakfast, while pondering the bear gallbladder dilemma, she heard someone calling her from outside the cave. "Jiang Yin, come out quickly. Pan Shi and the others were injured by a black bear while hunting. The shaman said they can't handle it and asked for your help." Understood. Jiang Yin, not daring to delay, hurried to the cave where Pan Shi and the others were. She found Pan Shi and Yin Luo lying on the ground, their faces pale and injuries severe. Pan Shi's left hand was distinctly twisted, showing signs of internal injuries, while Yin Luo's shoulder and right leg bore deep bite marks from the black bear, with blood still oozing slowly. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow. The situation was rather dire. "Wanling, have you prepared the clean water and herbs?" "Yes, they are all here. Do you have a solution?" "Jiang Yin, I will give it a try." She began by meticulously washing their wounds with the herbs and clean water, carefully clearing away hair and debris around the injuries to prevent infection. When treating Yin Luo's shoulder wound, she gently applied the herbs, their fragrance gradually filling the air with a refreshing scent of greenery. Next, noticing Pan Shi's fractured hand, She recalled a treatment method suited for their limited medical resources, taking a straight, sturdy stick and securing it with cloth strips to create a makeshift splint, stabilizing the fracture and preventing further injury from movement. Throughout the process, Jiang Yin remained focused and meticulous, her hands steady and methodical. Despite the gravity of the injuries, she maintained her composure and concentration. Wanling observed her actions with admiration. Under the influence of the herbs, the bleeding gradually ceased. Although Pan Shi and Yin Luo remained drowsy, their complexions slowly regained some color. Jiang Yin continuously replaced the dressings, keeping the wounds clean and moist to facilitate healing. We must continue to monitor their condition. She advised the other serpent orcs, instructing them to care for the two, before returning to prepare a meal for her child. By nightfall, both finally regained consciousness, prompting Jiang Yin to return once more. "Ah, you're awake? Let me check on you." "Indeed, it appears the wounds have not become infected. All you need is to rest for half a month. Avoid heavy lifting during this time, and apply these herbs regularly without fail." The two expressed their gratitude. "Thank you. You're welcome. It is what I ought to do." "How did you encounter the black bear? Was it formidable?" Pan Shi nodded. "Certainly. It was our first encounter with such a creature. It was a second-tier black bear. Despite our combined efforts, we were unable to defeat it and ended up being injured instead." Upon hearing it was a second-tier black bear, Jiang Yin's eyes brightened. This was precisely what she sought. However, if they were unable to defeat it, how could she possibly kill the bear and obtain the gallbladder? "Where did you encounter this black bear?" Yin Luo responded. "In the forest to the east." "Are you planning to seek out the black bear?" Jiang Yin feigned nonchalance. "Oh, no, not at all. I wouldn't be so reckless." With an awkward smile, she left after giving them a few more instructions. On her way back, she pondered how she might confront the black bear. That night, as she lay down to sleep, she secretly moved closer to Lucio, gently brushing aside his bangs and caressing the eye that had been blinded by the former host. Filled with compassion, "Lucio, mother will find a way." Early the next morning, after informing a few children of her intention to gather the 100 spirits flower, she set out with some wild fruits. 100 miles was a long trek. After 9 exhausting hours, she finally arrived at the medicinal forest Wanling had described. Jiang Yin surveyed her surroundings, the lush forest brimming with exotic flora, the interplay of light and shadow creating an atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. She knew that the 100 spirits flower grew deep within this forest, so she began her search. Treading over branches and navigating through the dense woods, she meticulously scoured every possible corner in search of this precious herb. Renowned for its medicinal properties, at last, in the shadow of a towering tree, she discovered the coveted 100 spirits flower. Its petals, vivid as blood, exuded a faint fragrance, as though it had blossomed from a mystical realm. Deep within the flower's heart lay a golden stamen, warm as the dawn. Just as she prepared to approach and pick it, she suddenly realized she was surrounded by a marshy expanse. The muddy ground glistened with an eerie sheen in the morning light. Appearing tranquil yet concealing boundless peril, the wave of anxiety gripped Jiang Yan's heart as she realized how close she had come to succumbing to its depths in a flurry. She grasped a resilient vine nearby, barely extricating herself from the marsh's edge, and quickly retreated a few steps to regain her composure. Confronted with the predicament before her, Jiang Yin steadied herself, contemplating her next move. She understood that this swamp was an insurmountable barrier. Yet the larkspur flower lay tantalizingly close. After a careful inspection, she discerned some solid patches among the trees that could serve as platforms for jumping or as temporary supports. Ultimately, she resolved to utilize the surrounding trees and vines to construct a rudimentary support structure. Akin to erecting a makeshift bridge, with utmost caution, she tested each step, ensuring every section was sufficiently stable to prevent a repeat of her earlier peril. Tempted by the proximity of the flower, she dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Every movement was executed with meticulous care. At last, she leveraged the vines to suspend herself above the larkspur. Leaning down to pluck the flower, she moved gently to avoid damaging it. The petals of the larkspur felt soft and smooth in her hands, emitting a faint fragrance, as if a spirit had coalesced into a beautiful fairy. However, no matter how she tugged at the flower, it remained firmly rooted in the marsh, impervious to her efforts. Was she to resort to alternative methods? Just then, the vine in her grasp unexpectedly snapped, sending Jiang Yin plummeting towards the swamped in that critical moment. As she was on the brink of being engulfed by the mire, Jiang Yin remembered her wood-based abilities. Vines. The towering tree beside her swiftly sent forth a vine that coiled tightly around her wrist. Pulling her upward. Chapter 018. Shimming versus In Siue. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yin managed to calm herself. Suspended above the flower, she pondered how she might extract it. Should she attempt to utilize her fire abilities? An idea sparked in her mind as she flipped her palm, conjuring a flicker of flame. Gently, she approached the flower, directing the fire towards its roots. After all, since the flower served as a medicinal ingredient, only the core mattered, rendering the roots irrelevant. If it burned, so be it. Without doing so, she could not hope to retrieve it. Her fire abilities possessed a unique potency. Ordinary flames would not sever the roots, yet her powers prevailed, and within mere seconds, Jiang Yin successfully extracted the flower. Carefully, she placed the harvested larkspur into her spatial pouch, her heart brimming with joy. Lu Qiu's eyes would soon glimmer with hope. Now, only the bare gallbladder remained. Not daring to linger, she recognized the potential dangers surrounding her and hastened her return. Back in the tribe, 3 little ones practiced the 5 animal frolics in the clearing before their cave. "What are you doing?" inquired 2 snake cubs from Qinling's family, curious about Beiji and the others practicing unfamiliar movements. Noticing their benign demeanor, Beiji responded amicably, "We are practicing the 5 animal frolics." "What is the 5 animal frolics?" "Our mother says it strengthens our bodies, encouraging us to practice more," explained one of the cubs. The snake cubs widened their eyes in astonishment. "Really? It can strengthen our bodies. Could you teach us?" "Of course," Jingzha nodded. "Hello, I am Yuang and I am Yufeng. You can call me Beiji. This is my elder brother, Jingzha, and my third brother is Lu Qiu." "All right, we will remember." The little ones introduced themselves, and Jingzha earnestly began teaching the snake cubs the 5 animal frolics. "We live in that cave. Our mother is preparing dinner. Would you like to join us for a meal?" Yuang warmly invited Beiji and his brothers. "No, we are waiting for our mother to return." "Where did your mother go?" "She went out to gather herbs." Beiji spoke with pride in his mother. "Your mother is impressive, just like the shamaness. She knows so much. I heard our mother say that your mother saved Uncle Panshir and Uncle Yin Luo yesterday." The 3 little ones felt a swell of pride hearing others praise their mother. "Indeed, our mother is remarkable, and she treats us well." After familiarizing themselves, Yuang's group invited Beiji to play in their cave while Lu Qiu remained behind to watch over it. Qinling welcomed Beiji and his brothers into her home. "Enjoy yourselves. I will fetch some fruit for you." "Thank you," they replied in unison. "What polite children." Qinling smiled as she handed the fruit to the kids before turning to prepare dinner. "Would you like to play with this? My great-uncle brought it back from a hunt. It's called a slingshot and is said to be able to hit things." Beiji's curiosity piqued. "Wow, that sounds impressive. Is this what you usually play with?" "Yes, but I only have this one toy. If I had more, I would give some to you." "How about this? When my great-uncle goes hunting again, I will ask him to see if he can find more." When Jiang Yin returned to the cave, it was already the early hours of the next day. To her surprise, she found the little ones waiting for her return. "Mother has returned?" Jiang Yin felt deeply touched. "Yes, the journey was quite long, which is why I returned late." "Did you find something to eat for dinner?" "We did. We had some fruits. That's good." At the edge of a perilous cliff, shrouded in swirling mist, lay a vast pit, within which rested a fragment of a meteorite, shimmering with mysterious luminescence. Standing beside the pit were 2 figures. In Siwe's eyes narrowed, the sharpness in their corners revealing a fierce determination. He was resolute in acquiring the meteorite fragment. Opposite him stood Xinming, clad in a deep purple robe, exuding a formidable aura, neither party willing to yield. Both figures adorned in brocade garments exuded an air of undeniable strength. The tension between them crackled like thunder, as if they could rend the very fabric of existence with their mere presence. In Siue, the most formidable warrior of the Silver Wolf clan, wielded the power of thunder. Lightning dancing across his form as if a deity of storms had descended. His eyes sparkled with fierce electricity, one hand gripping a thunder sword, its blade shimmering with sparks, slicing through the air with a resounding boom. Conversely, Xinming, the bearer of the Ziwei power, was enveloped in an ominous whirlwind of energy. Surrounded by violet light, his gaze was cold and filled with ambition. Who would have thought the high priest of the celestial clan would grace this humble beastman continent? Xianming mused, his sharp eyes fixated on Yin Siue, aware of the latter's significance. Initially, he believed that aside from the Wanyu Valley tomb, there was little here to warrant his attention. Yet, last night, a meteorite had fallen from the heavens. A remnant of an ancient star explosion from 3 billion years ago, brimming with boundless spiritual energy. And no matter the cost, he had to obtain it. However, he had not anticipated encountering a rival here, especially one from the celestial clan, and worse yet, a high priest at that. Such an individual appearing in this modest beastman continent was truly remarkable. Xuanming's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the female in his tribe. The one named Jiang Yin. She, too, was extraordinary, possessing a spatial pouch. Only descendants of the divine or individuals of the high priest rank or above, or exceptionally gifted beings could possess such a thing. Regardless of the classification, Jiang Yin was no ordinary female. What perplexed him most was the violet spiritual aura she emanated. Yin Siue, unfazed by the revelation of his identity, found it hardly surprising. After all, was not Xianming, a descendant of the divine, also residing in this small continent for quite some time? Upon hearing this, Xuanming's brows furrowed involuntarily. His true identity had been recognized. Since that is the case, let our abilities speak for themselves. Yin Sion wielded the thunder sword, its blade radiating with a fierce energy that cleaved the sky in an instant. Bolts of lightning erupted, tracing brilliant arcs of light with each strike. Each infused with a cataclysmic force, he advanced steadily towards Xianming, the tempestuous power of thunder sweeping through the air like a wild gale, causing the surrounding trees and rocks to tremble in its wake. Xianming, with the aid of Ziwei's spiritual energy, moved with an uncanny grace, akin to a specter, deftly navigating the onslaught of the thunder sword. His Ziwei power conjured shadows, striving to diminish the might of Yin Sion's thunderous strength. With each release of power, a series of distorted force fields erupted, saturating the air with an oppressive aura of dread. As their battle raged, the rocks at the cliff's edge splintered, enveloped in swirling smoke. As if the very heavens were shaken by their confrontation. The forces of these two titans clashed within this fierce expanse, causing even the wildlife in the forests thousands of miles away to sense the turbulent energy, reminiscent of impending cataclysm. Yin Sion let out a resounding roar, the power of thunder reaching its zenith as he concentrated all his strength to unleash the thunder divine punishment. The electric light cascading down the sword coalesced like a waterfall, forming a resplendent thunder giant sword that he brought crashing down upon Xuanming. In response, Xianming summoned his utmost spiritual energy, coalescing a dense purple shield to withstand the onslaught of the thunder sword. With a deafening crash, the collision between the thunder sword and the shield sent tremors through the air at the cliff's edge, igniting showers of sparks and blinding flashes of electricity, transforming the entire precipice into a surreal tableau of light. The ferocity of their struggle was palpable, with the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Jiang Yin, still in a drowsy stupor, sensed a shift in the air. "Jingzhe, did you feel anything?" she inquired. Stirred from her slumber, Jingzhe rubbed her eyes and replied, "What? I felt nothing." "What about the two of you?" "Nothing at all," came the responses. Jiang Yin, puzzled and wondering if she was the only one attuned to this sensation, decided, "You all continue to rest. I shall step outside for a moment." With that, her companions settled back into slumber while Jiang Yin ventured from the cave, greeted by the dawn's first light, a delicate blush of pink illuminating the horizon. Something seemed amiss in that direction, as she noticed the eastern sky awash in hues of purple and silver, starkly contrasting the surrounding azure expanse. Yet, that peculiar sight appeared distant, and despite her curiosity, she knew she could not reach the cliff's edge. Yin Sion and Xianming were locked in fierce combat, both vying for control over a shard of meteorite. Their figures intertwined amidst the clouds and thunder, painting a breathtakingly surreal picture. Suddenly, the meteorite fragment, which had been lying still, began to stir, emanating a pure, fiery crimson light as it trembled. Both Xianming and Yin Sion halted, their gazes fixed intently on the meteorite. In a flash, Xianming darted forward, attempting to seize the meteorite, sensing the imminent danger. It appeared the divine artifact had developed a sentience of its own and was about to flee. He needed to secure it swiftly. However, Yin Sion was equally astute. and they found themselves in a frantic contest to obstruct one another. In the next instant, the meteorite erupted in a blaze of incandescent light, bursting forth with a resounding boom as it soared away from the pit, racing into the distance. "This is bad," Shiming exclaimed, channeling his energy to pursue. With Yin Xian doing the same in the forest, Jiang Yin was making her way toward the glowing phenomenon, still quite far off. Contemplating abandoning her quest. "If I delay, who knows how long it will take to reach it? The little ones are waiting for me at home." With that thought, she diverted her attention to a nearby bamboo grove, harvesting bamboo to prepare bamboo tube rice for her little ones or craft some traditional trinkets. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air. Is it going to rain?" Jiang Yin looked up, realizing the previously clear sky had become overcast. "Why is the weather here more unpredictable than back home?" she mused, dismissing the thought as she deftly wielded her blade, skillfully cutting down the towering bamboo. Her movements were akin to a gentle breeze, light and agile, as the bamboo leaves danced around her, seemingly in harmony with her grace. Abruptly, a thunderous noise erupted from the distance, a mysterious entity emitting a piercing yet melodic call, reverberating through every corner of the forest. Deafening in its intensity, Jiang Yin raised her head, a hint of alarm flashing in her eyes. In the next moment, a massive rock plummeted from the sky, landing with precision in a clearing not far from her. The unexpected occurrence sent her heart racing, leaving her momentarily stunned, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Yet, even more astonishing was what followed. The rock emitted a blinding red light, gradually cracking open before her eyes. "Ah?" Jiang Yin gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be that a monkey king will leap out from this falling stone? As the rock splintered, a melodious bird call resonated from within, akin to an ancient ballad, or perhaps a celestial song, soaring through the heavens. From the shattered meteorite emerged a breathtaking vermilion bird, adorned in fiery crimson plumage. Its wings blazed like flames, radiating a vibrant glow, shimmering with an enigmatic allure. This vermilion bird was not yet fully grown, but rather a youthful embodiment of a divine beast. It spread its wings, poised for flight, its form elegant and agile, its fire-like feathers shimmering under the sun, exuding a comforting warmth. Jiang Yin was incredulous. Is this truly a divine beast? Will it attack me? The vermilion bird, with its striking red eyes, surveyed its surroundings before finally resting its gaze upon Jiang Yin. It let out a call directed at her, then gracefully descended to her side, bending low to gaze into her eyes. With a gentle touch, it brushed its soft wings against her arm, seemingly expressing its friendliness and affection. "Mother, dear mother." "Huh? Am I a mother again? Can you speak?" Jiang Yan's heart raced with a mix of astonishment and joy. "Indeed, I am the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, and naturally, I can speak. Mother, embrace me." This world was truly fantastical, filled with beast men and divine beasts, and now a divine beast that could converse. Jiang Yin felt the warmth and affection emanating from this divine creature, gradually replacing her shock with a wondrous sense of tranquility. A glimmer of joy and reverence sparkled in her eyes as she gently extended her hand, tenderly stroking the mysterious vermilion bird, feeling its unique energy and warmth. "How did you come to emerge from a stone?" "I am not your mother," Jiang Yin chuckled in resignation, sensing the little one's vibrant spirit. The vermilion bird was indeed a stunning sight, its feathers intricately crafted, as if fashioned by the hands of celestial artisans. "I was once an ancient primal stone, absorbing the essence of the world for billions of years, and thus gained my own consciousness. Later, a divine maiden's steed underwent a transformation, and by an unexpected twist of fate, her spiritual essence came to me, allowing me to manifest. Does this mean the divine maiden's steed was the vermilion bird? Indeed, but I care not for that. The first person I saw upon opening my eyes was you. So you are my mother. If you do not acknowledge me, I shall be left homeless." The vermilion bird began to act coyly, and Jiang Yin, unable to resist, relented. All right, I acknowledge you as my divine beast from this moment forth." The vermilion bird tilted its head with a smile. "Mother, extend your finger." Upon following its instruction, the vermilion bird gently bit her fingertip, causing a droplet of blood to emerge. Contract established, a flash of white light enveloped them both. "Now, mother, I am solely yours, and no one can take me away." Jiang Yin felt a wave of warmth. Is someone after you? Yes, there are two individuals. One a serpent beast man and the other a wolf beast man. They are formidable. Be cautious, mother. Before it could finish, the vermilion bird darted into Jiang Yan's spatial pocket. Jiang Yin was surprised to find that her spatial pocket had not yet been activated for living beings. Moreover, how did the vermilion bird know of its existence? In an instant, two figures appeared before her. It's you. Yin Xian regarded Jiang Yin, his brow furrowing in confusion. Jiang Yin scrutinized the two before her. One was Xianming, and the other was the silver-haired beastman she had encountered in the forest previously. Are these two fighting over the vermilion bird? Regardless of the circumstances, the vermilion bird now belonged to her, and she could not let it go. Choosing silence, she opted to observe the unfolding situation. Xianming stood with his arms crossed. Do you know her? Jiang Yin is acquainted with the high priestess of the celestial clan? Only a brief encounter, Yin Xian interjected. Xianming did not press further, instead turning his attention to the pit, now devoid of the meteorite. Did you see a red stone? Jiang Yin, maintaining her composure, nodded nonchalantly. I was here cutting bamboo when a stone suddenly fell from the sky, startling me, and then it flew away on its own. Is that so? Indeed. It is the absolute truth. Jiang Yin understood that her current strength was insufficient to confront the two formidable figures before her. To protect her precious vermilion bird, she had to rely on her wits. In which direction did it go? I find myself in a state of uncertainty, for the brilliance of the light that initially emanated was so intense that it rendered me momentarily blinded. However, it appears to have journeyed southward. Jiang Yin spoke with an air of authenticity, and Yin Sai found himself somewhat convinced. Yet, as he approached her, he remarked that meteorite is an ancient primordial stone. Its power is far too formidable for a mere first-tier female like yourself to wield. If mishandled, it could very well recoil upon you. Should that stone be in your possession, perhaps you might consider relinquishing it. I could safeguard it for you. A light chuckle escaped Jiang Yan's lips. This silver-haired orc truly believes me to be a fool. How amusing. Yin Sai continued, Jiang Yin, he speaks the truth. That stone is a sinister artifact. You are ill-equipped to control it, if you have indeed acquired it. I strongly advise you to surrender it. Jiang Yin felt a surge of irritation, wishing to plunge her dagger into their faces. Do you even realize how bothersome you are? I have stated that I do not possess it. Whether you choose to believe me is inconsequential. Please refrain from interrupting my bamboo cutting. Thank you. Jiang Yan's back was damp with anxiety. She feared her deception would be unveiled. What should she do if they attempted to forcefully seize it? She feigned nonchalance and continued her task. Xianming cast a glance at her retreating figure before soaring southward. Yin Sai, deep in thought, inquired, How do you know Xianming? Are you quite familiar with him? You converse as though you are long-standing friends. He is my clan leader. What of it? Jiang Yin replied, digging up a few tender bamboo shoots. Yin Sai's gaze followed her movements. Have you visited his tribe? Honestly, esteemed warrior, are you not rather idle? Why are you so concerned about my affairs? Are we even acquainted? Yin Sai's eyes lifted to meet hers, which sparkled like black gemstones, captivating him momentarily. Regardless, I mention this for your own good. If possible, maintain your distance from that serpent beast man. He is not a man of virtue. Is he not a man of virtue? Then what of you? Are you a paragon of goodness? Jiang Yin asked with a smile. Finding the irony amusing, for both these individuals bore the appearance of miscreants. Coincidentally, she turned slightly toward Yin Sai, revealing the unmarred half of her face, a cascade of hair framing it, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Her smile was enchanting. Yin Sai found himself momentarily breathless, his gaze flickering. You may trust me, I trust no one. Jiang Yin replied lazily as she tossed the bamboo into her spatial pocket and turned to leave. After all, he was aware of her spatial abilities. There was no need for her to conceal it from him. Once Yin Sai observed her distance, his heart remained unsettled. Earlier, Xianming had called her Jiang Yin, a rather melodious name. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he felt an inexplicable familiarity about this female, albeit one that felt long distant. Yin Sai withdrew his gaze and pursued the southern path, by the time Jiang Yin returned to the cave. It was midday, and she began preparing lunch for the young ones. Mother, we made new friends yesterday. They are the children of Aunt Qinling, about our age. Their names are Yuang and Yufang. Hearing that the children had made new acquaintances brought Jiang Yin immense joy. I am delighted for you all. You may invite them to our cave to play sometime, and I shall prepare delicious food for them. Then I shall go invite them now. Certainly, Mother will prepare Dai-style barbecue for you all at noon. What is Dai-style barbecue, Mother? Beiji inquired with great curiosity, the very mention of it sounding delightful. You shall find out once I finish preparing it. All right. Beiji and Lu Qiu went to Aunt Qinling's to invite Yu Wang and the others, while Jiang Yin called Jingzhu aside to assist in washing wild vegetables and game. With a meticulously carved slender bamboo in hand, marked by the passage of time, yet retaining its resilience and agility, Jiang Yin inserted one end into the fire beside the cave entrance. The flames illuminated her eyes, making her appear vibrant and lively. Beneath the flickering light, she retrieved fresh ingredients allocated by the tribe. Tender mountain chicken, along with wild mushrooms and spices she had gathered the previous day. She meticulously chopped these ingredients into uniform pieces, skewering them with tender bamboo sticks alongside Jingzhe. Jingzhe found the process fascinating, having never witnessed such a method of preparation before. As the bamboo gradually heated, emitting crackling sounds, Jiang Yin gently placed the skewered ingredients above the flames, allowing them to dangle over the fire. The roaring flames gradually released an indescribable aroma, the scent of spices wafting through the air. Jiang Yin closed her eyes slightly, savoring the mingling warmth and fragrance, and began to gently rotate the bamboo to ensure even cooking. Mother, we are back. Hello, Aunt Jiang Yin. Greetings. Come, sit down at Lu Qiu. Please fetch some fruit for Yu Wang and the others. Understood. How delightful it smells. The two serpent children, eyes sparkling with excitement, were just as adorable as Beiji. Jiang Yin's heart swelled with warmth, appreciating the welcoming atmosphere of the tribe. Chapter 021. Crafting a bamboo slingshot. Yes. It is barbecue. You will have to wait a little longer before it is ready. Today, I shall let you sample my culinary skills. Wonderful. The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Beiji, Lu Qiu, I have brought the slingshot. Let us play together. A slingshot. Jiang Yin recalled that she had yet to make a toy or two for the little ones. Jingzhe also heard the sounds of laughter from his two younger brothers and glanced in their direction. Seeing this, Jiang Yin smiled and ruffled his hair. Go join them. The barbecue is nearly ready, and I will just check on the heat. Jingzhe hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. All right, in front of the cave. The barbecue process resembled a performance of nature and humanity in harmony, the firelight reflecting on Jiang Yin's face, her eyes glimmering as if dancing in concert with the ingredients sizzling in the flames. As the food gradually cooked through, she removed the bamboo, the roasted meat infused with a subtle hint of bamboo charcoal and spices, weaving an enticing aroma through the air. Jiang Yin joyfully arranged the barbecue on the stone bench outside the cave. It's time to eat. Everyone, come quickly. The little ones dashed over in excitement. Mother, it smells so good. Please sit. I will fetch some water for you. Yu Wang and Yu Fang were overjoyed, though the two younglings remained polite, merely watching and waiting for Jiang Yin to sit down before they began to eat. With no drinks available, water would have to suffice. Perhaps next time, she could prepare some sweet soup. As she contemplated this, she said, Come, everyone, help yourselves to whatever you like. Jiang Yin fashioned a few pairs of chopsticks from bamboo and handed them to the little ones in turn. Wow, this is really delicious. Aunt Jiang Yin is amazing. I'm glad you like it. I have more in the bamboo tubes, which you can take home to share with your mother and father. Thank you, Aunt. You're welcome. After their meal, the children returned to playing with the slingshot. However, not long after, the slingshot's handle broke, as it was made of a branch and prone to snapping with extended use. Oh no, it's broken. Yu Fang exclaimed, disheartened. Beiji, the slingshot is broken. We have no toys left. Beiji, who had been enjoying the game, was equally dismayed. Yu Fang, don't cry. Let us think of a way. What is wrong? Jiang Yin, hearing the sounds of distress, approached, perplexed. Weren't you all having a splendid time on the grass just moments ago? Mother, Yu Fang's slingshot is broken, and we have no toys left. Little Beiji joined in the lament. Oh, it's all right. Yu Fang, don't cry. Aunt will make you a new slingshot right away. Mother, really? Can you make a slingshot? Beiji exclaimed, leaping into Jiang Yin's embrace. Of course. Do you not trust your mother? I do. Beiji will always believe in mother. Yu Wang and Yu Fang also danced with joy, their spirits lifted. Jiang Yin, observing the expectant expressions on the children's faces, felt a surge of pride. The process of crafting a slingshot was not particularly challenging. Typically, one should select a flexible and resilient wood as the primary material for the slingshot, such as elm, which is quite suitable. Additionally, the arms of the slingshot need to be made. Jiang Yin found a suitably sized stick and began to carve it with her dagger, shaping it to withstand the tension when drawn. Wait for me a moment. I will find some elm wood. Half an hour later, Jiang Yin returned, commencing the crafting of the slingshot's elastic band. For this, materials with a certain degree of elasticity must be chosen, such as animal skins or plant fibers, which also require meticulous processing to ensure uniform tension. As she worked, she explained the process to the eager children gathered around. All right, for the fourth step, we will assemble the slingshot. Just like this, we will attach the arms of the slingshot to the elastic band, adjusting the tension to achieve optimal performance. For the fifth step, we shall test and adjust it. Once completed, we will conduct a test shot, allowing us to fine-tune the slingshot for accuracy and power. Come, everyone, see how powerful my slingshot is. Jiang Yin moved to a patch of grass, drew back the slingshot, and closed one eye. Do you see that fruit on the tree? Mother, I see it, the children exclaimed. All right, now I shall bring it down. Whoosh, thud. It truly fell. A few children erupted in cheers. Jiang Yin readjusted the bowstring and aimed for a farther target. Whoosh, the arrow struck a leaf, which fluttered down gracefully. Quite satisfactory, just as I anticipated. Thus, I shall gift this slingshot to you, my dear children. Jiang Yin handed the slingshot to the children, and two of them immediately bowed in gratitude. Jiang Yin affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, No need for such formality. Beiji, I shall craft 3 more for you. There are plenty of materials here. Initially, the 3 little ones thought their mother was merely making toys for guests, unaware that she also had them in mind. Mother, you are wonderful. During the day, Jiang Yin fashioned identical slingshots for the 3 of them. Beiji, with an innocent heart, wore his childish wonder openly, while Jingzhe and Lucio exhibited a more composed demeanor. Yet, from their eyes, Jiang Yin understood that these 2 proud little ones also cherished the toys. Tomorrow, I shall create another toy for you, called a bamboo man. It is equally delightful. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Beiji was the first to burrow into Jiang Yin's embrace. Mother, I want to sleep in your arms. Jiang Yin smiled tenderly and held him close. Yes, sleep now. Lucio and Jingzhe exchanged glances, both thinking that Beiji was vying for attention. This little rascal has such audacity. The next day, Jiang Yin selected a sturdy piece of bamboo from the pile she had cut the previous day to serve as the main material for the bamboo man. Moreover, the chosen bamboo needed to be dry and of solid texture. Lacking a suitable knife, Jiang Yin resorted to using a dagger to cut the bamboo. Come and see, to create the body of the bamboo man, we must cut the bamboo into appropriate lengths and shapes, like this. Crack. A piece of bamboo was cleaved from the stalk, appearing quite satisfactory. With the body prepared, the next step was to carve the details. Let me show you how to use tools to sculpt the bamboo man's facial features, clothing, and other details. Only with meticulous carving can we imbue the bamboo man with lively expressions and character. As Jiang Yin explained, her hands were in constant motion, and the little ones listened intently. Mother, your carving skills are remarkable. You can create such intricate designs. Jiang Yin smirked. Of course, you may call me the master carver Jiang. Now, dear children, the 4th step is assembly. We must connect the carved parts of the bamboo man using rope or other materials to ensure its integrity. Come, you all, try assembling this part. At that moment, Qin Ling approached from a distance, holding something in her hands. Jiang Yin, I brought some fresh fruits for you. Since you hosted my 2 children yesterday, I have yet to express my gratitude, and no need for such formalities. We are all part of the same tribe now. Jiang Yin welcomed friendly faces warmly. You are quite right. These fruits were gathered by the children's father early this morning. They are very sweet, and I believe you will enjoy them. Thank you so much. Qinling Jiang Yin accepted the fruits and began chatting with her. What are the children making? Oh, I am teaching them to create bamboo men. A type of toy. A toy. Speaking of which, I truly admire you. Not only do you understand medicine, but you also cook, make slingshots, and now, create bamboo men. Jiang Yin, you are indeed a treasure of our tribe. Such flattery. Jiang Yin blushed slightly. I am quite curious about this creation. May I join in the learning? Qin Ling wished to craft such a unique toy for her children as well, of course. Let me call my 2 little ones over to join. No problem at all. Jiang Yin commenced her educational journey. Now, the next step is decoration and finishing touches. Here, we lack pigments, but we can crush flowers and plants to extract colors to embellish the bamboo man. Finally, we will polish it to make our little creation smoother and more beautiful. Throughout the afternoon, both families immersed themselves in the process of crafting bamboo min, culminating in a spirited competition. Take that? Yufeng shouted, while Lucio prepared to unleash her own attack on the opposing side. Jingzhe faced off against Yufeng. Beiji cheered enthusiastically for his two elder brothers and friends, and the air was filled with the laughter of children. As the sun set, casting an orange glow across the sky, the smiles on the children's faces remained undiminished. We shall play again tomorrow. It is a promise. All right, I shall definitely win against you tomorrow. Just as the families were reveling in their joy, a snake beast man rushed in, flustered. Jiang Yin, we went hunting and rescued a fox beast woman, but it seems she has a thigh injury. Dio, you want to come take a look? Wanling has already gone. All right, I shall take a look. Jiang Yin turned to Qinling, please keep an eye on the children. I will return shortly. Of course, no problem. Within the vast cave, numerous snake beastmen gathered, with many young males devoid of females drawn to the spectacle. Did you see that? It was breathtaking. This is the most beautiful female I have ever encountered. If I could be her mate, I would die without regrets. So enchanting. One glance nearly stole my soul. Indeed, such a female is a true gem among mortals. If only she would choose to stay in our tribe, we would have a chance. Let us hope for such a fate. This female is far more exquisite than the one our tribe took in last time. The difference is simply staggering, Jiang Yin, feeling like an unintended target, remarked, well, even if I am not conventionally attractive, you should not speak of me behind my back. Hearing her, the males felt somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Yin, please do not take offense. We did not mean it. We were merely speaking candidly. You are magnanimous, so please overlook our indiscretion. Their fear of offending Jiang Yin was well-founded. After all, she was under the protection of the tribe leader, who had previously expelled a rival family from the tribe due to her. This matter shall not be repeated. Jiang Yin shot them a glance before entering the cave. Make way. I need to examine the patient. Jiang Yin, you have arrived. Wanling had just finished applying herbs to the fox beast woman. Noting that it was only a surface injury, yet for some reason, she remained unconscious. Let me take a look. It must be said that even in her unconscious state, the woman exuded beauty, her red and white hair framing her delicate features. And her skin appeared fair and radiant. Jiang Yin lifted the fox beast woman's eyelids and examined her tongue. She had suffered from heat stroke. Heat stroke? What are the symptoms? How do we treat it? We need to administer gypsum powder. Halfway through her sentence, Jiang Yin paused, realizing that there was likely no gypsum powder in this tribe. Sighing inwardly, she thought, the primitive world truly lacks everything. Wanling, please fetch some clean water. All right. Once the water arrived, Jiang Yin took a clean piece of beast skin, dipped it in the water, and placed it on the woman's forehead. She then instructed the other males to step outside while she and Wanling carefully wiped the woman's body. After Wanling went out to dispose of the water, Jiang Yin retrieved some essential oil from her previous life, which could alleviate dizziness. Traditional Chinese medicine categorizes heat stroke into two types, yang heat stroke and yin heat stroke. The commonly referred to heat stroke corresponds to yang heat stroke, which occurs due to dysfunction of the body's temperature regulation in high temperature and high humidity conditions, leading to acute illness. At this moment, it was crucial not to administer Huaxiang Jingqi Shui, as she had that in her space, but it was a remedy for yin heat stroke, which arises from excessive cooling, resulting in low fever, chills, absence of sweating, pain, and digestive symptoms like diarrhea and abdominal pain. The two conditions are distinct. The fox female had fainted due to yang heat stroke. Jiang Yin applied the essential oil to the woman's acupoints, including the temples and the bridge of her nose. Before concluding her treatment, if the heat stroke is severe, please seek medical attention promptly. The content within this narrative should not be overly scrutinized or imitated. Wanling returned with the water and asked, what is next? What should we do? Nothing more. We merely need to wait for her to awaken. Wanling, with her keen sense of smell, sniffed the fox beast woman and remarked, what is that scent? Jiang Yin chuckled softly, acknowledging, the essential oil has quite a strong aroma. I applied some to her forehead to alleviate her symptoms. Oh, I see. Tonight, we must provide her with some cooling foods. She should not consume meat. Understood. After dinner, Jiang Yin was called over once more. Jiang Yin. The fox female has awakened. You should go take a look. Very well. Chapter 023. Seducing Shimming. Jiang Yin allowed the little ones to entertain themselves with bamboo puppets in the cave before making her way to the fox beast man. The female had awakened, and her enchanting eyes possessed an irresistible allure, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. As a female herself, Jiang Yin found her beauty captivating, and it was no wonder the young males here were utterly entranced. Their gazes fixated upon her. The males with families dared not let their own females approach this alluring fox beast man. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Hu Yu, but you may call me Yu Yu. The beauty smiled, and the males felt an overwhelming urge to surrender their lives for her. Truly, she was a stunning and gentle female, her voice delicate and melodious, instantly invoking a protective instinct within those who beheld her. Jiang Yin navigated through the crowd to examine Hu Yu, and after a thorough inspection, she concluded, "Your health appears to be satisfactory. However, it would be prudent to consume lighter, cooling foods for the next couple of days." Hu Yu lifted her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Yin. "Were you the one who saved me? You suffered from heat stroke. I, along with Wan Ling, assisted in alleviating your condition. Primarily, it was Jiang Yin's efforts that saved you." Hu Yu smiled softly, "Thank you." She then inquired, "Is this dark mark on your face a birthmark?" Jiang Yin nodded subtly. Is it impossible to remove?" Hu Yu pressed further. Jiang Yin replied vaguely, "It should be." "I suppose in truth, it could be removed, but she simply had not found the time to do so yet. She had to devise a strategy to confront the second-tier black bear and acquire its gallbladder to cure Lu Qiu's eyes." Hu Yu refrained from pursuing the matter further. "Might I ask if you could provide me shelter? I am without family and feel quite fearful alone. I wish to remain within your tribe." The female's feeble demeanor left no room for refusal. That would require the approval of the elder. Hu Yu's eyes brightened. "Then please, take me to meet Lord Shimming. You are acquainted with our elder?" The other males inquired curiously. "Yes, I have heard of him," Hu Yu replied, lowering her gaze to conceal the flicker of ambition in her eyes. Lord Shimming was undoubtedly the most powerful being on the entire Beastman continent. Unmatched by any, if she could become his female, her future would be secure, and she would bask in the admiration of many. She had intentionally allowed herself to be rescued to enter the Aming tribe and draw closer to Shimming. Given her beauty, she believed she could win his favor. She had observed that the females here were not particularly striking, with the exception of the shaman Wan Ling, who possessed some allure. The others posed no threat. As for Jiang Yin, while her figure appeared commendable, the birthmark on her face was far too daunting for any male to find appealing. "That would require consultation with the elder," she reiterated. "Very well. I can wait," Hu Yu smiled, prompting the eager males to volunteer to seek the elder's approval. Seeing that she had no further role in the matter, Jiang Yin spoke up, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Won't you wait a moment to meet the elder?" "Ah, I shall not," she replied, wary of the snake beast man who might inquire about Zhu Qiu's whereabouts. She had no confidence that the creature would not attempt to seize her Zhuke baby. "No, I feel a bit weary. I shall return now. I in the waterfall cave." Shimming peered through a crystal ball, observing events unfolding in the Divine Clan continent. "Just a little longer. Once the Wanyu ancient tomb is opened and I acquire that treasure, I can return to the Divine Clan continent. However, to unlock the Wanyu ancient tomb, a sacrifice of that female would be necessary." Thoughts of Jiang Yin filled his mind, and he pondered, must she truly perish? What a pity, such a unique female, destined to fade away all too soon. Shimming closed the crystal ball, soon hearing the elder's voice requesting an audience. He stepped out of the waterfall cave. "What is it?" The elder relayed the situation concerning Hu Yu, and Shimming waved his hand dismissively. "The Aming tribe is not a refuge. Anyone can simply wander in. Since she has awakened, she should be sent away." The elder was taken aback by Shuaming's aloofness. "Lord Shimming, are you truly not considering allowing her to stay? It seems the males in the tribe are quite welcoming of this fox female. If they wish to, they may take her as a mate. Such trivial matters do not require my attention." "Wait, Hu Yu, you cannot enter." The station snake beast man failed to stop Hu Yu, who rushed in, exclaiming, "Lord Shimming, it is our failure, allowing Hu Yu to enter." Upon entering, Hu Yu was instantly captivated by Shuaming's tall, striking figure, resembling a deity. His handsome features seemed to be the finest sculpted by the heavens. Breathless, she gazed at Xiaming, frowning. Xiaming coldly regarded the two negligent guards. What are you dawdling for? Remove her. Yes, Lord Xiaming. Snapping back to reality, Hu Yu quickly fell to her knees, pleading, I beg your pardon, Lord Xiaming, I have disturbed you. I am Hu Yu, and I beseech you to shelter me. I am all alone and in need of the protection of a tribe. Please, allow me to remain and serve you. Her intrusion had been driven by the fear that Lord Xiaming might not take her in. Only by presenting her face could she feel assured of her appeal. To her dismay, Xiaming remained unmoved, seemingly unaffected by her beauty, which instilled in her a sense of anxiety and defeat, a far cry from her usual pride. No, I must find a way to remain here. Hu rushed to Xiaming, clinging to his leg with her most pitiable expression. Lord Xiaming, please trust me. I will be utterly loyal to the tribe. I can bear offspring for you, and I will serve you. Xiaming, having a penchant for cleanliness, found her proximity intolerable, and with a swift motion, he raised his leg, sending Hu Yu flying away. Bang! She landed heavily on the ground, her face paling. Lord Xiaming? Upon Wan Ling's arrival, she witnessed Hu Yu soaring through the air in a striking arc from right to left, leaving her astounded. Our chief is rather unyielding. Remove her, yes, the guards. Now wary of her beauty, hastily dragged Hu Yu away. The elder and Wan Ling exchanged glances. So, chief, you are certain you do not wish to take Hu Yu in? Indeed. Should you dare to shelter unrelated individuals without my consent again, you shall pack your belongings and leave the tribe. Yes, we understand. Please, Lord Xiaming, do not be angered. They had not anticipated the chief's ire. They had thought that a beauty like Hu Yu might win his favor. Yet he remained as cold as ever. We shall take our leave, chief. May you rest well. Wait, Wan Ling, summon Jiang Yin for me. What, at such a late hour? You wish to summon Jiang Yin? Yes, chief. Jiang Yin had barely closed her eyes when she was roused from her slumber. She felt murderous rage boiling within her. This Xiaming had better have a valid reason. Chapter 024. Xiaming ties Jiang Yin to the headboard upon arriving at the waterfall cave. Jiang Yin stifled a yawn, entering with an air of reluctance. What matter does the chief require of me? On the surface, she appeared indifferent, yet her heart braced itself against Xiaming. The matter of the Wanyu ancient tomb weighed heavily on her mind. She could not afford to be complacent. She was of value to him, which is why he had taken her family in, yet the price could be steep. She certainly did not wish to sacrifice herself for his convenience. She had little ones to care for. Thus, she planned to leave the tribe at the opportune moment, taking her offspring with her. However, earlier, Wan Ling had informed her that Xiaming had declined to shelter Hu Yu, which surprised her. She had assumed that such a beauty would be irresistible to a snake beast man like him. Unexpectedly, Xiaming not only refused to take her in but also showed no mercy, kicking Hu Yu aside. How terrifying! It seemed she must tread carefully with her words tonight, lest she become the next victim of his ire. Xiaming's voice was as cool as ever, possessing a melodious timbre. You should know why I have called you here. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Yin replied, I do not know. I humbly request the chief to clarify. It was undoubtedly about the meteorite. After all, she had pointed them in the wrong direction, and they would find nothing heading south. You clever female, with your many schemes. You bold male, summoning me in the dead of night for a reprimand. She thought to herself, daring not to voice her thoughts for fear of immediate consequences. If I am not mistaken, that meteorite should be in your possession, correct? Jiang Yin felt exposed. There was no privacy with someone like him, a shrewd strategist capable of discerning everything. He must have deduced that she had the meteorite. However, she simply needed to deny it vehemently. What is the chief speaking of? Did I not say that day that I had not taken it? Besides, did I not provide you with a direction? Surely, you did not fail to locate the stone after that? Jiang Yin sighed, shaking her head. What a pity that it is likely that the red light was so blinding at that moment that I misjudged the direction. I should have flown eastward. Why, sincerest apologies. It is entirely my fault for the error. A smirk, reminiscent of mockery, curled at the corners of Xiaming's lips. Jiang Yin, your acting is quite commendable. Oh, you think the clan leader does not trust me? Jiang Yin resolved to maintain her defiance. Do you believe I should trust you? In an instant, Xiaming appeared before Jiang Yin, overwhelming her with a sense of pressure. She quickly took a step back, asserting, let us speak, but do not encroach too closely. Xianming, with an air of superiority, regarded her with a gaze that seemed to look down upon all. Are you rejecting me? The clan leader is jesting. If there are no other matters, I shall retire to rest. Halt. Xianming firmly grasped her wrist. Jiang Yin, I possess little patience. It would be wise for you to surrender the meteorite. Otherwise, Jiang Yin recognized the tenacity of this individual. What do you intend to do? The sensation of her skin against his palm ignited a warmth in Xuanming's touch. He released her, declaring, I can immobilize you and forcibly enter your space to inspect. What? Is that not a monstrous invasion? The realization struck her. He was powerful enough to breach her defenses effortlessly. This world had truly gone mad, leaving the weak to struggle for survival. It was utterly absurd. You are attempting to intimidate me. If you truly possess such capability, why not have done so from the outset? Surely, entering my space would drain your spiritual energy, which is why you have refrained from attempting it. Her deduction was astute. Such calm analysis was rare among females, prompting Xianming to regard her with newfound respect. However, the power harbored within the meteorite was extraordinarily potent, imbued with the essence of divine beasts. And he was determined not to let it slip away. You are correct, yet if necessary, I can sacrifice some of my spiritual energy to obtain the meteorite, madman. Jiang Yin could no longer restrain herself, cursing openly in his presence. What would she do if he truly entered her space and discovered her collection of repair agents, as well as the remnants of modern artifacts and experiments from her past life? Most pressing was the fact that her Zhuke baby had inexplicably remained in slumber since entering her space. She feared it might be in a state of hibernation. In such a scenario, Xianming could easily seize her Zhuke, leaving her utterly defenseless. Observing the female so close, Xianming felt an unsettling agitation within. Her anger made her eyes speak with a vividness and brightness that captivated him. Jiang Yin was beside herself with fury, regretting her decision to join this tribe. If not for the potential natural disasters and the bullying of other beastmen looming ahead, she would not have sought refuge here. Yet now, she felt as though she had stepped into a den of tigers. My patience is limited. I will count to 3. 1. Now you resort to threats. Jiang Yan's mind raced frantically. What to do? Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in her consciousness, dissipating to reveal a book titled Beastmaster. The pages opened automatically to page 23, and lines of text forcefully entered her mind. Could this be a cheat? Do I possess a system now? 2. 1. It appears you wish for me to personally visit your space, Xianming said, seizing her hand and dragging her towards the bed. The strength of a formidable individual was evident, capable of conjuring furniture with their spiritual energy. Even the bed was manifest. Jiang Yin finally emerged from her daze, only to find herself pushed onto the bed by Xianming, who loomed over her. Wait, what are you doing? Did Wanling not mention your severe cleanliness obsession? Have you lost your mind? Do not be presumptuous. Before entering your space, I must immobilize you. Then, from seemingly nowhere, Xianming produced a rope, binding Jiang Yan's wrists to the headboard. Ah, kidnapping! Jiang Yan's cries were abruptly cut short by Xuanming's cold laughter. Shouting will do you no good. I have set up a barrier. A faint sense of dread washed over her. But surely, you could simply use acupoint sealing? Isn't that a favored tactic among your kind? The last serpent beastman employed that method on me. Meanwhile, in the Divine Clan continent, within the Dragon Palace, Gong Qizhou and his confidant were peering into a crystal ball to observe the Beastman continent. Suddenly, the image shifted to Xuanming's water curtain cave. Master, it is the descendant of the Wuhua serpent sage, Xianming. How peculiar, as a descendant of the Divine Clan. What is he doing in the Beastman continent? Yet, in the next moment, the scene shifted to the bound figure on the BEDIS, Xianming forcing a female. Gong Qi was taken aback. Gong Qizhou shivered upon seeing Jiang Yan's face, an inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Did he know this female? Why did she bear such a large scar? Gong Qi struggled to comprehend how the esteemed Xianming could engage in such behavior. Within the water curtain cave, Xianming pressed down on Jiang Yan's legs. His sharp gaze suddenly shifting to the upper right, where he unleashed a burst of spiritual energy that obscured the crystal ball's image. It seemed he had sensed the watchful eyes upon him. Gong Qizhou, investigate this female, he commanded. Master, are you interested in her? Your inquiries are excessive. I instructed you to investigate. Understood. Once her identity was uncovered, he would retreat into seclusion, for the existence of forbidden knowledge necessitated that only his avatar traverse the Beastman continent, while his true self remained in isolation to avoid detrimental effects on his essence. In the Water Curtain Cave, Jiang Yin found her hands bound and her thighs pinned down, rendering her immobile. Desperation overtook her. "Clan leader, your actions may lead me to believe you harbor feelings for me." Xianming, hearing this, grasped her chin. "What did you say?" "I said, your actions suggest that you have feelings for me and are deliberately seeking my attention." Xianming regarded the struggling female beneath him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "If that is your interpretation, then so be it." Jiang Yin was left utterly speechless. Xianming, having no more time for banter, secured her firmly before summoning a violet glow at his fingertips, preparing to press it to her brow. "Wait, I can cure your demonic affliction." "Demonic affliction? How do you know of it?" The demonic affliction was a condition he succumbed to every 2 months, during which he lost control, becoming a vessel for malevolent energy, reviled by all. "I simply know. I possess a method to remedy it." Xianming fixed his gaze upon her. "Oh, you know the fate of the last person who deceived me?" "I do." "No doubt you intend to say that the last person who deceived you is now buried beneath a mound of grass." Xianming, amused by her audacity, replied, "Very well, tell me how you plan to cure it." A thrilling moment passed, as she narrowly avoided him entering her space. Thankfully, the tome on beast mastery had enlightened her, detailing the demonic affliction and, importantly, how to treat it, though the methods were rather demanding, and she certainly had no intention of complying. Naturally, she could not reveal everything at once, and now, she was the sole individual capable of aiding him. "Is this how you treat your savior?" she demanded. Growing emboldened, Xianming regarded her with a dark, bemused expression. "And you presume to declare yourself my savior before we have even begun?" After a moment, he did release her bindings, prompting Jiang Yin to spring off the bed and distance herself from him. "I cannot disclose my methods just yet. We shall discuss it when your affliction manifests again." The book indicated that Xianming had recently experienced an episode, with over 20 days having passed since. She had approximately 40 days to prepare. Furthermore, I do not appreciate others prying into my privacy. Thus, I cannot allow anyone to enter my space freely. "You have committed a grave transgression." "A grave transgression?" Xianming observed the seemingly emboldened female before him, his gaze inscrutable. She appeared rather naive from this moment on. "You cannot force me to do anything I dislike. Otherwise, we shall both perish, should I fall. You will never find a cure for your demonic affliction. My life may be insignificant, but you are a powerful being. Would you willingly endure being controlled by malevolent energy every 2 months?" He would surely bristle at the thought. Jiang Yin felt entitled to negotiate this condition with Xianming. "Clan leader, I urge you to consider this carefully. I shall retire now. Please do not disturb me." "Thank you." As her words fell, she swiftly darted out of the curtain of water, and indeed, Xianming did not pursue her further. Watching the vanishing figure of the female, Xianming fell into a pensive silence. Perhaps she truly possessed a means to cure his demonic affliction. After all, this ailment was known only to his kin. The fact that she could articulate it suggested she had some skill to her name. Very well, let her frolic for a few more days. As long as she could remedy his condition, he would refrain from investigating whether the ancient meteorite was in her possession. Within the cavern, Jiang Yin tossed and turned, utterly unable to find respite. How vexing, this serpent beast man. Perhaps it was time to depart from the Dark Shadow tribe. Yet, she recalled Qin Ling mentioning that in a few days, a locust tribe would pass through this area, known for their penchant for pillaging and destruction. If an isolated beast man were to encounter them, the outcome would be dire. However, members of the Dark Shadow tribe would not be trifled with by the locusts. Because of this, Jiang Yin resolved to remain in the tribe for a few more days. Mother? Jiang Yin was roused from her reverie by the call of the vermilion bird within her space. With a flash of white light, the vermilion bird materialized before her. "Mother, I sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby. There must be a spiritual spring that can enhance our cultivation. We should hurry and investigate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin rose, casting a glance at her sleeping offspring, who were still in deep slumber, and thus followed the vermilion bird outside. "Mother, over here." Jiang Yin stood beside the spiritual spring, feeling the surrounding aura of spiritual energy envelop her. This energy, like delicate threads, gradually seeped into her being, imparting a refreshing and invigorating force that flowed within her. Did this spiritual spring appear suddenly? This was merely an ordinary stream, where the beastmen quenched their thirst. However, tonight, spiritual essence descended from the heavens, converging into this stream, transforming it into a spiritual spring. Mother, you must absorb the spiritual energy quickly. Once you complete the absorption, you should be able to break through to become a second-tier warrior. Moreover, you must finish absorbing it tonight. Once the sun rises, this spiritual spring will revert to an ordinary stream, making tonight the only opportune moment. The spring water shimmered like crystal, reflecting a gentle, ethereal fragrance. All right. Jiang Yin closed her eyes, focusing intently on the energy contained within the spiritual spring, her mind gradually calming as she became one with this mystical realm. Unsure of how to cultivate, she found guidance from the vermilion bird, which instructed her on how to gradually mobilize her internal spiritual power, allowing it to intertwine with the spiritual energy from the spring, thus accelerating her cultivation process. By Jiang Yan sighed. The vermilion bird soared gracefully, its fiery red feathers glistening radiantly in the sunlight. As Jiang Yan's guide, it communicated with her in a tacit understanding, showing her how to absorb the spiritual power more effectively and how to mobilize her internal energy for optimal cultivation. With closed eyes, Jiang Yin felt the baptism of the spiritual essence from the spring. As the energy coursed through her body, she began to emit a faint glow, akin to a bud poised to bloom. Radiating vitality. Under the nourishing influence of the spiritual spring, her cultivation progressed steadily, her internal energy gradually condensing and becoming more refined. Suddenly, a surge of pure energy welled up within Jiang Yin. She felt a familiar power surging through her, as if it sought to envelop her entirely. Her body trembled lightly, a determined light sparkling in her eyes. She understood this was a sign of impending breakthrough. Nurtured by the spiritual energy of the spring, Jiang Yan's cultivation finally ascended to the realm of a second-tier warrior. She felt a qualitative change in her internal spiritual power, the strength within her becoming increasingly potent, with every cell in her body brimming with vigor. Only at the second tier, and already I feel so invigorated. What bliss awaits at the ninth tier? However, Jiang Yin remained unaware that with her ascension, the scar on her face had lightened somewhat. Her pores felt unburdened and relaxed. A glimmer of satisfaction and confidence flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. She realized that this breakthrough would mark a significant step forward in her cultivation journey. Her clear and bright gaze sparkled with wisdom and strength, understanding that the realm of a second-tier warrior was not the end, but rather a new beginning. She was well aware that countless challenges awaited her on the path of cultivation. Yet she was prepared to face them. I did it, vermilion bird. The human and beast embraced joyfully. Does this mean I can seek out the black bear for a battle tomorrow? Mother, I support you. What a good child you are. As dawn broke, Jiang Yin returned to catch a few more hours of sleep, awakening only when the sun had climbed high in the sky. Jingzhe, Lucio, Beiji, you all play at home today. Mother has matters to attend to. Mother, take me with you to find the black bear. Beiji clung to Jiang Yin, unwilling to let go. Be good, Beiji. Mother has important matters to handle. It's not convenient to bring you along. She needed to confront the black bear and could not risk bringing her offspring along to avoid any potential harm. Moreover, she lacked absolute confidence in triumphing over the bear that had injured Panshur and the others. All right, then please be careful while you're out, and we'll wait for your return at home. Such good children. A kiss from Mother. Jiang Yin planted a kiss on Beiji's cheek, finding it delightful. The sweet scent of a child was simply enchanting. Jingzhe and Lucio exchanged glances before lowering their heads, lost in their thoughts. Lucio's eyes shimmered with a hint of bittersweet ache. How wonderful it was that Beiji could be so close to her. Jingzhe felt a pang of jealousy rising within. Perhaps her greatest love was indeed Beiji. It was only natural, considering Beiji was so adorable and always managed to endear herself to him. After all, Beiji was the most cherished among their siblings. Just as Lucio and Jingzhe were lost in their musings, a shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Jiang Yin quickly scooped up Jingzhe, planting a swift kiss on his face before setting him down and then embracing Lucio for a peck as well. All three little ones received a kiss in turn. You are all my treasures. To be fair, I must kiss each of you. Lucio and Jingzhe's ears visibly flushed red. You cannot kiss us. Seeing their bashful expressions, Jiang Yin found it amusing. You two little ones are simply too adorable. I am your mother. Is it too much to steal a kiss from you? Why are you both so shy? Who's shy? It is Lucio who's shy. I'm not, Jingzhe protested. Lucio, the elder brother, is clearly lying. He is shy himself. I will kiss you again next time. They were her sons. How could she not kiss their cheeks? Take good care of yourselves at home. Mother is off now. Jiang Yin affectionately tousled the hair of her 3 little ones before departing. Lucio and Jingzhe turned away, crouching in a corner, yet their lips involuntarily curled upwards, not wanting Beiji to witness their delight. Mother kissed us, so, does this mean Mother loves us like she loves Beiji? Jiang Yin ventured into the forest, seeking traces of the black bear. Armed with a sharp blade and clad in a lightweight beast-hide skirt, she tread through the dense woods, delving deeper into the wilderness. The light in this forest was sparse, with rays filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that cloaked the entire environment in an air of mystery. She understood that the black bear was massive and immensely powerful. Defeating it would not be an easy task. Following the narrow path through the woods, she meticulously observed every minute detail, searching for signs left by the bear. The branches and leaves rustled nearby, as if shrouding this impending hunt in a veil of secrecy. Suddenly, a low, rumbling breath echoed from a distance, accompanied by a subtle tremor in the ground, as if some colossal creature was drawing near. As Jiang Yan's heart stirred, she realized that the black bear had appeared. Without hesitation, she promptly found an open space, exposing herself to the potential location of the bear, intending to use herself as bait. Taking a deep breath, she concealed her presence, waiting for the black bear to emerge. Moments later, a massive shadow stepped out from the depths of the forest, its towering and muscular frame exuding an aura of primal strength and wildness. The black bear sniffed the air cautiously, soon detecting Jiang Yan's figure standing not far away, its eyes flickering with a mixture of wariness and curiosity. Standing her ground before this colossal creature, Jiang Yan's determination intensified. She understood that the moment had arrived for a life-and-death confrontation between her and the beast. Raising her weapon, she fearlessly confronted the black bear to draw its attention. The bear let out a low growl, as if warning her to keep her distance, but Jiang Yin remained undeterred. She would not easily relinquish this rare opportunity. Suddenly, the black bear roared in anger and launched a fierce attack towards her. Jiang Yin instantly showcased extraordinary agility and reflexes, evading the bear's claws and roars with the grace of the wind, all the while seeking the opportune moment to counterattack. The blade in her hand danced, glimmering with a cold light. Each strike was precise and resolute as she continuously probed for weaknesses in the bear's defenses. Chapter 027. Becoming the chief's wife. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, illuminating Jiang Yan's heavy expression. She realized that the black bear's strength was seemingly beyond mere second-tier prowess. Her gaze remained fixed on the imposing creature before her, her mind racing with thoughts. She tightened her grip on the long sword, striving to maintain her composure, yet deep within, she recognized that this bear was far more formidable than she had initially anticipated. The black bear roared, its fur shimmering with an oily sheen under the sunlight, each growl reverberating throughout the forest. Jiang Yin felt the immense aura emanating from the bear. It was beyond what an ordinary second-tier warrior could withstand. A heavy weight settled in her heart as she comprehended that this black bear had indeed ascended to the realm of a third-tier warrior. The bear swung its massive paw, seemingly tearing through the air as it charged at Jiang Yin. Instinctively, she dodged, but the bear's speed surpassed her expectations. A powerful punch hurtled towards her in an instant. Jiang Yin barely managed to raise her dagger in defense, the blade trembling as it produced a low metallic clash. This bear is even stronger than I imagined. A tremor coursed through Jiang Yin, but she had no time for fear. Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind. She understood that she could only rely on her reflexes and skills, as well as the instincts of a trained warrior. The black bear lunged again, faster and stronger than before. Jiang Yin had to slow her rhythm of attack, ensuring each movement was precise and swift. She evaded the bear's lethal strikes while searching for an opportunity to retaliate. The blade flashed as she swiftly maneuvered beside the bear, seeking its vulnerabilities. Although the bear was quick, it exhibited a degree of clumsiness. If she could capture the moment of its attack, she could deliver an effective counter. However, the bear's strength was astonishing. Each contact sent waves of pain through her bones. Time seemed to slow, and her breath quickened as her body became a canvas of wounds. She gradually understood that to triumph over this third-tier warrior black bear, she would need not only skill and courage but also wisdom and patience. At last, Jiang Yin spotted a flaw. The bear's overly reckless charge had left a narrow opening, and without hesitation, she seized the moment. Channeling her energy, she expertly thrust towards the bear's abdomen. The bear let out a pained howl, stumbling back. Jiang Yin did not pause. She unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks. Each strike fueled by power and determination. Fear had vanished, replaced solely by the desire to fight and the thirst for victory. Ultimately, after an intense battle, Jiang Yin emerged victorious against the formidable black bear. Her dagger piercing deep into the creature's skull, by that time. Her body was battered and bruised, yet the joy of triumph bestowed upon her an unprecedented strength. As she took a breath to prepare for extracting the bear's gallbladder, a sultry voice suddenly interrupted her. To her astonishment, Jiang Yan's sister possessed such prowess to slay a third-tier black bear. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she turned to see the fox female. Hadn't she been driven out of the tribe by Xian Ming? What was she doing lingering in the nearby forest? What do you want? With a beguiling smile, Hu Yu approached Jiang Yin, swaying seductively. I wish to request that you yield the bear's gallbladder to me, dear sister. Jiang Yin was taken aback. What? Has this fox lost her mind? Why should I give it to you? What claim do you have over me? Hu Yu tossed her hair back with pride, declaring, just because soon, Lord Xian Ming will marry me, and I shall become the esteemed chief's wife. Everyone in the tribe will heed my words, including you. Chapter 028. When did I say I would marry you? Had she misheard? This fox female was to become Xian Ming's wife? Hadn't Wan Ling just told her yesterday that Xian Ming refused to keep Hu Yu? Could it be that the serpent beast man changed his mind later? Indeed, a captivating and beautiful female like her would surely attract any male's attention. It was likely that Xian Ming had pretended to be aloof before Wan Ling and the elder, while in reality, he was just like any other male, drawn to enchanting females. Yet, none of this concerned Jiang Yin. With a cold scoff, she retorted, no matter who you are, even if you were Xian Ming's mother, I will not relinquish the bear's gallbladder to you. How absurd! Jiang Yin exclaimed as she approached the fallen bear, preparing to extract the gallbladder. Hu was taken aback that someone dared to defy her, despite her invoking her status. You truly have a sharp tongue. Are you not afraid of incurring the chief's wrath and being cast out of the tribe? The gallbladder had numerous uses, and as a third-tier warrior's gallbladder, Hu Yu was unwilling to let it slip away. She had come early, witnessing this woman battle the powerful bear, and had hidden away, planning to reap the rewards, whatever. Xian Ming is a pragmatist. He still requires my assistance to unlock the ancient tomb and cure the demonic plague. He would never cast me aside. You seem to be inviting trouble. Hu dropped her pretense, revealing that she was not a helpless girl. Her previous act of feigning unconsciousness was merely a ruse to infiltrate the Ming tribe. She needed to become Xian Ming's woman to pave the way for her future plans. Hu revealed her fox claws, lunging towards Jiang Yan's chest. Jiang Yan, already battered from her battle with the bear, had yet to recover, and this foolish female was attempting to seize her spoils. How infuriating! Jiang Yan muttered under her breath, surprised to learn that Hu Yu possessed spiritual energy. Of course, but I didn't expect that a plain female like you would also have spiritual energy and could contend with a third-tier black bear. A chill ran through Jiang Yan. If Hu Yu could discern the levels of strength between herself and the bear, it indicated that the fox's prowess was at least at the third tier or beyond. Trouble was brewing. Would her life truly end here today? You cannot kill me. I have dealings with the chief. Hu paused, half believing, hesitating for a moment before continuing her assault. You're just an ugly female. Killing you is no consequence. Lord Xian Ming has promised to marry me, and he would never hold me accountable for your demise. I regret saving you yesterday. Jiang Yin shook her head. Hu's smile widened. As long as you obediently yield the gallbladder to me, I can spare your life. Jiang Yan's expression hardened. That is impossible, Hu scoffed, swiftly unleashing a surge of spiritual energy towards Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was unable to withstand it and was sent flying. However, the pain never came. Mid-air, she was caught by Xian Ming's swift arms. Once on the ground, Jiang Yin immediately leapt away. When did I say I would marry you? Xian Ming's gaze towards Hu Yu was icy white. Hu. Taken aback by Xian Ming's sudden appearance and his act of saving Jiang Yin, stammered, "Lord Xian Ming, I was merely sparring with Jiang Yin." There was no malice intended. Jiang Yin shot back, "Do you think the chief is blind?" Xian Ming, Chapter 029. Chief, please keep an eye on this fox. Exposed before everyone, who you felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Nevertheless, she approached Xian Ming, her eyes glimmering with allured, "I apologize, Lord Xian Ming. I was too hasty. The moment I laid eyes on you, I became irresistibly enamored. Thus, after you agreed to let me stay this morning, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. Lord Xian Ming, you can forgive me, can't you?" Hu Yu was aware that no man could resist her deliberate charm, and with her mastery of alluring techniques, she released a subtle aura toward Xian Ming. Despite his formidable strength, he found it challenging to resist. Jiang Yin turned to Xian Ming, "Please keep this fox in check. She should not provoke me." What nonsense was this? After all her hard work in defeating the black bear, why should she give it to her? If she wanted it, she should defeat it herself instead of coveting her hard-earned spoils. She harbored no interest in the relationship between the two of them. Her only desire was to swiftly procure the bear bile that could cure Lu Qiu's eyes. Hu was now somewhat indecisive. Was Lord Xianming truly on the side of that unsightly female, or was it merely because she belonged to their tribe that he intervened to save her? "Jiang Wu, please do not be angered. I merely let my impatience for the bear bile get the better of me." Jiang Yin had read the message but did not reply. With swift precision, she dissected the black bear to extract the bear bile. For a creature of this caliber, numerous parts were treasures. Why were those two still standing there? She wished to store the black bear in her space. Xianming withdrew his gaze from Jiang Yin. Turning towards Hu Yu with an icy tone, "Do not employ your underhanded tricks on me. They are ineffective. Otherwise, next time, I shall simply snap your neck, and do not provoke her again." With that, Xianming turned and departed. Hu Yu felt a surge of frustration. He was aware of her charm techniques and was utterly unaffected, even favoring that unattractive female. How maddening! She had lost to such an unappealing female, and among the Fox clan, she could no longer hold her head high. Yet she had no choice but to relent. "Yes, Lord Xianming, I understand. It won't happen again." Hu pursued Xianming, eager to win back his favor. Seeing the two had left, Jiang Yin swiftly dealt with the black bear and stored it away. Upon returning to the cave, she found the little ones were missing. Had they gone to Qin Ling's house to play? Uneasy, she made her way to Qin Ling's residence. "Qin Ling, are my little ones here with you?" "Ah, Jiang Yin, come in quickly. The children are here with me, playing with you while behind the cave. That's a relief." Jiang Yin sighed in relief. "You've just returned, haven't you? Have you not prepared dinner yet? Come eat with us. My dinner will be ready soon." The Qin family took their meals seriously, cooking food over a fire before consumption. The aroma wafted through the air, and Jiang Yin indeed felt quite hungry. "Oh dear, I feel so embarrassed." "Not at all, last time. My children dined at your place. I have yet to invite you all over." Thus, Jiang Yin and the children enjoyed a meal at Qin Ling's home. "Mother, look, our slingshot can shoot very far." Beiji, that's wonderful." Jiang Yin never hesitated to praise her children. Aware that Lu Qiu and Jingzhe were more reserved, she took the initiative to ask, "And you too, how far can you shoot?" Noticing their mother was inquiring, the two little ones finally spoke. "I can hit the fruit on the third tree over there." Jingzhe's large eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Yin. "I just shot down a bird resting on the fourth tree. The bird in this pot of soup is the one I shot." Truly, the children were remarkable, just like their mother. It seemed these little ones were quite fond of the slingshot. As long as they were happy, she felt content. After dinner, Jiang Yin returned to her cave, contemplating how to combine the Bai Linghua and bear bile into a medicinal concoction. The night deepened, with the fragrance of grass wafting in from outside the cave. The evening breeze was gentle, alleviating the heat of the day. Feeling more at ease, Jiang Yin addressed her children. "Babies, will you help mother safeguard the cave? I need to do something that must not be seen by others. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I am sleeping and will attend to them tomorrow." "Yes, we will guard the cave," Jingzhe assured. Sensing the importance of Jiang Yan's task, he nodded first and then led his two younger brothers outside to keep watch. With that, Jiang Yin felt free to call out, "Zhu Ke, do you know how to combine these two items?" Although the medical text indicated that these ingredients could be used to cure Lu Qiu's eyes, the specifics eluded her understanding. She thought to herself. Zhu Ke was a divine beast born from ancient primordial stones and likely possessed vast knowledge. Zhu Ke emerged from the space, uncontrollably circling around the cave in excitement. The space was too confined to allow for freedom. Mother, mother. Zhu Ke affectionately nudged Jiang Yin. I am here to help. After reviewing the medical records and glancing at the Bai Linghua, Zhu Ke remarked, Mother, you must use spiritual energy to bind the Bai Linghua and bear bile together, refining them into a pill. Allow me to teach you. Place these two items like this, then extend your hand and begin to gather spiritual energy. Zhu Ke instructed. Yes, then cover your palm over the Bai Linghua. Outside, Jingzhe and Lu Qiu sat on the grass, while Beiji busied himself catching butterflies. Brother, do you know what she is doing? Jingzhe looked at Lu Qiu and shook his head, his gaze drifting to the stars above. Lu Qiu, are you still unable to let go? Lu Qiu lowered her gaze, contemplating for a long while before responding. I actually forgave her a long time ago. I can feel that she genuinely cares about us now and wishes to treat us as her children. But what? You feel inferior because you cannot see with one eye? Thinking she secretly despises you? You don't wish to be hurt by her again, so you refrain from calling her mother, correct? After Jingzhe's words, Lu Qiu bit her lip, tension radiating from her. Aren't you the same? Holding on to grievances and lacking confidence. Otherwise, why don't you call her mother like Beiji? Jingzhe took a deep breath. In truth, I have long since forgiven her for what she did to us. But since Meng Xia has not yet returned, I do not know how to face her. Dio, you trust me? Second sister will not die. My intuition tells me she is alive somewhere, and one day, we will reunite. Chapter 030. Jingzhe needs guidance from his worthless father to navigate the spiritual transformation period. Yes. I believe in my sister. She is surely thinking of us as well. Jingzhe lay back on the grass. So when do you plan to call her mother? And you? When do you intend to? You are the elder brother. I will follow your lead. Lu Qiu tossed the question back to Jingzhe. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe playfully punched Lu Qiu's shoulder. Hemph, are you sure you want to follow me? What if I decide to call her tomorrow morning? Lu Qiu shook her head resolutely, as if she were a little adult. No way. You won't call her mother so soon, because I know you well, brother, Jingzhe replied. But, you see, matters such as this are quite unpredictable. Beiji, having tired from chasing butterflies, joined his two brothers at the entrance of the cave, lying down on the grass. Just as he reclined, he exclaimed, Ah, brother, what happened to you? Your horns are glowing. What? Lu Qiu was equally astonished. Beiji was correct. For just moments ago, Jingzhe's dragon horns began to emit a golden light. Jingzhe was bewildered. Are they still glowing? Yes, his younger brothers nodded. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Jingzhe shook his head. No, but just as he finished speaking, he felt a slight dizziness, as if something was amiss. What should we do? We must call Mother. No, Mother is busy with something important and must not be disturbed. Jingzhe grasped Beiji's arm. Let me recover a bit. I should be fine. However, as a quarter of an hour passed, Jingzhe's dizziness showed no sign of abating, and his face began to redden, fatigue overwhelming him. Urging him to sleep, Lu Qiu realized that Jingzhe's symptoms were likely not trivial. She had no solution, wondering if it was somehow connected to his dragon horns. Look, the light is growing stronger. Suddenly, with a pained cry, Jingzhe transformed into a young dragon pup, nestled in the embrace of his two younger brothers. Lu Qiu, Beiji, I feel so unwell. A tender dragon roar escaped Jingzhe's mouth. Simultaneously, in the divine realm, Gong Qizhou, who had been in deep meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? It seems I sense the presence of a beast man whose aura closely resembles my own. Furthermore, he felt a mysterious calling from afar. Who was beckoning him? A contemplative expression crossed Gong Qizhou's handsome face, filled with both human and divine fury. Is that a dragon's roar? Why is there such a juvenile voice summoning me? And from the Beastman continent. That low-level realm? What secrets lie there beside the Wanyu ancient tomb? Gong Qizhou soared from the palace, hovering in the vast sky, his gaze fixated above, where a brilliant red star shone remarkably bright. His eyes flickered as he summoned Gong Qi. What of that female I had you investigate? Reporting to the palace lord, that female is currently a shaman in the Aming tribe of the Beastman continent. Accompanied by 3 children, the Aming tribe is under Lord Shuaming's domain. As for what kind of beastman she is and her relationship with Xianming, we have yet to uncover. Understood. You may leave. Gong Qizhou is currently preoccupied with the tender dragon's roar he recently heard in his sea of consciousness. He is certain that this sound is intricately connected to him in myriad ways. It seems that a journey to the Beastman continent must be prioritized. Upon returning to the palace, Gong Qizhou promptly summoned a few trusted confidants. And after delegating responsibilities, he soared into the cave to enter seclusion. He split himself into 3 forms and made his way to the Beastman continent. Within the cavern, Jiang Yin successfully concocted the medicinal catalyst. And just as she was filled with joy, she suddenly heard the anguished cries of Jingzhe from outside. Jingzhe! Jiang Yin quickly tossed the medicine into her spatial pouch and rushed outside, not even pausing to coax the vermilion bird into the pouch. What happened? What happened? Mother, it seems my elder brother is ill. His face is burning hot. Please take a look. Jiang Yin swiftly picked up Jingzhe and returned to the cave. The other 2 cubs were rendered speechless upon seeing the vermilion bird. Mother, what is this? It is the vermilion bird, my spirit companion. Jiang Yin hurriedly examined Jingzhe, perplexed by his frailty. Why is he so weak? And what is with this golden glow? After a prolonged inspection, Jiang Yin found herself at a loss. There was no fever, and all bodily indicators seemed fine, yet his pulse was alarmingly weak, and his face was flushed as if he had a fever, though the pulse suggested otherwise. Watch over Jingzhe here. I shall summon Wanling to take a look. Wait, mother, the vermilion bird called out to Jiang Yin. I believe I know what is happening. This should be a normal spiritual transformation phase for a dragon. Jiang Yin was utterly bewildered. What is a normal spiritual transformation phase? In the case of dragon beastmen, they experience a period of spiritual transformation during their youth, wherein their spiritual power surges dramatically, evolving from nothing to a first-tier dragon cub. However, this process is quite frail and perilous, requiring the guidance of a dragon father. A dragon father. So, Jingzhe currently needs that scoundrel father to help him through the transformation phase? Where am I supposed to find that scoundrel father? Didn't mother say that our father has already passed away? Beiji's eyes widened, tears brimming. Mother, what should we do? If father is truly gone, how can my elder brother possibly survive this transformation phase? Jiang Yin was somewhat bewildered. Why did they suddenly need that scoundrel father? She had been planning to raise the children alone. Who would want to share their offspring with a man who fathered them yet chose not to nurture them? No, Beiji, your father is not truly dead at least, I think so. Though I am uncertain. I do not even know who your scoundrel father is, what his name is, or where he currently resides. Mother only said that to deflect others' inquiries. Is that true, mother? Beiji asked. Yes, indeed, he is still alive. Why does he not come to find us? Does he not want us? Lu Qiu's expression turned serious. Jiang Yin, lacking a complete inheritance of the original owner's memories, truly knew nothing about this matter, and mother was equally in the dark. If he does not want us, then we do not want him either. Mother held a similar sentiment, yet with Jingzhe's condition. Jiang Yin retrieved a calming agent from her spatial pouch and administered it to Jingzhe, hoping he could rest well tonight. But what should they do tomorrow? Vermilion bird, do you know who the children's father is? Can you calculate it? The vermilion bird stroked Jingzhe's dragon horn, feeling a sense of familiarity with both the horn and the aura. I feel as if I have encountered this before. Indeed, the vermilion bird's primordial spirit is an ancient divine beast. Thousands of years ago, a goddess steed underwent transformation, and its spirit pill inadvertently fell upon the primal stone, resulting in the vermilion bird we know today. That goddess steed indeed had contact with the dragon clan. Particularly that one. Chapter 031. Xining pleads with Jiang Yin upon hearing the vermilion bird suggest that it might have encountered the scoundrel father. Jiang Yin was filled with excitement. Vermilion bird, think carefully about who that person might be. What must we do to find him? Jiang Yin naturally did not wish to seek out this unfamiliar male, yet if Jingzhe's safety depended on the other's guidance, she had no choice. Nothing was more important than her cubs. Mother, I recall that dragon clans seemingly do not reside in the Beastman continent. Huh. If they do not exist here, where else could they be? Are you suggesting there are other realms? Yes, mother. The Beastman continent we currently inhabit is the most inferior realm. Spiritual energy is scarce here, preventing all beastmen from basking in its nourishment, making cultivation exceedingly difficult. Even with good fortune or exceptional talent, the strongest can only attain 9th-tier strength. What? The most inferior realm? Jiang Yin felt as if her vitality had been sapped. In the 25th century, She was a renowned master of intangible cultural heritage. How had she ended up in the lowest echelon of realms? A place where even advancement would only yield second-tier martial prowess. Were those two beastmen who pursued you merely of ninth-tier strength? She had an unsettling feeling that this was not the case. Xianming and the white-haired beastman radiated an overwhelming aura that was far beyond the ninth tier. Go be honest, I cannot discern their true strength. They are far too powerful for me to gauge. I suspect they do not belong to the Beastman continent at all but hail from a higher realm. Like, Jiang Yin was eager to learn about the other realms beyond the Beastman continent. There is the Divine Clan continent, where beastmen have ascended to godhood. If they were to descend upon the Beastman continent, with a mere wave of their hand, they could raze this world to the ground. Jiang Yin, that sounds a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Isn't it terrifying? Then, before those divine beastmen, wouldn't the others be akin to ants? Mother, in any case, the divine beings are incredibly formidable. However, the ancient deities established restrictions to maintain peace between the different realms. High-tier beastmen attempting to enter lower-tier worlds would face backlash from these prohibitions. That's reassuring. It means the Beastman continent is safe. Just as Jiang Yin sighed in relief, the Vermilion Bird added, Mother, although there are these restrictions, those divine beastmen possess overwhelming strength. Even if their true forms cannot enter the Beastman continent, they can still manifest their threefold forms. Jiang Yin, having read some fantasy novels, understood what a threefold form entailed, essentially akin to a doppelganger. She lamented, realizing just how weak she truly was. So, are you suggesting that the scoundrel father is likely a beastman from the Divine Clan continent? Yes, Mother, but my current strength is insufficient to take you to the Divine Clan continent or assist in locating Jingzha's father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin comprehended everything. It all made sense. The scoundrel father was indeed a formidable figure from the Divine Clan continent. Naturally looking down upon her and her cubs, in a wonder he had not made an appearance. It seemed he had simply walked away after the original owner had given birth, returning to his own realm. How outrageous! Such a scoundrel! It was infuriating to think she had to seek him out for her child's sake. It felt utterly stifling. Perhaps the scoundrel father was living it up among his dragon kin, surrounded by beautiful companions, completely oblivious to the original owner's plight by the Daming Lake. What should we do? I am at a loss regarding how to guide Jingzha through this situation. Jiang Yin felt helpless. Mother, do not be too disheartened. Although we cannot venture to the Divine Clan continent to find him, we can hope that the scoundrel father will come looking for us. Oh, please, if he had any intention of doing so. He would not have abandoned the cubs in the first place. In Jiang Yan's eyes, this scoundrel father was nothing but a big, untrustworthy oaf. Let us see how Jingzha fares tomorrow. I just administered a calming agent to him. I wonder if he will feel any better upon waking. The Vermilion Bird felt guilty for not being able to assist. Mother, I'm sorry. I cannot be of help. Oh, silly child. This is not your fault. It's all right. I will find a way. You should return to rest. All right. With a flash, the Vermilion Bird vanished into Jiang Yan's spatial pouch. That night, as they tried to sleep, Lu Qiu and Beiji clung tightly to Jingzha, wishing to share in their elder brother's suffering. Jiang Yin kissed the foreheads of her children, murmuring, Sleep now. Mother promises to find a way for Jingzha to navigate this transformation phase. If Xianming and that white-haired beastman are also from the Divine Clan continent, might they know the children's father? Jiang Yin chuckled at her own thoughts. The Dragon Clan must be a vast lineage, and it was improbable that there was only one dragon. How could Xianming and the others possibly know which dragon was the father? However, if they were indeed beastmen from the Divine Clan continent, could they possess knowledge of guiding methods for this transformation phase? The following day, upon waking, Jiang Yin immediately checked Jingzha's condition. She noticed that the little one's dragon horn still glowed. Albeit dimmer than before, yet his pulse remained alarmingly weak. Jingzha, wake up. It's time for you to eat something. Jingzha opened his eyes, feeling quite unwell. Yet, in an effort not to worry Jiang Yin and his two younger brothers, he got up to have breakfast. I'm fine. I'm just a bit sleepy. Seeing the little one so resilient and sensible, Jiang Yin decided to take the risk of seeking out Xianming to inquire about the situation. You all wait for my return at home. I shall visit the clan leader, Iti the Water Curtain Cave, who was once again barred from entry. I truly have matters to discuss with Lord Xianming. Please, show some compassion and allow me to enter. I beg you, Brother Snake. Huiyue began to unleash her charm, but the two snake beastmen stationed outside found it difficult to withstand her allure. "No, Miss Huyue. The clan leader has decreed that you cannot enter." Huyue was on the verge of exploding with rage. How dare these two minions block her path? Once she became the clan leader's wife, they would be the first to be expelled. Without access to Lord Ximing, how could she entice him? How could she aspire to become the clan leader's wife? It had taken her considerable effort to secure Lord Schwaming's agreement to let her stay. She needed to persevere. "Brother Snake, can't you just turn a blind eye? I promised not to disturb Lord Ximing. I merely wished to deliver some fruit to him." Hua began to sweet-talk them. Jiang Yin had not anticipated encountering Huyue at the entrance of the Water Curtain Cave. She had no fondness for this fox, especially after the incident where Huyue dared to snatch her black bear. "Gentlemen, I seek an audience with the clan leader." Upon recognizing Jiang Yin, one of the guards spoke up. "Very well, Jiang the shaman, please wait a moment while I inform the clan leader." Witnessing this scene, Huyue was infuriated. Why could she enter when she could not? "It is because she is the tribe's shaman," one of them remarked. Huyue gritted her teeth. "In the future, as the clan leader's wife, you should consider how to please me instead of siding with that ugly female." Once more provoked regarding her appearance, Jiang Yin could not help but roll her eyes at Huyue. "Is this not the self-proclaimed clan leader's wife, Miss Huyue? What is this? Has the clan leader arranged for someone to keep you from entering?" Huyue was taken aback by Jiang Yin's sardonic tone. "What are you so smug about? With your looks, do you really think the clan leader would spare you a glance?" Another attack on her appearance. "This foul fox. I may not know how the clan leader regards me, but I do know that your ambition to become the clan leader's wife will not come easily. Perhaps you should practice a bit more." "Ah!" Huyue began to scream in frustration. "What is all this noise?" Ximing had never anticipated such a commotion at the entrance of his water curtain cave. "You, come in." He gestured toward Jiang Yin, who raised an eyebrow at Huyue before entering promptly. Huyue began to doubt her charm and appearance. Why on earth had she lost to that ugly female? Upon entering, Jiang Yin found the interior of the cave to be a hidden paradise. Cool and refreshing. Though it was not her first visit, she could not help but marvel. Outside, the weather was oppressively hot, but inside the water curtain cave, it felt like autumn, as if one were in a refrigerator. No? To use a modern analogy, it was akin to being in an air-conditioned room. This snake beast man certainly knew how to enjoy life. Ximing halted, turning to look at her. "What were you arguing about outside?" Jiang Yin was about to inquire about the spirit transformation phase, but swallowed her words. Could it be that this snake beast man truly intended to defend that fox? "Oh, it's nothing. She merely disapproves of my presence, questioning why I can enter while she cannot." Upon hearing this, Ximing seemed intrigued. "Oh? Then why do you suppose I allowed you in but barred her?" This was not a difficult question to answer. Jiang Yin replied, "What other reason could there be? Naturally, it's because I have serious matters to discuss with you, and as a shaman, my status is superior to that of the fox." Schwaming's lips twitched slightly. "Serious matters? Then why do you presume her intentions are not serious while yours are?" In truth, apart from the elder and Wanling, Ximing had only permitted Jiang Yin entry into the cave. "I am not like her. My purpose is not to cultivate a relationship with you, but to seek your guidance on a pressing matter." "Do you cultivate a relationship?" He chuckled. "You are quite the silver-tongued one. Speak. What is this pressing matter?" Jiang Yin pondered how to broach the subject. If he truly was not from this place, then his reasons for being here must be significant and likely meant to remain undisclosed to others. If she asked, would she not be walking into a trap? Would he silence her? Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across Jiang Yan's face, Ximing observed, "It is evident you are deep in thought." He seated himself on a chair, his long fingers drumming lightly on the table. "Why time is limited. Jiang the shaman, I wish to inquire if you have heard of the spirit transformation phase." Ximing sipped his tea and set it down, his demeanor unruffled. "I presume your child has reached this stage sooner than I anticipated." Jiang Yan's eyes widened. "You know?" Ximing nodded. "Indeed. Then do you know how to navigate this phase?" "I cannot find any relevant methods." Jiang Yin endeavored to appear sincere and courteous. "There is no harm in sharing," he said, deliberately pausing for effect. Jiang Yin thought he might finally be amenable. "Thank you, clan leader. Then might I ask how?" Before she could finish her sentence, he lazily uttered two words. "Beg me." Jiang Yin thought, beg him? If she were wearing flip-flops, she would have flung them at his face. Surely, the clan leader, being so magnanimous, would share this with me, would you not? Shimming found amusement in her desperate demeanor. I am not a generous person, unless there is something in it for me. Damn this pretentious snake beast man. She truly wished to slap him. What does the clan leader desire? Or rather, what must I do for you to be willing to share this information? Shimming regarded her thoughtfully. It seems you care deeply for your child if you are willing to plead on their behalf. Jiang Yin found his words exasperating. You may share, but only if you tell me how to cure my demonic affliction. Round and round they went, ultimately yielding to his demands, I can tell you. But how will you assure me that after I divulge this information, you will provide what I seek? Jiang Yin was no fool. What if this snake beast man were to go back on his word? Do you not trust me? He inquired. Do you believe yourself trustworthy, clan leader? This was the first time Shimming encountered someone who openly challenged him. I guarantee it with my credibility. I'm sorry, clan leader, but you hold no credibility in my eyes. Jiang Yin, utter another word, and I will have you removed. Fine, I trust you. She relented with resignation. Seeing her compliance, Shimming momentarily played the benevolent one. Since you are so skeptical, I shall share what you wish to know. The spirit transformation phase is a crucial period for dragon beastmen in their youth. During this time, the male parent must guide the child through this phase, channeling spiritual energy into their dantian. Allowing the child to evolve from nothingness into a first-tier beastman. If successful, they can cultivate normally afterward. If not, they will merely become an ordinary dragon beastman, looked down upon by others. What if one cannot find a male parent? How can others assist in guiding the child? Jiang Yin recalled that Zhuge had already mentioned this last night. Generally, individuals outside the dragon clan are unaware of this secret technique. Jiang Yin seized on the implication in his words. You said generally, indicating you are an exception. You have a method to guide my offspring through the spirit transformation phase, do you not? Chapter 032. Do you wish for me to find a female beastmaster? Shimming nodded. Indeed, I do possess a method. Extend your hand, he said coolly. Jiang Yin complied, and he placed a jade pendant into her palm, their skin grazing briefly, causing his gaze to flicker. What can this jade pendant do? Jiang Yin inspected it, turning it over in her hands. It is a treasure of the Snake Clan. A rare item. If your child wears it, it will autonomously guide them through the spirit transformation phase. A treasure of the Snake Clan? Jiang Yin began to doubt whether this snake beast man would truly part with such a valuable item. May I borrow it for a couple of days? Once my child has passed this stage, I will return the pendant to you, clan leader. If this pendant truly had such efficacy, she would be sincerely grateful to Shimming. Shimming waved his hand, and no need. I have no habit of reclaiming gifts once given. Keep it die in response. Jiang Yin also candidly revealed the method to treat his demonic affliction. The Beastmaster's records indicate that your demonic affliction is quite sinister. A remnant of the ancient evil spirits, a formidable force. Once it enters your body, no matter how powerful you are or how pure your spiritual energy, you will still be controlled by the demonic aura, losing control and becoming a ruthless killer. Jiang Yin continued, however, because you are strong enough to suppress this demonic aura, every 2 months on the night of the full moon, you are at your weakest. At this time, the demonic affliction will surge, overtaking your consciousness, forcing you to lose control and your sense of self. The profound depths of Xuanming's eyes gazed at her, resembling an unfathomable pool, as if it sought to draw her into its depths. This female was undeniably correct. How did she come to know this? Jiang Yan's gaze was clear. Since you have aided my offspring, I shall reveal to you the method of healing. The ailment of the malevolent charm is deeply sinister. Once under its control, you become a beastman devoid of self-awareness, reverting to your serpentine form at such a time. If you can locate a female beastmaster, she may guide you in breaking the curse. Upon hearing this, Xuanming's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Jiang Witch, you must be aware that the last beastmaster in this world perished 5 centuries ago. Am I not correct? What? The last one? Perished? Jiang Yin was taken aback. No one had informed her of this. Surely, that cannot be true. The world is vast, and there must be other beastmasters. You simply do not know of them. Why are you so certain? Xuanming's penetrating question made her ponder. Could it be that you are the beastmaster? Jiang Yan's heart raced. She indeed qualified as a beastmaster, albeit the lowest rank. Ever since that book of beast mastery had inexplicably appeared in her mind, she had been automatically endowed with the ability to command beasts. Her mind flooded with various terminologies related to beast mastery, though her rank remained low. How could that be? I am merely a low-tier warrior. If I were truly a beast master, I would be quite formidable and unable to be oppressed by you. Xinming did not relinquish his wariness, pressing closer. Is that so? He lifted her chin, yet your eyes betray that you are lying. Jiang Yin, are you unwell? Your eyes are quite beautiful, as if they possess a voice of their own, revealing many of your thoughts. The smile on his lips widened, yet Jiang Yin could not discern whether it was mocking. Each time I observe your eyes at such proximity, I momentarily pause, leaning closer to meet your gaze, as if I long to pluck them out and keep them close. This frightened Jiang Yin considerably. Are you mad? This cold-hearted serpent beast man was not only a selfish individual, but also an undeniable pervert. Seeing her furious expression pleased Xinming, yet he mused, should you truly be a beast master? Then I have indeed underestimated you. It is well known that in any continent, beast masters are rare talents. Even in the divine realm thousands of years ago, there were only 5 beast masters of celestial rank. After that, these masters fell one by one, and 5 centuries ago, the last beast master met their demise during a great calamity. There are no beast masters left in this world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that she was the sole beast master in existence? As Xuanming's slender fingers caressed her chin intimately, he inquired, and then what? Once the beast master is found, how shall she guide me to dispel the malevolent charm? He cornered her against a pillar, his voice a seductive whisper. Will she actively guide me, or shall I passively comply with her? Or will I need to unite with this beast master? The moment he uttered this, his gaze bore into Jiang Yin. Unite? Jiang Yin felt as though she could perish from the sheer embarrassment. Was this man a pervert, so accurately discerning? Moreover, the overwhelming presence of such a powerful beast man made it exceedingly difficult for her to resist his imposing aura. She struggled to breathe. The book on beast mastery indeed documented such a healing method, and she had assumed there were other female beast masters in this world, hoping Xinming would seek one out, believing that would resolve the issue. Yet, it appeared she might be the only beast master left. What should she do? She could not possibly engage in such intimate acts with him. After all, she was the mother of 4 children. Furthermore, she harbored no affection for this serpent beast man. How could they unite without feelings? Chief, you truly put me in a difficult position. All I know is that a beast master can assist you. But how exactly she can help, I am at a loss. You must find the beast master to learn that. Regardless, I shall not admit to being a beast master. Also, do you not have a cleanliness obsession? Might you keep your distance? I fear I may soil your hands, and I am not deaf. I can hear you without needing you to come so close. Jiang Yin summoned all her strength and finally pushed Xinming away. Retreating to the doorway, Chief, I have shared the method with you. Now, please take the time to seek out the beast master. I must return now, for my children await me in the cave. With that, Jiang Yin hurriedly departed. Xinming watched her retreating figure, remaining still. He did possess a cleanliness obsession, yet in her presence, that obsession dissipated, which was rather peculiar. However, could she truly be a female beast master? The notion of uniting? Ah, how intriguing this situation had become, though regrettably, she would not survive for long. Xuanming's eyes resumed their customary coldness. Within the ancient tomb of Wan Yu lay something he must possess, and he would not relent. She was the key to unlocking that tomb, and her demise was necessary. He was willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Sacrificing inconsequential individuals was of no consequence to him. It was precisely for this reason that he had given her the jade pendant, a small attempt at atonement, to do something for her children before her inevitable end in the cave. Jiang Yin placed the jade pendant around Jingzha's neck. Jingzha, this pendant can guide you through the spiritual transformation period. Try to feel it, and see if you can gain some insight. Jingzha sensed his mother's concern throughout the day and did not wish to burden her further. So he sat up and nodded in agreement. The pendant radiated a soft purple light, enveloping Jingzha and penetrating his small body, beginning to open his meridians and guide him on how to absorb and control spiritual energy. Jiang Yin and her 2 younger brothers watched intently, fearful of missing any moment. Soon, the purple light faded, and Jingzha opened his eyes. Mother, I feel much better now, and I sense a lightness in my being. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a golden glow flickered to life. Mother, I have spiritual energy now. I am a first-tier warrior. Jiang Yin was overjoyed, and she did not overlook what he had called her. My dear, what did you just call me? Would you repeat it for me? Jingzhe had spoken without thinking, suddenly realizing how deeply he craved maternal affection. He had long wished to call her mother. But various reasons had caused him to hesitate. He had not expected that uttering the word mother would prove so simple, and he had succeeded. Mother. Ah, Jiang Yin was ecstatic. Mother, hug me. Jiang Yin lifted Jingzhe into her arms, spinning him around several times in her delight. Jingzhe's face flushed. Mother, please put me down. My brothers are watching. He felt a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yin laughed heartily. You silly child. Why are you so easily embarrassed? Lu Qiu looked on enviously at his older brother, now recognized by their mother, while he felt out of place among her and his brothers. Soon, Jiang Yan's attention turned to Lu Qiu. The little one was most perceptive. She would not overlook him, for all are flesh and blood. Come, Lu Qiu, I have something wonderful to show you. Lu Qiu looked up, bewildered. What? Mother feels deep remorse for your eyes. It was wrong of me before. Now, I only wish for you three to be well, to grow joyfully, to be optimistic and thrive. My greatest concern is for you, fearing that you might hold my past actions against me due to your eyes. Jiang Yin embraced Lu Qiu, her children all remarkably beautiful. Surely they resembled her to some degree? The rest, likely taking after that scoundrel of a father. Their features were exquisite, adorned with large, expressive eyes, the offspring of a striking lineage. Thus, for these days, I have sought ways to restore your sight. I have succeeded. Look. She produced a pill from her space, crafted from the essence of 100 spirit flowers and bear bile. Consume it, and your left eye shall be restored. 100 spirit flower and bear bile? Lu Qiu could hardly believe it. He knew these ingredients were hard to come by, and his mother must have suffered greatly for this endeavor. I have long since forgiven you. Lu Qiu lowered his head after speaking. Jiang Yin smiled gently. It is understandable that you harbor resentment towards me. I can empathize. We are human, capable of emotions. Anger, joy, disappointment, and resentment. These are all normal. Your feelings of hatred towards me were merely expressions of your emotions. A means of protecting yourselves. I harbor no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I am grateful for the chance you have given me to be your mother once more, to care for you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make amends. From now on, we shall remain together as a family, never to part. I promise to find Mengxia. Several little ones have found solace, and from this day forth, she shall be their most beloved mother, one whom none shall dare to usurp. Come, Lu Qiu, consume this elixir, and then mother will check your pulse to see how you fare. Thank you, mother. Lu Qiu has also opened his heart. He believed that mother would disregard him, yet she has been burdened with guilt over his blindness and has done so much for him. He must grow swiftly to protect mother and his brothers. Jiang Yin examines Lu Qiu's condition, and after a moment, confirms that the medicine has been absorbed. She retrieves gauze and herbs from her space, bandaging Lu Qiu's eyes, with the external application alongside the elixir's enhancement. He should recover in 3 days. Atop the precipice, In Siues stands under the moonlight, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of noble aloofness. He gazes into the crystal ball in his hand, which reflects the outline of the Wanyu ancient tomb. It appears that the tomb is on the verge of being opened. There lies a treasure he must possess, one he cannot afford to overlook. Moreover, when the time comes, others from the divine clan will undoubtedly converge to compete for it. An exquisite spectacle is about to unfold. 3 days later, Jiang Yin draws the curtain made of banana leaves at the entrance of the cave. Plunging the interior into darkness, she removes the gauze from Lu Qiu, instructing him gently, Lu Qiu, slowly open your eyes and see how it feels. All right. Lu Qiu gradually opens his eyes, squinting against the brightness. How about this? She envelopes him in her arms, shielding him from the light as much as possible. Much better, mother. I can see. My left eye truly can perceive things. Jiang Yin and the 2 younger brothers cannot contain their joy, exclaiming, that's wonderful, in that moment. Lu Qiu's once insecure heart blossoms under the sun. From now on, he will be just like his brothers. Thank you, mother. No need for thanks, Sanbao, Jiang Yin replies, filled with delight. Tio, celebrate the restoration of your left eye. I plan to make each of you a kite. Kites are such delightful fun. However, this requires rice paper, and the crafting process is intricate and time-consuming, likely taking 2 years. Jiang Yin ponders, does the Beastman continent have any green sandalwood trees? Mother, I know where they are. They're in the forest, Beiji joyfully exclaims. I can take you there. Chapter 033. The cold-blooded serpent Beastman, are we to fell trees? Jiang Yin shakes her head. To make rice paper. We need sandalwood bark. We must gather some raw materials. We can help you, mother. Very well, as they journey. Jiang Yin explains to the little ones, the green sandalwood is generally known as the sandalwood tree, classified botanically within the elm family. However, the realm of botany is vast. I shall explain it further in due time. The sandalwood bark is a specialized raw material for producing rice paper, possessing excellent toughness. The rice paper made from it has strong absorbency, is not easily deformed, resists aging and pests, and boasts longevity. Upon reaching the forest, they begin their search for the sandalwood trees. The green sandalwood is a precious timber that grows slowly and has a hard texture, making it ideal for the outer layer of rice paper. We must select mature and older sandalwood trees, as their bark will be more resilient, suitable for crafting durable rice paper. Understood, mother. Look, over there is a sandalwood tree. Jiang Yin approaches, surveying the trees. These sandalwood trees are quite healthy. The forest environment is indeed conducive to their growth, and the current temperature is also suitable for harvesting sandalwood bark. You may watch as I cut, for it is a bit dangerous for children to handle knives. Jiang Yin carefully retrieves a bronze knife from her space and begins to peel away the thin, tough outer bark of the sandalwood tree. Half an hour later, beads of sweat form on her brow. The heat is quite intense. While she takes a moment to rest, the little ones fan her with leaves, and Lucio even fetches her a sip of water from the clear stream, using a lotus leaf to carry it. You are so thoughtful. After resting sufficiently, Jiang Yin resumes her work, bundling the cut sandalwood bark. The little ones insist on sharing the burden and carrying their share. All right, then these 3 smaller bundles shall be for the 3 of you. By the stream. Jiang Yin teaches the little ones how to wash and soak the sandalwood bark, explaining that this process is essential for removing surface dirt and impurities. The bark requires special treatment to enhance its softness and durability, typically involving soaking and steaming with natural plant essences or specially formulated lubricants. However, in this beastly realm, they can only rely on the pure stream water for soaking. Once soaked, the family carries the raw materials back home. The next step involves processing the sandalwood bark by cutting it into appropriately sized pieces, which will then undergo another 3 days of soaking. Will we simply wait during those 3 days, mother? Jiang Yin shakes her head, raising a finger in a gesture of negation. Not at all. During these days, we must prepare another item, lime. After soaking the sandalwood bark for 3 days, it will need to be fermented with lime slurry for a month. Then mother must instruct us on how to produce lime. We wish to assist you. We need to find shells, limestone, and other raw materials. I wonder if this forest is near the sea. I will inquire with Wanling. You all stay home and await my return. When Wanling hears that Jiang Yin intends to produce paper, she is filled with admiration. Is the paper you speak of suitable for writing? Indeed. It can also be used for painting. Furthermore, rice paper has excellent ink absorption, is durable and age-resistant, and does not easily fade. In short, it is a remarkable treasure. Would you like to join me in creating this? Jiang Yin envisioned spreading this intangible cultural heritage in this world. Wanling, just hearing about it makes my heart race. I have heard that paper is something only the Divine Clan can use. Does this mean we now have a chance to use it? Wanling is ecstatic. Absolutely. Each of us has the right to utilize paper, provided we can create it. It will be our intellectual legacy, benefiting this continent. Very well, I will consult with the elder and rally everyone to participate in this endeavor. I am sure they will be delighted and willing to join us. When the time comes to scour the beach for shells, we shall let the males handle it. They are too idle otherwise. Jiang Yin cannot help but smile at this. All right, I will leave it to you. Wanling mentions that there is a coastal area to the west, and she will arrange for Panshur and others to gather shells. Soon after, the tribe learns of Jiang Yin's plan, and they are all astounded. They never expected that Jiang, the shaman, would possess knowledge of paper-making methods. For the beastmen, the chance to use paper is almost unheard of. Only powerful figures like the Shimming Patriarch can conjure various items, such as clothing, tables, chairs, and beds. Now, can they also have paper? Yes, everyone, Jiang, the shaman, will guide us in making rice paper. She says that with paper, we can not only write but also paint. What is painting? It is bringing your imagination to life on paper, capturing your observations, favorite landscapes, or cherished individuals. This sounds enticing. Then, what are we waiting for? Let us take action together. Before long, everyone eagerly volunteers to join in, seeking Jiang Yan's guidance. Jiang Yan is overjoyed at their willingness to participate. Some males are assigned to gather shells and limestone by the sea, while others are tasked with harvesting more sandalwood bark. Tio promotes sustainable development. Jiang Yan encourages everyone to plant trees together. Once the shells and limestone are collected, Jiang Yan enlists everyone to help manually crush them, as there are no machines available. Fortunately, many of the males are first-tier warriors, making the task of crushing limestone manageable. It must be pulverized into coarse lime. As the sun sets in the west. Jiang, the shaman, we have crushed all the limestone. Excellent. Now we need to place this limestone into a kiln to burn. Let us work together to construct a makeshift stone kiln. The time spent laboring together is indeed quite beautiful. The other females in the tribe have also shed their previous laziness. Seeing their husbands working hard, they feel compassion and begin organizing meals to feed everyone. Days pass, and the limestone is finally processed. Jiang Yan adds water to create lime slurry. Everyone, together we will place the sandalwood bark that has soaked for 3 days into the lime slurry for a thorough treatment. Then we shall wait for it to ferment for a month. During the waiting period, Jiang Yan starts cultivating sandalwood seeds, distributing them among the tribe to encourage them to plant alongside her. One day, they gather in a clearing of the forest to plant numerous sandalwood seeds, benefiting future generations. After working, they are drenched in sweat. If only there were air conditioning. Jiang Yan muses inwardly. The art of papermaking is no simple task. It is quite complex. Today, we shall gather straw from the sandy fields. The straw needs to have its joints removed and then soaked. In summer, 10 days will suffice, while in winter, 30 days is required. 10 days later, the soaked straw, much like myself, was drained of moisture, then fermented with lime slurry. Given that it was summer, a mere 7 days sufficed for fermentation, while winter would require 30. Others eagerly sought to learn and emulate, with several young ones gazing at their mother in admiration, exclaiming, "Mother is truly remarkable." Jingzhe meticulously committed to memory the words spoken by their mother. During the more than 20 days of waiting for the fermentation of the green sandalwood bark, Jiang Yan busied herself teaching the little ones literacy and arithmetic. Upon realizing that everyone in the tribe was engaged in papermaking, even Xianming, who usually bore an indifferent expression, displayed a hint of astonishment. Papermaking? How did they come to know the method? It was said that it was taught by Jiang, the shaman. The young soldiers responded with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Xianming fell into contemplation. Who exactly was this female? He deduced she was not from this world, yet he could not fathom all that had transpired in her life. The art of papermaking was a gift bestowed solely upon the high priests of the divine race. Could it be that she, Jiang Yan, inscribed several arithmetic problems in the soil with a twig? All right, Beiji, you shall answer. Jingzhe, you will check Beiji's work, and Lucio, you shall accompany Mother to learn cooking. Mother will teach you some essential life skills, so that you may eventually lead independent lives. Mother, we don't want to leave you. The little ones exclaimed. Jiang Yan found this both amusing and exasperating. Mother did not mean to imply leaving. She simply wishes for you to acquire valuable skills that will benefit you. All right, we will listen to you. Mother. While Jiang Yan and Lucio were busy washing vegetables and preparing meat, she suddenly heard a voice calling from afar. You, come to the water curtain cave at once. Lucio, did you hear anything? Lucio looked puzzled. Mother, did you hear something? I did not. Am I imagining things? Jiang Yan dismissed the thought and continued cooking. Jiang Yan, do not make me repeat myself a third time. The commanding tone and haughty demeanor left no doubt as to who it was. Jiang Yan felt utterly speechless. Lucio, Mother must visit the chief now. You go and do arithmetic with Beiji and the others. I will resume cooking upon my return. Mother, is the chief looking for you again? Even the children sensed something amiss. Mother, I can't shake the feeling that the chief seeks you too often. Does he wish to become your mate? Jiang Yan felt a bead of sweat form. Sanbao, do not jump to conclusions. That snake beast man likely has something important to discuss. Perhaps someone has been injured. Mother will go and find out. Jiang Yan affectionately tousled the child's hair. Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. Everything else is inconsequential. Lucio's eyes sparkled like stars, nodding earnestly. Yes, Lucio will wait for mother to return. Such a good child. With a simmering frustration, Jiang Yin arrived at the water curtain cave. Why do you insist on directing others even during mealtime? I was perfectly fine preparing my meal. What do you want from me? Xinming, observing her ire, raised an eyebrow. Are you impatient to see me? Jiang Yin internally scoffed, of course, but she maintained a semblance of decorum. For he had gifted her the jade pendant and saved Jingzhe. No, it's just so abrupt. Only then did Xinming relent. I hear you are leading the tribe in papermaking. Yes. The buzz of activity surrounding the tribe's papermaking was unmistakable. Xinming could not possibly be unaware. You realize that the art of papermaking is a gift granted only to the high priests of the divine race. How did you come to know this method? Jiang Yan's face contorted in disbelief. Only the high priests? Do other beastmen not have the right to use paper? I know nothing of your high priests. I only know that I possess this skill and am willing to share it with the tribe, allowing them to create paper and enjoy its benefits. The art of papermaking was a proud invention of her ancestors, and she was determined to carry forth the legacy of her civilization in this land. You sound quite noble and selfless. Xuanming's words seemed laced with sarcasm to Jiang Yin. Too much praise, too much. She chose to interpret it as genuine commendation and moved to conclude the matter. On what grounds? I fail to comprehend why this snake beast man feels the need to interfere. I am the chief of the tribe. My word is law. Jiang Yin nearly choked on her indignation. Are you out of your mind? I will not comply. She turned to leave. Xuanming's expression darkened as he waved his hand, causing the door to the water curtain cave to slam shut. Clenching her fists, Jiang Yin tried to reason with him. Xinming, are you not being overly self-centered? My intentions are for the benefit of other beastmen in the tribe. Are they not your kin? Why do you seek to hinder me? Xuanming's gaze grew shadowy. Self-centered? This female has quite a nerve to make such a judgment. Can you not use your brain and think clearly? I have stated that the art of papermaking is a gift reserved for the high priests of the divine race. If you pursue this, do you truly believe the divine race will remain oblivious? Jiang Yin felt a chill run down her spine at his cold gaze, which resembled that of a serpent poised to strike. What will happen if they find out? She sensed an air of superiority among these powerful beings, as if they looked down upon her. You think I have not considered this? There are those who would descend upon the Beastman continent to capture you and subject you to severe interrogation. Jiang Yin, she felt a pang of fear. Are you trying to frighten me? Are there truly such deranged divine beastmen? Do they have nothing better to do than monitor lower-level continents for papermaking activities? Xinming scoffed. Why would I scare you? Do you think I have any interest in playing such games with you? You would do well to heed my advice. Cease this endeavor and abandon it altogether. Jiang Yin remained steadfast in her conviction. You assert that the divine race will send people down. What about you? What about me? Xinming appeared taken aback. You possess formidable strength. Cannot you contend with them? I am merely working for the benefit of the entire snake tribe. If they come to apprehend me for this, will you not intervene? Jiang Yin believed he had the capability to assist. Chapter 034. The Proposal for a Child Bride. Moreover, she was acting for the good of his tribe. Xinming was taken aback by her words. You wish for me to protect you? Jiang Yin corrected him. I am acting for the tribe's welfare. Your protection of me equates to safeguarding the entire tribe. If you choose to intervene, it would be a duty for the tribe, as you are their chief. Or perhaps you enjoy being indirect. Xinming seemed to soften at her words, as if contemplating her suggestion. To his surprise, this female had considerable faith in his ability, believing he could resolve the matter for her. Then let me demonstrate my strength. It would be of no consequence. Those sent from the divine side will hardly pose a challenge. Are you in agreement then? Jiang Yin was astonished by his swift change of heart. However, she was quite pleased to continue with papermaking, as stopping now would be quite unreasonable. Very well, I will protect you. But the papermaking process is intricate. I am uncertain if the conditions here will allow for success, and it will take considerable time. At least a year. A year is indeed rather long. Indeed, it cannot compare to your ability to conjure paper and furniture effortlessly with your spiritual power, if you desire. I can create them for you. Xuanming's tone softened. Jiang Yin felt uneasy. Your sudden generosity makes me a bit anxious. However, I shall decline for now. I must return, as my meal is halfway done. Upon exiting the water curtain cave, she collided with Huyue. What brings you to seek the chief? Jiang Yin had no desire to engage in conversation and turned to leave, But Huyue persisted. Stop right there. If you do not speak, I shall continue to follow you. Are you two merely decorative? Do you not see she is obstructing my path? Hurry and stop her. Jiang Yin directed the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. They were truly unreliable, utterly bewitched by Huyue. Yes, Jiang the shaman. The title of shaman still held some weight. The tribe respected their shamans. In truth, Huyue, as a 3rd-tier warrior, had the capability to deal with the 2 guards. However, knowing they were at the Water Curtain Cave, with Xianming inside, she refrained from acting recklessly, fearing to provoke his ire. You're infuriating. I merely wished to meet Lord Xianming. Why do you keep hindering me? Unable to endure her shrill voice any longer, Jiang Yin hastily made her escape. Mother, you're back? Yes, Beiji. Have you completed your problems? Mother, I have checked. Beiji's answers are all correct. Excellent. Next time, I will present you with problems on the classic chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Mother, what is chickens and rabbits in the same cage? I will explain next time. For now, I must prepare dinner. In a remote part of the Orc continent, where darkness reigns supreme, the colossal Wanyu ancient tomb looms like a massive black monolith above the boundless wilderness. Its entrance is shrouded in a thick layer of moss, as if centuries of time have left indelible and ancient marks that cannot be easily erased. The exterior of the tomb is imbued with an air of desolation and mystery. Exuding a somber and oppressive aura, even in daylight, the sunlight seems incapable of genuinely penetrating the depths of the ancient structure. In Siue stands before the tomb's entrance, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. He concentrates the spiritual energy within his hands, endeavoring to unleash his utmost power to pry open this seemingly eternally sealed portal. His spiritual force blazes like a fierce flame, yet before the entrance of the tomb, it appears utterly insignificant, as though ensnared by an ancient confinement. With each attempt, In Siue perceives an indescribable resistance emanating from the tomb, as if the sepulchre possesses its own will, resolutely refusing to yield to the outside world. What a predicament! In Siue squints, pondering whether it is truly impossible to gain entry. The winds and sand swirl around the tomb, lifting clouds of dust that cast deep shadows. Above the entrance, the stone statues lie in ruins, yet remnants of their former grandeur and enigma can still be discerned in this silent and shadowy wasteland. Each of In Siue's efforts feels like a challenge to an invisible boundary, as a force transcending natural order subtly flows within the tomb, which seems to harbor its own thoughts, unwilling to allow anyone to breach its slumbering guardianship. A streak of crimson cuts across the horizon as Gong Qizhou emerges from the rift in the sky, beneath which sprawls the Orc continent. The wave of astonishment washes over his deeply set features. The familiarity of this place grows ever stronger. There exists a trace of dragon lineage, akin to his own. Who could it be? How could there be a trace of dragonkind on the Orc continent? Yet, it is faint. To uncover the source of this essence may not prove to be an easy endeavor. Gong Qizhou takes to the skies upon a sword, soaring gracefully without expending spiritual energy, aided by his trusty weapon. In a small town bustling with orcs, the air is filled with vibrant cries. The civilization here is more advanced than the tribes nestled within the forests. The inhabitants reside in thatched huts rather than caves, and trade occurs through equitable exchanges. At the marketplace, sunlight filters through dense foliage. Casting dappled patterns on the ground, a young girl sits at a stall adorned with garlands, skillfully weaving vibrant floral crowns. Her eyes shine with brightness and vivacity, as though they conceal boundless innocence and purity. Just as she carefully ties the final wildflower onto a string of garlands, a towering she-bear ambles past her stall. Her fur is a soft gray, and her robust form exudes a gentle curiosity. She halts, gazing intently at the garlands, particularly drawn to one exquisitely crafted pair. Little girl, how much for these garlands? The she-bear inquires in a deep, soothing voice. The girl turns, beaming up at her. Sister, the garlands are quite inexpensive. You give me 1 peach, and I will gift you 2 garlands. The she-bear contemplates for a moment, then smiles, retrieving a large, plump peach from her food pouch and offering it to the girl. The young girl accepts the peach with glee, presenting her 2 most beautiful garlands in return. These are for you, sister. I hope you like them. Her eyes brim with innocence and goodwill. The she-bear takes the garlands, gently draping them over her thick, soft fur, nodding in satisfaction before turning away, her steps firm as she heads toward the other side of the market, evidently pleased. Beauty is a woman's inherent nature. Soon, a tall male wolf appears at the young girl's stall. His fur is as dark as the night, and he appraises the girl with keen interest, several large fish hanging from his waist. He approaches the stall, addressing her, "Little female, I wish to purchase several garlands for my wife." The girl nods enthusiastically and begins to weave the garlands he has selected. Her hands are deft and skillful, and soon, a beautiful string of garlands is completed in her grasp. Each garland is meticulously chosen, each flower reflecting her hope for life, for even though her mother has abandoned her, she is determined to thrive on her own. "Brother, do these garlands look acceptable?" she asks, her smile pure as she presents them to the male wolf. The wolf accepts the garlands, looking gratefully at the girl. "Thank you, little female. These garlands are truly lovely. I believe my wife will adore them. However, what is their price? Could I perhaps offer you some of the fish I carry? She has no mother or father, and her brother and sister are not by her side. Hunger gnaws at her daily, but she has yet to learn how to hunt, relying solely on equitable exchanges for food. Brother, I need just a little," she pleads, fearful that he might refuse her request. "For meat is a precious commodity. Very well, I shall give you half." The wolf produces a fish from his side, and in the next moment, a rusty knife appears in his right hand, swiftly slicing through the fish. "Here, take it." The girl beams with joy. It has been ages since she last tasted meat, and she cherishes the fish before her. "Thank you, big brother," she replies with a smile, her eyes radiating delight and satisfaction. As the sun sets, and no one else comes to purchase garlands, the girl tidies her stall and prepares to leave. She has no home, no thatched dwelling to return to, and can only stealthily shelter in an abandoned, dilapidated hut, where rain and wind cannot be kept at bay. Upon returning to her shelter, she cautiously unwraps the peach she had wrapped in burlap and takes a bite so sweet. She wonders what her brother and sister are doing, whether their mother has treated them any better or if they too have been cast aside. The memory of that fateful day when she was abandoned still pains her. She had been obedient. Why had her mother still chosen to forsake her? She truly loves her mother, no matter how much she scolded or struck her. Yet why does her mother refuse to keep her? Tears well up in the girl's eyes at the thought. "I cannot falter. I must survive. I absolutely cannot perish. I must return to my mother." Her mother's rejection must surely stem from some deep-seated hardship. Little Mangxia comforts herself in this manner each day. She recalls the day, half a year ago, when her mother led her deep into the forest, instructing her to wait there and not to wander off. She obeyed and did not stray. Yet, it was not long before her mother did not return. Instead, a hideous and thieving weasel beast appeared, declaring, "Your mother has sold you to me. Come along quietly." Mangxia was terrified, crying for her mother, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. "Little female, do you think your mother is of any worth? She would sell you for a morsel of rabbit meat." Mangxia wept inconsolably, realizing her mother truly did not want her. "Do not insult my mother." "What a naive little thing," the weasel scoffed. Thus, she was taken away by the weasel. Initially, the weasel intended to use Mangxia as a child bride, and on one occasion, attempted to force himself upon her, which ignited Mangxia's wrath. She did not know where her strength came from, but she seized a knife and severed one of the weasel's legs, gathering all his possessions before fleeing into the night. Uncertain of where to go or which direction would lead her to her mother or her siblings, she ran aimlessly for over 10 days. Eventually arriving at this small town, Mangxia wept until her tears ran dry, then fatigue overtook her. She could only afford to eat the peach, saving the fish for tomorrow. The next day, Mangxia awoke to the sound of her stomach growling once more. She retrieved the fish, which had a slight odor, and washed it by the river before taking a bite. It was delicious and would fill her belly. 5 years old, Mangxia, as she did every day, ventured onto the grass to pick wildflowers. Her tiny hands skillfully gathered an array of blossoms, and as she worked, a bouquet of vibrant flowers gradually formed in her grasp. Ultimately, she skillfully crafted beautiful garlands. She had previously made garlands for her mother, but it seemed her mother did not appreciate them and had discarded them. Mangxia approached the stall, hoping to exchange her garlands for some food or scraps of cloth. However, today did not unfold as she had hoped. A gang of fierce chicken beasts appeared, rudely snatching her garlands, offering only tattered items in return, or nothing at all, just a few garlands. Why should we give you peaches? Little Mangxia felt a wave of disappointment and anger wash over her, bewildered by the existence of such people in the world. Why could they take her painstakingly woven garlands without offering anything in return? Her heart brimmed with grievance, yet she felt powerless. Seeing Mangxia's anger, the chicken beast scoffed mockingly, even pushing her to the ground. Mangxia fell painfully, tears streaming down her cheeks. She attempted to fight back, biting one of the chicken beast's fingers. But this only served to enrage them further. You're asking for trouble. The chicken beast man, having been bitten on the hand, kicked Mangxia, sending her flying. At that moment, a peculiar transformation occurred. A golden light suddenly erupted from Mangxia, radiating with a brilliance akin to sunlight. Simultaneously, a tender dragon's roar emanated from her mouth, resonating with a force that seemed to pierce the heavens, causing hearts to tremble. Gong Qizhou, soaring through the skies on his sword, immediately sensed a familiar aura. This dragon's roar was strikingly close, reverberating through his heart, accompanied by an undeniable sense of kinship. With a flick of his sleeve, Gong Qizhou vanished, heading towards the source of the newly released roar. The chicken beastmen retreated a few steps, bewildered by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a spectacle and were at a loss, gazing at the 5-year-old female. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, and Mangxia, lying on the ground, struggled to breathe, feeling immensely uncomfortable. What was happening? At that moment, she sensed a peculiar power coursing through her body, yet she was unaware of how to harness it. The female was merely feigning mystery. There was no need to fear. The chicken beastmen approached with increasing disdain. Little girl, let me tell you, this is our territory. In the future, when you encounter us, tread carefully. We take whatever we desire without needing to barter. Understood? Mangxia was too distressed to utter a word. The other onlooking beastmen dared not step forward, for the leader of these chicken beastmen was the notorious tyrant of the town, a formidable force that none dared provoke. However, the leader mused, this little female is quite adorable. Shouldn't we take her back to serve us? As Gong Qizhou observed, he found the little female indeed appealing. Very well, take her away. His arrogant demeanor left the surrounding beastmen feeling quite displeased. Yet they dared not intervene. Please, don't touch me, Mangxia gasped, struggling to open her eyes. Above her, wisps of clouds drifted, with sunlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. A flicker of fear danced in Mangxia's eyes as her petite form appeared exceedingly vulnerable before these menacing creatures. The chicken beastmen screeched harshly, as if intent on dragging her into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as though an invisible force had torn through the clouds. Gong Qizhou, the legendary powerhouse, descended like a deity from the heavens. His figure shimmered in the sunlight, and the air around him grew heavy with his presence. Raising a hand, he unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy, sending several chicken beastmen flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushing forth, staining the earth around them. Mangxia stared, astonished by the unfolding scene. Her eyes mirrored the clarity of a pristine lake, reflecting Gong Qizhou's handsome and resolute visage. His gaze fell upon her, igniting a peculiar sensation within him. The aura of this little girl resonated with his own, as if a blood bond was quietly rippling between them. Are you all right? Gong Qizhou's voice was deep and gentle. Laced with concern, he approached Mangxia slowly, pondering the extraordinary connection that seemed to bind them. Mangxia trembled slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes as if searching for something. Her heart brimmed with confusion, yet more so with a burgeoning trust towards the stranger. I'm fine, she stammered, her voice soft as a whisper, yet fraught with fragility. Her gaze remained fixed on Gong Qizhou, her feeling of kinship intensifying. Who was he? He was so powerful, able to effortlessly dispatch those wicked creatures. Gong Qizhou crouched down, attempting to meet her eye level, a warm smile illuminating his face, dispelling the shadows around them. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, he assured her gently, his tone imbued with both firmness and tenderness. A wave of warmth washed over Mangxia's heart. In that instant, she felt a sense of security and belonging. Gong Qizhou's presence was like a beacon of light in her darkened world. Unbeknownst to them, each was profoundly significant to the other. Their fates intertwined, forging an unbreakable bond between their hearts. Gong Qizhou felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility. He knew he must not only safeguard this little girl but also uncover the mysteries surrounding her origins. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the scent of blood. The chicken beastmen, sensing the shift in power, felt a surge of dread and contemplated fleeing the scene. Yet Gong Qizhou merely raised his hand, freezing them in place. "Did they just attack you?" Mengxia nodded, her voice strained. "They stole my flower crown and kicked me away." She still struggled to breathe, the golden light surrounding her flickering. Gong Qizhou's gaze sharpened. This glow belonged to the dragon clan. They shall pay for their transgressions. With a swift motion, Gong Qizhou struck down, shattering their legs, leaving them to writhe in agony. In the next moment, Mengxia succumbed to unconsciousness. Gong Qizhou lifted Mengxia into his arms, vanishing from the sight of the beastmen. Who was that person? How could he be so powerful? They whispered among themselves, astonished at the display of strength. Indeed, he sent those little bullies flying. I wonder if Mengxia will face consequences upon their return. Poor little girl, they lamented. Gong Qizhou carried Mengxia to a grassy expanse and conjured a protective barrier. Could this child be my daughter? He pondered, resting his fingertip on her brow, a flash of golden light illuminating the moment. An ancient totem materialized behind her ear, a dragon clan symbol, unique to the divine lineage of the Dragon Palace. Each dragon beastman bore a distinct totem, and the one affixed to her was identical to his own. Thus, it was confirmed. She truly was his daughter. The wave of astonishment and complexity washed over Gong Qizhou. Had that woman from years past secretly borne his child? His memories were fragmented, obscured by time, yet he vaguely recalled an encounter with a female on the Beastman continent. However, the specifics eluded him. "Do not fear. I will save you," Gong Qizhou whispered, his gaze towards Mengxia brimming with tenderness. Regardless of the circumstances, she was his daughter, and he would cherish her. It appeared she had entered her spiritual awakening stage. Summoning a stream of spiritual energy, Gong Qizhou enveloped the little girl, guiding her body's meridians to open. After an hour, Mengxia's pallor transformed back to normal, her breathing steadying. Little Mengxia had ascended to the first tier of martial arts. As he gazed upon the sleeping child, Gong Qizhou's eyes overflowed with warmth. He pondered the identity of the woman from years ago and her current whereabouts. Why wasn't she by their daughter's side? Gong Qizhou reflected on his own shortcomings. He had only just discovered he had such an elder daughter. Gong Qizhou tenderly placed a kiss on Mengxia's forehead. "Now I am a man with a daughter." Mengxia gradually opened her eyes, realizing she was floating in midair. Astonishment filled her heart. Around her were layers of soft clouds, cradling her gently. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a warm glow that highlighted her bewildered and confused expression. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her voice echoing with a hint of helplessness. Just then, Gong Qizhou gently patted her back, his warm embrace instilling a sense of safety. His voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, soothed her spirit. "Do not fear. Daddy will protect you. We are soaring through the skies." Mengxia looked up to see Gong Qizhou's handsome face, her heart calming in his presence. It was he who had driven away those bullies the last time. But why did he refer to himself as daddy? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and doubt as she pondered. What is this experience of flying through the skies? She felt Gong Qizhou's strength and warmth, as if the distance between them, rooted in some familial bond, had suddenly diminished. "Now, Daddy will take you to a special place." Gong Qizhou smiled, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. A wave of confusion surged within Mengxia. "You are my daddy? Indeed. You bear the same dragon totem as I do. You are of my bloodline." Mengxia could scarcely believe it. She had so suddenly found her father, yet her mother had never mentioned him. Gong Qizhou remained at a loss for words. "I am sorry. It is my fault for not knowing of your existence and failing to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. I shall protect you from now on." He found himself enchanted by the resemblance in her eyes. He adored this daughter. "What of your mother? Why are you alone?" Mengxia's heart raced with suspicion. She could not determine if this man was truly her father. And being in the sky made her wary of inciting his anger. "My mother is elsewhere," she replied. She tightly grasped Gong Qizhou's sleeve, silently praying in her heart that all of this was indeed a beautiful reality. Hoping that this person would not bring her harm, as Gong Qizhou focused his thoughts, the clouds beneath their feet began to shift slowly, as if parting to unveil a path to the unknown. Gong Qizhou quickly discerned the young girl's distrust towards him. "Here, let me show you this," he said, gently tapping the area behind her ear, where a totem materialized. With a flick of his wrist, a mirror appeared, allowing Meng Xia to behold the exquisite, ancient totem behind her ear. "Look, have I always had this behind my ear?" she exclaimed. "It's so beautiful. It wasn't there before. It only manifested after I helped you through the spirit transformation yesterday. Though it will hide itself automatically." "What is the spirit transformation?" Meng Xia inquired, and Gong Qizhou explained. Upon hearing his words, she felt a surge of joy. "So, I have spiritual power now, indeed." Meng Xia's heart brimmed with anticipation for the future, the scene before her unfolding like a dream. She gazed into the distance, where the mountains loomed like giants, and the rivers shimmered under the sunlight with a silvery glow. The entire world unfurled beneath her feet. "Once I become stronger, will it be easier to find my mother? I will also have the power to protect her. But how can you prove you are my father?" she asked. "Look here." Gong Qizhou raised his hand, revealing his wrist, where the delicate bone was faintly visible beneath the skin, blue veins tracing its outline. He lightly tapped his forearm, and a golden light swiftly emerged, giving way to an ancient totem. Larger and more vibrant than the one behind Meng Xia's ear. "See, this totem is identical to the one behind your ear. It is inherited from me." That moment, Meng Xia believed him. The strikingly handsome and androgynous man before her was indeed her father. "I'm so happy. I am no longer alone. Will you abandon me in the future?" she asked, fear creeping into her voice, reminiscent of how her father had left her mother a year prior. "Never," Gong Qizhou replied with unwavering certainty. Meng Xia leaped into his embrace. "I am Meng Xia. I miss my mother. Can you take me to find her?" Hearing his daughter call him father, Gong Qizhou felt a sense of fulfillment. "Yes, I will find your mother. But first, I will take you to a special place." "What place?" "A place filled with delightful wonders," Gong Qizhou replied. "I am the Beastman continent. There exists a bright lake where a grand castle stands, filled with treasures, food, clothing, and jewels." That was his domain, and he intended to take his daughter there first. Meng Xia was still clad in tattered animal skin garments, and Gong Qizhou felt a pang of compassion as he looked at her. "Father, it's so beautiful here," Meng Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like stars. Gong Qizhou watched her, warmth swelling in his heart. Once they returned to the Divine Clan continent, he would proclaim to all that little Meng Xia was his daughter, deserving of everyone's adoration. "Hold on tight, I'm taking you down," he instructed as they descended, and in that moment, Meng Xia experienced a sense of freedom and joy she had never known before. Her heart brimmed with trust towards Gong Qizhou, a bond stronger than blood. "Father, are we going there?" she asked curiously, her eyes glimmering with expectation. Gong Qizhou smiled gently. "Yes, to a place you will surely love, where miracles await your discovery." Above a sea of clouds, Gong Qizhou carried Meng Xia through the air, ultimately landing before a magnificent ancient castle. The castle towered majestically, reminiscent of a giant emerging from the river of time, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. Its towering spires pierced the heavens like swords, and the ancient stone walls were adorned with moss, narrating tales of ages past. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating every corner of the castle, casting dappled shadows that cloaked it in a golden veil. Upon entering the castle, Meng Xia was immediately captivated by the splendor before her. The spacious hall featured a high arched ceiling, where intricately carved crystal chandeliers sparkled under the sunlight. Ancient oil paintings adorned the walls, depicting the heroic deeds of yore, as if recounting long-forgotten tales. The floor was laid with opulent carpets, each step feeling weightless beneath her feet. Despite its antiquity, the interior was meticulously maintained, exuding a subtle fragrance that seemed to embody the essence of time's passage and refinement. "Wow, Father, this place is stunning." Meng Xia's eyes glimmered with excitement as she surveyed her surroundings, her face alight with curiosity. She walked cautiously through the hall, pointing at the exquisite decorations, her expression brimming with endless wonder. This place felt entirely different from the world she had known with her mother. Gong Qizhou observed her with an affectionate smile. He retrieved a set of splendid garments from a nearby room and gently offered them to her. "See which one you like best." The items were plentiful, ranging from children's sizes to those for adults, catering to all ages and genders. Meng Xia accepted the clothes, a long gown adorned with exquisite embroidery, its hem resembling a blooming flower with vibrant and playful colors. She held the dress up to herself, a sweet smile illuminating her face. I adore this one. She never expected to possess a beautiful dress of her own. Very well, you can wear it shortly. Gong Qizhou nodded with satisfaction. He then procured a collection of toys, presenting them before Meng Xia. The toys were a kaleidoscope of colors, featuring delicate puppets, gleaming beads, and various puzzles, resembling a miniature kingdom of playthings. Wow, father, these toys are so beautiful, Meng Xia exclaimed, squatting down to examine each one, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. Her fingers gently caressed the toys, her heart brimming with a thirst for novelty. Chapter 36. The gathering of powerful beings at the Wanyu ancient tomb. Meng Xia was completely entranced by the toys, her senses overwhelmed. She sat on the soft carpet, absorbed in play, when suddenly, she heard the call of cicadas. Father, I want to catch cicadas. Gong Qizhou found it hard to believe. He crouched down, eager to confirm his suspicion. Xia, did you hear the cicadas? Yes, the sound is very clear, she replied, unaware of how astonishing her words were. The castle seemed isolated from the Beastman forest, separated from the world. The nearest forest was quite distant, and the cicadas were at least 100 miles away. Yet the little girl claimed she could hear their sound. Xia, it seems that with your awakening of spiritual power, your sensory abilities have also heightened, allowing you to hear sounds that most cannot. Meng Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, father? Does that mean it will be easier for me to find my mother? Where could that female be? He still didn't understand why the little girl was separated from her mother. Gong Qizhou nodded. Yes, that's correct. For the next few days, you will rest in the castle to regain your strength. You are too frail. I hope to nurse you back to health before we set out to find your mother. Meng Xia nodded, blissfully unaware. All right, I will get better quickly. Father is so powerful. He will surely find my mother soon. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Xianming was meditating to enhance his Ziwei spiritual power. Soon, when the time was right for the Wanyu ancient tomb, coupled with the purple aura from Jiang Yin and his own Ziwei spiritual power, they would be able to open the tomb together. Having finished his meditation, Xianming prepared to bathe in the cool spring on the back mountain. Hu Yu had been lurking nearby, waiting for her chance. It had been several days since she last saw Lord Xianming, and she was eager for his presence. At last, her patience paid off as she finally spotted him. Standing beneath the moonlight, Xianming's long, dark hair cascaded behind him, exuding a chilling beauty reminiscent of a cold-blooded serpent beastman. On the back mountain, adorned in a luxurious gown of deep purple, Xianming stood at the edge of the cool spring, ready to wash away the sweat from his meditation. The moonlight bathed his handsome visage, accentuating his unique allure and mysterious aura. His stature was graceful and upright, akin to an ancient monarch. Suddenly, Xianming's gaze sharpened. He sensed someone watching him. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his hand, swiftly striking towards the hidden observer behind a boulder. Hu Yu. Startled by Xianming's power, Hu Yu nearly stumbled back. Lord Xianming, it's me. Her eyes shimmered with a flicker of terror, filled with both reverence and admiration for the enigmatic power of Xianming. Hu Yue initially intended to surreptitiously observe Xianming's graceful figure under the moonlight. Yet she did not anticipate being discovered. However, upon being noticed, Hu Yue did not falter. Instead, she grew more emboldened in her pursuit of Xianming. She resolved to continue her entanglement with him, fantasizing about the delight of bathing together. A surge of intense curiosity and desire welled up within her heart, compelling her to unravel the tale behind Xianming and to explore the source of his mysterious allure. The moonlight cascaded like water, spilling over the surface of the spring and creating delicate ripples. Xianming's handsome visage appeared even more austere in the night's embrace, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through the shadows where Hu Yue hid behind a large stone. Her silhouette, small and enchanting in the moonlight, was rendered timid and hesitant under his imposing presence. I said, "Leave," Xianming uttered coldly, his voice like ice, imbued with an air of unyielding authority. Yet Hu Yue remained undeterred by his indifference. Instead, a playful spark ignited within her. She offered a gentle smile, presenting an innocent yet mischievous demeanor, and softly inquired, "My Lord Xianming, why must you send me away? Do you not desire companionship?" Her voice, laced with allure, carried a hint of coyness as she sought to sway Xianming with sweet words. She continued, "What a splendid affair it would be to share a bath with you in this spring." Xuanming's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of annoyance washing over him. He did not appreciate such frivolous banter, nor did he wish to be disturbed by a mere triviality. I require no companionship. Depart, he replied icily. Yet Huyue, as if deaf to his words, persisted with her syrupy tone. My lord, you appear so captivating under the moonlight. To accompany you in a bath would surely be a delightful experience. With her words, Xuanming's patience began to wane. His fingers trembled slightly, gathering spiritual energy at their tips, as an ominous aura seemed to permeate the air. Huyue sensed the shift in Xuanming's demeanor, her heart tightening with the realization that she may have provoked him. Her pulse quickened, a sense of suffocation enveloping her. Are you courting death? Xuanming's voice was low and frigid, causing the very air to feel heavy with tension. Huyue's expression shifted abruptly, fear surging within her. She had never encountered such a fearsome Xianming. This man before her seemed capable of reducing her to mere dust at any moment. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, yearning for justification, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Her voice came forth as a mere whisper, trembling. My lord Xianming, I only wish to converse with you. Converse? Xianming scoffed, his spiritual energy coalescing into a sharp blade, aimed directly at Huyue. Do you not realize the folly of your presumption? Panic seized Huyue's heart, tears welling in her eyes as the gravity of her situation dawned on her. She had indeed angered this cold man. Desperately, she attempted to salvage the moment, exclaiming, My lord, I was wrong. I should not have disturbed you. I shall leave at once. But Xuanming's gaze, like an icy abyss, remained unrelenting in its focus on her. Huyue felt an overwhelming pressure, and she dared to wonder if it were Jiang Yan. Would my lord still refuse her? Xuanming's cold laughter echoed. I have warned you not to provoke her. Heartbroken, Huyue fled in disarray. Had it not been for her earlier declaration, Xianming would never have allowed her to remain. She recalled that morning when she had stopped Xianming to inform him of her exceptional reproductive capabilities, assuring him that she could bear many snake-beast kin for the tribe. Considering that some males had yet to mate with females, he had reluctantly permitted Huyue to stay. Little did he expect that this fool would remain infatuated with him. He regretted not sending her away sooner. 3 days later, as dawn broke with a hint of pale light on the horizon. The morning rays cascaded like a gossamer veil over the earth, illuminating the slumbering mountains. A gentle mist enveloped the hills, shrouding the realm in an air of mystery. The distant peaks loomed ever more majestic in the morning glow, while dewdrops on the treetops sparkled like countless precious gems embedded in a verdant tapestry. At dawn, Xianming stood quietly at the entrance of the waterfall cave, his silhouette appearing both grand and solitary through the cascading curtain of water. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in the earth, as if some ancient and formidable force was stirring. It is the manifestation from the Wanyu ancient tomb, he murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In that instant, he vanished from the cave like a bolt of lightning, reappearing before Jiang Yan's cave. Jiang Yan was seated inside, devising intriguing math problems for her offspring when Xuanming's sudden appearance startled her. The time has come for the ancient tomb. Xuanming's voice was as biting as winter's chill, tinged with urgency. Prepare yourself immediately. We depart for the tomb at the hour of Qian. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Jiang Yan as she gazed up at Xianming, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complicated emotions. So soon? She thought, her strategies still unprepared. How do you know there is suddenly a manifestation at the Wanyu ancient tomb? She understood the peril she would face if she ventured there. This occurrence is unusual. I can sense it, and many will surely flock there. We must act swiftly, and refrain from questioning too much. Xuanming's tone was resolute, his gaze exuding an air of undeniable authority. You must prepare quickly, gather your necessities. Time is of the essence. Jiang Yan nodded, her mind racing through the legends surrounding the ancient tomb as she hastily packed her belongings, readying herself for the journey. Once there, she would need to devise a means of escape. As the hour of Qian approached, the air around them thrummed with tension and excitement. Once all preparations were complete, Jiang Yan emerged from the cave to find Xianming awaiting her. His figure loomed large and imposing in the morning light, his deep purple robe billowing gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a deity stepping forth from age-old legends. Come, Xianming commanded without hesitation, raising his sword slightly, its brilliance gleaming with seemingly boundless strength. Jiang Yan felt a flutter of anxiety. She could not fly using a sword. Faced with Xuanming's unwavering demeanor, she hesitated but ultimately stepped forward, grasping his arm. His presence was like a refreshing breeze in the mountains, radiating a potent masculine energy. "Hold on tightly," Xianming instructed softly, his expression indifferent. With a single word from him, the sword's light flickered, transforming into a streak of luminescence. Lifting Jiang Yin into the air, the wind howled past her ears, and her heart raced with trepidation. She clung tightly to Xuanming's arm, acutely aware of his formidable power. She had always known this snake-beast man was not benign. What exactly did he require of her to assist in unlocking the Wanyu ancient tomb? As the morning light enveloped them, they soared towards the horizon, traversing mountains and rivers, heading straight for the Wanyu ancient tomb. The scenery beneath them shifted rapidly, the grandeur of the mountains and the vastness of the land unfurling like a vivid painting before their eyes. What secrets lay hidden within the ancient tomb? Jiang Yin pondered, her mind swirling with speculation. What could possibly be so vital for Xianming to obtain from within? While flying on the sword, Xuanming's gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Yin. Her profile, illuminated by the morning light, appeared strikingly vivid and gentle, her features distinct, embodying a rare resilience among female beastmen. Her long hair danced in the wind, akin to a ray of light in the dawn, complementing the beauty of her exquisite visage. In that moment, as Jiang Yin gripped his arm tightly, her expression slightly tense yet her eyes sparkled with a brilliance that momentarily distracted Xuanming. In that fleeting instant, a stir of emotion flickered within him. He had never anticipated that he would find himself gazing upon a female beastman at such a moment, feeling an inexplicable sentiment arise within him. Her resilience and uniqueness evoked memories of his past, those days of struggle and darkness, the moments of solitude and helplessness. Jiang Yan's presence seemed to strike a chord deep within him. This female beastman was willing to impart her knowledge to a beastman unrelated to her tribe. Yet, as these feelings surged within him, Xuanming's rationality swiftly quelled the tenderness. He reminded himself that Jiang Yin was merely an ordinary female beastman. Despite her possessing a certain extraordinary aura, it paled in comparison to the boundless treasures and powers concealed within the ancient tomb. This sentiment was trivial. "I cannot allow her to hinder me," Xianming cautioned himself, his gaze growing resolute. He understood that the tomb held countless rare spiritual artifacts and immense power, essential for his cultivation and survival. To achieve his goals, he must remain cold-hearted, allowing no emotions to cloud his judgment. If it means sacrificing her, so be it. The thought flickered through his mind. Though tinged with reluctance, he understood that this was a choice he must make. Jiang Yan's purple starry light was the key to unlocking the ancient tomb. Yet once that light was extinguished, her demise would be inevitable. However, he had no alternative. This was the sole method to access the tomb. If she were to sway his decision at a critical moment, it would result in a fatal error. He had to set her aside, concentrating solely on his objective, even if it meant sacrificing her. Regardless, the treasures within the tomb were of utmost importance. Xianming repeatedly reminded himself of this notion, striving to maintain his composure. His gaze shifted forward once more, endeavoring to dismiss the image of her exquisite profile, redirecting his thoughts to the impending ancient tomb. Yet, despite his relentless internal denial of wavering emotions, he found himself unable to completely shake off Jiang Yan's presence, even if he wished to deny it. This female had left an indelible mark upon his heart. True strength demanded unwavering calmness. One must never allow emotions to cloud judgment. Xianming continuously admonished himself, his expression gradually solidifying as if he had resolved to act. With the flickering of sword light, their figures sped forth in the morning light, heading straight for the enigmatic Wanyu tomb. Concurrently, from all directions towards the tomb, an ever-increasing number of orcs had gathered. They were all formidable beings, eager to gain the favor of the tomb and partake in its riches. Above the castle, Gong Qizhou hovered in the heavens, surveying the surface of the orc continent. Noting that many were hastening towards the tomb, the situation was growing increasingly intriguing. Chapter 037. Rescuing Jiang Yin, Xianming's conflicted thoughts in an ancient desert on the Beast World continent. The heavens and earth seemed to be shrouded in a veil of golden sand. The endless dunes undulated like waves, whispering tales of millennia. Sunlight filtered through the thick sand, casting a faint glow that rendered the world in a hazy, mysterious hue. The winds howled, stirring up waves of sand that roared like furious beasts. Tearing at the earth and emitting a deep growl, sand particles danced in the air, like countless tiny arrows, stinging any soul daring enough to traverse this desolate expanse. Suddenly, at the heart of this barren desert, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some immense force were awakening from the depths below. The tremors intensified, 1,000 times more potent than what Xian Ming had felt earlier at the Water Curtain Cave. The ancient tomb was about to emerge. A voice from the crowd cried out, and with a deafening roar, the sands flew, and dust swirled as an ancient mausoleum abruptly rose from the earth. The tomb's exterior bore the scars of time, mottled and weathered, with moss and sand intertwining, as if narrating its long history. The top of the tomb was adorned with peculiar beast-shaped carvings, seemingly warning those who dared approach with greedy ambition. As the tomb ascended, the surrounding orcs gathered, their towering forms clad in furs, gripping sharp weapons, their expressions a mixture of awe and reverence. Some stood discreetly in the shadows, deliberately minimizing their presence. The orcs' gazes were fixed upon the ancient tomb, their faces reflecting shock and reverence. Whispers of discussion arose, while others silently prayed, as if anticipating the unveiling of the secrets hidden within. They were determined to seize the treasures within the tomb. Meanwhile, the relentless winds continued to rage, as if composing a magnificent symphony for this mysterious mausoleum. The hearts of the orcs brimmed with excitement and trepidation, aware that this tomb might harbor boundless wealth and power, yet simultaneously pose unforeseen dangers. At this moment, Xian Ming soared through the air on his sword, the blade slicing through the desert's stillness. Jiang Yin stood behind him, observing his strong back and sensing the subtle, intangible power emanating from him. She furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating how she might extricate herself. If opening the Wanyu tomb posed a lethal threat to her, she certainly could not recklessly charge forward. The wind whistled past her ears, carrying the fine sting of sand, as if reminding her of the imminent descent. Just as she pondered these thoughts, Xian Ming's voice broke through her reverie. "We have arrived." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the sword's momentum abruptly retracted, and Jiang Yin felt a sudden weightlessness as he wrapped his arms around her waist and plunged downward. She gasped, her heart racing as the ground rushed up to meet her, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour her. Just when she thought she would crash hard, Xian Ming gently set her down on the ground. Her legs felt slightly weak, her heart still racing with shock and indignation. Was that intentional? Jiang Yin scolded, her face flushed from the fright. Her impression of Xian Ming diminished yet again. Instinctively, she took a step back, maintaining a distance from him. Surveying her surroundings, Jiang Yin was captivated by the vast desert. The undulating dunes resembled a surging ocean, golden grains shimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. The winds continued to ravage the air, swirling up clouds of dust, as if adding an enigmatic veil to the desolate expanse. She couldn't help but marvel at the desert's grandeur and desolation, a sight both breathtaking and humbling. Her gaze was drawn to the orcs gathered around the tomb. These towering figures, draped in furs and wielding various weapons, exuded a potent aura, waiting for something. Jiang Yin sensed their strong presence, a blend of authority and an indescribable pressure. She mused inwardly, realizing that these orcs were undoubtedly after the treasures within the tomb. Were their desires aligned with Xian Ming's? Taking a deep breath, she scanned the orcs, seeking any useful information, her mind racing with thoughts of her next move. "Follow me," Xian Ming instructed softly. "There is no entrance here. These orcs will wait in vain, for they cannot enter the tomb." Jiang Yan's gaze returned to him, somewhat reluctantly being led away. He guided her to the side of the tomb, revealing less than 1/10 of it above the desert. The true treasure vault lay beneath. Xian Ming seemed in good spirits, sharing insights with Jiang Yin. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her. They were moving further away from the crowd, making any escape increasingly difficult. "Oh, do you know where the true entrance lies?" Jiang Yin inquired. Of course, Xian Ming replied, leading her to the side of the tomb. With a wave of his spiritual power, a door materialized before them. The previous illusion was merely a barrier set by the tomb. Only those of sufficient strength could perceive this entrance. At last, Xian Ming and Jiang Yin reached the threshold of the Wanyu tomb. The tomb's passageway was concealed within a dark expanse of rock, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The entrance was blanketed in moss, appearing eerie and damp, as if whispering secrets from countless years past. Ancient runes adorned the walls, flickering with a faint glow, seemingly warning intruders. Entering the passage, a musty odor filled the air, and the dim surroundings were illuminated only by the faint light of Xian Ming's spiritual sword, guiding their path. The walls of the passage were rough and sturdy, occasionally displaying ancient murals depicting rituals from ages past and battles among various tribes, as if recounting the glory and tragedy of this land. Upon entering, they discovered that a dozen individuals had already gathered in the dim passage. Evidently, these were the powerful beings Xian Ming had mentioned. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the darkness ahead. In Siyue, the silver-haired orc. Jiang Yin was taken aback to see him here. However, it made sense. Given his formidable strength, he would not wish to miss the opportunity to seek treasure within the Wanyu tomb. He stood at the end of the passage, his gaze piercing as he coldly scrutinized the tomb's wall. For ahead lay a dead end, a solid wall that in a fleeting moment, Xian Ming and In Siyue's eyes met, igniting a ripple of tension in the air. Each harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere growing increasingly complex and charged. "You have finally arrived," In Siyue's voice resonated, deep and magnetic, his silver hair lending him an ethereal quality, seemingly detached from the world. Yet this was merely a fade, for one could not judge a person by appearances. If he were truly indifferent, why would he come here? In Siyue regarded Xian Ming. "I anticipated your arrival." Xian Ming's eyes shimmered with a hint of arrogance as he surveyed the surroundings, asserting that whoever seized the treasure would rely solely on their own abilities. In Siyue offered a faint smile. "Of course." He then turned his attention to Jiang Yin. "Why have you come as well? It is quite dangerous here." Jiang Yin remained silent, while Xian Ming involuntarily frowned. "You speak too much." He cast a discontented glance at In Siyue and sneered. "Xian Ming, do not tell me you brought her here with the intention of exploiting her?" Unless Jiang Yin possessed some form of utility, it was inconceivable that the cunning serpent beastman would bring along a mere second-tier female. Upon hearing In Siyue's words, Xuanming's expression turned cold. "What does it matter to you?" Yet, Jiang Yin felt a surge of wariness. It seemed that In Siyue was indeed correct, for Xian Ming appeared to be seething with indignation. Jiang Yan's heart tightened, her vigilance heightened. She was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess possessed by both In Siyue and Xian Ming. Recognizing that the current situation was far from straightforward, she needed to devise a means of escape from the ancient tomb. "Indeed, you were right, Jiang Yin. You must now understand the words I spoke to you previously. This serpent beastman is perilous. It would be wise to maintain your distance from him." Xian Ming clenched his fists. "We do not wish to be your adversary," he retorted coldly, a flicker of caution in his eyes. "I brought her here merely to seek her assistance and to expose her to the world, to uncover the secrets hidden within the ancient tomb." "Secrets?" A cold smile crept across In Siyue's lips. "The secrets within the ancient tomb are not easily obtained by the likes of you." Just then, an accidental trigger by an unknown individual set off a mechanism, and strange sounds emanated from the depths of the passage, as if something had been disturbed. Xuanming's alertness heightened, ready to confront any impending danger. Both Jiang Yin and Xian Ming felt a simultaneous tightening in their chests, realizing that they may have activated a trap within the tomb. As anticipated, with a low rumble, the stones in the walls began to tremble, and an unsettling aura permeated the air of the passage. "Quick, take cover!" Xian Ming shouted suddenly, seizing Jiang Yin and pulling her aside. As they barely evaded the onslaught, countless arrows burst forth from the walls of the passage, shooting towards them with a piercing whistle. "What kind of mechanism is this?" Jiang Yin exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing. "Follow me," Xian Ming commanded without hesitation, dragging Jiang Yin towards the side. They swiftly navigated the narrow passage, with arrows raining down like a tempest, the sound of arrows embedding into the stone walls echoing around them, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris. Jiang Yin followed closely, her mind racing with thoughts of the various traps that might exist within the ancient tomb. She endeavored to remain composed, matching Xuanming's pace while striving to evade the arrows. Just then, the passage ahead revealed a sharp turn, and Xian Ming quickly yanked Jiang Yin aside, taking refuge against the stone wall. "We must find a way to deactivate the mechanism," Jiang Yin whispered, her eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Xian Ming scanned his surroundings. There, a stone pillar. He pointed towards a nearby pillar, intricately adorned with complex runes, seemingly connected to the mechanism. "Hurry!" At Xuanming's command, they dashed towards the stone pillar. As they approached, the arrow storm continued to pour down like a deluge, the sound of arrows striking the stone deafening. Jiang Yan's heart raced, nearly suffocating under the pressure. Yet she knew there was no time to hesitate. They had to find a way to deactivate the mechanism together. Get closer to the pillar. Ximing shielded Jiang Yan's face with his palm as they sped towards the ancient stone pillar. Arrows falling like raindrops behind them with a piercing sound. At last, they reached the pillar, and Ximing swiftly pulled Jiang Yan behind him. Jiang Yan panted, her eyes glimmering with tension as she pointed at the intricate runes on the pillar, urgently declaring these runes might be related to the mechanism. Ximing scrutinized the runes, his brow furrowing slightly. They appeared to be ancient seals. If deciphered, they might be able to deactivate the arrow mechanism. He extended his hand, gently touching the runes, sensing a faint pulse of spiritual energy. I will give it a try, Ximing murmured, mentally reciting an ancient incantation in an attempt to resonate with the runes. As his spiritual energy flowed into the runes, they began to emit a faint glow, as if responding to his call. However, the arrows showed no signs of ceasing. The environment grew increasingly perilous. Jiang Yan anxiously scanned the surroundings, beads of sweat forming on her palms while her heart raced, fearing that an unexpected event might occur at this crucial moment. Suddenly, the runes on the stone pillar erupted with brilliant light, accompanied by a deep rumble, and the speed of the arrows began to slow, as if restrained by an invisible force. Have we succeeded? Jiang Yan exclaimed in delight, her heart swelling with excitement. Not yet. Xuanming's voice was low and resolute as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, striving to amplify this newfound power. With his efforts, the runes on the pillar began to rotate, radiating waves of light, and the air around them vibrated, forming a powerful aura. Just then, a low rumble echoed from the other side of the passage, as if some force deep within the tomb had been activated. Jiang Yan and Ximing exchanged glances, both aware that time was running short. Ximing took a deep breath, silently reciting the incantation as he continued to infuse his spiritual energy into the pillar. As the glow of the runes intensified, the rain of arrows finally ceased, the air thickening with a sense of oppression, as if the tomb's power was gradually calming. Step back, Ximing suddenly shouted, pulling Jiang Yan away. Just as they retreated, the stone pillar emitted a loud crash, and the surrounding mechanisms began to activate, the arrow launchers slowly closing, restoring tranquility to the passage. Did we truly succeed this time? Jiang Yan gasped for breath. For the moment, Ximing nodded slightly, his gaze remaining vigilant, for the environment around them still brimmed with unknown dangers. He understood that there were more traps within the ancient tomb awaiting their discovery. Chapter 038. Xuanming's ruthlessness. The two returned to the location where they initially encountered Yin Siyue, for the entrance lay there. Upon seeing them reappear, Yin Siyue's gaze towards Ximing deepened. I thought you were ensnared by the mechanisms. After speaking, he instinctively glanced at Jiang Yan, relieved to see she was unharmed, indicating that the serpent beastman had not solely prioritized his own escape. Jiang Yan observed Yin Siyue's once pristine white robe now slightly wrinkled and dust-laden, evidently a remnant from their recent evasion of the arrows. Damn it, who triggered the mechanism? Those who wish to live should be more cautious and not endanger us all. Several beastmen grumbled, their expressions disheveled from evading the arrows. Some, unable to dodge in time, bore arrows piercing through their arms, still bleeding profusely. Ximing surveyed the surroundings, searching for the mechanism. A dozen beastmen gathered, their expressions fraught with agitation. They were acutely aware that this was the entrance to the ancient tomb. Yet a solid barrier blocked their path, leaving them at an impasse. Although they yearned to unveil the secrets of the tomb, they were reluctant to act recklessly, fearing the potential activation of hidden mechanisms concealed beneath the sand. The air was thick with tension as the beastmen conversed in hushed tones, occasionally emitting low growls, their restlessness palpable. Meanwhile, Ximing continued to probe within the tomb's passage, his fingers gliding over the wall's patterns in an effort to locate the mechanism. After considerable effort, he finally detected a slight indentation. Realizing he had found the key, he inhaled deeply and pressed the spot, immediately hearing a crisp sound, as if some mechanism within the tomb had been activated. As the mechanism engaged, a complex diagram resembling an 8-trigram appeared before him, its surface shimmering faintly, as if beckoning him. Ximing understood that this 8-trigram required the combined infusion of his and Jiang Yan's spiritual energy to unlock the path to the innermost depths of the ancient tomb. For the entrance of the tomb also demanded the violet spiritual energy as imparted to him by his serpent immortal grandfather. However, the surrounding beastmen began to evoke a sense of impatience within him. Though their spiritual energy was not weak, allowing them to enter the tomb would inevitably incite chaos and could jeopardize his plans for acquiring the treasures. They cannot be allowed to enter. Ximing mused darkly, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. He turned, surveying the beastmen. As dark thoughts began to surface within him in that fleeting moment, he resolved to take action. He must not allow these 10th-tier spiritual warriors to thwart his plans. Perish! Ximing let out a cold snort, seemingly issuing a final death order to the orcs. With a sudden thrust of his palm, the wind generated was as sharp as a blade, hurtling directly towards the orcs. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The orcs exchanged terrified glances, retreating in fear, yet it was already too late. That palm strike, akin to thunder, bore unparalleled strength, instantly sending several orcs flying, crashing heavily to the ground with blood gushing forth. The other orcs, witnessing this scene, retreated in horror, their hearts filled with shock and dread. They had not anticipated that this towering orc would act so decisively, inflicting such ruthlessness upon them. At this moment, the air was thick with tension, and the orcs were engulfed in confusion and unease. However, they understood that the individual before them was far from benevolent. If they did not withdraw, they would likely face even greater calamities. Xuanming's gaze swept over the orcs, devoid of any compassion. He was acutely aware that only by eliminating these obstructive warriors could he smoothly channel his spiritual energy to unveil the secrets of the ancient tomb. You all must perish, he resolved, intending to root out any future threats. With another palm strike unleashed, carrying a force that could topple mountains, the orcs, despite their status as formidable beings on the Beastman continent, possessing 10th-tier spiritual power, were utterly no match for Xuanming's profound strength. The remaining orcs, unable to escape in time, were swiftly dispatched by Ximing. Insiue stood aside, arms crossed, observing coldly. He had not expected this serpentine orc to be so ruthless. Leaving no survivors, indeed, he was merciless. Xuanming's gaze returned to the Bagua diagram, his mind calculating the next steps, preparing to join Jiang Yin in opening the ancient tomb's entrance. The stench of blood permeated the entire passage. Jiang Yin understood that Ximing was not a benevolent soul, yet she had not anticipated his indiscriminate slaughter. The ancient tomb was not his property. For his own selfish desires, he could arbitrarily determine the fates of others. How terrifying! He was akin to a demon. Even when his demonic affliction was dormant, he was already so horrifying. What would happen when it erupted on the night of the full moon? Would he slay gods if he encountered them? Or demons if they crossed his path? Surely, even children would not be spared. The scene before her left Jiang Yin utterly speechless, and as she beheld Ximing's cold gaze upon her, the darkness within his eyes began to swirl. Restless and eager. What? Do you find me terrifying? Jiang Yin had every reason to believe that if she nodded in agreement, this venomous serpent orc would snap her neck in an instant. Yet, he truly was cruel. Even if he wished to prevent them from hindering his quest for treasure, there was no need to kill them. Ximing sneered, ignorant female. At that moment, Jiang Yin also felt a surge of murderous intent. No, she had to find a way to escape this serpent orc. Come here. Infuse your purple spiritual breath, Ximing commanded, retracting his gaze from her. Jiang Yin realized she had no right to refuse. She was far too weak. To Ximing, ending her life would be as simple as crushing an ant. Purple spiritual breath. Upon hearing Xuanming's words, Insiue's pupils constricted. Jiang Yin possessed purple spiritual breath. How could that be? Did her lineage truly harbor some undisclosed secret? Wait, Insiue interjected, interrupting Ximing. Xuanming's eyes flickered as he pondered how to eliminate this high priest of the celestial clan. Were it not for their comparable strengths, he would never allow Insiue to remain here. How do you intend to open the ancient tomb's door? Why do you need her purple spiritual breath? Insiue felt that the situation was far from simple, and considering the rarity of purple spiritual breath, how could it be used to infuse the Bagua diagram? It was highly likely that Jiang Yin might lose her life as a result. Was this sinister serpent orc truly scheming for that end? Had he initially brought this young female into their tribe for this very reason? Though he and this female were mere acquaintances, for reasons unknown, he did not wish for Jiang Yin to be harmed. Nor did he want her to be exploited by Xianming. Insiyue forcibly pulled Jiang Yin closer. You despicable serpent orc, what skill is there in using a female as a pawn? Jiang Yin sensed the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere growing increasingly tense. What do you mean by that? I suspect Xianming intends to rely on your purple spiritual breath to unlock the ancient tomb's door. Although I am unaware of why you possess such breath, you need to know that it is exceedingly rare and easily depleted. Once exhausted, it could cost you your life. Jiang Yin had indeed suspected that this journey would be fraught with peril, but she had not anticipated it to be so dire. In that moment, Xuanming's murderous intent towards Insiyue reached its peak. He had never been a paragon of virtue, and knowing he only had a 50-50 chance in a confrontation, he resolutely chose the treacherous path of poison. Since you are already aware, let me inform you that I will not cease my actions. Jiang Yin, remember your promise to me. Come here. Jiang Yin did not move. What? Have you changed your mind? From the moment you entered the tribe, did I not say that you must help me open the ancient tomb's door? If it were not for your utility, with your mediocre pharmacological skills, do you think you would earn my protection? Insiyue shook his head. Jiang Yin, see? I warned you from the start that he was not a good person. You should have kept your distance. Jiang Yin ignored both of them, instead communicating with Zhu Ke in her consciousness. Zhu Ke, I want to ask, if you intervene, can you handle Xianming? Mother, although I am a divine beast, I am still in my youth and cannot contend with Xianming. His true form is a descendant of the snake goddess from the divine realm. I cannot ascertain his exact level of power. This was indeed a dilemma. Jiang Yin withdrew from her consciousness. All right, I will assist you. She understood that this silver-haired beast man was of comparable strength to Xianming, yet she was not naive enough to assume that her charm would compel him to resist Xianming on her behalf. She could only take it one step at a time. Insiyue, in disbelief, exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of death? Jiang Yin felt grateful towards this silver-haired beast man. At least he bore her no malice. Thank you for telling me this. She smiled at Insiyue. He was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xuanming's agitation grew more pronounced. Place your hands here, on the left side. Jiang Yin complied, and as her hand touched the Bagua diagram, it emitted a faint tremor. Subsequently, Xianming placed his hand on the right side. Infuse your spiritual energy. How do I infuse it? She had no idea where her purple spiritual breath was, nor did she know how to utilize it. Xianming retracted his hand and formed a seal with both hands, pressing it against Jiang Yin's forehead. It's done. Try to mobilize your body's spiritual energy. The purple spiritual breath will respond to you. Despite her resistance, Jiang Yin had no choice but to endure. Indeed, she felt a surge of spiritual energy, and soon, a pure purple spiritual breath danced at her fingertips. That's it. Quickly place it on the Bagua diagram. This Bagua diagram was somewhat sinister. It required both purple spiritual breath and his own Z-Way spiritual energy to activate. Only when it began to rotate would the ancient tomb's door unlock. Jiang Yin began to follow suit, simultaneously discussing their next actions with Zhu Ke in her consciousness. Insiyue could no longer bear to watch. Jiang Yin, stop. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Jiang Yin forced a smile. She wished to stop, but how could this serpent orc permit it? Just as Insiyue rushed over to pull Jiang Yin away, Xianming suddenly broke into a smile. Farewell, High Priest. With that, he triggered a mechanism beside the Bagua diagram. And instantly, the stone slab beneath Insiyue vanished. He plummeted downward, and as he leaped to grasp the slab, Xianming lifted his sleeve, a poisoned needle concealed within piercing Insiyue's body. He immediately lost strength and fell straight down. Simultaneously, the stone slab closed once more. The events unfolded in a flash, leaving Jiang Yin no time to react or save Insiyue. Heavens, Xianming was truly a demon. What did you just do to him? That was a poison needle. There is no antidote. He is undoubtedly doomed, and the traps below ensure he cannot survive. Jiang Yan's face turned pale. How despicable of you to use poison. Shouldn't these powerful beings confront each other with honor and integrity? This serpent orc shattered her worldview. Heh, despicable? You have yet to see my true nature. Jiang Yan. Do not assume the best of everyone. It is easy to be taken advantage of. Insiyue is no saint either. Stop wasting time. Continue infusing your purple spiritual breath. Was Yin Siwei truly dead? Jiang Yin felt an involuntary worry for her offspring in the tribe. Ximing gazed at the towering ancient tomb door before him, its surface adorned with intricate runes and ancient patterns, emanating an aura of mystery and majesty. To unlock this door, he must compel Jiang Yin to persist in infusing her purple spiritual breath. Activating the tomb's power. Continue, Jiang Yin. The voice of Ximing was chillingly indifferent, his gaze fixated on the grand door, his emotions a tempest of complexity. Only through Jiang Yin's spiritual power could this portal to the depths of the ancient tomb be unlocked. Relying solely on his Ziwei energy was insufficient, otherwise he would not have been compelled to coerce her. However, as time elapsed, Jiang Yin's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly indicating that her spiritual energy was nearing its limit. Her breaths became rapid, her body trembling slightly, as if at any moment she might collapse. I can barely hold on. Jiang Yin's voice was faint, tinged with a semblance of feeble resistance, her eyes flickering with pain and struggle. Xuanming's heart wavered, his gaze wavering between Jiang Yin and the ancient tomb's door. He understood that her existence was critical to the fulfillment of his ambitions, yet her current state filled him with unease. If she were to perish, hold on, Ximing commanded, though deep inside, he was more enamored with his own preservation than with the lives of others. Ambition and emotion clashed fiercely within him, intertwining the secrets of the tomb with Jiang Yin's safety, plunging him into unprecedented hesitation. I do not wish for her demise. This thought echoed persistently in his mind, yet it was soon overshadowed by his insatiable desire for the treasures of the tomb. This door must be opened. Just as Ximing wrestled with his inner turmoil, a flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Yin. This was an opportune moment. Ximing's mind was ensnared in conflict. Lowering his guard, her left hand subtly began to move, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Did Ximing truly believe her to be a fool willing to perish here? How naive! She knew that if she did not act soon, both she and Zhu Ke would meet their end. Chapter 039. The Ancient Tomb Secrets, Jiang Yin's masterstroke bound by a pact with Zhu Ke. Her demise would also spell the end for Zhu Ke. Therefore, to safeguard Zhu Ke and her offspring, she simply could not afford to perish. Seizing the fleeting moment of Xuanming's distraction, she swiftly pressed a concealed mechanism on the wall. Boom! With her action, a resounding crash echoed through the chamber, followed by a torrent of flames erupting from the mouth of a stone dragon behind her. The blaze illuminated the entire passage, a searing wave of heat rushing towards Ximing, rendering him momentarily breathless. What have you done? Ximing bellowed in fury, realizing the gravity of the situation. As he turned, he beheld the flames spewing forth from the dragon's maw, engulfing him in a fiery torrent. Jiang Yin feigned shock, a pretense of panic washing over her as she hastily retreated. Yet the scorching waves of fire closed in, threatening to consume them both. I don't know. The flames just ignited spontaneously. Ah, it's so hot. She acted as though she too was injured by the flames. Jiang Yin dared not be careless. Ximing was formidable, and she needed to tread carefully. With a flick of her wrists, she summoned her fire-based spiritual flame, hurling it towards Ximing. This spiritual flame, imbued with Zhu Ke's fire essence, would be sufficient to occupy him for a time. She wished for the fire to grow stronger. The tomb was indeed intriguing. The cuneiform script on the stone walls was comprehensible to her, leading her to know that there was a mechanism to control the flames within the stone dragon to her left. Quick, evade! Ximing reacted swiftly, attempting to pull Jiang Yin aside to escape the oncoming inferno, still oblivious to the fact that the flames were her doing. The fire surged forth like a rampaging dragon, saturating the air with an oppressive heat. As Ximing focused on combating the flames, Jiang Yin, originally intent on fleeing, was astonished when the grand entrance of the tomb suddenly swung open with a thunderous sound. How could this be? She had not channeled all her power into the Ziwei spiritual energy. Was there another reason? There was no time for contemplation, just as she prepared to make her escape. An immense force pulled her inside as the door opened, an overwhelming suction. Thus, Jiang Yin was unceremoniously drawn into the ancient tomb. Damn it, Ximing would follow, leaving her no chance to escape. She urgently sought a way to close the tomb's entrance. Determined not to allow Ximing entry, Yet she was ensnared by a formidable force that held her captive. Seeing that Xianming was close to extinguishing the spiritual flames engulfing him, she gritted her teeth and relinquished that thought. She still had no clue where the mechanism to close the tomb's entrance was located. There was nothing left but to venture deeper. Jiang Yin, Xianming called softly. Jiang Yin dared not respond, immediately sprinting away. Numerous doors appeared before her, and she could not discern which was safe, so she steeled herself and entered the second door on her left. Meanwhile, Xianming, belatedly realizing the connection between the fire and Jiang Yin, knew he must find a solution quickly or he would find himself in an even more perilous situation. The flames were sinister, burning his skin painfully. Normally, with his level of spiritual power, ordinary fire would pose no threat. Yet now, after Jiang Yin entered the second door, she found herself in dim light. She retrieved a wooden stick from her spatial pocket, igniting it with her fire abilities, and proceeded onward. Before long, Xianming extinguished the flames but emerged looking disheveled. His once pristine robes and meticulously styled hair now bore the scent of singed fabric. For someone with a compulsive need for cleanliness, this was undoubtedly pushing him to the brink of fury. He swiftly entered the tomb, and as expected, Jiang Yin was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! He was 100% convinced that the peculiar fire was linked to her. With a flick of his fingers, a flash of light enveloped him, instantly changing his attire to a new deep purple robe. His formidable strength allowed him to conjure various objects with ease. Parts of his hair had been scorched by the ominous flames, which he could not tolerate, and he used his spiritual power to restore it. Adorned with a jade crown, he stood tall and elegant, exuding an ethereal grace that would lead any observer to mistake him for a refined gentleman. Jiang Yin, having expended so much Z-Wei starlight, was surely in a weakened state. He assumed she could not have fled far. Nevertheless, since he had entered the tomb, it would be prudent to close the entrance to prevent others from competing with him for its treasures. The tomb was vast. It could not possibly have only one entrance. Once he located the artifacts, he could seek another exit or return to reopen this door. Xianming approached the stone wall, beginning his search for the mechanism to seal the stone door. He could decipher some of the text on the wall, but not all of it. The reason he had accurately located the mechanism earlier to make Insiue fall was that he could comprehend the cuneiform inscriptions. As he pondered, Xianming found himself perplexed. If the flames spewing from the stone dragoness mouth had indeed been conjured by Jiang Yin, how had she accomplished such a feat? How could a mere second-tier female comprehend the ancient totems and inscriptions on the walls? He dared not dwell on the thought. After a thorough search, he discovered a symbol on the wall resembling the earlier Bagua diagram. Pressing upon it, a rumbling sound echoed as the entrance to the tomb began to shift, swiftly sealing itself shut. Xianming smiled in satisfaction and turned to venture deeper into the tomb. Before him lay 7 doors. Which one should he choose? He entered the central door, sensing no trace of Jiang Yin. After inspecting each door, he found no evidence of her presence. Very well, he thought. She is merely a female. I shall prioritize the search for treasures. She has expended far too much Z-Wei spiritual energy and will not last long. Perhaps she is already on the brink of collapse, which is why I cannot sense her presence. With this in mind, Xianming proceeded through the final door. In the shadowy corridor, Zhu Ke emerged from the spatial pocket. Mother, I've come out to keep you company. Zhu Ke was indeed a comforting presence. Exploring alone was somewhat lonely. Jiang Yin smiled, but as she did, a trickle of blood seeped from her lips. Cough, cough. Mother, how are you? Zhu Ke asked, concern etched across her features. It must be the result of expending too much Z-Wei spiritual energy. It's all that vile snake beastman's fault. How could he force you like this? If I were stronger, I would never allow you to be so vulnerable. Zhu Ke felt a pang of heartache. Mother, please sit down. I will use my inner core to heal you. The Z-Wei spiritual energy was an integral part of Jiang Yan's existence. Once depleted, her demise was inevitable. Zhuchua's celestial I could perceive the state of her dantian. Mother, there is only a trace of Z-Wei spiritual energy remaining in your dantian. You won't be able to utilize it again for at least half a year. Otherwise, you may very well lose your life. We must train diligently to replenish your Z-Wei spiritual energy. Although I lack any to offer you, I possess ancient fire-based spiritual energy that I can share to help you recover. Jiang Yin was indeed feeble, her complexion pale. No, Zhu Ke, I cannot take your fire-based spiritual energy. Worry not. I have a restorative agent that will sustain me. Originally, she had intended to reserve her limited supply of restorative agents for her offspring, but now she had no choice but to use it for herself. Rest assured, the restorative agent is a treasure from my previous world and possesses tremendous efficacy. After consuming it, Jiang Yin felt significantly rejuvenated. However, I need to rest for a while. That's wonderful, mother. As long as you're all right. Zhu Ke remained unconvinced and placed her fluffy paw on Jiang Yan's hand, transmitting a small amount of fire-based spiritual energy. Just a little, mother. Enough, enough. Let it be, Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke had no choice but to halt. Can you sense whether that serpent beast man has entered through this door? Jiang Yin is currently worried that Ximing has also ventured into this corridor. No, mother. He is likely to have entered through another door. That is a relief. After a brief respite, Jiang Yin felt her strength returning, allowing her to walk again. Zhu Ke, do you mean to say that even at the later stages of Zimong Lingxi, one can still cultivate and make up for lost time, correct? Indeed, mother, Zimong Lingxi will increase as your strength level rises, and with fortuitous encounters, coupled with elixirs, there exists a chance to compensate for it. As they walked, Zhu Ke elaborated on this to Jiang Yin. That is reassuring. Presently, her greatest concern lies with the offspring in the tribe. She must be the first to exit this ancient tomb before Ximing. Return to the tribe and take her children away. Zhu Ke, let us search for other exits of the tomb together. I cannot rest easy knowing my child remains in the tribe. Do not worry, mother. Zhu Ke will search diligently. The duo, one human and one beast, traversed the depths of the ancient tomb, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie darkness, the air thick with an ancient and damp aura. The stone floor beneath their feet appeared somber and frigid under the faint glow. The walls were adorned with ancient totems and murals, exuding an air of mystery. Those murals depicted ancient battle scenes, the figures robust, wielding sharp blades, their expressions focused and fervent, as if engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Their faces were carved with remarkable vividness, eyes glinting with a wild light, showcasing a primitive and pure beauty. The blades sparkled with a cold gleam under the sunlight, seemingly narrating tales of ancient glory and bloodshed. Jiang Yin found herself captivated by these images, pondering that perhaps these individuals fought for a certain belief, or to protect their young as she pressed onward. Every time her fingers grazed the totems, she felt an ancient power coursing through, as if conversing with her. She imagined the lives of those ancient warriors, a sense of reverence blossoming within her. However, as she delved deeper, the tomb's passage grew narrower, the air increasingly stifling. Upon reaching the end, Jiang Yin and Zhu Ke confronted a dead end, the stone wall solid and unyielding, devoid of any exit. A wave of despair washed over her. Was she truly to be trapped within this ancient tomb? Just as frustration began to overwhelm her, her gaze swept across the wall, suddenly noticing some peculiar symbols. These symbols were ancient Arabic numerals, arranged in a sequence, seemingly conveying some message. She approached, scrutinizing closely, realizing these numbers formed a riddle of sorts. What is this? Jiang Yan's heart leaped, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. She meticulously analyzed the numbers, attempting to discern a pattern. She knew that in order to find a way out, she must unravel this enigma. Perhaps these numbers held the key to the tomb's exit. She confided in Zhu Ke, silently encouraging herself, striving to recall the knowledge of ancient runes and numerals she had learned in her previous life. Her fingers gently traced the numerals, seeking a clue within. If I can solve this riddle, perhaps I can escape. Jiang Yin mused. Zhu Ke, do you believe in me? I have a keen interest in mathematics. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me first connect these numbers and letters to see what riddle they form. Filled with exhilaration, she retrieved the notebook she had left in her space from her previous life. She possessed only 2 black pens, reluctant to use them as they would be depleted, much like the notebook itself. Zhu Ke was curious. Mother, can you truly comprehend these ancient symbols? Yet, Zhu Ke held unwavering confidence in Jiang Yin. I have written it down. Zhu Ke, take a look. In truth, the wall presented a mathematical integral application problem. Translating those ancient symbols revealed the following. In the kingdom of the king, there exists a piece of land. Its size can be represented by yxbx, b0, in conjunction with the x-axis. And a moat traverses this land, represented by the parabola y 2 to 1, x2, splitting the land into 2 portions, denoted as S1 and S2. The question is, what value must be taken for the areas of the divided lands to be equal? Zhu Ke listened, her small head filled with great confusion. Mother, how does one solve this? What should be equal? Moreover, why divide it into 2 portions rather than 3 or 4? Because the king has 2 daughters, and he wishes to equally bestow upon them the land he loves. Jiang Yin found the ancient tomb increasingly intriguing. Oh, I see. Very well, let us sketch a diagram according to the problem. Upon completion, it shall appear thus. Now, we shall first calculate the area of S1, which is merely a simple fraction calculation. First, we must identify their intersection points, where x0 b2 and y0 is unnecessary to calculate. Alright, S1 is the integral of x bx dash 2 to 1, x2 from 0 to b2, yielding the answer b312. Next comes S2, which is the larger area minus the smaller one, and the result also turns out to be b312. So, Zhu Ke, do you know what b must equal for the king's 2 daughters to equally share the land? Jiang Yan's gaze was bright, having discerned the path to escape this dark passage. Chapter 040, The Adventurous Jiang Yan. Ah, mother, I still do not understand. The S1 and S2 obtained now indicate that both areas are the same, yet I still do not know what b should equal. In fact, regardless of what b equals, the areas of the 2 segments of land will always be the same. Jiang Yin approached the wall, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within. Oh, here it is. The wall bore several indentations, which represented options. The first indentation inscribed ancient pictographs, which translated to the numeral 1, the second indentation carved with 0, the third with 99999, and the fourth inscribed with cuneiform characters, translating to any number. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin pressed the optimal answer, any number. The next moment, with a resounding thud, the stone wall ascended, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. She and Zhu Ke stepped inside. Yet another thud echoed as the stone wall sealed behind them. It seems we cannot exit quickly. We must continue to face the challenges ahead. The chamber was engulfed in darkness, the walls radiating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Even the torches could not illuminate the surroundings. She scanned the area, searching for anything of use. Zhu Ke, can you ignite the oil lamps in the 4 corners with your spirit fire? This ancient tomb carries an air reminiscent of the Middle Ages, more advanced than the civilization of the beast world. At the very least, oil lamps and candles have made their appearance. As the flames flickered, the warm glow gradually dispelled the encroaching darkness. She surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the chamber's walls were still adorned with ancient runes and patterns, emanating a mysterious radiance. When the light illuminated the entire chamber, Jiang Yan's attention was drawn to a rock situated in the center. Upon it rested an ancient tome, its cover inscribed with the golden characters Cultivation Heart Method. Zhu Chua's heart raced with excitement, her voice ringing in Jiang Yan's ears. Mother, this is a valuable book that can enhance your cultivation and aid you in mastering your spiritual energy. Cultivation Heart Method, Jiang Yan murmured, the name sounding eloquent and refined. She understood that this tome represented an invaluable opportunity for her cultivation. If she could master its teachings, it might enable her to achieve twice the result with half the effort in her future training, thereby empowering her. I must acquire it. Jiang Yin slowly approached the rock, her heart racing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if envisioning the myriad possibilities that would unfold upon mastering the tome. However, just as she neared the rock, the ground of the chamber suddenly trembled slightly. Jiang Yan's heart tightened, sensing an ominous turn of events. Before she could react, sharp blades shot up from the ground, rushing toward her, glinting menacingly like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs. Jiang Yin gasped, instinctively retreating, narrowly evading the blade's strike. Indeed, every step here posed a perilous threat. Her heart raced, her complexion pale, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She realized that this chamber was no ordinary space. The tome upon the rock might merely be a bait for some test. What kind of mechanism is this? Jiang Yin was filled with trepidation, her gaze instinctively darting around. Zhu Chua's voice echoed in her ears. Mother, be cautious. This place may be laden with traps. The tome is not easily obtained. Jiang Yin took a deep breath, internally alert. She understood that in order to obtain this cultivation heart method, she must tread carefully and not be daunted by the dangers before her. Her focus returned to the tome on the rock, and she began to cautiously retreat, scrutinizing her surroundings in search of a way to deactivate the mechanism. Mother, look, what is this? There are lines and columns of protrusions here. Jiang Yin crouched down, examining the rows of raised elements on the wall. It was a matrix. Mother, what is a matrix? Is it something that needs to be deciphered as well? Indeed, a matrix is a category of mathematical problems. Allow me to examine it thoroughly. This is quite simple, Zhuke. I suspect we need to transform it into an identity matrix. Observe my actions. Jiang Yin discovered that these protruding stones were movable, and she commenced her calculations and row transformations, ultimately succeeding in converting the chaotic matrix before her into an identity matrix. With a sharp crack, all the blades hidden beneath the floor were launched upwards, falling to the ground. Now, there should be no more blades beneath the floor. Just to be safe, let us throw something to test it. Jiang Yin picked up one of the blades that had been flung the farthest and approached, throwing it onto the rock. Clang! There was no reaction. We are safe now, Zhuke. Splendid, Mother. You are truly remarkable. Humble, haha. Jiang Yin successfully obtained the cultivation manual, and lo and behold, it even contains illustrations to aid comprehension. Quite impressive. She tossed the manual into her spatial pocket, and shortly after, the secret chamber opened on its own. Together with Zhuke, she continued onward, only to encounter yet another passage. They had no choice but to proceed with determination. Returning to Silver Sia, after his fall through the floor, he was struck by a poisoned needle. Yet perhaps it was not his fate to perish. Astonishingly, he did not meet a gruesome end upon his descent, but rather fell into a deep pool at the bottom of the ancient tomb. An hour prior, Silver Sia plunged into the depths of the tomb, immediately engulfed by the frigid waters. His body floated and sank, consciousness gradually fading, as the potent poison wreaked havoc within him, rendering him on the brink of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, with formidable willpower and the instinct for survival, Silver Sia fought valiantly, struggling in the water. How could the high priest of the celestial clan meet his demise here? I refuse to die like this, he silently vowed, knowing that even though this was merely his third body in the divine continent, he could not afford any mishap, lest his true self suffer grave injury. He forced himself to concentrate. Feeling the direction of the water's flow, his arms moved through the water. Despite the toxins ravaging his body, he exerted himself to swim upwards towards the surface. The icy waters relentlessly battered against him, mocking his frailty. His consciousness dimmed further beneath the water's surface. The surrounding darkness felt like an endless abyss, threatening to consume him. Finally, after a protracted struggle, Silver Sia sensed a glimmer of light above the water's surface. With the last remnants of his strength, he lunged upward, breaking through the surface of the water. The fresh air rushed into his lungs as he gasped, attempting to expel both the toxins and water from his body. However, as soon as he reached the shore, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him. The toxins coursed through his blood like malevolent demons, his body grew cold, and his limbs felt powerless, as if every muscle were protesting. Chapter 041. The confrontation between Jiang Yin and Xinming. He struggled to sit up, the surroundings gradually coming into focus. He found himself in a pitch-black place, likely several dozen meters beneath the ancient tomb. Surrounded by hard stone walls, the damp air causing him to shiver. The encroaching darkness seemed to close in, the oppressive atmosphere making it difficult for him to breathe. His body, increasingly weakened by the poison, caused his consciousness to blur, and a series of chaotic images flashed through his mind. I cannot afford to lose consciousness here. He summoned all his strength, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to remain awake. Silver Sia pressed his palms firmly against the ground, trying to leverage it to rise. He understood that if he did not act soon, the darkness would entirely engulf him. He strained to lift his head. The environment remained dim, with only faint light filtering through the passageway, as though signaling a glimmer of hope. Silver Sia took a deep breath. Despite every cell in his body resisting, he resolutely stood up. Striving to steady himself, though his body was frail, his resolve grew ever stronger. He began to feel around his surroundings, searching for any herbs or spiritual items that could aid in his recovery. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade, agony and despair intertwining. He had overestimated Xinming's character. This poison was likely one that had no antidote and was exceedingly potent. To his dismay, there was nothing. This appeared to be a sealed-off space. Aside from the nearby deep pool, there was naught else. Silver Sia sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation to expel the toxins from his body. Meanwhile, Xinming stepped through the last door, only to be met with disappointment, for the path ahead was clear yet devoid of the coveted treasures he so longed for. Each step felt eerily calm, as if heralding some ominous portent. Upon reaching the end, however, a towering stone wall suddenly loomed before him, a dead end that furrowed his brow. Merely a wall, he surveyed his surroundings for a potential escape. But the wall was as unyielding as iron, impossible to breach easily. Thus, he resolved to act decisively, using his spiritual energy to forcefully dismantle the stone wall-less barrier. Boom! With a resounding crash, his immense spiritual power surged forth like a tempest. The stone wall reverberating with a deafening roar, debris scattering and dust billowing. Xinming ruthlessly shattered the stone wall, revealing a path into the unknown. He stepped forward, pondering the dangers that might lie ahead. However, upon entering the new space, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He stood in a spacious secret chamber, the walls adorned with ancient carvings that emitted a faint glow. Most strikingly, a row of over 100 stone figures stood in the center, each towering and imposing, as if guarding something of great significance. The features of these stone figures were intricately carved, their armor shimmering with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of authority amidst the darkness. Even more unsettling was the sensation that the eyes of these stone figures seemed to follow him, emanating a mysterious and profound power that sent a chill down his spine. What manner of place is this? Xinming pondered, his gaze flitting among the stone figures, seeking the secrets they held. At that moment, his attention was captured by one stone figure at the center, in its grasp. It held a key that sparkled with a faint light, seemingly awaiting a fated individual to claim it. A key? Xuanming's heart raced, the tranquility in his eyes disrupted. It seemed fortune favored him. He approached, contemplating that perhaps this key was the key to the next door. He scrutinized the stone figure, noting its dignified posture. Xinming understood that obtaining this key might unlock the deeper mysteries hidden within. Yet, just as he prepared to reach for the key, a sense of unease crept into his heart. The stone figures stood silently, as if silently observing his every move, instilling a sense of the uncanny. This key should not be taken lightly. He remained vigilant, inhaling deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Although desire and caution intertwined, he realized he could not leave empty-handed. Thus, Xinming slowly extended his hand, mentally reciting incantations, attempting to connect his spiritual energy with the key's power, to comprehend the mysteries it contained. As his fingers brushed against the key, the air around him seemed to vibrate, the eyes of the stone figures glinting with strange light, as if awaiting his decision. With determination, Xinming resolved to seize the gleaming key. His fingertips gently touched the key, feeling an ancient and formidable power coursing through it. Just as he fully withdrew the key, a deep rumble resonated throughout the chamber, the very air around him seeming to tear apart, the tremors tightening his heart. Before he could firmly grasp the key, it was snatched back by the stone figure. Oh no! Alarmed, he realized that the stone figures, once motionless, began to stir, rushing towards him. Those previously inert stone figures transformed into a whirlwind, charging at Xinming with an overwhelming force that instilled terror. Just in time. Xuanming's heart surged. Although he understood he might have triggered some mechanism, he was determined not to retreat. Grasping the key, his spiritual energy surged, and sword light coalesced in his hand, transforming into a radiant beam that met the oncoming stone figures. Boom! The first stone figure collided with him like a mountain. Xinming swiftly swung his sword in response, the clash of sword light against the stone figure's armor producing a deafening metallic clang. With a tremendous noise, he repelled the stone figure, yet more followed relentlessly, attacking him mercilessly. Come on, Xinming roared, his spiritual energy swirling around him, forming a protective barrier that enveloped him. Jiang Yin and Zhu Ke heard the sounds of battle and instantly became alert. Could it be that the serpent beast man is fighting someone? Shall we go take a look? Jiang Yin carefully pulled Zhu Ke closer, approaching with utmost caution. She crouched outside the dark chamber, and as expected, she beheld the fierce struggle between Xinming and the stone golem. Remarkably, he had not yet fallen. This serpent beast indeed possessed formidable strength. In such a scene, a novice like me ought to retreat swiftly. Wait, mother, that stone golem is not holding a key. It wields a divine artifact. We must seize it, for it could serve as your weapon against foes stronger than yourself. Chapter 042. Jiang Yin, come here. With Zhu Kei's urging, Jiang Yin was naturally compelled to devise a means to acquire the divine artifact. Once she successfully entered the dim interior, she surveyed her surroundings. The stone golem was locked in a fierce battle with Xian Ming. The scene ablaze with intensity. She felt a surge of joy, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted to dart swiftly among the towering stone statues. Xian Ming's sword traced arcs through the air, glimmering with a chilling light, akin to a swimming dragon, directly striking at the stone golems. The combat within the chamber escalated to an extraordinary fervor, as stone golems surged forth like a relentless tide. Xian Ming navigated through the sword light with agility, his sword's momentum like a rainbow, flickering with brilliance, driving ever forward. His swordsmanship flowed like clouds and water, swift as lightning, each strike infused with potent spiritual energy. Slicing through the air to strike at the golem's vital points. With a resounding thud, one stone golem was cleaved in two, its armor shattering with a dull thump. However, the destroyed golem did not cease its assault. Rather, it incited further attacks as the surrounding golems, resembling frenzied beasts bereft of reason, charged at him with increasing ferocity. This is truly troublesome, Xian Ming mused inwardly, realizing the overwhelming number of adversaries he faced. He could no longer rely solely on brute strength. He began to harness his spiritual energy, manipulating the environment around him in search of an opening. Spiritual wind blade, he shouted, and his spiritual sword instantly transformed into countless streams of sword energy, shooting forth towards the surrounding foes. Those sword energies sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades, momentarily repelling several stone golems with piercing screams. Yet, the golems appeared undeterred, their fury only intensifying. Armed with sharp weapons, they launched a relentless assault upon Xian Ming. He was compelled to focus entirely, evading with agility, the sword light dancing in his hands, deflecting the onslaught that followed. With a crack, a stone golem's blade clashed against his sword, sparks flying. Seizing the moment, Xian Ming sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and countered with a thrust that struck true to the chest of a terracotta warrior. The warrior emitted a muffled grunt, instantly sent tumbling against the wall, debris scattering around. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the stone golems, Jiang Yin skillfully evaded their attacks, as their attention was wholly devoted to their confrontation with Xian Ming. As she approached the central golem, she suddenly heard Xian Ming's voice ringing in her ears. Jiang Yin's body jolted, startled, and she instantly realized she had been detected. Under Zhu Kei's guidance, she swiftly dodged Xian Ming's outstretched hand, simultaneously retrieving a vial of potion from her spatial ring. This potion, painstakingly crafted in her previous life, was originally designed as a defense against lecherous advances, I spray. Although Xian Ming instinctively took a step back, he soon comprehended the cunning nature of Jiang Yin. Uncertain whether his retreat would mitigate any potential effects, he recognized that some substances could act merely through inhalation. A flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes, yet Jiang Yin was already rapidly approaching her target. Anxious, Jiang Yin knew time was of the essence as she cautiously reached out for the key. The stone golem immediately sensed her presence and began to assault her. This is bad. They've shifted their focus. Mother, danger! Zhu Kei alerted Jiang Yin through their mental connection. Jiang Yin quickly bent low, evading the golem's rigid fist. That was close. She clutched the key tightly, unwilling to let it slip from her grasp. Just moments ago, with Zhu Kei's ethereal flames assisting her, she had successfully acquired the key and could not abandon her efforts now. As she held the key, a powerful surge of energy coursed through her body, enhancing her strength and filling her with exhilaration and anticipation. This key would serve as a vital talisman and weapon in her future adventures. She needed to vacate this place promptly. Jiang Yin, come here, Xian Ming called out again, his tone betraying both anger and urgency. Only a fool would approach, Jiang Yin retorted. Watch this, smoke bomb. As a modern individual transported through time, it would be unreasonable not to possess any technological gadgets. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, obscuring Jiang Yin's location from the stone golems, allowing her to escape swiftly. Xian Ming found himself in a similar predicament, unable to discern anything amidst the smoke. The stone golems grew increasingly agitated, their fists striking wildly. Xianming couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. He had underestimated Jiang Yin, who dared to compete with him for the key. Come at me! Xianming's fighting spirit ignited, for he would not concede to mere stone golems. He was determined to eradicate them before seeking out that cunning female. He began to employ more advanced sword techniques. His sword's momentum soaring, its brilliance flashing as if an enraged dragon roamed the chamber. Each stroke wielded unparalleled power. Yet these stone golems seemed invincible, their energy seemingly inexhaustible, and Xianming began to grow impatient. Let us bring this battle to a swift conclusion. He sensed the chaotic atmosphere surrounding him, as if time itself had stagnated. His body emanated a faint purple glow, spiritual energy swirling within him like countless fine threads entwined. 100 stone golems encircled him, each posing a threat to his life. Purple micro-spiritual energy, he bellowed, and though there was no wind, an unusual current swirled around him, seemingly a manifestation of his spiritual power. Rising and falling with his breath, Xianming's gaze deepened as he regarded his foes. Suddenly, he raised his palm, gathering the purple power within it, a bolt of violet light flashing like lightning. The current surged violently, and the cracks upon the stone golem's bodies swiftly expanded before they crumbled into fragments as if crushed by an unseen force, the sound of their shattering reverberating through the chamber. The resonance of spiritual energy echoed through the ancient tomb. Gradually subsiding, Xianming coldly surveyed the remnants of the shattered golems before turning to depart. Jiang Yin, he thought, she has taken the key. I must find her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, having successfully obtained the key, dashed through the ancient tomb. Running as far as she could, Zhu Ke, my palms are burning, and my body feels like it's about to explode. Jiang Yin rushed into a dim chamber, and the stone door closed automatically behind her. She halted abruptly, realizing she could no longer flee. A potent force seemed to surge within her. She needed to find a way to resolve this. Mother, it's the artifact's influence. It must be infusing you with spiritual energy. You are highly likely to break through to become a Tier 3 warrior. Quickly, Mother, sit down and begin cultivating to transform this spiritual energy into your OWN in the chamber. Jiang Yin seated herself upon a slab of azure stone, her hands gently caressing the golden artifact, a time-worn key. This artifact radiated a peculiar golden glow, as if it were a living entity, seemingly merging with Jiang Yan's very being. She suddenly felt on the brink of a breakthrough. Zhu Ke's voice echoed in her ear, Mother, this artifact is a treasure of the ancient tomb. It has chosen you. It is indeed infusing you with spiritual energy, granting you the opportunity to evolve. Begin now, and transform this energy into your own. Jiang Yin closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, becoming aware of the spiritual energy flowing within her, as if a warm current permeated her meridians. She commenced utilizing her internal techniques to guide this spiritual energy in a cyclical motion within her body, gradually refining and absorbing it as instructed by Zhu Que. As time passed, the golden glow intensified, enveloping the chamber in a mysterious and profound aura. Jiang Yin felt every cell within her tremble, her cultivation seemingly swelling like a surging river, approaching a significant breakthrough. The artifact continued to infuse her with spiritual energy, each thread reinforcing her cultivation and hastening the process. Her mind grew increasingly tranquil, her mastery over the internal power becoming more sophisticated, as if she were the sovereign of this golden radiance. Zhu Ke remained by her side, guiding her through the nuances of her cultivation, ensuring that each step was executed flawlessly. Throughout her training, Jiang Yin gradually perceived the fusion of her internal spiritual power with the artifact's essence. This wondrous sensation deepened her focus and immersion. Within the chamber, time appeared to stand still, with only the golden light and the swirling energy within Jiang Yin creating an atmosphere of harmony and strangeness amidst the silence of the ancient tomb. As Jiang Yin continued to absorb and refine the spiritual energy, she ultimately achieved her breakthrough. She sensed a tremendous force rising from within her, her blood boiling, as waves of energy surged through her body. The golden glow shone brilliantly, as if heralding her success. Zhu Ke, I did it. Suddenly, the ground of the secret chamber began to tremble, and a massive stone slab vanished beneath her, in a state of panic. She leaned back, but it was too late to her astonishment. Instead of being shattered upon impact, She found herself plummeting into an unexpected body of water, eyeing that fleeting moment of descent to prevent losing the artifact. She hastily tossed it into her personal space. Jiang Yan's body was instantly enveloped by the frigid water. She attempted to open her eyes underwater. She could swim, and there was no way she would perish here. The water remained relatively clear, revealing strands of aquatic vegetation. Fortunately, the tremendous impact of her fall had not hurled her against any hard rock walls. Initially intending to swim to the surface, she soon realized she was submerged in an expanse where water and sky blended seamlessly. With a shimmering blue glow flickering not far ahead, as if some enchanting force beckoned her, awe filled her heart as she gazed upon this mysterious and beautiful aquatic realm. Since she had come this far, she might as well explore. She swam toward the source of the azure radiance, diving deeper and deeper, until she discovered it was an opening. How could there be such a passageway underwater? Jiang Yan was aware that her breath was reaching its limit. Yet her determination drove her forward, and she swam toward the entrance. In an instant, she was drawn inside. As if this glowing aperture were akin to a black hole, time lost all meaning, and when she finally opened her eyes, she was nearly overcome by dizziness. She found herself in a dank water prison. Jiang Yan had expected an extraordinary encounter, yet she was met with a filthy cell. Indeed, in moments of utter disbelief, one cannot help but chuckle. Zhu Ke, my luck is somewhat amusing, but now I must devise a way to escape this place. Surrounding her was an oppressive darkness, with only a faint light filtering through a vent above, barely illuminating the stained walls. The water prison was suffused with a damp, rancid odor, and the surface was littered with unknown filth. Her body remained submerged in the icy, murky water, causing her garments to become soiled and odorous. The walls and bars of her enclosure were crafted from ancient stone, exuding a heavy, chilling aura that simultaneously confined her. Scattered across the ground were various implements of torture: chains, leg irons, and iron collars, silently narrating the horrors and suffering that had transpired in this place. Jiang Yan attempted to rise, only to find her limbs devoid of strength. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from her earlier breakthrough in cultivation, or perhaps the tainted water had some sinister effect, rendering her powerless. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure and clarity, recognizing the necessity of focusing her energy on finding a means of escape. Zhu Ke emerged from her spatial pocket, soaring within the confines of the water prison, anxiously assessing her predicament. Mother, this place does not seem suitable for extended stays. We must swiftly locate an exit. Jiang Yan nodded, determination swelling within her. She began to meticulously scour her surroundings, searching for any clues or pathways that might aid her escape from the water prison. Mother, there seems to be something glimmering on the opposite wall. Jiang Yan turned her gaze, and indeed, it appeared to resemble a sapphire. Could the blue glow I observed in the water be emanating from it? Yet, it seems rather small to have produced such a brilliant light that lured me in, she mused, unable to suppress her skepticism. Then, she discovered the essence of the water prison. Zhu Ke flitted about, seeking possible exits. In truth, Zhu Chue's feathers bore a faint luminescence, casting a subtle red glow as it passed by the sapphire embedded in the wall. The gem glimmered more vividly. How intriguing, Jiang Yan chuckled. Zhu Ke, come here. Mother, have you discovered something? Indeed, I have a hypothesis, though I cannot say how accurate it is. Although confined by the bars, preventing her from approaching the sapphire, she possessed a flashlight. What hypothesis, Mother? I suspect there is a hidden dimension here. Let me see if my theory holds true. Jiang Yan retrieved her flashlight from her spatial pocket. In a world devoid of electricity, her flashlight was a rare treasure, and she was cautious not to overuse it for fear of depleting its power. Yet now, it was essential. She switched on the flashlight, directing its beam toward the sapphire embedded in the opposite wall. Wow, Zhu Ke exclaimed, for at that very moment, numerous ancient murals suddenly materialized upon the wall as Jiang Yan illuminated it. I suspect this water prison operates on principles akin to photometry. It appears to be true. These murals must contain clues to aid our escape. Jiang Yan grew increasingly curious about the secrets of this ancient tomb. To discover such advanced civilization existing in this beastly realm was utterly astonishing. How wondrous. These murals seem somewhat familiar. What do you mean, Zhu Ke? Jiang Yan inquired, perplexed. Using her flashlight, she observed that the figures depicted in the images resembled divine beings, adorned in resplendent attire, soaring amidst billowing clouds. Mother, while I cannot identify them, I can ascertain that these individuals belong to the divine race of the continent of gods, affiliated with a rather enigmatic organization. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing the thrill of adventure. But how did their likenesses come to be depicted in this ancient tomb? I am uncertain of the connection, Mother, Zhu Ke replied. Somewhat disheartened, It had a vague recollection but could not pinpoint the identities of these figures. Fear not. I shall continue to observe. Jiang Yan committed the 8 figures depicted in the murals to memory. The one adorned with a halo appeared to be the leader among them. They were a mix of genders, some bearing benevolent expressions, while others appeared menacing. 2 goddesses were exceptionally beautiful, reminiscent of the celestial beings from the TV series Journey to the West she had watched in her previous life, ethereal and exquisite. Hey, Zhu Ke, look! The second painting on the left features a figure whose backdrop closely resembles this water prison. It does bear a resemblance, Mother. Could the clue be hidden there? Zhu Chua's excitement surged. Indeed, this figure holds an object, and his posture suggests he intends to press it against the central pillar of the water prison. However, the object in his grasp was largely obscured, making it difficult to discern what it was. Jiang Yan began to ponder. Zhu Ke, let us speculate. What might be the most striking object within this water prison? Mother, are you referring to the sapphire? Precisely. Thus, I believe the object he holds is likely that very blue sapphire. Then wait for me. I shall retrieve it. Zhu Ke was not confined by the bars of the water prison and could approach the sapphire. Hold on, Zhu Ke. There may be traps. The sapphire is likely not so easily obtained and could trigger other mechanisms. What shall we do? Zhu Ke asked, growing anxious as it noticed Jiang Yan's complexion deteriorating from prolonged exposure to the murky water. Jiang Yan, too, felt unwell. The water was problematic, and she sensed a dizziness creeping in. Zhu Ke, I am preparing to attempt to strike the sapphire with my spiritual energy, compelling it to detach. Fear not. Should any backlash occur, I shall shield myself with this artifact. Not only does it enhance my cultivation, but it can also expand into a protective barrier. This connection had been established during her meditation, allowing her to sense the artifact's intent to serve as her safeguard. Then please be cautious. Mother! Zhu Ke remained apprehensive, flying low beside Jiang Yan, prepared to protect her at a moment's notice. Jiang Yan began to gather her spiritual energy. Boom! The wall trembled as the sapphire showed signs of loosening. Yet it was insufficient. Again, bang! The sapphire finally dislodged, and just as Zhu Ke prepared to retrieve it, a sudden rush of water engulfed the prison, sending debris cascading down. Zhu Ke had not even reached the sapphire when it emitted a powerful blue current, sending Zhu Ke flying. Zhu Ke? Jiang Yan cried out in anguish. Are you all right? Mother, I cannot approach it. It repels me with a protective current. The water prison threatened to collapse. Jiang Yan remained trapped inside, her heart racing as she shone the flashlight around, searching for any overlooked escape routes. Her gaze fell upon one of the murals, causing her pupils to constrict. Zhu Ke, the third image on the right features a goddess with a sword-like radiance behind her. Yet it protrudes in blue, unlike the rest of the mural. I suspect there may be something concealed behind it. Please investigate. Understood. Zhu Ke flew over, using its claws to probe the mural. Mother, there is indeed something protruding. Let me try. With a determined tug, Zhu Ke removed the encasing stone, unveiling a blue sword. Mother, it's a sword. With a determined effort, Zhu Ke successfully drew the sword from its sheath, clasping it firmly in its adorable claws. Splendid, Zhu Ke. With that sword in hand, aim it at the gemstone. Jiang Yan speculated that the sword emitted a blue glow akin to that of the sapphire, suggesting a profound connection between the two. Perhaps the sword could pierce the gemstone to protect its own aura. Zhu Ke complied without hesitation, as anticipated. Upon nearing the gemstone, the sword's aura resonated with it, causing the gemstone to cease emitting the force that had deterred others, and astonishingly, it began to move on its own. With a clang, the gemstone adhered itself to the sword. Zhu Ke, filled with elation, swiftly flew to Jiang Yan's side, deftly avoiding the falling debris. Mother, quickly! Jiang Yan promptly seized the sword, pressing the gemstone against the central pillar. A flash of white light erupted, and the stone railings began to shift, revealing an escape route for Jiang Yin. Zhu Ke, using its talons to support her shoulder, pulled her from the water, the sword firmly in her grasp with the gemstone closely affixed. As Zhu Ke maneuvered to evade the descending stones, it exclaimed, "Mother, I will take you out." With a flourish of its wings, Zhu Ke soared through the open window above. In the next moment, the entire water prison collapsed. "Mother, we have finally escaped." Zhu Chua's voice rang in her ears, filled with joy. Zhu Ke gently set her down, and Jiang Yin turned to see Zhu Ke flying alongside her, its expression solemn yet jubilant. A smile graced her lips as she felt a newfound strength and confidence filling her being. "Thank you, Zhu Ke." "Mother." Zhu Ke nuzzled against Jiang Yin's cheek with delight. What other powers might this sword and gemstone possess? The treasures within the ancient tomb must be rare gems. "Mother, please store them in your space." Jiang Yin found this reasonable and complied. However, danger was still looming in the next moment. Just as they believed the passage to be safe, a massive coffin suddenly plummeted from above, enveloping Jiang Yin and sealing its lid. Carried away by a torrent of shifting sands that appeared from nowhere, Zhu Ke, caught off guard, was also ensnared within the space, following Jiang Yin into confinement, leaving her trapped within the coffin, consciousness fading as she was buried in the quicksand. Chapter 044. "So, you have feelings for Jiang Yin?" Xinming, clad in flowing robes, strode confidently through the depths of the ancient tomb. He had successfully reached the treasure chamber within, where the treasure he most desired was the divine egg left behind by the ancient beast god. His eyes glimmered with determination and longing as the tomb's atmosphere felt deep and tranquil. With each step, the runic books on the shelves seemed to whisper the secrets and legacies of millennia. He glanced briefly at several tomes, but found none containing the divine egg he sought. In addition to the books, the treasure chamber was filled with countless rare and exquisite treasures, with heaps of gold and silver glimmering in the dim light, casting a dazzling glow. Yet, Xinming felt no stirrings of desire for these riches. They were not his primary concern. Just as his thoughts began to drift, he noticed what appeared to be a hidden passage behind one of the bookshelves. Without hesitation, he approached and gently pressed against a section of the stone wall. With a rumbling sound, a secret door slowly creaked open. Entering through the dark passage, Xinming discovered a wholly new space devoid of the brilliance of books and treasures. Replaced by an array of cold weapons, sharp blades, heavy armor, ancient bows, and daggers were all present, exuding a potent aura of time. As Xinming traversed the stone platform displaying these weapons, his gaze remained focused and alert. He understood that these cold weapons might be extraordinary, potentially harboring some special power or technique. He began to scrutinize each weapon carefully, seeking clues that might guide him closer to the egg he desired. However, he sensed that someone had recently been there, as a layer of dust had been inadvertently wiped away from one of the stone platforms. His attention drifted over the weapons until it settled on a particularly unusual concealed weapon. Unlike the surrounding swords and spears, this weapon resembled an ordinary stone, yet Xinming's instincts told him that it concealed extraordinary power and design. He approached it slowly, observing the stone intently. Its surface appeared smooth as jade, devoid of any patterns or markings. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that its shape was subtly irregular, with faint luster along the edges, as if a glimmer of light flowed beneath its surface. What could this be? Xinming gently extended a finger, attempting to touch the seemingly ordinary stone. The moment his fingertip made contact, he felt a faint current surge from the stone, akin to a warm flow coursing through his fingers. Interesting, he mused, raising an eyebrow, sensing that the stone was engaging in some form of interaction with him. He refrained from immediately picking it up, continuing instead to explore its mysteries with his gaze. Gradually, he began to realize that this stone was no ordinary rock, but rather a specially crafted concealed weapon. Its uniqueness lay in its material and concealment. This weapon's function did not rely on direct harm but rather on utilizing the holder's breath and spiritual energy, transforming it into an elusive force of attack through special runes and structures. In other words, its offensive capability depended entirely on the inner strength of the wielder, rather than external physical energy. Xinming envisioned bringing this concealed weapon back and dedicating time to studying its structure and operational principles. The potential of this weapon was immense, especially for practitioners with profound internal and spiritual strength. It could serve as an unexpected means of attack, bypassing conventional defenses to directly impact an opponent's spirit and energy field. Nevertheless, Ximing understood that mastering this weapon would require time and patience. It was not a simple armament but a martial mystery that demanded deep understanding and cultivation. Perhaps he needed to seek a book that could unveil the true power of this concealed weapon, possibly located among the shelves outside. What a fortuitous encounter, Ximing whispered to himself. He decided to take the concealed weapon back for further study, casting it into his spatial storage bag. Subsequently, he exited the dark passage. Showing no interest in the other weapons within, he began searching for the books he needed, his gaze pausing on one particular shelf. Upon opening it, he discovered it indeed contained records regarding the weapon's usage. The next page depicted the very egg Ximing sought, located in the southwest direction of the treasure chamber. Without delay, he set off in that direction. Like a stealthy leopard, his senses and reactions were acutely heightened. Just as he prepared to approach the stone door most likely leading to the divine egg, a wave of danger suddenly surged toward him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, hearing a sharp crack as 3 razor-sharp blades embedded themselves into the ground where he had just stood. "Ha, I thought you were dead." Surprised to see you're still alive, Ximing scoffed, turning to behold the figure behind him. Insiyue, the one he had previously poisoned and sent tumbling down into the ancient tomb, now stood there, his cold and proud eyes glinting. His presence heightened Xuanming's vigilance, for this silver-haired beast-man was his equal in strength, and each encounter had teetered on the brink of life and death. "You didn't die, so how could I?" Insiyue replied coldly, gripping a long sword in his hand, the blade reflecting the dim light of the corridor like a cold moonbeam slicing through the night. Ximing calmly taunted, "It seems our fates have yet to diverge. If that is the case, let us see who reaches that stone door first." Their standoff resembled a clash of ice and fire, the air in the passage seeming to solidify with their presence, an invisible pressure rising between them. Suddenly, Insiyue lunged forward like a flash of lightning, the sword cutting through the air, aimed at Ximing's throat. Being a warrior of the thunder attribute, his speed was blindingly swift, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Ximing did not hesitate, his form flickering as he evaded the lethal strike, simultaneously unleashing a palm wind as swift as thunder toward Insiyue's chest. Unfazed, Insiyue wielded his longsword, generating a flurry of sword shadows that dissipated Ximing's palm wind. "Give it up, Insiyue," Xuanming's voice carried an air of disdain. Insiyue's expression remained icy, his gaze unwavering. "I will never yield, no matter the cost." After a pause, he inquired, "Where is she?" Ximing realized that Insiyue was asking about Jiang Yin, and a surge of discomfort washed over him. "It seems you truly care for her. What, do you harbor feelings for her?" Chapter 045. The appearance of Gong Qizhou. Oh, what if I do? And so what if I don't? Insiyue did not provide a definitive answer. Ximing chuckled coldly. "That cunning female is not someone you can aspire to." The words fell. The battle between the two swiftly escalated, with the glimmer of swords and the shadows of palms intertwining in the dimness of the ancient tomb. Each strike posed a lethal threat, their objective clear. The stone door. The rules of treasure hunting in the tomb had been firmly established, first come, first served. Neither was willing to allow the other to enter first. Thus, every attack was aimed at thwarting the opponent, vying for their own chance at glory. Ximing maneuvered adeptly amidst Insiyue's strikes, his form flickering in and out of visibility, akin to a nimble leopard, seeking every available gap to exploit in pursuit of a decisive opportunity. In contrast, Insiyue, with his exquisite swordsmanship and composed mind, maintained vigilant observation and defense against Ximing. Having been outmaneuvered previously, he sought to settle both old and new scores. His swordplay was equally matched in strength and speed, each thrust a precise and deadly assault. The combat within the tomb was as swift and intense as a lightning flash, the ancient runes on the walls shimmering faintly with each clash. Every motion seemed etched in the annals of time, every collision igniting sparks, symbols of the mortal struggle between two masters. Suddenly, Ximing shifted his tactics, his figure flickered like a phantom, executing an incredible maneuver that allowed him to evade Insiyue's blade while unleashing a fierce gust of energy toward the stone door. Sensing danger, Insiyue hastily adjusted his stance, attempting to thwart Xuanming's advance. However, Xuanming's assault was too swift. The sword aura swept through the air, and the gale of his palm forced Insiyue to retreat step by step. Their confrontation reached a fever pitch, every movement determining the trajectory of victory or defeat. The The tomb reverberated with the sounds of clashing blades and roaring winds, akin to an intractable war. I presume you have come for that egg as well. Insiyue remarked, stepping back, his silver hair tracing a graceful arc in the air. That egg belongs solely to me. Xianming appeared confident in his assertion. This serpent beast man had always been arrogant, perhaps owing to his inherent worthiness. In contrast, Insiyue did not share such hubris. Not until the end can anything be certain. As time elapsed, Xianming began to take the lead, his movements and strikes growing increasingly agile and precise. Yet, Insiyue was undeterred, his swordsmanship evolving into a marvel of finesse and pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Yin remained unconscious, while Zhu Ke, ensnared by an unexpected turn of events, found itself trapped within Jiang Yan's spatial confines. Devoid of consciousness, the coffin enveloping her was crafted not from ordinary wood, but from malevolent timber, binding all spiritual energy within its confines. Zhu Ke lacked the strength to resist. It initially attempted to struggle free to aid Jiang Yin, but, thwarted by the malevolent wood, it was soon overwhelmed by its sinister influence and lost consciousness. The coffin lay buried beneath the swirling sands, its depth unknown. It was assumed Jiang Yin would perish in this manner. Yet suddenly, the quicksand began to stir, and the coffin started to drift forward with the flow. After several twists and turns, a corner of the coffin emerged from the quicksand, allowing a faint beam of light to penetrate inside. The sapphire and key, originally cast into the spatial void by Jiang Yin, surprisingly escaped on their own, indicating their extraordinary value. Capable of resisting the binding curse of the malevolent wood, it was also conceivable that these objects, being inanimate, were less susceptible to the malevolent wood's assault compared to Zhu Ke, a living entity. The sapphire instinctively adhered to Jiang Yan's left cheek, settling upon the scar and emanating a soft blue glow. Remarkably, within moments, the dark birthmark on her face vanished, revealing her fair and luminous skin. Meanwhile, the key, taken from the stone creature, emitted a golden light, as if imbued with consciousness, attempting to pry open the coffin's edge. Although it failed to fully succeed, it managed to create a small gap, allowing air to enter. Otherwise, Jiang Yin would suffocate. After several attempts, the artifact ceased its efforts and, like the sapphire, nestled beside Jiang Yin in a bid to awaken her. Time passed, and Jiang Yin felt a warmth envelop her, as if something was radiating heat upon her. What is going on? How infuriating! Thus, Jiang Yin was stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to reveal what was this? A pitch-black void? Where was she? Upon moving, she struck her head against the coffin's lid. Ouch, that hurts. Gradually realizing her predicament, she concluded, I'm inside a coffin. Jiang Yin lamented her misfortune, recalling that before losing consciousness, she had been trapped by a coffin that fell from the sky. How utterly absurd. Noticing the sapphire's blue glow and the artifact's golden radiance, Jiang Yin deduced, were you two trying to awaken me? Indeed, she felt the warmth emanating from the artifact, which had roused her from her slumber. Thank you, she expressed, uncertain if they could comprehend her gratitude. Her movement was severely restricted, allowing only her head to sway side to side. She could not even turn over. This is driving me to despair. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? No response met her calls. Zhu Ke remained in a deep slumber. Jiang Yin recalled that the artifact could potentially expand like the golden staff of Sun Wukong. I wonder if it can grow large enough to pry this coffin open? Darling, could you do me a favor? Jiang Yin affectionately referred to her treasures as darling. Please try to enlarge yourself. The key emitted a flicker of light, signaling its acknowledgement of her request. Larger, larger, larger. Yet, when the artifact expanded to match the coffin's height, it became ensnared. The coffin's material proved too resilient to breach. What a predicament! Meanwhile, the battle between Insiyue and Xianming raged on. Their eyes locked in a momentary gaze, an unspoken challenge and provocation exchanged between them. The fight continued, swords and palms colliding until, in a fierce clash, Xianming seized a prime opportunity. His form shot towards the stone door like a bolt of lightning, simultaneously unleashing a gust of energy aimed at Insiyue's ankle. Caught off guard, Insiyue was struck by the force, causing him to stagger and retreat a few steps. This brief window was sufficient for Xianming to reach the stone door, and without hesitation, he pushed it open. The door creaked ajar, revealing a profound darkness beyond. A flicker of joy crossed Xuanming's eyes. He knew the divine egg must lie just behind that door. However, In Siwei refused to concede. He pursued Xianming relentlessly, to their astonishment. Upon the door's opening, the divine egg that should have been there was nowhere to be found, leaving only an empty shell. Who could have taken the divine egg before us? High upon the stone beam of the dark chamber, Gong Qizhou toyed with the coveted divine egg, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the two below. It seems they are rather slow, he mused. Chapter 046, Gong Qizhou. You must be Jiang Yin, correct? Holding the divine egg, its radiant glow pierced through the gloom of the ancient tomb. He averted his gaze, harboring no intention of engaging with the two below. With a swift motion, he leaped through the skylight above, initially intending to find an exit and leave the tomb. Having obtained what he sought, he was suddenly halted by the faint sound of a plea for help. Is anyone there? Jiang Yan's voice, filled with urgency, resonated as she tried every possible means to escape, yet remained trapped within the coffin, unable to move. The torment of isolation began to suffocate her. Is anyone there? Her voice grew hoarse from calling out. The thought of the serpent beast man being nearby offered a glimmer of hope for rescue. Yet, if she remained confined to the coffin, it would be a torturous ordeal. She seemed to be calling out for a sliver of salvation. Gong Qizhou paused, an odd sense of familiarity washing over him, compelling him to turn toward the source of the voice. Traversing a corridor steeped in age, he arrived at a spot ensnared by quicksand. There lay Jiang Yin, confined within the coffin, nearly buried beneath the sands. As the quicksand shifted, the coffin's previously exposed corner gradually succumbed to the encroaching flow. Over time, Jiang Yin began to struggle for breath. What am I to do? She had only crossed over to the present for less than 2 months. And she could not simply perish like this. The little one was still waiting for her return in the tribe. Jiang Yin felt a sense of unwillingness and began placing the sapphire into the ever-shrinking gap, hoping that if there were people outside, they might notice the faint glow emanating from this spot. Gong Qizhou approached and discovered the shimmering light within the quicksand. He could have easily ignored it. But for some reason, he paused. He tossed the divine egg into his spatial pocket, then waved his hand, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that instantly stirred the quicksand, revealing the sinister wooden coffin hidden beneath. To his surprise, he had not anticipated finding such an object in an ancient tomb. If memory served him correctly, this artifact had been forged by a malevolent cultivator tens of thousands of years ago. Causing much suffering, he had assumed that after the demise of that evil cultivator, the wicked artifact created by him would have been destroyed by the so-called righteous individuals. Yet, astonishingly, after all these years, this malevolent item still remained in the world. It seemed that another unfortunate soul was trapped within it. A smile involuntarily crept onto Gong Qizhou's lips. This unfortunate being encountering him could be considered a stroke of luck. Upon hearing a sudden commotion from outside, Jiang Yin was filled with ecstatic hope. Could it be that someone was approaching? Was there a hero out there who could assist her in escaping? Gong Qizhou raised an eyebrow. As expected, it was the voice of a woman. Initially, he had thought that those seeking treasure here were all male orcs. His gaze held a hint of curiosity as he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Yin became even more agitated. "It wasn't Xianming. How wonderful!" Her eyes sparkled with a pleading look, as if Gong Qizhou were her only hope. To the hero, "I am surnamed Jiang. I was forced to come to this ancient tomb and have been trapped here for quite some time due to an accident. Please, I beg you to save me. Rest assured, once we are outside, I will find a way to repay your kindness." Her voice rang out strong and clear, fearing that the person outside might refuse to assist her. Gong Qizhou pondered for a moment. Surname Jiang? This brought to mind the woman he had previously asked Gong Qi to investigate. Was it not the same surname? Could it possibly be that female? The one who appeared to have a close relationship with Xianming in the Water Curtain Cave? "Are you Jiang Yin?" Jiang Yin was taken aback. Who was this person outside? How did he know her name? Was he a good or a bad person? This was terrifying. "How do you know me?" It seemed that Gong Qizhou found amusement in her reaction. He had indeed decided to extend his hand to save her, but he wasn't going to act hastily. "I assume you are from the Xianming tribe. Why is he not by your side, leaving you trapped here alone?" Jiang Yan's expression soured at his words. This person knew Xianming. Could he not be as despicable and shameless as Xianming himself? What kind of luck was she having, constantly encountering such demons and monsters? Naturally, it is because I have lost my value, she replied nonchalantly, secretly wishing that Xianming would not come looking for her. Oh, is that so? Gong Qizhou responded, then added, give me a moment. His words seemed to imply a willingness to rescue her. Jiang Yin mused over this, tossing the gemstone and key into her spatial pocket to prevent the outside world from seeing them when she emerged. Although one should not attribute the malice of a villain to a gentleman's intentions, it was wise to remain cautious. What if this person outside was truly coveting her treasures? Gong Qizhou indeed had questions for this female. Upon seeing her through the crystal ball, he felt an inexplicable connection to her. Now that they had fortuitously met, he certainly intended to clarify matters. Hero, is it difficult to open this coffin? Jiang Yin asked, anxiously waiting for a response, fearing that the other might leave her behind. Hearing her voice, Gong Qizhou snapped back to attention, preparing to act. This is a wicked artifact forged from sinister wood. It is indeed challenging to open. He spoke earnestly. For other martial artists, such artifacts were things to be avoided at all costs, and they were notoriously difficult to open. However, for him, it was a mere trifle. After all, he was the lord of the Dragon Palace. Thus, esteemed benefactor, if you rescue me, I will surely repay your kindness. I possess many skills and believe there will be opportunities to assist you in the future. Jiang Yin hastily presented her advantages, sensing that the implication of the other's words was to wait for her to offer something in return. Gong Qizhou could tell that she was genuinely anxious, so he did not delay any further. With a swift motion, pure spiritual energy began to coalesce in the palm of his hand. Open, boom, bang, crack. He had expected to merely find a way to open the lid of the coffin, but to his astonishment, he blew the entire coffin apart. Jiang Yin was suddenly exposed to the air. Wow, the air outside is so refreshing. She felt revitalized. She hastily scrambled to her feet, brushing off the dust from her body. Having soaked in the water prison, she was now grimy and disheveled, with dirt smudged on her face and her clothes still damp and tainted with the filthy water from the prison. Jiang Yin found herself repulsed by her own odor, resembling a dirty girl. Thank you, benefactor. At last, Jiang Yin raised her gaze to the person before her, and with just one glance, she was utterly entranced. How could there be such an extraordinarily handsome person in the world? She had only ever heard that seeing Yang Guo once could lead to a lifetime of obsession. Unexpectedly, this individual before her evoked a similar thought. Chapter 47. Captivated by ambiguous beauty, the person before her wore a splendid robe of red, standing tall at 8 feet, with a strikingly alluring visage, truly a beauty that blurred the lines between male and female. His features were perfectly sculpted, with a high and straight nose as if chiseled by divine hands. Most importantly, his eyes were exceptionally captivating, shaped like phoenix eyes but imbued with an enchanting, soul-piercing charm. His irises were a deep brown, and merely gazing into them made Jiang Yin feel overwhelmed, as though she were being drawn into layers of swirling depths without any means of escape. His lips were slightly pursed, and every feature was perfectly balanced, with long brows arching into his temples and a jade crown binding his hair, exuding an unbelievable handsomeness. This person emanated an air of flamboyance and strength that was entirely distinct from the aloof arrogance of Xianming or the icy demeanor of the silver-haired beast-man. From this individual, Jiang Yin sensed an unrestrained exuberance coupled with an inscrutability that made him seem even more formidable. Her intuition warned her that this person might be even more unfathomable than Xianming and the others. Simultaneously, upon seeing Jiang Yin for the first time, Gong Qizhou could not help but scrutinize her, the feeling of familiarity and strangeness growing ever stronger. Why did he feel such a peculiar sensation? Clearly, he had never seen this face before, and there was no impression of her in his mind. Yet, his heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. Anticipation for what? At that moment, Gong Qizhou was unable to comprehend. However, this female was indeed intriguing. Upon seeing him, she displayed no fear and could gaze at him so intently for such a long time. Yet, why was she so filthy? You claim you will repay me well. How do you intend to do so? Pray, enlighten me, Gong Qizhou remarked, turning to leave as he continued searching for an exit. Jiang Yin pondered for a moment and followed him, aware of her own unpleasant odor. To avoid offending him, she opted to maintain a respectful distance. Benefactor, may I know your esteemed name? Or perhaps you could share if you are currently facing any difficulties that require assistance. I will certainly do my utmost to help. After all, this person had saved her life, and she felt it was only right to repay him. Currently, I do not. Gong Qizhou walked ahead, his posture resembling that of a pine tree, no matter the angle. He was a flawless sight to behold, truly a remarkable individual. In that case, should we meet again, I will repay you then. If you do not require my assistance, that would alleviate my worries, and given your evident stature, you likely don't need the help of a mere subordinate. He had not disclosed his name, perhaps wishing for her not to pursue him further. With that, she felt a sense of relief, as she could now seek the exit without further concern. My name. Jiang Yin did not expect him to share his name with her. Gong Qizhou was such a delightful name. Benefactor, are you planning to continue treasure hunting? No, I intend to leave the ancient tomb. If you wish to return to find Xianming, I can point you in the right direction. Please, do not. I am currently devising a way to escape from that serpent beast man. Gong Qizhou's interest was piqued. Why is that? It is simply because he exploited me to open the ancient tomb without regard for my life. I cannot tolerate such behavior. Naturally, I wish to distance myself from him as much as possible. After finishing, Jiang Yin looked at him. Benefactor, if you are currently searching for an exit, may I follow you? Perhaps it would be easier for you, a great figure, to find the way out. Suit yourself, Gong Qizhou replied and turned to the right, as if he were familiar with the routes within the ancient tomb. Why take this route? What if the exit is in the opposite direction? Gong Qizhou came to a halt, tossing her an object. As Jiang Yin opened it, she was astonished to discover it was a map. Could it be that this item was the route to an ancient tomb? Good heavens, who exactly was this person before her, possessing such a thing? It seemed he surpassed Xianming and the others. Let me take a look. The exit is over there. Jiang Yin pointed in a direction and proceeded to walk ahead. Upon hearing her words, Gong Qizhou appeared momentarily taken aback. Can you understand the markings on it? After all, the inscriptions and symbols on this map were composed of ancient cuneiform and other runes. If she could decipher them, that would indeed be intriguing. Well, I have done a bit of research, she replied. Gong Qizhou followed Jiang Yin's lead, realizing this female was certainly extraordinary. He recalled from the information he had gathered that she had 3 children. What kind of beast man are you? Jiang Yin felt somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, her children had asked her the same question, but she could not provide an answer as she bore no traits of a beast man. I suppose I must be of human descent. Gong Qizhou, you don't even know what kind of beast man you are. Is that really so strange? Must I know what kind of beast man I am? Jiang Yin inquired. Perhaps in time, you will come to know, Gong Qizhou replied, choosing not to press further. Eventually, the two arrived at the location indicated on the map. There was supposed to be an exit here, but due to a mechanism, it was currently sealed. They needed to locate the mechanism in order to escape. Thus, Jiang Yin and Gong Qizhou diligently searched every corner near the exit. Within the dimly lit tomb, the flickering spirit fire in Gong Qizhou's hand illuminated his calm and composed face. The red robe he wore stood in stark contrast to the surrounding environment, creating a striking visual appeal. A wisp of ethereal energy danced upon his forehead, and a hint of confidence was evident in his brow. Suddenly, Jiang Yin spoke. This place seems somewhat unusual. Her voice resonated distinctly in the silent tomb as she crouched down to closely examine the stone patterns on the wall. Gong Qizhou approached her side. Observing her actions, he spoke softly. The structure of this tomb is quite ancient, concealing numerous mechanisms and secrets. We must tread carefully. Jiang Yin nodded, running her hand along the stone wall, seeking any possible triggering points for hidden mechanisms. Abruptly, she paused, her gaze fixed on a stone door before her. The surface was adorned with exquisite runes and designs, emanating an air of mystery. The tiles before the door appeared distinct from the surrounding floor. Jiang Yin's sharp eyes scanned the ground, and she cautiously stepped forward to test the stability of the tiles. A glimmer of realization flickered in Gong Qizhou's eyes as he scrutinized the arrangement of the tiles. He suddenly noticed that several seemingly ordinary stones bore tiny symbols, hinting at an underlying pattern. These symbols must be some sort of code. We need to ascertain their sequence and meaning, he mused aloud, beginning to discreetly rearrange the tiles based on his intuition. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin focused intently on the stone wall before the door, searching for any signs of hidden mechanisms. Suddenly, she noticed a slight bulge on the wall, suggesting a potential triggering point. It seems there is a place here that could activate a mechanism, She signaled to Gong Qizhou. With effortless strength, Gong Qizhou pushed the protruding section of the stone wall while continuing to adjust the positions of the tiles. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the tomb. As if the entire chamber had come to life, a concealed door slowly creaked open, revealing a passage leading deeper into the darkness. The air within the tomb seemed to become fresh with this moment of revelation. Exchanging glances, Jiang Yin and Gong Qizhou stepped into the passage, each lost in their own thoughts. After walking through the hidden path for approximately 15 minutes, they emerged into a brightly lit area, where sunlight streamed in, signifying their successful exit from the ancient tomb. The invigorating air greeted them, revealing an oasis that starkly contrasted the desolate desert environment they had encountered at the tomb's entrance. Standing atop a hill, they gazed down at the verdant oasis. Jiang Yin, at the exit of the tomb, was met with a scene that was entirely different from the desolation of the desert. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a refreshing coolness, while the shadows of trees danced and floral fragrances filled the air. In the distance lay lush green pastures and the silhouettes of far-off mountains, presenting a breathtaking vista that resembled a magnificent painting, uplifting the spirit. Gong Qizhou too savored the fresh air and delightful scenery. The Beastman continent may have been somewhat primitive, yet its beauty was undeniable. It had been a long time since he had felt such serene beauty. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yin, he found himself unable to recall anything about her. Perhaps she was not the woman he sought. He had been away for some time and needed to return soon. Xixia was still waiting for him in the ancient castle. He had promised to take her to find her mother. Now that we have emerged from the ancient tomb, it seems our paths must part, Gong Qizhou stated. In truth, this female was still quite remarkable, for not only did she possess a spatial ability, but she also harbored a divine beast within her, albeit one that lay dormant in her space, eluding his senses. A third-tier warrior female with an ancient divine beast was indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. As Gong Qizhou prepared to leave, he noticed her brow furrowed in contemplation, as if she were grappling with something significant. Jiang Yin was indeed conflicted. She realized she had arrived by flying on a sword, but now no one could escort her back. She looked up at Gong Qizhou, wishing to inquire, yet unsure of how to begin. After all, such a request would not only impose upon him but also seemed inappropriate. Given that he had already saved her life, she had nothing to offer in return, let alone ask him to escort her back to her tribe. Well, take care on your journey, Jiang Yin began, her voice deliberately light-hearted. She would find a way to manage her own return. Perhaps Xinming was still searching for what he needed in the ancient tomb and would not return to the tribe anytime soon. She still had time. Besides, she was unaccustomed to making such requests of others. Are you unable to return on your own? Or do you not know where you ought to go? Gong Qizhou quickly discerned her predicament. Jiang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. She had come relying on Xuanming's sword flight, but her current strength was insufficient to support such a return. Gong Qizhou's red robe blended seamlessly with the surrounding wilderness. No, it could be said that the environment had become a mere backdrop to his presence. I shall escort you, he declared lightly, leaving Jiang Yin momentarily stunned. Was there truly such a benevolent person in this world? One who sought no recompense? In comparison, this formidable individual not only possessed strength but also integrity, far surpassing that serpent beastman. She couldn't help but wonder about the silver-haired beastman. She sensed no malice from him. Yet he had fallen victim to Xuanming's treachery and had been poisoned and cast down. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Here, allow me to give you something, she said, retrieving a vial of restorative agent from her space. This is akin to a life-prolonging elixir in your world. Jiang Yin felt a pang of regret, as this item was precious to her. She had only 3 vials remaining in her space. The restorative agent sounds quite valuable, Gong Qizhou remarked as he accepted it, noticing the liquid within glimmering under the sunlight, a transparent substance tinged with a hint of blue. She claims this is equivalent to a life-prolonging elixir. How intriguing! It seems she possesses not only secrets but also treasures. Very well, I shall accept it, Gong Qizhou stated, placing the vial into his own spatial compartment. Yuanqi, he called out, and in the next moment, a sword of formidable presence materialized before him. The Yuanqi sword was Gong Qizhou's weapon, measuring an impressive length of 1.60 meters, complementing his own height of 1.90 meters. This brought to Jiang Yan's mind her enchanting ancestor, Ying Zheng. The man before her truly seemed flawless from every angle. Yuanqi emanated an overwhelming aura capable of intimidating even the heavens. This sword had been forged by a master craftsman of extraordinary skill, its blade radiating a deep blue light, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the sky, casting their essence upon the earth. The blade bore ancient runes and enigmatic patterns, not merely decorative but the very soul of the sword. At its center, a resplendent, galaxy-like pattern extended from the hilt to the tip, akin to a celestial river traversing the cosmos. The patterns varied in depth, as if time flowed along the blade, at times gentle as a breeze, and at others fierce as thunder, each section exuding an extraordinary power and an aura of mystery. The hilt was crafted from obsidian, embedded with ancient runes, which represented an additional layer of power bestowed by the master craftsman. "Would you like to touch it?" Gong Qizhou observed Jiang Yan's astonishment at the sword. "Is that permissible?" "Indeed," he nodded. Jiang Yan tentatively stepped forward, grasping the hilt of the sword, as if she could sense the mysterious power flowing through her hands. Inherited from ancient times, stirring her emotions and making her feel as though she could converse with the cosmos. Chapter 048. Departure from the Aming tribe. As the sword was swung, its blade sliced through the air like lightning, radiating an astonishing wave of energy. The patterns on the sword's body seemed to leap with each movement, emanating a dazzling light, akin to a dreamlike ribbon of light unfurling in the air as the sword danced. This sword was not merely a weapon. It was a work of art, every inch imbued with the wisdom and inspiration of its creator. The presence of the Yuanqi sword transcended material boundaries, standing as a rare treasure of the world. If one were to ponder whether any other sword could rival it, one might consider only the legendary figures of the divine clan or the few immortal beings of the celestial tribe who had not emerged from seclusion for millennia. To wield the Yuanqi was to possess boundless possibilities, to transcend reality and reach the ultimate realm. This was the sword's ultimate allure. Jiang Yan was awestruck by the fantastical colors of this world, reminiscent of a true chivalric spirit that captivated the heart. Though the sword was magnificent, it required caution. Its power was formidable. Gong Qizhou, wary of his Yuanqi harming Jiang Yan, gently calmed the blade. He softly commanded, and the Yuanqi hovered in midair, leading Gong Qizhou to be the first to ascend the sword. "Come aboard," he urged. Jiang Yan nodded. As they soared through the skies on the sword, silence enveloped them. Jiang Yan pondered her future plans. Upon returning, she must quickly depart with her children. Yet, she felt an undeniable reluctance to leave Wanling and Qinling's family behind. However, she could no longer remain in the tribe. For Xianming was not her ally. It was likely he would soon pressure her into actions she would not desire due to the matter of the evil spirit affliction. She was not one to succumb to coercion. If her strength had been sufficient, she would have long since cast aside those who threatened her life. Apart from her friends, she also felt regret over her half-finished papermaking project. It seemed she could only inform Wanling and allow her to continue producing rice paper for the tribe. "I remember you mentioned that Xianming disregarded you because you had lost your utility. What are your plans moving forward?" Gong Qizhou recalled their previous encounter in the Dragon Palace, where he and Gong Qi had seen Xianming and this female figure sharing a cordial relationship. To his surprise, they had fallen out. For some reason, Jiang Yan felt that this person knew certain things about her relationship with Xianming, just as he had surmised her identity from the very beginning. Who was he, and how did he possess such knowledge? Did he have some vested interest entangled with Xianming? In truth, she had entered the Aming tribe seeking refuge for herself and her children. Her strength was insufficient on the Beastman continent. In the face of great troubles or natural disasters, she might not be able to protect her children adequately. Yet, Xianming's promise to allow her to stay in the tribe came with conditions. She was to assist him in opening the gates of the ancient tomb of myriad phantoms. She had anticipated the process would be perilous, but she never imagined he would demand her life. Opening the tomb's gates required depleting all her purple radiant essence. Jiang Yan felt there was little harm in voicing these matters. This individual was formidable and might possess abilities akin to Xianming, able to foresee her strength and the secrets she bore. For instance, he could discern her spatial abilities, her strength level, and naturally, her possession of the purple radiant essence. Gong Qizhou was momentarily taken aback by her revelations, realizing her intelligence and acknowledging that he had uncovered her secrets, prompting her to clarify matters first. This honesty left a favorable impression on him. It must be said that Jiang Yan's initial impression, as well as her subsequent demeanor, had earned his admiration. He had initially chosen to save her because she struck him as both strange and familiar when he first saw her in the crystal sphere, prompting his desire for further understanding. Yet now, he remained at a loss, unable to recall anything. It sounds like that snake beast man is rather unfriendly, Gong Qizhou remarked with a smile. I can escort you to the Aming tribe, and if needed, I can assist you in finding your next residence. No need. You've already helped me too much. Jiang Yin quickly waved her hand. The two stood upon the Yuanqi, and she instinctively positioned herself at the rear. Nearly losing her balance several times and almost tumbling off, It was not due to any belief in gender propriety, but rather because she felt quite dirty and foul-smelling after emerging from the water prison. Her face and clothes soiled. She was embarrassed and wished to avoid offending him with her odor. Otherwise, that would be quite awkward. Conversely, if Jiang Yin were to discover that the strikingly handsome figure before her was the unworthy father of her children, she might exclaim that one should not judge a book by its cover. However, Gong Qizhou, oblivious to her reasons for maintaining distance out of fear of offending her with her smell, assumed her reticence was due to her male companion. Not wishing to draw too close, curiosity piqued, he wondered what her male companion was like. The last records Gong Qi had found indicated that she had 3 children, and he was curious about her male counterpart among the beastmen. However, he refrained from asking such personal questions, feeling it might be somewhat intrusive. After half an hour of sword flying, Gong Qizhou successfully delivered Jiang Yin to the Aming tribe. We've arrived. I truly appreciate your help. In the future, if the opportunity arises and you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Jiang Yin realized she might have been speaking grandly, considering how he would find her if he ever needed her help. Although I'm unsure how to inform you of my whereabouts, as I have yet to determine my next destination. Gong Qizhou had no expectation of repayment from her. He seemed to have pressing matters at hand. No need. You have already provided me with the repair agent. Consider it a form of compensation. Until we meet again. With that, he waved his sleeve, and he vanished from sight. Jiang Yin snapped back to reality, recalling what Zhu Ke had mentioned. Individuals of such supreme power could teleport to their desired locations, while sword flying was merely a slower means of travel. In her eyes, the swiftness of sword flying was unremarkable in the eyes of such a formidable individual. Clearly, he could have teleported back to his residence, but chose sword flying out of necessity to escort her. Jiang Yin shook her head, her desire to grow stronger reignited. She hastily ran into the tribe. Realizing that Xinming had yet to return, she needed to act quickly. Upon entering the cave, she saw her 3 children feasting on the wild fruits distributed by the tribe. Their eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Yin, and they rushed out, exclaiming, "Mother, you're back! Where have you been? You were gone for so long." Jiang Yin suddenly realized she had been away for an entire day. Jingzhe, Lucio, Beiji, listen closely. We must leave this place as soon as possible. We can no longer remain. Quickly gather your belongings, take all the food with you, and clear out the furniture I made in the cave to store in the space. Then we must hasten our departure. Beiji's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding why they had to leave. He was fond of Wang Wang and Yu Feng, and if they left, he would never see them again. But mother, why must we leave? Aren't we living well here? Didn't you say the tribe offers us protection, allowing us to be safer? Beiji was reluctant to leave. However, Jiang Yin had little time to explain. Just as she was about to speak to Beiji, Jingzhe interjected, "Beiji, we should heed Mother's arrangements. She must have her reasons for doing this. Let us hurry and pack our things." Jingzhe pulled Beiji into the cave, and Lucio followed suit to help gather their belongings. Jiang Yin felt a sense of relief. Jingzhe was indeed very sensible. Thinking of Wan Ling, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to go see her, though it was somewhat risky. As Wan Ling was a member of the tribe, if she told her family they were leaving, Wan Ling might try to prevent them. Yet, she could not simply leave without a word, for Wan Ling was her closest friend here. It's Jiang Yin. Oh, what happened to you? You're all dirty. Quickly, I'll have them fetch some water for you to wash up. No need. Wan Ling, I came to inform you about the paper-making process I mentioned earlier. You need to take notes. Huh? Why the sudden change? Aren't you staying with us? Wan Ling was perplexed. Jiang Yin, did something happen? You look unwell. Wan Ling was genuinely concerned for Jiang Yin, and while speaking, she fetched a clean towel made of beast hide to help wipe her face. Why is there so much dirt on your face? We females must learn to take care of our appearance. Jiang Yin felt a pang in her heart. Wan Ling, I truly don't wish to leave you, but I must depart from the tribe. What? Wanling was incredulous. Why? Did someone bully you? Don't worry. I'll tell the tribe leader. He will definitely stand up for you. Jiang Yin nearly jumped up in protest. No, please don't. I want to leave because I had a falling out with the tribe leader. You will respect my decision? One to you? Waning Spirit still cannot digest this news. How could this be? What exactly is going on? The story is rather lengthy. In short, conflicts have arisen between the clan leader and me, and I can no longer remain here. For the sake of my little ones, I must hasten to take them away from this place. I have come to bid you farewell. Wanling, I hope you can respect my decision and refrain from disclosing my departure to anyone else. Jiang Yin grasped Wanling's hand, her eyes shimmering with hope. Faced with such pleading eyes, Wanling found it difficult to refuse. However, Jiang Yin, I am reluctant to part with you. Perhaps there may be a turn of events? Shall I plead with the clan leader on your behalf? Jiang Yin shook her head. No, I do not wish to confront that man again. He seeks my life, Wanling. The severity of the situation struck Wanling, and she dared not delay Jiang Yin any longer. Very well, I respect your choice, Jiang Yin. You must leave at once. I fear the clan leader may discover your intentions and it could endanger you. He is not currently in the tribe, but one can never tell when he might return. Do you require any assistance? Wanling did not comprehend the nature of the conflict between Jiang Yin and the clan leader. But if the leader sought her life, she could only side with Jiang Yin and help her escape. Just keep my departure a secret, and I will now relay to you the remaining processes of papermaking. You must remember them. There was no choice. There was no paper or pen here, and the only item in her spatial realm was a notebook. Most importantly, Wanling could not read the characters Jiang Yin wrote. Jiang Yin could only convey the information orally. Wanling suddenly felt the weight of responsibility upon her. How could she possibly remember everything? She strained to commit it to memory and then sketched with a twig on the ground, trying to aid her recollection. All right, I have remembered quite enough. You should leave quickly. I worry the clan leader may return at any moment. Take care. Jiang Yin made another visit to Qinling's home. At this time, all the males had gone out to hunt, and Qinling lay napping on a stone bed while the children played outside on the grass. After leaving a few bamboo dragonflies she had made from wood, Jiang Yin departed. Inside the cave, the little ones were also ready. Jiang Yin hastily tossed the gathered items into her spatial realm and then led the children away from the tribe. Hey, Jiang Wu Yi, where are you and the children heading? We're taking them to the river for a bath. It's too hot. Oh, I see. Indeed, summer weather is like this. It's stifling. Yes, Jiang Yin replied briefly before quickly leading the children away. Mother, which direction shall we go? To the east, perhaps. Let's just wander. After all, I have no idea where to go. She had no knowledge of her origins, nor did she inherit any memories of the original owner. Upon reaching the ancient castle, Gong Qizhou gently pushed open the door, and a wave of damp air greeted him, along with bright sunlight streaming through the windows. The moment he stepped into the room, Gong Qizhou caught sight of a scene that astonished him. In the center of the room, a young dragonling was coiling, its body a vibrant green like jade, its eyes sparkling with a charming innocence. This was his beloved daughter, Meng Xia. The dragon scales shimmered with a luster akin to jade, each scale seemingly embedded with natural gemstones, and a hint of soft, infantile red fur adorned its claws. Upon seeing Gong Qizhou enter, Meng Xia's eyes lit up with joy as she spread her wings and joyfully spiraled through the air, resembling a dancing cloud. Father, you're back. Her voice echoed in the room, crisp and melodious. Look, I can now freely transform between human and dragon forms. Her smile radiated like the spring sun, infused with a touch of childlike innocence and pride. Gong Qizhou was taken aback by his daughter's transformation, approaching her with eyes full of boundless affection and awe. Xia, you are remarkable. His voice held a trace of indulgence. He felt the dragon aura emanating from her, a power and honor that connected them by blood, filling him with pride. Chapter 49. Xin Ming, I wish to see more of you. Meng Xia giggled like a free-spirited fairy. Father, I can fly so high now, high enough to see the scenery outside the window. She flew to Gong Qizhou's side, her eyes brimming with longing and anticipation. Father, I am stronger than before. My body has recovered. When can we go find Mother? Gong Qizhou gently stroked his daughter's dragon horn. He truly cherished her and was fond of the name Meng Xia. Tomorrow, Father will take you to find Mother. All right. In the tomb, Xianming and Yin Si were still unwilling to give up, persistently searching for the divine egg. The air was thick with an ancient, dusty atmosphere, yet despite their meticulous searching, it seemed that the precious treasure was not concealed deep within the tomb. Perhaps someone had already gotten there ahead of them. Xianming's brow furrowed involuntarily. How could this be? Who could have arrived here before us? Yin Si was not entirely convinced by Xianming's words. Xianming shot a cold glance at his rival beside him. His eyes icy. They had searched every corner, yet still found nothing. Though you believe there is any possibility other than this? Yin Si had to concede to that notion, but soon denied it, stating, the entrance to the ancient tomb is singular. You were undoubtedly the first to enter. The beastmen who came in after us might have been obstructed by those mechanisms before reaching this checkpoint. Xianming's gaze darkened, his voice cold. Do not forget. On the Divine Clan continent, there are several formidable individuals. They may well have other means to access the ancient tomb. Are you suggesting, Yin Si turned to him, that you suspect the Dragon Clan and Bai Li Feng have also arrived in the Beastmen continent? I am merely speculating, Xianming replied. Yin Si spoke again. Their whereabouts are indeed unpredictable. Perhaps this is merely a legend, and such a divine egg does not even exist. Just then, a sudden, thunderous rumble echoed from the ancient tomb, and the ground began to tremble slightly, stones from the walls cascading down. Xianming's expression immediately grew serious, and he inwardly cursed. This was not good. The ancient tomb was about to collapse. Ignoring Yin Si's intentions, he knew he had to leave swiftly. Yin Si also sensed the impending danger and quickly fled forward. They hurriedly sought the nearest route to escape. The air in the tomb grew increasingly murky, dust swirling around them, and as time passed, the sounds of collapse grew more frequent. Damn it! Xianming felt an overwhelming urge to kill. The divine egg was unfound, and now the place was collapsing. He was filled with resentment. Soon, he and Yin Si discovered a secret door sealed with ancient runes. Together, they exerted their full strength and finally opened the hidden door, revealing a dim passageway leading into the unknown depths. They hurried into the passage, daring not to pause, as the sounds of the tomb's collapse grew increasingly violent. The air in the passage was damp and cold, seemingly leading to deeper underground levels. Yin Si stood with his back to the tomb's entrance, feeling the massive tremors from behind. This ancient tomb had likely endured the passage of time for too long. This time, it had emerged in the desert due to surface movements and, upon encountering air, could not withstand for much longer. Eventually, it would collapse. It was a pity, however, that they could not find what they sought. Xianming gazed into the dark passage ahead, his eyes resolute and determined. They traversed the passageway, moving with such speed that they left only afterimages behind. At times, they dashed like the wind. At others, they scaled walls with agility. The sounds of collapse in the tomb gradually receded, but they knew this passage would not extend indefinitely. Ultimately, the passage led to a heavy iron door, adorned with ancient runes. Where is this? Yin Si's expression tightened. There were simply too many hidden doors in this ancient tomb. Xianming observed the iron door. This should be an ancient underground secret realm, leading to some forgotten places. There was no time for contemplation. They needed to work together to open this door and find an exit to the surface. They had to join forces once more, pushing against the iron door, revealing an incredibly deep space before them. With each step they took, more ancient runes sealed the passage behind them. Hurry, we will soon reach the surface. However, Xianming suddenly halted, leaving Yin Si incredulous. He thought no one cared for their life more than this serpentine beast man. At this critical moment, how could he possibly stop? She might still be in the ancient tomb. Xianming's voice was low, but Yin Si heard him clearly. She? You mean Jiang Yin? Yin Si turned to look back at the cascading stones, his heart racing. If she was still inside, and the tomb collapsed under these circumstances, she could not possibly survive. Without a second thought, Yin Si dashed back down the path they had come, fully aware of how dangerous this course of action was. Yet compelled to do so, in truth, he himself was uncertain why he felt such concern for a female he barely knew. Her life and death were not his concern, were they? She is not his female. Nor does she perhaps even know his name. Moreover, she has 3 children of her own and possesses a male counterpart. Yet, the mere thought of her possibly perishing within the ancient tomb renders him incapable of remaining indifferent. A vague sense of familiarity and a sharp pang of pain assail his heart. Inshiwe muses that perhaps they shared a previous life, a bond that cannot be forgotten in this existence, yet remains elusive. When Xianming notices Inshiwe resolutely turning back, his fists involuntarily clench. One comprehends his true thoughts. You truly are reckless. Do you genuinely care for that female? Observing the concern of the other beastmen for her, an uncomfortable feeling stirs within Xianming. It is a raw and unrefined aspect of his nature, one that has no relation to affection, but rather a deep-seated desire for her survival in this place. Inshiwe responds to Xianming, but contrary to his wishes, before he can take more than a few steps back, a massive stone plummets, blocking his path. Just as he prepares to use his spiritual energy to shatter the obstruction, Xianming halts him. Are you mad? In this situation, if you recklessly employ your spiritual power, the place will collapse. Inshiwe pauses. Xuanming's words ring true, yet if he does not act, what fate awaits that female? If Jiang Yin were before him at this moment, Xianming would undoubtedly take her away, but as it stands, her whereabouts within the ancient tomb are unknown. A person like him, who places great value on profit and life, would hardly devise a means to rescue Jiang Yin. Xianming forces himself to dismiss thoughts of that female. For now, escaping this place is paramount. Perhaps it is simply unfortunate that she crossed paths with him. In his eyes, truly nothing is more significant than himself, and even a flicker of affection does not amount to much. Suddenly, another violent tremor shakes the ground. The ancient tomb is truly on the verge of becoming ruins. With no alternative, Inshiwe continues to flee toward the exit. Glimmers of light become visible ahead. The exit lies not far away. A heavy weight settles in Inshiwe's heart as, with the final rumble of collapse, the entire ancient tomb turns to rubble behind him. With a thunderous roar, both Inshiwe and Xianming successfully soar out, gazing back at the flattened remnants of the tomb, a pall of gloom enveloping their spirits. If you hadn't brought her here, she wouldn't have died, Inshiwe declares, turning away. Next time we meet, I will not let you go unpunished for this treachery. I will remember it. His silver hair glints in the sunlight before. Carried away by the wind, his words reach Xuanming's ears, and he vanishes from sight. Xianming stands motionless for a while, certainly acknowledging Inshiwe's assertion that had he not brought her, she would not have perished. Yet from the very beginning, he had been exploiting her, seeking to utilize her purple radiant spirit to unlock the tomb's entrance. Under such circumstances, how could he betray his original intent and refrain from bringing her along? He retrieves the ancient stone he obtained from the tomb, realizing it is the only gain from this expedition. This venture has indeed proven unsatisfactory. Not only did he fail to discover the divine egg, but he also lost her. Xianming casts a final glance at the ruins of the tomb, contemplating the fate of her 3 children, still within the tribe. How should he arrange for them? The offspring of the dragon race do hold some value. Yet would he truly exploit those 3 children? At least for now, he has no such plans, but what of the future? Who can say? It must be said, Xianming, this serpentine beast man, is indeed as cold-blooded as his true form, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Just as he prepares to soar back to the tribe on his sword, a woman emerges from the side of the ancient tomb's ruins. Long time no see? Xianming. Xianming turns to regard the newcomer, a woman clad in the ceremonial garb of the Taoist sect from the Divine Clan. Her porcelain face glimmers like a lake, both beautiful and enigmatic. Her figure graceful and upright, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. The woman approaches Xianming with a smile that reveals a hint of familiar warmth in her eyes. Xianming, I knew I would find you here. You remain unchanged, just as before. Her voice, pure as a mountain spring, carries an indescribable tenderness. Xianming gazes at her, recognizing this woman from the Taoist sect with whom he once had interactions in the Divine Clan. What brings you here? He inquires, slightly furrowing his brow, though he feels no surprise at her presence. It is only natural for someone from the Taoist sect to investigate treasures hidden within the ancient tomb. Shui Ji's eyes sparkle as they land on the ancient stone in Xuanming's hand. It seems you have been searching for something within this tomb. I wonder if you found anything of worth? Her tone carries an air of curiosity, as if she is genuinely interested in the treasures of the tomb. A faint smile graces Xuanming's lips, yet it does not reach his eyes as he returns the stone to his storage pouch. Some gains, but not much, he replies, his tone flat. revealing little more. Shueiji tilts her head slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. May I see what you found? I am indeed quite curious. I had intended to enter myself, but the stone door at the entrance would not budge. Preventing my entry, I had to remain outside, and when I saw you emerge, I came over to greet you. Xianming, you have not forgotten our previous acquaintance, have you? As she speaks, Shueiji steps closer to Xianming, a faint fragrance enveloping her, an allure irresistible even to the most stoic of males. Xianming remains silent for a moment, observing Shueiji's every move. This woman seeks to employ her beauty as a tactic. Apologies, but I am not one to share my possessions. His response carries an icy edge, maintaining a cautious distance from the relationship and exchanges with Shueiji. Upon hearing this, Shueiji laughs lightly. Xianming, you remain as indifferent as ever. Do you know how many sisters in the sect were captivated by you upon seeing you, even knowing your cold nature? They pursued you relentlessly. In fact, I am no different. Seeing you again brings me joy. Originally, my master sent 2 of my sisters down, but recalling you had arrived in the Beastman continent years ago, I thought perhaps luck would be on my side, allowing me to meet you here. Thus, I requested my master to permit me to come down, and he consented, granting me my wish of seeing you. With that, Shueiji embraces Xianming, leaning against him, her soft bosom brushing his waist. Xianming, I will be staying on the Beastman continent for the next few days. Take me to your territory, I wish to see it. Moreover, since you left the Taoist sect, we have not seen one another for quite some time. I long to see you more. A woman like Shueiji, fluid as water with a soft, mellifluous voice, is difficult for any male to resist. Xianming gently pries her hands away, stating, I am not one to dwell in the past. I only look forward. There is nothing worth reminiscing about. Xianming remains remarkably clear-headed. He loves only himself. You are still as dull as ever. I am curious. Have you encountered any females you fancy on the Beastman continent? Yet, in such a lowly land, it is unlikely any remarkable females would emerge. You should hardly find them appealing. Xianming remains silent. Shueiji's smile falters. Xianming, do not tell me you have truly taken a liking to some female on this lowly continent? Xianming gazes down at her. And if I have, what of it? If not, what of it? Shueiji appears wounded. Xianming, there are countless exceptional women in the Divine Clan, yet you overlook them. Here, you actually have a preference for a female? Are you doing this on purpose? Intentionally trying to vex me? Xianming scoffs. Shueiji, do not overestimate yourself. You are merely being self-indulgent. Tiomi, you are nothing. With that, Xianming summons his sword and takes flight. Naturally, Shueiji is unwilling to concede. Following suit on her own sword as they depart the ancient tomb together, she must uncover which female possesses the cunning to ensnare Xianming with underhanded tactics. Chapter 050. Fox Moon vs. Shueiji. After soaring through the skies for half an hour, Xianming returns to the tribe, with Shueiji tailing closely behind. Xianming's mind is far from her, as he leaves her to her own devices and proceeds to consult with the Grand Elder about various matters. Jiang Yin is dead, and her 3 children remain in the tribe. He must arrange their future. Shueiji senses Xianming's indifference and feels a twinge of disappointment, yet she understands that he is accustomed to his aloof demeanor and does not expect him to focus on her this time. However, she is on a mission and cannot return empty-handed. He has not dismissed me. Perhaps there is still a semblance of old affection. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Fox Moon has become aware of the situation. Have you heard? The tribe leader has returned, accompanied by a stunning female, and her attire is exquisite. She seems well matched with the tribe leader. Is that so? What a pity I did not see it. How beautiful is she? More so than Fox Moon. Well, they each possess different kinds of beauty, but I feel Fox Moon is enchanting, while the one I just saw is soft and graceful, like water. I am quite curious now. Where is she? She cannot possibly be residing with the tribe leader in the Water Curtain Cave, can she? The males gathered together in discussion, inadvertently overheard by Huyue. What are you talking about? As someone who harbored affections for Xianming, Huyue naturally felt discontent and envy regarding the other woman Xianming had brought back. Lord Xianming has returned with a female. Ah, it's Miss Huyue. We just found out too. Have you eaten? Would you care to join us? No, I have matters to attend to. Farewell, my esteemed snake brothers. Huyue smiled, and the males nearly lost their composure. Why heavens, she is truly breathtaking. My heart feels as though it might be stolen away. I haven't yet been with a female. Do you think I have a chance? The speaker was a few young males from the tribe, while those who already had females could not partake in such conversations, lest they be chastised by their own partners. In the realm of beastmen, apart from the formidable male warriors, females held a significantly higher status than their male counterparts. Only those males with elevated spiritual powers were free from fear of the females. Huyue, in a fit of frustration, thought to herself that she had yet to deal with Jiang Yin, and now another woman, akin to water, had appeared. Enough was enough. She decided to seek out Shui Ji. To provoke and test her limits, Huyue firmly believed that with her third-tier strength, no female here could rival her. Yet, she could hardly fathom that the newly arrived female hailed from the Divine Clan continent and was of an entirely different caliber. Huyue inquired along her path and finally arrived at the location of the female, spotting a slender figure standing outside the waterfall cave. Huyue's smile broadened. It seemed this woman was also being kept at bay by Xu Yiming. Evidently, Lord Xu Yiming did not place much importance on her, and she felt her odds were still quite favorable. With confidence in her stride, Huyue approached Shui Ji, adorned with a mocking smile. "What is your name? I hear you were brought back by Lord Xu Yiming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huyue, the future lady of the clan." Her tone dripped with evident sarcasm. Upon hearing Huyue's words, Shui Ji quickly grasped her intention but was unwilling to engage in conflict. The females here were merely a pack of ignorant and uncouth women, and she saw no need to lower herself to their level. However, this particular female seemed different. Unlike the others she had just encountered in the tribe, who bore dark complexions and robust physiques, this fox beast woman possessed an alluring charm that was unmistakably captivating to the males. "You claim to be the future lady of the clan. Could it be that this female is the one Xu Yiming has taken a liking to on the Beastman continent? How infuriating. So she is a vixen. No wonder she could ensnare Xu Yiming, surely employing some underhanded tactics. Her seductive prowess is evidently remarkable. Indeed, Lord Xu Yiming has shown me considerable favor. I simply did not anticipate he would bring you back. Yet you still have not answered my question. What is your name, and where do you hail from? You may call me Shui Ji. I am unlike you. I am a noble disciple of the Dao sect, distinct from the females of your Beastman continent. You need not concern yourself with the particulars. Lord Xu Yiming's kindness towards you is but temporary. While you do possess some skill, he cannot possibly remain enamored with you indefinitely." As she gazed at Shui Ji's haughty demeanor and listened to her arrogant words, Huyue clenched her fists. "A disciple of the Dao sect? What is that? Ha! Truly an ignorant female, utterly oblivious to the reality that she dares to aspire to marry Xu Yiming. It is nothing short of absurd. Xu Yiming merely regards you as a plaything, and yet you seem to revel in it." Shui Ji, sensing the threat, acknowledged that this vixen was indeed strikingly beautiful, radiating an allure that could easily captivate any male. Though Xu Yiming was inherently aloof, he was still, after all, male, and might find it difficult to resist this vixen's charms. "It seems you are envious of me, hence your remarks. It matters not. I have been recognized by Lord Xu Yiming and remain within the tribe. Unlike you, I have yet to hear of the elder or the shaman arranging accommodations for you. Whether Lord Xu Yiming will even take you in remains uncertain." Huyue's confidence was indeed astonishing. Xu Yiming had never expressed any intention to marry her, yet she clung to the notion of being the future lady of the clan. Shui Ji, believing that Huyue had successfully captivated Xu Yiming, began to devise her own plans. A mere third-tier strength female was as easy to dispose of as squashing an ant. How foolish to flaunt her power before her. "Xu Yiming and I share a bond. You, an outsider, would do well not to presume. I advise you to relinquish your aspirations." Shui Ji endeavored to maintain her composure, still embodying an air of superiority. "Moreover, Xu Yiming has saved my life. He harbors feelings for me." Upon hearing this, Huyue deliberately emphasized, "Oh, I see. Lord Xu Yiming is indeed a kind-hearted individual." Her gaze bore a provocative glint, seeking to gauge Shui Ji's reaction. Shui Ji's expression shifted slightly, but she stifled her emotions. "Yes, he truly is," she replied coolly. Huyue, disappointed by Shui Ji's lack of vulnerability, felt a surge of anger. She resolved to press further. "You may be unaware, but Lord Xu Yiming is quite fond of a female named Jiang Yin. She has free access to Lord Xu Yiming's waterfall cave, and their relationship is rather ambiguous." "What do you mean?" "There are other females who hold Xu Yiming's favor." Shui Ji's heart stirred, yet she maintained her calm demeanor. You need not engage in fear-mongering. I do not meddle in his private affairs. Hu Yue, catching the hint of disdain in Shui Ji's reply, retorted with a sneer, so, you possess no special feelings for him? Wouldn't a normal person be furious upon hearing me say this? He treats another female, one with 3 children, so well. Do you not feel a sense of failure? Her words dripped with scorn. Shui Ji fell silent. A female with 3 children? Is Xu Yiming truly that indiscriminate? She felt compelled to investigate this matter further and resolved to disregard Hu Yue's provocations. My feelings for him are my concern. You need not inform me of such matters. I will inquire directly. Seeing Shui Ji's cold demeanor, Hu Yue recognized that continuing the exchange would yield no results. With a mocking laugh, she turned to leave, silently vowing to keep a watchful eye on the relationship between Xu Yiming and Shui Ji. Perhaps she still had a chance. Within the waterfall cave, Xu Yiming remained oblivious to the commotion between the 2 women outside. He instructed the elder, Jiang Yin is dead. We will temporarily retain her 3 children. How we proceed will be decided later. Have Qinling's family assist in their care. The elder, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. What? Jiang, the shaman, is dead? When did this happen? I saw her return this morning. Chief, could there be a misunderstanding? She came back earlier today and sought out Wanling. She merely took the children to find a stream for a bath. With this heat, I was tempted to go for a swim myself. As he spoke, the elder's weathered eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xu Yiming, however, was taken aback. What did you say? Jiang Yin returned. She is not dead? Ah, yes. Is something amiss? Chief, did you mistakenly believe Jiang Yin had perished? Bring Wanling to me. Yes, at once. The elder began to feel that his chief was rather capricious. One moment claiming Jiang Yin was dead, and now darkly ordering him to summon Wanling. Leaving him puzzled as to the events transpiring, heaven help them. May Wanling not become collateral damage. Wanling fervently prayed for Jiang Yin and the children to hurry back, fearing the chief might apprehend them. Upon hearing that the chief had returned, she felt a sense of dread, worried he would learn too quickly and pursue them. Wanling, the chief has summoned you to the waterfall cave. The elder nearly sprinted over. Be cautious. It appears the chief is in a foul mood. I cannot fathom what he wants, and it is rather strange. Upon his return, he declared Jiang Yin dead, and I am still trying to grasp the situation. Hearing the elder's words, Wanling's heart raced with unease. What? The chief has returned. How could it be so soon? It had only been 2 hours since Jiang Yin had left, and if the chief wished to pursue, he had the means to do so. Wanling's expression turned vacant as she worried for Jiang Yin, questioning why the chief believed Jiang Yin was dead. Jiang Yin had warned her that the chief sought her life. Wanling, what are you pondering? Hurry and prepare to meet the chief, the elder urged, noticing her dazed demeanor. Do you know where the chief went? He returned with another female. Another female? Wanling snapped back to reality, steeling herself for what was to come. If the chief discovered she had deliberately let Jiang Yin go, he would surely erupt in fury. Yet, she had no choice but to act. Could it be that the arrival of this new female was the reason the chief sought Jiang Yan's life? Wanling grew increasingly perplexed by her chief's behavior. Chief, you summoned me? Wanling feigned calmness. Where has Jiang Yin gone? Xu Yiming did not engage in any pretense with Wanling, directly addressing the matter at hand. Tribe leader, has something occurred? Wanling inquired. Jiang Yin should be in the cave. She mentioned taking the children outside to find a stream for a bath, to cool off in this stifling weather. They should have returned by now. As Wanling spoke, she dared not meet Xuanming's gaze, fearful of revealing too much. Wanling, you know I have little tolerance for disloyalty. If you do not speak the truth, I reserve the right to expel you. Xuanming's voice was icy, and upon realizing that Jiang Yin was alive and had returned long before him, he could not help but acknowledge a flicker of joy within. Yet, upon learning of her departure from the tribe, he felt a profound sense of betrayal, despite it being somewhat irrational. She had never truly belonged to the tribe, and after his treatment of her, her departure was to be expected. Nevertheless, he was consumed by discontent, even to the point of contemplating violence. Wanling understood that her deception could no longer be concealed. She could not prolong the matter any further. Tribe leader, she inhaled deeply. Jiang Yin. Reports have come in that a small snake soldier has entered. And the cave of Jiang the healer is empty. Many items have been removed, which is quite peculiar. Understood, you may leave. Xu Yiming waved his hand, his gaze fixing on Wanling. You have seen it for yourself. She has taken the children and left the tribe. Before she departed, she sought you out and shared her intentions. Wanling, unable to defy Xianming, spoke the truth. Jiang Yin informed me of the entire process of papermaking, insisting that I must guide the other tribesfolk in producing Xin paper, which would greatly benefit the tribe. She is truly a remarkable individual, tribe leader. However, I fail to comprehend why you desire her life. She is so good. I would be pleased if she remained in the tribe. Yet you wish to kill her, forcing her to flee. I could not bear to witness her demise at your hands. So I refrained from immediately notifying the elder and yourself about her departure. Xianming clenched his fists. Did she tell you I want her life? Is that how that female perceives me? His emotions swelled, leaving him perplexed as to why he allowed this female to influence his feelings. This was not a favorable sign. Chapter 051. Reluctance to let Jiang Yin go, though opening the ancient tomb was indeed perilous. He had prioritized it at that moment. However, if alternative methods existed, he would never have resorted to such measures. Isn't it so? Wanling countered. Xianming pressed his lips together, his eyes cold. She speaks of righteousness, even considering the future of the tribe before leaving. It was unclear whether this was a compliment or a mockery. Wanling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tribe leader, I implore you, let Jiang Yin go. If you cannot accept her, then allow her to depart. Xianming glared at Wanling. You have overstepped, and for that, I shall punish you with 3 days of confinement to your cave. Were it not for Wanling's status as a healer, he might have imposed a harsher penalty. Let Jiang Yin go? Impossible. He had never been one to compromise his desires, and his heart told him he did not wish for that female to leave the tribe. He intended to bring her back. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xianming strode out of the waterfall cave. No, tribe leader. Please do not seek out Jiang Yin, I beg you. Do not harm her. Wanling cried in distress, fearing his fierce demeanor indicated he would pursue her and end her life. Why? Why must you kill Jiang Yin? Wanling dashed outside, pleading. Wanling, do not provoke my wrath. Bring her to me. Yes, tribe leader. The other snake beastmen stepped forward to restrain Wanling. Healer, let us depart. No, tribe leader, please do not kill her. Wanling was at a loss, knowing the tribe leader's formidable power would allow him to swiftly catch up to Jiang Yin. I will not kill her. With that, Xianming vanished from sight. Shuiji observed this scene. Her brow furrowed. Who is he not going to kill? A smile played on her lips as she gracefully approached. You must be the tribe's healer, correct? Wanling did not recognize the woman before her. Could this be the female the elder mentioned, the one the tribe leader had brought back? Yes. Greetings, I am Shuiji. I shall be staying in the tribe for a while. I hope to rely on your assistance. Wanling forced a smile in response. If you are a friend of the tribe leader, the elder will surely arrange suitable accommodations for you. Seek out the elder, Wanling concluded, preparing to leave. Wait, I overheard you and Xianming discussing murder. Who does he wish to kill? Wanling found the woman's curiosity excessive. I am afraid those inquiries are better reserved for the tribe leader upon his return. Shuiji watched Wanling's departing figure, contemplative. This female was no ordinary individual. She was not easily deceived. She had assumed that all females in the beast world were simpletons, yet today she encountered two who were anything but naive. Jiang Yin traversed the dense forest with her 3 children, not daring to linger. Let us walk a bit further. It will be safer. Since noon, she had urged the little ones forward, choosing to head eastward. After 3 hours, she noticed they were becoming fatigued and sought a stream for them to drink. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally reached a serene stream. It shimmered like a silver ribbon under the evening light, flanked by lush trees, with a gentle breeze causing the leaves to rustle. The water was crystal clear, with fish swimming gracefully, occasionally accompanied by the croaking of frogs. Jiang Yin found a flat rock to sit upon, retrieving an intricately crafted bamboo tube from her spatial pouch. She gently lifted it, and clear spring water flowed forth. Pouring a cup for her children, she carefully handed it to them, her eyes filled with concern and guilt. If only she were stronger, they would not have to endure such hardships. The 3 children drank like fawns, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. Subsequently, Jiang Yin led them to a slightly more open area along the stream. She crouched by the water's edge, dipping her hands into the cool liquid. Relishing the refreshing sensation, let us bathe here downstream. All right. The children eagerly splashed into the water. Jiang Yin was aware of her own filth and odor. It was indeed time for a wash. She let her hair down, standing in the water as the clear stream flowed around her legs, washing away the dust and fatigue from their journey. Gently, Jiang Yin cleansed her face, allowing the water to seep into every pore. Then wiped it with a damp cloth. The grime from the prison was washed away, and she felt fortunate that her children had not shunned her throughout their travels. The lake quietly reflected the blue sky and the shadows of the trees, the ripples seeming to listen to the birds and insects of the forest. Jiang Yin's mood gradually settled. They were outdoors with the children beside her, so she did not fully disrobe. She merely washed her hair, arms, legs, and neck, as she was clad in a beast-skin skirt and a short top that could be easily rinsed. With the wind blowing, she knew it would dry quickly, as Jiang Yin and her children finished bathing and prepared to seek a resting place as darkness fell. They suddenly noticed a line of small ants slowly crawling along the rocks by the stream. These ants were not large, yet they possessed a glossy black exoskeleton that glimmered faintly in the sunset. Appearing somewhat ominous, Jiang Yin furrowed her brow, sensing that these ants were unusual. The forests of the beast world were not safe at night. These creatures could become active as darkness descended and often gathered in hordes upon discovering a water source. She gently patted her skirt, signaling her children to remain still and not disturb the small creatures. The ants carefully made their way across the rocks, seemingly in search of some unknown objective. Observing them, Jiang Yin decided to seek another resting location. This place might be the domain of these ants, and sleeping here could result in waking up covered in them. Mother, where are those ants headed? What are they doing? Why are they in such a large group? They may have a task or purpose, Jiang Yin whispered to Beiji. Suddenly, Beiji exclaimed, Mother, your face? What is wrong with my face? Has it been disfigured? Jiang Yin widened her eyes, quickly leaning over to peer into the water's reflection. As the sun set, the light had dimmed, making it difficult to see clearly, but Jiang Yin still noticed that the black birthmark on her face had vanished. Dazed, Jiang Yin pondered when it had disappeared. Had it been gone since the ancient tomb? Mother, you look so beautiful now. Several little ones were utterly mesmerized. Their mother, with her scarred birthmark, exuded a gentle kindness, while the mother without scars was both gentle and beautiful. Jiang Yin felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her. Perhaps the treasures her mother obtained yesterday possessed the ability to diminish scars. As she spoke, the sapphire in her space playfully twinkled, as if proclaiming, it was I who aided you in healing, and O girl is devoid of a desire for beauty, and with the scar removed. Jiang Yin felt a sense of joy within her heart. Let us not dwell on this any longer. The night has fallen, and we ought to seek a place to rest, for the forest at night is fraught with danger. Agreed. Jiang Yin and the three little ones intended to avoid a swarm of black ants before them in search of another refuge. Suddenly, the ants surged towards them with frenzied speed. Mother, these are blood-sucking ants. Their saliva is poisonous. We must flee. The previously slumbering vermilion bird in her space awakened, immediately relaying the warning through her consciousness. These blood-sucking ants had only appeared in clusters occasionally, but tonight, they seemed inexplicably agitated, rapidly closing in on them. Jingzhe, Lucio, Beiji, these are blood-sucking ants. Their saliva is toxic. We must escape. Jiang Yin shouted to the little ones beside her. They hastened their pace, striving to evade these pursuing creatures. However, the speed of the blood-sucking ants exceeded their imagination. As if propelled by an unseen force, their target unmistakably locked onto Jiang Yin and her companions. Once again, the voice of the vermilion bird echoed in Jiang Yin's mind, informing her that deep within this forest, blood-sucking ants were notoriously troublesome. They not only had an insatiable thirst for blood, but also carried a venom capable of driving one to madness. A shiver ran down Jiang Yin's spine. She knew it was time to unleash her powers. She concentrated her spiritual energy, and an overwhelming, tempestuous aura radiated from her, as if summoning the elemental forces of nature around her. She planned to wield her fire-based spiritual power. In the next moment, a vibrant crimson flame erupted from her palm, scorching the surrounding blood-sucking ants into a cacophony of cries as they fled in terror. Dispersed by the flames, the three little ones closely followed Jiang Yin, astonished by the might she had just displayed. Mother's strength seems to have grown. This was more than mere fire. It was the elemental power contained within Jiang Yin. This spiritual flame was the nemesis of the blood-sucking ants. Guided by the vermilion bird, Jiang Yin led the little ones across the charred ground, resolute in her quest to find a safer haven. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Yin, this delay had allowed Xian Ming to track her scent. Beneath the moonlight, a tall figure descended gracefully, standing atop a lofty tree, observing the scorched earth below and the corpses of the blood-sucking ants. His eyes narrowed dangerously. The signs of scorching could deduce that the opponent used a unique spiritual flame, akin to the one that attacked him at the ancient tomb. Jiang Yin, so it was indeed your handiwork last time. Very well. Xian Ming leaped forward. Jiang Yin and the little ones discovered a tree hollow, deciding to rest there for the night before continuing their journey at dawn. Yes, we shall heed mother. As night fell, a gentle breeze rustled, and the moonlight shone brightly. Jiang Yin remained highly alert, unable to find peace in sleep. Any rustle would rouse her instantly. Lying on her side, she gazed upward through the sparse tree branches. Catching sight of the full moon above, tonight is a night of the full moon. The full moon? Oh no, isn't that the time when Xian Ming's demonic affliction manifests? How terrifying. I hope that fiend doesn't pursue us. Otherwise, both I and the little ones are doomed. Indeed, the very thing she feared was drawing near. The tree hollow was suddenly shrouded by a dark shadow, causing Jiang Yin's heart to leap into her throat. Could it be her pupils contracted in terror, her back chilled? In the next moment, she was drawn out by a force, landing in Xian Ming's embrace. His once cold eyes now glowed a menacing red. Heaven knows how terrified Jiang Yin was upon seeing his face. Why can't you leave me be? I am of no further use to you. I intend to depart with the little ones. Why do you persist? He sought her life, and due to her insufficient power, she had chosen to endure and flee from his tribe at the first opportunity. What more could he possibly desire? In the moonlight, her face was vivid and radiant, her eyes reflecting his resentment and rejection. In the interplay of light, her captivating gaze seemed to pierce through to the depths of his heart. Akin to an indignant fawn charging into his very being, Jiang Yin, until I have uttered the words that permit your departure, I shall not let you go with that. He embraced her, intending to take her away. Her scar, once removed, rendered her undeniably beautiful, yet countless women in the divine clan continent surpassed her in beauty. However, none could occupy a place in his heart as she did. Even if he knew his feelings for her were not yet fully formed and were tainted by a pathological obsession. The mere spark of affection was enough to compel him to keep her close. He desired her, even as he knew the demonic affliction would strike tonight, threatening his control to the terrifying malevolence. His eyes had already turned red, but his thoughts remained unshackled. He understood it was his heart that craved Jiang Yin, not the demon that sought to manipulate him. No, Jiang Yin would not submit to being at his mercy. Her children remained in the tree hollow. She must lead them far from this demon. The moonlight grew ever brighter, the forest thick with a tense atmosphere, as if every leaf concealed countless eyes. Nature itself was alive, with each leaf and flower possessing its own gaze, ready to aid Jiang Yin in battle. Let us not forget, she was a warrior endowed with wood-based abilities. Jiang Yin struggled, her expression resolute. She took a step back, her back against an ancient giant tree, her gaze fixed intently on the towering serpent hybrid before her. Engaging him in combat seemed utterly hopeless. Xian Ming, tall and imposing, his visage cloaked in a purple robe, radiated an unyielding coldness. His eyes shimmered with a chilling ambition and desire. He smiled coldly, a hint of pathological possessiveness flickering in his gaze. Jiang Yin, your resistance is futile. I do not wish to resort to violence. I advise you to comply and come with me. Once he set his sights on someone, he would not relinquish them. Indeed, he did not wish to harm her, yet he would not tolerate her continuous defiance that tested his patience. Chapter 052. I want you to stay by my side. Raging emotions of anger and struggle surged within Jiang Yin. She recognized the formidable nature of Xian Ming's power, yet she refused to yield. Go with you? Only to be exploited again? To have my life once more under your control? Xian Ming closed his eyes, striving to rein in the turbulent demonic essence in his consciousness that threatened to erupt. Tonight, your demonic affliction will manifest, and if I accompany you, you will kill me. Jiang Yin was certain of this fact. Xian Ming frowned. Previously, I was compelled to use you to unlock the tomb. From this day forward, I assure you, I will not seek to harm you. On the contrary, I will protect you. Utter nonsense. Not a single word of yours is truthful. Jiang Yin retorted vehemently. This serpent hybrid was a thoroughgoing self-serving individual. I am of no further use. I do not believe you will protect me. She still could not fathom why he insisted on taking her back. Her purple spiritual aura had dwindled to almost nothing and could not aid him in any significant way. Could it be that he sought to imprison her, forcing her to cure his demonic affliction? That seemed implausible. He had never believed she could heal him. Xianming approached her once more. What if I told you it is because I wish for you to remain by my side? Jiang Yin recoiled at the very thought, a shiver running down her spine. Impossible. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to test her fortune in escaping from him tonight. Suddenly, flames erupted from her hands, encircling her in a blazing barrier. The searing heat emanating to form a formidable shield. Xianming, I harbor no romantic feelings for you. My heart belongs solely to my children. I will not accompany you, so abandon that thought. She would not show him mercy. Jiang Yan's voice rang with cold determination, her eyes shimmering with resolve and defiance as she hurled a fireball toward Xianming. Yet he merely chuckled, unperturbed, akin to a predator observing its prey. A glimmer of ruthless light in his gaze, he raised his hand slightly, and a dark aura coalesced, instantly piercing through Jiang Yan's fiery shield like a blade aimed directly at her. Seeing this, Jiang Yan swiftly evaded, her form gracefully darting through the trees. Her wood-based abilities activated swiftly, the power of the earth coalescing around her as branches and leaves transformed into a verdant shield. Deflecting Xianming's terrifying assault, that I underestimated you. You possess both fire and wood abilities. However, against absolute strength, you are utterly defenseless. Xianming's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. His strength seemed inexhaustible, surging forth like the relentless tide. Jiang Yin felt her own power waning, her brow furrowed as anxiety and helplessness intertwined within her heart. She unleashed her flames and wood-based abilities continuously, yet she remained unable to contend with Xianming. Each encounter drained her vitality severely, leaving her on the brink of collapse. Noticing Jiang Yan's growing fatigue, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Xianming's eyes. Stop resisting, he said. I have already stated that it is not my intention to harm you. Your words are far more melodious than your actions, Jiang Yan retorted, her eyes brimming with scorn. What a farce! A dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Not a word you utter can be trusted. Xianming, clearly incensed, intensified his assault, each strike aimed at Jiang Yan's vulnerabilities, seeking to shatter her resolve. His smile grew colder, akin to the grin of death, as he closed in on her, exuding an air of assured victory. Jiang Yan clenched her teeth. Despite her body and will being pushed to their limits, the thought of surrender never crossed her mind. She understood that if she persevered, a glimmer of hope might still remain. Gathering her strength once more, she radiated a brilliant flame and vibrant greenery, clashing fiercely against Xianming's dark power. However, his force surged like an overwhelming deluge, ultimately submerging her resistance. The last flicker of her defiant flames extinguished in the darkness as she collapsed to the ground. Utterly spent, Xianming stood before her, his eyes glinting with a mixture of indifference and triumph. With a gentle smile, he lifted the weakened Jiang Yin into his arms and turned to tread deeper into the forest. His steps light and unhurried, as if the recent battle had been naught but a game. Jiang Yin, I seldom find myself entangled in such conflicting sentiments towards a woman. I must unravel my true feelings for you. And thus, I must take you with me. At that moment, Xianming's eyes were not only red. A faint black mandala emerged upon his forehead, exuding an otherworldly allure. This is bad. The demonic affliction is on the verge of erupting. Jiang Yin thought frantically. This condition is notorious for its propensity for violence. Release me at once. If you truly wish to spare me harm, distance yourself. Have you forgotten that your demonic affliction will manifest tonight? Once it does, you won't even be able to control yourself. You will kill indiscriminately and may well bring about my demise. Upon hearing this, Xianming momentarily froze, then tightened his grip around her. I will not kill you. I can maintain control. How arrogant! Jiang Yin seethed inwardly. What should I do? Am I truly to be taken away by him? The children were still in the tree hollow. She dared not mention them, fearing this madman might harm them. Yet, if she fled, The children would be in peril within the forest. Jiang Yin drew a dagger from her spatial pocket, ready to plunge it into Xuanming's heart. Clink! The sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed. Xianming had effortlessly snatched the dagger from her grasp and discarded it. Jiang Yin, you persistently test my patience, and I find it most displeasing. His tone was flat, yet carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. Should she resist further, he might very well snap her neck. Clearly enraged, and possibly influenced by the demonic affliction, he abruptly pinned her against a tree trunk. Bending down to bite at her collarbone, Xuanming's breath grew ragged. For the first time, a fierce desire sparkled in his eyes. Will you consider becoming my mate? Not a chance, Jiang Yin exclaimed, fury coursing through her as she trembled. A self-serving wretch like you will never find happiness. Release my mother. A somewhat childish voice pierced the air. It was Jingjia, who had transformed back into his dragon form, soaring over to bite Xuanming's shoulder. Xianming winced in pain, violently flinging Jingjia away. Thud! Jingjia collided with a tree, letting out a muffled groan of evident discomfort. Jingjia! Jiang Yan's rage flared. She wished nothing more than to rend Xianming into 1,000 pieces. You wretched serpent beast man! Breaking free from her restraints, she rushed to Jingjia's side. Are you hurt? She asked, relieved to find he had not sustained serious injuries. Mother, what do we do? He is far too powerful. I cannot defeat him. Jiang Yan's heart raced with urgency. Return with me obediently, and I shall spare him, Xianming said, shifting his gaze toward the tree hollow, where the two children remained hidden. Jiang Yin felt utterly powerless. Mother, his demonic affliction is about to erupt. This is a good thing. You can exert control over him with your beast-taming abilities. Zhu Chua's voice resounded in her mind. Beast-taming? Ah, I do possess that ability, but I have never practiced it. I am uncertain if it will succeed. This is bad. Mother, his demonic affliction is manifesting, and it appears exceedingly perilous. Xuanming's previously calm eyes suddenly glowed with a blood-red hue, as if an endless aura of terror and malevolence surged within him. His body began to undergo subtle changes. The air around him warped, exuding a chilling dread, shrouded in the essence of the demonic spirit. His visage transformed into a ruthless and tyrannical figure, akin to a demon descending upon the mortal realm. Under the control of the malevolent spirit, Xuanming's gaze turned hollow and frigid, locking onto Jingjia, who stood in his dragon form, seemingly igniting Xuanming's bloodlust, possibly due to the animosity between his kind and the dragon clan. Positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Yin, Jingjia readied himself, but Jiang Yan's heart raced with trepidation. This iteration of Xianming was truly fearsome. Xianming advanced, his demeanor radiating a ferocity that threatened to devour the world. Jiang Yan's anxiety reached a fever pitch. She understood that Xianming would not truly harm Jingjia under normal circumstances. Yet now he was completely ensnared by the demonic spirit, devoid of rationality. She hurried forward, attempting to thwart Xuanming's rampage, but her efforts seemed futile in the face of the overwhelming malevolence. Xuanming's hand rose, glowing ominously, his singular intent to crush Jingjia's skull. Boom! The force of the demonic spirit sent Jiang Yin flying. Mother! Jingjia's eyes widened in horror, yearning to rush to her aid, yet he found himself immobilized by Xuanming's chilling presence. Confronted with Xuanming's blood-red eyes and twisted visage, Jingjia trembled uncontrollably. However, he had no avenue of escape. The power of the demonic spirit ensnared him like an invisible chain, binding him in place. At that moment, the entire scene was saturated with tension and despair. Jiang Yan's heart raced with unease. She desperately sought a way to combat this threat, yet felt utterly powerless. Enveloped by the demonic affliction, Xianming was no longer the man who had claimed he would not kill her. He had transformed into a horrifying entity possessed by malevolence, poised to unleash irrevocable devastation. The night was as dark as ink, a chilling breeze brushing against Jiang Yan's cheek, yet it could not dispel the cold sweat that clung to her skin. The power of the malevolent spirit was awakening, compelling Xianming to become its instrument of slaughter. Towering and formidable, with eyes ablaze, he approached Jingjia step by step. Standing a short distance away, Jiang Yan's mind began to form a plan. The beast-taming ability applied only to true beasts, and Xianming, as a serpent beast man, did not qualify. However, now that he was under the control of the demonic spirit, he had become akin to a mindless beast. In this state, she could exert control over him. Just then, a clear and calm mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Initiate beast taming mode. Establish a mental link. Jiang Yin hesitated for a moment, but the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently uttered, "Linked." As her will flowed forth, a warm and potent energy surged from her core, enveloping her entire being. When she opened her eyes, determination shone within them. Reciting the incantation while forming hand seals, an extraordinary wave of energy emanated from her, seeking to connect with Xianming. The mechanical voice resonated once more. Focus your mind. Activate your beast-taming ability. Jiang Yin complied, her consciousness seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. Xianming appeared momentarily ensnared, his fist halting just short of striking Jingzha's skull, as if caught in contemplation. Having established an initial mental connection with Xianming, Jiang Yin realized that to fully control him and combat the demonic spirit, a deeper awakening of power was essential. The mechanical voice echoed again. Activate the core of the beast-taming ability. Recite the incantation. Jiang Yin closed her eyes, silently reciting, "With my heart, I summon all beasts. With my blood, I command the beast realm." As she intoned the incantation, a tremendous force began to roil within her. Her fingertips flickered with faint light, and the surrounding air trembled in response. "Now, strengthen the link," the mechanical voice continued. Jiang Yin opened her eyes once more, her gaze shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, as if she could pierce through all illusions and grasp the essence of reality. "Xianming, stand with me," she called out loudly, her voice infused with an unprecedented determination and strength. As her words fell, the ethereal light surrounding Xianming grew even brighter, and his gaze sharpened. It seemed he sensed Jiang Yan's resolve, driven by an invisible force that prevented him from harming the little creature before him. Yet, the malevolent spirit simultaneously erupted with a powerful dark energy, attempting to devour the strand of spiritual power controlled by Jiang Yin within Xuanming's consciousness. This was troublesome. The malevolent spirit was causing chaos once more. Jiang Yin swiftly adjusted her stance, bringing her hands together as she chanted an intricate incantation. "Boundless as heaven and earth, supreme is the way. Eternal is the beast's soul, banish the evil away." As the incantation concluded, a potent energy surged forth from her being, transforming into a brilliant ray of light that shot toward Xianming. The moment the light touched him, Xianming appeared to be bestowed with a new life, his aura becoming purer as the surrounding dark energy gradually waned. The connection between Jiang Yin and Xianming solidified. She had gained control over him. "Xianming, deliver a fatal blow to the core of the malevolent spirit," Jiang Yin commanded loudly. Xianming let out a low growl, and within his consciousness, a titanic battle unfolded. He morphed into a shadow, charging toward the malevolent spirit with the force of a thunderclap. Simultaneously, Jiang Yin continued to recite the incantation, providing an unending flow of energy to Xianming. The malevolent spirit sensed the impending crisis and attempted to retaliate, but Xuanming's speed was astonishing, evading each attack with remarkable finesse. Guided by Jiang Yin, Xianming finally identified the spirit's weakness and exerted all his strength for a final strike. She focused her mind once more, directing Xianming to turn and surge toward the malevolent spirit. Chapter 053. Overcoming the malevolent spirit. Xianming, with an air of invincibility, launched an attack against the malevolent spirit. The spirit, caught off guard, was unable to respond to Xuanming's assault. Under Jiang Yan's command, Xianming deftly dodged the spirit's attacks, and with each successive blow, the spirit's strength gradually diminished. With a thunderous crash, the spirit's protective barrier shattered completely, and Xuanming's strike directly hit its core. The malevolent spirit emitted a piercing scream, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. As the spirit vanished, the connection between Jiang Yin and Xianming began to weaken. Jiang Yin did not exhale a sigh of relief, for this time, the malevolent spirit had merely retreated temporarily from his body. It would return on the night of the full moon 2 months hence. However, that was no longer her concern. Moreover, to truly eradicate the curse of the malevolent spirit, a union between Xianming and a beast master was required. She would not sacrifice herself for this serpent beast, and it was time to conclude this matter. Utilizing her beast master abilities, she began to hypnotize Xianming. "You are weary and in need of rest. It's all right. Sleep soundly, and when you awaken tomorrow, everything will return to normal." Ximing fell under Jiang Yan's control, entering a state of slumber. Jiang Yan, drenched in sweat, felt the toll of employing such extraordinary powers. Mother, how are you faring? I am well, Jingzhe. Go awaken Lucio and Beiji. We must depart swiftly. I do not know when he will awaken. Understood. The slumbering Ximing no longer appeared as terrifying. Jiang Yan felt utterly exhausted, uncertain how she had found herself embroiled in such circumstances. The forest at night was perilous, and leaving him asleep here posed potential danger, yet she had no intention of concerning herself with his fate. Briefly informing Lucio and Beiji of the recent events, the trio immediately set off once more. 2 hours later, dawn began to break, and a faint mist enveloped the forest. Shueiji and Huyu ventured into the thicket, having learned from the station's serpent soldiers that Ximing had not returned for the night. Furthermore, Huyu inadvertently overheard them mention that the clan leader had ventured out to locate Jiang Yan, for she had departed with her little one without a word. The clan leader was furious, and the consequences could be grave. Upon hearing this news, Huyu's spirits plummeted. Why? Why was the clan leader so concerned for that ugly creature? Wasn't her departure for the best? Why search for her return? Could it be that Lord Ximing had genuinely developed feelings for that unsightly being? Where had she fallen short? She was more beautiful and powerful than that ugly creature. Why would Lord Ximing not spare her a glance? The one called Shueiji, whose appearance was on par with hers, and whose strength she could not gauge, had initially seemed like a worthy competitor. However, it appeared that from yesterday's events, Lord Ximing was not particularly invested in her either. Huyu, unwilling to accept this, decided to seek out Lord Ximing. That ugly creature had left without a word, clearly inciting Lord Xuanming's ire. If only she could embellish the tale before Lord Ximing, disparaging that ugly creature, she was certain he would come to loathe her. The nocturnal creatures of the forest became increasingly active as night fell, the occasional sounds of beasts adding an air of mystery to the woods. Meanwhile, Shueiji, relying on her keen instincts, darted through the trees with grace and speed. She had heard this morning that Ximing had left the tribe in search of a female, which undoubtedly ignited a sense of urgency within her. Possessing considerable strength, she could naturally track Xuanming's presence through the air. After a thorough search, she discovered a purple figure beneath a giant ancient tree. Approaching closer, she realized it was Ximing, who lay quietly beside the roots, seemingly in slumber. Ximing! Shueiji exclaimed joyfully, hastening forward to gently tap his shoulder. Thank goodness. I finally found you. In his slumber, his features remained striking, devoid of the usual indifference, stirring something within Shueiji. She slowly extended her hand to touch him, caressing his chest. Through his clothing, she felt his warmth. Such a powerful man should rightfully belong to her. Ximing gradually opened his eyes, gazing at Shueiji before him, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gaze. What are you doing here? He sat up, his focus sharpening as memories of the previous night flooded back. So, in the end, it was Jiang Yan who had escaped. The curse of the malevolent spirit. She truly surprised him. She possessed the ability to manipulate him, forcing him to confront the spirit. Well done. Xuanming's fists clenched tightly. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Shueiji began, but realizing her words sounded awkward, she awkwardly chuckled. Everyone is concerned about you. Ximing stood, brushing off the dust from his body. Regarding Shueiji with an air of cold detachment, he offered no response to her words. The curse had only just manifested the previous night, and he felt somewhat weakened, needing a few days to recuperate. As for Jiang Yan, he was confident they would meet again. Seeing Xuanming's demeanor, Shueiji's feelings of discontent began to stir once more. I'm so worried about you. Don't you have any response? I advise you to return to the Divine Clan continent. This is not where you belong. Shueiji's expression shifted. You still want me to leave? Why? Why can you stay here while I cannot? Ximing, let me inform you. My journey here serves not only to fulfill my master's command to seek treasures in the ancient tomb, but also for another matter. Ximing halted, awaiting her revelation. It appears that a dispute has arisen between the Serpent Immortal clan and the Dragon clan. The situation is rather severe. As a descendant of the Serpent Immortal, shouldn't you return to investigate? Shueiji grew animated. Your status is so esteemed. The members of the Serpent Immortal clan absolutely cannot allow you to associate with a female in this lowly beast world continent. Don't be naive. Even if you genuinely have feelings for a female here, it should only be a fleeting affair. You must never bring her back to the Divine Clan continent. Xuanming's expression remained icy. Have you finished? Once you have, do return. Y tribe does not harbor idlers. Shueiji seethed with resentment. This expedition to the ancient tomb had offered her no opportunity, and even with Xianming, she had gained nothing. Xianming continued to reflect on the events of the previous night. He recalled how, during the onset of the curse, he had lost control and pinned her against the tree, biting her collarbone. That sensation was still difficult to shake off, yet she, that female, was intent on leaving him. A man with his pride, would he truly lower himself to seek out a female who continually rejected him? Chapter 054. Only concerned for Jiang Yin, Xianming pondered deeply, for he had always held an innate pride. In his eyes, nothing was more important than himself. Yet, he could not seem to let go of that cunning female. What should he do? Hu had learned that Shueiji was also seeking Lord Xianming, and her competitive spirit began to surge. No, she had to find Lord Xianming before that woman did. In the distance, she spotted a purple figure. It was Lord Xianming. Overjoyed, she dashed to the nearby lake, splashing water onto her face before rushing forward. Lord Xianming, I've been searching high and low for you. I heard you were looking for that ungrateful Jiang Yin who left the tribe without a word. Honestly, such a person is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The clan leader kindly took her in, and yet she left without a word. How despicable! We should cease our search for her. As she spoke, Hu extended a leaf towards him, adorned with droplets of pure water. Chief, this is freshly picked on my way here. It will quench your thirst. Xianming accepted the leaf, gazing at it for a prolonged moment, contemplating yet another intrusion into his solitude. Observing his silence, Hu, believing he had accepted her gesture, retrieved several fruits from a small pouch she carried and offered them to him. These are sweet, found along the way. Please, Chief, do try them. Xianming took the fruits, his eyes betraying a sense of indifference. Such gestures were never to be expected from that female. What a pity! In the next instant, Xianming cast her offerings to the ground. If you cannot bear offspring for the tribe, you should leave promptly. The sole reason for her presence was her potential to ensure the tribe's lineage. Hu felt as though she had been struck a heavy blow, her heart aching. You cannot be unaware of my affections for you. Why do you treat me this way? What flaws do I possess? My heart is yours. My strength is not lacking, and I am not unpleasing to behold. Why do you refuse to turn your gaze upon me? Xianming remained silent. Was it because of Jiang Yin? Or perhaps due to the woman named Shueiji, whom he had brought back the previous day? Xianming, visibly impatient, offered no response. Upon returning to the tribe, he retreated into seclusion, shutting himself off from the outside world. Any developments regarding Shueiji and Hu were of no concern to him. As dawn broke, Jiang Yin arrived at a modest little town with her young ones. The inhabitants, clad in tattered animal skins, were gradually emerging from their dwellings, some of which were thatched huts rather than caves. Behind the town lay a dense forest, the air fragrant with the subtle scent of pine and damp earth. The townsfolk survived by hunting, engaging in a system of exchange. They informed her that to reside in a thatched hut, one must provide prey in return. This posed no challenge for Jiang Yin. She resolved to set traps in the nearby forest to catch some game. With practiced ease, Jiang Yin tied ropes while teaching her young ones to identify various animal tracks. Though still young, Jingzhe and Lucio possessed keen instincts, quickly learning to distinguish the signs left by deer, rabbits, and other creatures. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, they busied themselves. Jiang Yin skillfully crafted a few simple traps, scattering bait around them. Beiji assisted by artfully concealing branches to avoid alarming any passing animals. Just as they were engrossed in their task, a rustling sound emerged from nearby. Jiang Yin immediately signaled for the three young ones to be quiet, and they held their breaths. Before long, a sizable wild boar appeared beside their trap, seemingly captivated by the bait and oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, Jiang Yin swiftly pulled the rope, triggering the trap, and the wild boar was securely ensnared within. Beiji clapped his hands in excitement, while Jiang Yin approached to inspect the trap, ensuring the boar could not escape. After securing their catch, they returned to the town. To avoid unnecessary attention due to her appearance, she smeared some dirt across her face, deliberately darkening her skin. The beast man overseeing the thatched huts nodded in approval upon seeing the wild boar she had brought. indicating it was sufficient. As evening descended, the warm hues of the setting sun bathed the town, and Jiang Yin, along with her 3 young ones, successfully exchanged their catch for a humble, thatched hut. An elderly woman stepped forward, guiding them to a simple yet tidy dwelling, informing them they could stay there temporarily. Though small, the hut was adequate for their needs. Jiang Yin expressed her gratitude for the townsfolk's generosity. Inside the thatched hut, Jiang Yin and her young ones began to prepare their evening meal in the open space before the entrance. She first gathered some stones from inside, forming a makeshift fire pit. Next, she collected dry firewood from the forest, stacking it beside the pit. With the assistance of her young ones, she quickly constructed a sturdy fire rack. Jiang Yin ignited the firewood, and the flames began to rise, warming the surrounding air. After cleaning the rabbit they had caught, she diced the meat into small pieces and skewered them on slender sticks, hanging them above the fire to roast slowly as they sat around the crackling fire. A new chapter of their lives was about to unfold. "Mother, I want soup," Beiji exclaimed excitedly. Of course, there will be plenty." With the savory aroma wafting through the air, Jiang Yin retrieved the iron pot she had fashioned previously. Adding clean water, leftover bones, and some wild vegetables they had collected to brew a steaming pot of meat soup. The young ones, enticed by the fragrance, swallowed in anticipation. Jingjia couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if his sister were with them to enjoy their mother's cooking. After dinner, as Jiang Yin watched her young ones savor their meal, a wave of concern washed over her. Uncertain if Xinming would pursue them further, she soon instructed the children to rest while she settled into a quiet corner of the hut. At that moment, the stars twinkled in the night sky, and the moon hung high above. Jiang Yin closed her eyes, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. She began to meditate according to the cultivation method she had discovered in the ancient tomb. She felt weak, and only through cultivation could she hope to grow stronger. Following the guidance in the text, she adjusted her breathing, entering a meditative state. With each breath, she felt the flow of energy within her begin to circulate, her awareness gradually sharpening and calming. The cultivation method emphasized inner tranquility and harmony, enhancing one's mental fortitude through practice. Chapter 055. Xiaxia's mother is Jiang Yin immersed in her training. Jiang Yin lost track of time. As moments passed, she felt her body growing lighter, the environment around her blending seamlessly with her being. She could sense the gentle caress of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the distant babbling of a stream, all becoming vividly real and beautiful in that instant. After about an hour of practice, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes. The night had deepened, yet her mind remained remarkably serene. Haste would lead to setbacks. She could not afford to be overly eager, but must progress steadily. Upon returning to the thatched hut, Jiang Yin found her 3 young ones sound asleep. She gently covered them with blankets before lying down herself. Gong Qizhou, holding his daughter Mengxia, departed from the ancient castle. The night was dark as ink, the stars obscured by clouds, leaving behind a profound stillness. He cradled Mengxia, soaring above a shadowy forest on his sword, the occasional call of a night bird piercing the silence. Gong Qizhou tightly grasped Mengxia's hand, fearful of any fright she might encounter in the darkness. "Xiaxia, do you remember your mother? What kind of person is she?" he asked softly, as he had lost all memories of his daughter's mother and could only learn about her through Xiaxia. Mengxia lowered her head, a hint of distress flickering in her eyes. "I remember," she replied quietly, her mind conjuring the image of her mother, Jiang Yin. That familiar face, though, bore a severity that was daunting. Yet, initially, her mother had been very gentle. It was as though she had transformed into a different person, constantly scolding and hitting her and her brothers. Gong Qizhou sensed the unease in Mengxia's demeanor. "Was your mother unkind to you?" he continued. "What kind of person is she? Is she good to you?" Mengxia lifted her gaze to meet her father's eyes, striving to suppress her feelings of grievance. "Father, mother is a wonderful person. She is just a bit strict. Perhaps it's because she has to care for me and my brothers alone, which is exhausting." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Gong Qizhou's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Astonishment etched across his handsome features. "Xiaxia, are you saying you have brothers?" "Yes, father, I really like my older brother and 2 younger brothers. My older brother is named Jingjia, my 3rd brother is Lucio, and my 4th brother is Beiji. They all love me very much." Gong Qizhou had initially believed he had only Xiaxia as a daughter. only to discover that she had an older brother and two younger brothers. Did that mean they were also his children? The excitement in Gong Qijo's eyes was palpable. Xiaxia, are Jingzhe, Lucio, and Beiji also dragon beast men like you? Meng Xiao blinked her large, round eyes in contemplation. Father, I'm not quite sure. I only learned to transform into a dragon after meeting you a few days ago. Before that, I didn't even know what kind of beast man I was. My brothers are the same. Before I left Mother, I had never seen them transform into their true forms. I see. Gong Qijo regained his composure. Are there any other males beside your mother? Meng Xia shook her head. No, father. All right, I understand. Do not worry. I promise I will find a way to locate your mother. Though the reason for Xiaxia's separation from her mother remains a mystery, she is reluctant to speak further on the matter when questioned. Vaguely, Gong Qijo surmises that perhaps Xiaxia's mother has not been particularly kind to her. However, when asked again today, the little girl insists that her mother treats her well. Perhaps, as she suggests, it is indeed arduous for a woman to care for 4 children. Leading to occasional lapses and moments of anger, it is also his responsibility for not fulfilling his duties as a father. Gong Qijo resolves within himself that once he finds that female, he shall make amends. Xiaxia, no matter what has transpired, remember that both your mother and I love you dearly, he says, gently stroking her head with one hand. Xiaxia nods, tears welling in her eyes. I know. Fathered, I believe Mother would not leave me without reason. She must have her struggles. They continue their journey, traversing dense forests and crossing streams, while Xiaxia harbors a yearning for reunion in her heart. To divert the little girl's attention from her longing for her mother, Gong Qijo recounts tales of the Divine Clan continent, which stirs a sense of wonder in Xiaxia. Father, will you take me there someday? She asks. Of course, that is my domain, and I shall take you and your mother there as well. All right. As time passes, the horizon gradually brightens with the first light of dawn, rays of sunlight piercing through the treetops and bathing them in warmth. Xiaxia, I seem to sense the presence of other dragon beast men within 100 miles. It could be your brothers. We shall search this area today. I trust you, father. Suddenly, Gong Qijo realizes a pressing question. He knows Xiaxia's brothers' names, but is yet unaware of her mother's name. Xiaxia, what is your mother called? Father, my mother's name is quite beautiful. She is called Jiang Yin. Jiang means the flower of a gentleman, fragrant and pure. Yin, with a countenance like that of a celestial maiden in a painting, embodies the emotions of a beloved in poetry. This is how she remembers her mother at first, gentle and loving, before she changed and even blinded the third brother's eyes. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yin, Gong Qijo cannot remain calm. It turns out she is indeed Xiaxia's mother. He realizes he had missed the chance to stay with her ever since they parted ways at the ancient tomb. Yet, he recalls her saying she would leave the Aming tribe. It seems she is no longer by Xuanming's side. However, he is uncertain whether that serpent beastman will trouble her. Xiaming is a descendant of the Snake Immortal clan. Powerful and fierce, if he seeks revenge on Jiang Yin, she may indeed be in danger. The last time he encountered her, she was merely a third-tier warrior. In such a scenario, she would stand no chance against Xiaming. It appears he must locate her as swiftly as possible. 2 days later, at Water Curtain Cave, Xiaming gazes at the elderly figure appearing in the crystal ball, his expression inscrutable. So, you have come personally this time. Does that mean I must return? Indeed, Xiaming, as a member of the Snake Immortal clan, you must shoulder this responsibility. Come back. Your grandfather misses you dearly. Xuanming's eyes flicker slightly. Understood. I will make arrangements. With a wave of his hand, the image in the crystal ball fades away. It seems he has compelling reasons to return to the Divine Clan continent. Will he, therefore, never see that female again? Xiaming stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, lost in thought. If he truly wishes to see her, he must find a way to do so. As for the Snake Immortal clan, he will not stand idly by. He requires a formidable backing. After settling in the small town, Jiang Yin diligently pursues her cultivation, following the guidance of her spiritual training methods. Her exceptional aptitude allows her to swiftly grasp the intricacies of her practice, and she can feel her impending breakthrough into a new realm. Over the past few days, Jiang Yin has devoted herself entirely to her cultivation. After the children retire for the night, she practices in their thatched roof home. And during the day, while waiting for prey to enter her traps, she quietly refines her skills in the serene forest. Jiang Yin continually adjusts her breathing, meditates, and refines her posture, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within her becoming increasingly smooth after each session. At night, as she gazes at the starry sky, she senses her connection with the world's spiritual energy deepening. She realizes that higher levels of spiritual power allow for a more profound connection with this world. One morning, Jiang Yin awakens early, as usual, preparing to head into town to trade for fruits with the other beastmen for her children. Upon exiting the thatched hut, she is taken aback by the sight of other beastmen, who appear flustered and fearful, as if facing a great threat. Confused, Jiang Yin wonders what has transpired. The usually lively beastman village now emanates an air of anxiety. The streets are far less populated than before, and the few beastmen encountered hasten their steps, their faces etched with panic. This unusual change perplexes Jiang Yin, prompting her to approach a rushing bovine beastman. "Excuse me, what has happened in the town? Why is everyone so frightened?" she inquires. The bovine beastman halts, his eyes filled with terror. "Have you not heard? A rare drought is about to strike. The town's oracle has foretold that this drought will last for several months, drying up rivers and withering crops, leading us to face a food shortage." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's brow furrows. She understands what such a calamity means for the beastmen who rely on nature for survival. Her expression darkens. "Thank you for informing me." Standing at the village entrance, she gazes at the distant, undulating mountains, her heart a tumult of emotions. She knows that to truly resolve this issue, she must first comprehend the true cause and scale of the drought. She seeks out the village oracle, an elderly but wise equine beastman, who sits beneath an ancient tree at the center of the village, surrounded by anxious villagers. Jiang Yin approaches, respectfully greeting the elder and inquiring about the drought situation. As the other beastmen await the oracle's guidance, the oracle sighs, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. This is an unprecedented disaster. Legend has it that this land was cursed by an ancient deity. Every few hundred years, a drought descends, claiming countless lives. Jiang Yin listens intently, her brow furrowing in disbelief. "A curse? Such a childish and absurd tactic. Oracle, can you elaborate on the specifics of this drought?" The oracle nods. "According to my calculations, this drought will be the most severe in history. All rivers will run dry, the earth will crack open, and not a drop of rain will fall. Moreover, this curse will spread to the surrounding forests. No tribe will be spared." The beastmen around them sigh in despair. One exclaims, "I have heard from my great-grandmother that she witnessed the desolation of the cursed lands, where not even wild grass could grow." Another young beastman adds, "My great-great-grandfather once said that only a few brave souls could escape and find a new refuge." Jiang Yin listens, her face contorting with concern. What manner of curse is this? The beast world seems fraught with calamity. Heavens, it is not easy to survive. What should be done? After so much effort to find a new foothold, now every tribe is preparing to migrate, hoping to flee this cursed land. The elder speaks solemnly. Jiang Yin gazes at the terrified beastmen, feeling both sympathy and helplessness. She presents her thoughts to the oracle. "Is there truly no way to break this curse? Perhaps we could find a method to dispel it? After living here for so many years, must we resign ourselves to leaving?" The oracle and the other beastmen appear surprised by her words. After a moment of contemplation, the oracle finally shakes his head, a look of resignation on his face. "There have been attempts to fight against this cursed land, but none ended well. We are merely ordinary beastmen, powerless to effect change unless what? Is there truly a way to break it? Unless it is a deity. Only a deity can lift this curse." Jiang Yan's eyes widen. "Are you saying that only those from the Divine Clan continent can break it?" The oracle gazes at her in astonishment. "Young lady, you have heard of the Divine Clan continent? Who are you, exactly?" "Ah?" Jiang Yin opens her mouth, unsure how to respond. It seems the beastmen here are unaware of the existence of the Divine Clan continent. If it were not for Zhuke's revelation, she too would have been oblivious. "I once heard an elder mention it, but I do not know the details. I had no idea there was such a continent." The prophet's beard trembled with excitement as he took a long moment to regain his composure. "Indeed, this continent lies far, far away from us. The people here have no means to reach that sacred place where deities gather, a realm that truly embodies civilization. Our land is too primitive, too backward. This territory has been cursed by the beast god, and only those who lead among the divine races can extend a hand to aid us. We are destined to find no such individuals. And it seems we are fated to depart from here. Otherwise, we shall sink along with this small town. I understand that everyone is reluctant to leave, but I am powerless in this situation. We must hasten to gather our belongings and leave as soon as possible. Returning to her thatched cottage, Jiang Yin felt a heavy heart. The Beast World continent is far too primitive, and the spiritual energy here is exceedingly scarce, preventing the Beastmen from cultivating into high-level warriors. Even the most gifted among them can only reach the 10th tier. Chapter 056. The Cursed Beast World Continent. Due to these constraints, the Beastmen here can never ascend to godhood, can never set foot on the Divine Race continent, and are doomed to remain here forever. Furthermore, their lowly status subjects them to the curses of the more powerful beast gods, who can whimsically decide the fate of this continent. Jiang Yin realized that the world and its rules here are profoundly dark. Without strength, one becomes an easy target for manipulation. There is no need for justification. If someone is in a foul mood, they can take their frustrations out on you, playing with the lives of all the beastmen for their amusement. Jiang Yin could not help but sigh. She, too, is a weakling, utterly incapable of effecting any change. She returned to her humble abode and informed her little ones of the impending events. Thus, we must leave swiftly. Although deep within she was unwilling to abandon this place, she understood that migration was the only option for survival. As she organized the animal skin clothing she had exchanged for over the past 2 days, her mind wandered to the inhabitants of the Divine Race continent, Gong Qizhou, Xin Ming, and that silver-haired beastman. They must all belong to that realm. Yet, they are unlikely to lend us their aid, nor do they bear any obligation to do so. At that moment, a clamor arose outside her door. Jiang Yin stepped outside to find a sheep beastman standing at her threshold, his gaze greedily fixed on the few prey items hanging in her dwelling. Hey, Jiang Yin, the sheep beastman called out loudly, look at these prey. They're quite plump. May I take some? Jiang Yin frowned, fully aware of how vital these prey were for her and her little ones during their migration. She could not part with them. How did this beastman know she possessed such prey? It seemed he had been lurking for quite some time. If not for the need to preserve these items for longer storage, she would have simply stored them away. These prey are my food reserves for me and my children. You cannot just take them. If you persist, I will call for help, she asserted firmly. The sheep beastman merely scoffed, sneering, everyone is busy with the migration. No one will care about such trivial matters. Jiang Yan's expression hardened. So you intend to resort to force instead of reason? Upon hearing this, the sheep beastman laughed menacingly. Honestly, I've observed you for a long time. You have no male companion and 3 burdens to carry. You cannot possibly defeat me. I'm hungry, and these prey are mine. With that, he strode boldly into her home. Jiang Yin immediately positioned herself in front of him, resolutely declaring, No, you cannot have these prey. The sheep beastman's gaze darkened, growing fierce. Who do you think you are to obstruct me? With a sudden shove, he pushed Jiang Yin back several steps, but she quickly regained her footing. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to resolve the situation peacefully, as she had only recently arrived in this small town and did not wish to escalate matters. We are all residents of this town. We should support one another, not engage in conflict. The sheep beastman paid her no heed, charging towards Jiang Yin in an attempt to forcibly seize the prey. This ugly brute truly refuses to listen, Jiang Yin thought, compelled to react. She deftly evaded the sheep beastman's attack, urging him to calm down. This approach is detrimental to both of us. However, the sheep beastman was blinded by greed. Relentlessly attacking while muttering curses, Jiang Yin began to feel anger rising within her. As the sheep beastman's assaults intensified, she realized that if she did not take action soon, she might be injured. Go wait in the room for your mother, she instructed her 3 little ones. No, Mother, we want to protect you. Lu Qiu glared fiercely at the avaricious sheep beastman, turning to the makeshift kitchen Jiang Yin had organized earlier and grabbing a knife. Listen, Mother can handle him alone. She stepped back, silently reciting her mental mantra as spiritual energy began to coalesce in her palm. Seeing Jiang Yin seemingly preparing to resist, the sheep beastman charged at her with renewed ferocity. In that instant, Jiang Yin unleashed her fire-based abilities. A brilliant flame erupted from her palm, striking the ground before the sheep beastman and creating a fiery barrier that halted his advance. Startled by the sudden blaze, the sheep beastman halted in his tracks, eyes filled with reluctance and rage. "You dare lay a hand on me?" "Foolish," Jiang Yin muttered under her breath. Did he truly think so highly of himself? She had yet to strike him. How ridiculous! The sheep beast man was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that Jiang Yin would dare insult him. Enraged, he began to roar and charged at her once more. This time, he did not rely solely on brute strength but attempted to employ some tactics to evade Jiang Yan's defenses. Jiang Yin was prepared, channeling more spiritual energy as she braced for battle. The sheep beast man swung his arms, trying to grasp Jiang Yin. She nimbly dodged while creating small bursts of flame to force him to retreat. The sheep beast man attempted to tackle Jiang Yin with his body, but she skillfully evaded him each time. As the battle wore on, the sheep beastman's stamina began to wane. Jiang Yin seized the moment, unleashing her fire abilities once more, this time striking the sheep beast man directly and sending him crashing to the ground. Lying there, the sheep beast man gasped for breath, unable to rise again. Nearby, Lu Qiu gripped the knife tightly, prepared to charge if the sheep beast man dared to attack again. For now, Mother could handle this annoying creature, and he had no need to add to her troubles. Jiang Yin approached the sheep beast man, looking down upon him. "You have gone too far. With the town facing such calamity, we ought to support one another rather than harm one another. People like you are truly disgusting. Be gone." The sheep beast man lay on the ground, regret and shame evident in his eyes, yet he remained silent. Jiang Yin shook her head. "I hope you learn a lesson from this experience. Not everything is yours for the taking. Do not wait until you lose your life to regret it." With that, she lifted him up and tossed him away. Turning back to her thatched cottage, she gathered the final items, stowing them away, and departed the town with her little ones. As they walked further away, the outline of the town began to blur in the distance. In the evening, Gong Qizhou was carrying Meng Xia as they passed through the town. "Xia, I can sense your mother's presence here. Let us go search for her." "Father, have you seen Mother? How can you recognize her presence?" Meng Xia clung to Gong Qizhou's neck, her big, watery eyes blinking up at him. "Yes, I saw her a few days ago, but Xia, I apologize. I did not realize she was your mother." Gong Qizhou struggled to explain to the child. "Xia, it's not that your father meant to abandon you. I lost my memories of you until recently when I sensed the dragon's roar and began to suspect that you might exist in this continent." Meng Xia did not fully comprehend but chose to trust him. "Xia believes in Father. If Father knows we exist, he would never abandon us, right? Indeed, what you say is true, that I assure you. I shall never lose you again." Delighted, Meng Xia planted a kiss on Gong Qizhou's face, and the dragon beast man felt as if flowers bloomed in his heart, the smile on his face growing ever brighter. Xia is truly a good daughter of her father. In the future, all treasures of the dragon clan must be given to Xia. Then, Father has already met Mother. What does Father think of her? Does Father like Mother? Meng Xia eagerly awaited an answer, hoping that her mother would love her and would not sell her away again. She vowed to be obedient, enduring whatever punishment her mother might bestow, never crying, so as not to burden her mother. Upon hearing the young girl's words, Gong Qizhou was visibly taken aback. The female he recalled no longer held any impression in his memory. Their last encounter could indeed be regarded as their first meeting, and it was hardly a matter of affection or aversion. Moreover, she seemed to have some connection with that serpent beast man. Nevertheless, the pressing task at hand was to locate her, as well as Xiaxia's siblings. He wished to ascertain whether the other 3 children were also his own. "Xiaxia, the townsfolk have all departed. It appears we have arrived a step too late. Your mother has already left this place. Yet, why does everything here seem to bear the marks of habitation, while not a soul remains? Did they just happen to move away today? What events have transpired?" Gong Qizhou cradled Xiaxia once more and ascended onto the Yuanqi sword. "Let us venture ahead. They are likely not far off. In a distant realm of the Divine Clan continent, there exists a mysterious land shrouded in mist. This area appears to be isolated from the world. Accessible only through specific passages. Between the clouds, one can faintly discern ancient and magnificent structures standing tall upon the clouds, resembling a mythical paradise. The exteriors of these edifices are draped in ancient vines, and their doors and windows are intricately carved with detailed patterns, with each nuance revealing the weight and solemnity of history. Sunlight streams through the chasms in the clouds, casting a gentle glow upon these venerable constructions. which radiate a soft luminescence. Surrounding them are lush trees and peculiar flowers, the air imbued with a refreshing essence. Here, time seems to slow, rendering everything tranquil and harmonious. This enigmatic locale is the dwelling of the Serpent Immortal Clan. The Beastmen of the Serpent Immortal Clan possess extraordinary powers. They embody the ferocity of beasts, coupled with the agility and cold-bloodedness of serpents. They reside within these ancient buildings, each member endowed with formidable cultivation. Adept in various spells and capable of harnessing the power of the Purple Radiant Spirit. Among the younger generation, Shuaming's Purple Radiant Spirit is the purest and most robust, making him the most promising youth of the Serpent Immortal Clan. A figure gradually stepped into this ancient world. Xianming, clad in a flowing purple robe that danced gently in the breeze, his sharp yet handsome features striking. His long, glossy black hair cascaded casually over his shoulders, and an indescribable aura of heroism emanated from his brow. His eyes, akin to deep starry skies, glimmered with a hint of depth and cunning. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, skin as pale as jade, a pronounced nose and lips slightly pursed, exuding an air of authority. His tall stature radiated an ethereal elegance with every movement. After receiving a message from the clan's elders, he was compelled to temporarily depart from the beast world and return here. However, Shueiji accompanied him back to the Divine Clan continent. Upon his arrival, the stationed Serpent Beastmen immediately recognized him, bowing in respect. "Greetings, Lord Xianming." "Yes, take me to see grandfather, as you wish." Jiang Yin and the cubs ventured further away. Departing from the small town, as the distance increased, Jiang Yin began to notice changes in the surrounding environment. The once clear streams and rivers had now run dry, revealing cracked riverbeds, the earth hard and parched. A sense of unease welled up within her as she worried about finding a place untouched by drought. They traversed through a desert until they finally discovered an oasis, as night fell. Jiang Yin and the cubs sought refuge in a relatively safe spot within the forest. She constructed a makeshift shelter from branches and leaves to shield against potential winds and rains of the night. The three cubs nestled close to Jiang Yin. Not forgetting her training, she followed the guidance of her cultivation methods, closed her eyes, and began to regulate her breathing, allowing her mind to achieve tranquility. The practice could not be neglected. While Jiang Yin immersed herself in her training, she was suddenly startled by an unusual crowing of a rooster. This sound was unlike any she had heard before, seemingly laced with a hint of menace. She opened her eyes, alertly scanning her surroundings in search of the source of the noise. Before long, a pair of glowing eyes emerged from the depths of the forest, quickening Jiang Yin's heartbeat. She sprang to her feet, positioning herself protectively in front of the three children, ready to confront the impending threat. The eyes drew closer, and ultimately, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a rooster beast man, towering approximately twice Jiang Yin's height, its body cloaked in soft feathers that shimmered with a faint golden hue under the moonlight. Its head retained avian features, with a sharp beak and wide, unkind eyes. The rooster beastman's limbs were robust and powerful, particularly its muscular legs, clearly adapted for a life of running and jumping. Its hands resembled human ones, albeit with longer, slightly curved claws that appeared sharp and formidable. Dressed in a simple garment, a piece of leather was tied across its chest, seemingly to protect vital areas, and a small pouch hung from its waist, likely containing tools or food. The rooster beastman halted, scrutinizing Jiang Yin and the cubs, its gaze filled with curiosity as if contemplating the odds of capturing these potential meals. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" the rooster beastman inquired, its voice raspy. Jiang Yin dared not be careless. "We merely seek a place unaffected by the drought." "And you are?" The rooster beastman raised its head, surveying Jiang Yin from head to toe. This female, possessing only a third-tier strength, stood before him, a fifth-tier warrior. It seemed a battle could ensue. "He had not eaten for several days. I am Jinyu, and this is my territory. Recently, many unfamiliar faces have appeared here, so I must exercise caution." As he spoke, he inched closer to Jiang Yin. A sense of foreboding washed over her. "If we have disturbed you, I apologize. We shall leave at once tomorrow." She promptly reached out to consult Zhu Ke through her consciousness. "Zhu Ke, can you discern the strength of this rooster beastman?" "Mother, do not confront him directly. This fellow is a fifth-tier warrior, while you are merely a third-tier. In a confrontation, the odds are decidedly against you. Moreover, it is evident he intends to feast upon you and the children. Jiang Yin felt a looming dread. This was indeed troublesome. Jinyu fell silent for a moment before declaring, "You wish to leave?" "Unfortunately, it is a tad too late. I have been famished for several days. Consider yourselves my dinner. You can only blame your misfortune. Typically, females are accompanied by several males for protection. It is a first for me to encounter one like you, who not only lacks male protection but also brings along 3 burdens." With those words, Jinyu suddenly launched an attack. As anticipated, this rooster beast man was far from friendly. His hunger had reached a breaking point, and he intended to claim Jiang Yin and the cubs as his meal. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth, cursing her fate. Why must beast men always target her, seeking to harm her and her children? As a 5th-tier spirit wielder, Jinyu's strength far exceeded Jiang Yan's 3rd-tier abilities. Determined to protect the cubs at all costs, Jiang Yin began to fight back. She summoned all the spiritual energy within her. Unleashing her fire-based abilities against Jinyu, a series of fiery shockwaves burst forth, aimed at halting his advance. Jinyu, agile and swift, effortlessly evaded Jiang Yan's strikes, countering with his claws and beak. Jiang Yin found herself struggling. Each of her attempts was deftly dodged, while Jinyu's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. She was forced to balance protecting the cubs with seeking opportunities to retaliate. "You 3, retreat to a safer distance. Mother." The 3 children lamented their own helplessness in not being able to protect her, feeling like burdens instead. "But do not worry, I will ensure my brothers are safe." "Absolutely not. I must help you, Mother." "No, you must listen to me. I at least possess spiritual energy, while you do not. If you stay, it will only distract me from protecting you." Liu Qiu and Beiji fell silent. Indeed, Jingzhe had already undergone the spiritual transformation phase, gaining spiritual energy, and had become a 1st-tier warrior, while they had not yet reached that stage. Liu Qiu despised himself for not having grown up yet, for not being able to protect their mother as an adult. Jingzhe reiterated his instructions for them to stay hidden and to stay safe. Before retracing his steps to assist Jiang Yin concentrated, channeling even more spiritual energy, forming a more potent fireball, which he hurled toward Jinyu. The fireball, infused with searing energy, raced forward at great speed, nearly catching Jinyu off guard. "Quite impressive. It is my first encounter with such a capable female." Rising to retaliate, Jinyu found Jiang Yin unyielding. She continued her assault, conjuring a ring of flames that encircled Jinyu. The temperature within the fiery circle soared, and Jinyu's expression darkened as he felt the heat. "This meal is proving to be quite troublesome. Your fireball is indeed formidable, but do not forget, your spiritual energy is merely 3rd tier. How could it possibly withstand my might?" Jinyu swiftly discerned Jiang Yan's vulnerability. Seizing the moment when her attention was fixated on the flaming circle, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind with a mighty palm, overwhelming her defenses and sending her crashing to the ground. Jinyu erupted into laughter, striding over to maliciously stamp upon Jiang Yan's hand, sneering, "Food ought to know its place and not resist me. Do you understand?" Jiang Yin clenched her jaw, enduring the excruciating pain as she attempted to rise. Just as Jinyu reveled in his triumph, Zai Jingzhe suddenly appeared behind him, brandishing a short blade and unhesitatingly plunging it into Jinyu's back. Jinyu cried out in agony, relinquishing his hold on Jiang Yin as he pivoted to retaliate against Jingzhe. However, Jingzhe was quick on his feet, darting aside to prepare for another strike. Panic surged within Jiang Yin. She had not anticipated Jingzhe's return. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly rose and invoked her wood-based abilities, channeling the forces of nature. Gritting her teeth against the intense pain, she silently recited the incantation of her wood powers, summoning the surrounding natural energies. Trees began to grow rapidly, their roots emerging from the earth like tendrils, ensnaring Jinyu's feet. Taken aback, Jinyu struggled to free himself from the roots' grasp, but they tightened around him, climbing upward to bind his legs and body. Jiang Yin did not halt her incantation. The trees grew even more vigorous, their branches joining the fray to firmly immobilize Jinyu. He thrashed in futility, unable to break free from the binding roots and branches. Jiang Yin rose, commanding the trees to reinforce their hold until Jinyu was utterly incapacitated. With her wood abilities, Jiang Yin conjured a natural cage, ensnaring Jinyu within and then igniting him with her fire powers. However, This tactic would undoubtedly harm her as well, draining her energy and mental fortitude. In the fierce confrontation with Jinyu, Jiang Yin felt an unprecedented weight pressing down upon her. She realized that to triumph over Jinyu, she must transcend her limits. In that moment, an indomitable resolve surged within Jiang Yin. She was determined to protect herself and Zai Zai. No matter the cost. As her determination intensified, the spiritual energy within her began to circulate more rapidly, her body propelled by an invisible force, ushering her into a new realm. She sensed the natural energies around her intertwining more closely with her own. The growth of roots and branches accelerating, their strength becoming more resilient. A glimmer ignited in Jiang Yan's eyes as she recognized her breakthrough. She had ascended to the 4th tier of martial prowess. Her spiritual energy surged, and her control significantly sharpened. She orchestrated the trees to further tighten their grip, the surrounding flora becoming increasingly animated, branches ensnaring Jinyu securely in place. Jinyu struggled, yet remained ensnared by the roots and branches, the flames roaring ever more fiercely as he began to howl in agony upon the ground. At last, after a fierce battle, Jinyu collapsed, stripped of his fighting spirit. Jiang Yin and Jingjia remained vigilant, ensuring he would not rise again. Jiang Yin hurried to check on Jingjia, relieved to find him merely frightened and uninjured. She embraced Jingjia tightly, grateful they had escaped unharmed, yet she felt utterly drained. Collapsing to the ground in exhaustion after their life-or-death struggle, gasping for breath, she attempted to regain her composure. "Mother, are you all right?" Jingjia inquired anxiously. "Mother, you're bleeding." Jiang Yin glanced at her arm, where a feather from Jinyu had grazed her. Blood seeping from the wound. His feathers were as sharp as blades, and in the chaos of battle, she had been inadvertently struck. Yes, nothing. Jingjia, go fetch Lu Qiu and Beiji. We must leave this place. We cannot linger here. All right, mother, wait for me. I'll return swiftly. Beneath the cover of leaves, Lu Qiu shivered, curled upon the ground, whimpering softly, fearful of attracting trouble for her mother. Beiji remained in a daze, anxiously glancing at his brother. "Brother, what's wrong? Please don't scare me." Lu Qiu's face glistened with sweat, his eyes tightly shut, his lips paling, resembling a fish deprived of water, on the brink of death. Witnessing Lu Qiu in such distress, Beiji could no longer contain his tears. "Brother, what should I do? How can I save you? Should I go find mother?" Hearing the absence of battle, Beiji speculated that perhaps the young had vanquished the beast man, prompting him to hasten for their mother's assistance. Just as he prepared to rise, Jingjia rushed over, and Beiji dashed towards him like a lifeline. "Big brother, please come quickly. Third brother is in a terrible state. He is suffering." Jingjia, taken aback, wondered why his third brother was in distress. Could it be that the beast man had accomplices? He hurriedly parted the grasses to discover Lu Qiu truly writhing in agony, on the verge of unconsciousness. Not only was Lu Qiu's complexion ashen, but his brow was furrowed with pain, and he was soaked in sweat. "What on earth is happening?" Jingjia swiftly scooped Lu Qiu into his arms and began to run back, urging Beiji to follow. "What transpired? Please tell me." "I don't know. Woo-woo. Third brother suddenly changed like this. We were hiding well, and I was worried about mother and you. When I turned around, I saw third brother collapsed on the ground. In sheer agony, I have no idea what happened." This situation felt eerily familiar. He had experienced a similar state during his spiritual transformation. Could it be that third brother is undergoing this phase now? "Mother, please, you must see how Lu Qiu is faring. It's not looking good." Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had just retrieved a simple bandage from her space to tend to her wound when she heard Jingjia's voice. Her expression shifted, and she immediately rose to investigate. She cradled Lu Qiu in her arms, checking his pulse but found nothing amiss, baffled by the cause of his ailment. Could it be that this was a phase unique to Dragonkin? But what should she do now? They were stranded in the wilderness, with no one to seek for aid. The jade pendant given by that serpent beast man had already been used to guide Jingjia and was now ineffective, merely providing the usual comforts of warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Where could she possibly find that scoundrel father now? Heaven, are you jesting with me? Why now, of all times? We are fleeing and need to find a safe haven. Otherwise, when the curse manifests, the beastmen will meet their doom. With no shelter found, Lu Qiu is also on the verge of transformation. Jiang Yin felt utterly exhausted and pained after having defeated a 5th-tier beastman with her 4th-tier abilities. Leaving her completely drained at a tea that moment, she felt utterly lost. Liu Qiu, what must I do to save you? You must hold on. You cannot falter. As she clutched Liu Qiu, her grip tightened, sensing heat radiating from him. Reminiscent of a fever but not quite. At a tea that moment, Liu Qiu's head began to exhibit abnormal signs. Mother, my head hurts terribly. In unbearable discomfort, 2 dragon horns sprouted from Liu Qiu's head, emanating a golden light. Moments later, Liu Qiu unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, reverberating through the AIRT. That moment, Gong Qizhou, soaring on his sword within a 10-mile radius, sensed the powerful dragon's cry. His entire being trembled with excitement. His embrace of Meng Xia quivering. Xia, did you hear that? I heard the call of our dragon kin, connected by blood. I heard it, father. It's my brother. It must be him. This means mother is surely here too. Father, let us hurry and find them. Yes, Xia, hold on tightly to my neck. I will take you to them. The familiar yet strange aura intensified, and Gong Qizhou could feel the call of the dragon kin, flowing with the same blood as his own, beckoning him in that direction. He swiftly altered the trajectory of the Yuanqi sword, plunging deep into the heart of the forest. Jiang Yin was on the verge of despair, helplessly witnessing Liu Qiu's breath grow increasingly feeble. Third brother, Liu Qiu, hold on, please, we cannot bear to be without you. Jingzhe, fighting back tears, knew that if he cried, mother would only become more sorrowful and anxious. Yet, his tears flowed uncontrollably. Splash, mother, it seems something is approaching us. Immediately, the leaves rustled, and a tremendous sound erupted near the ears of the group. Boom. Gong Qizhou withdrew the Yuanqi sword, landing steadily with Meng Xia a short distance away. Dust billowed, and as the haze settled, Meng Xia opened her eyes and immediately spotted several figures on the ground. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, Mother, elder brother, Liu Qiu, Beiji. It's me, Meng Xia. Father and I have finally found you. Father, put me down. Meng Xia waved her arms, wriggling free from Gong Qizhou's embrace and rushing towards her mother without hesitation. Mother, I've searched for you so hard. Woo, mother. Meng Xia flung herself into Jiang Yan's arms and embraced Liu Qiu. Liu Qiu, it's me, your sister. Open your eyes and look at me. Father, come over and see Liu Qiu. He seems to be in great pain. Jiang Yan's mind stalled for several seconds before she comprehended that this was indeed her daughter. Xia, and the man before her, no, Gong Qizhou, was Xia's father? Which meant that the scoundrel was Gong Qizhou? Chapter 058. Gong Qizhou rescues Liu Qiu. Jiang Yan's head was buzzing. She was utterly bewildered. Why was Gong Qizhou with Meng Xia? And why was he here now? Was he truly the children's father? Why hadn't he mentioned this when they met in the ancient tomb? Did he not recognize her? Or was it that he simply did not wish to acknowledge them? If so, why had he appeared now? Could it be that he sensed Liu Qiu's call? Jingzhe and Beiji's eyes brimmed with tears as they stared, dazed, at the unfolding scene. Then Beiji was the first to react, exclaiming, wow, as he embraced Meng Xia. Woo, second sister, you finally returned. We haven't seen you in so long. I've missed you so much, Beiji cried heart-wrenchingly, and Meng Xia quickly returned the embrace, soothing him. Yes, second sister has come back. I have always thought of you all that I vowed I would find you in mother. Later, I met father, who rescued me from a group of villains. For days, father and I have been searching for you. Thank heavens, we have finally found you. Father, why are you still standing there? Come quickly and see Liu Qiu. He is in a dire condition. In Gong Qizhou's eyes, it seemed as if the surrounding environment had faded away, leaving only Jiang Yin, who was the focus of his gaze. She looked at him intently, her eyes a whirlpool of confusion, anger, fear, and concern. Gong Qizhou was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain the current situation. She had borne him children, yet he could not recall her. Surely, she must despise him. But during their last encounter in the ancient tomb, she too appeared not to recognize him. Had she lost a portion of her memory as well? Gong Qizhou stepped closer, his voice as gentle as he could muster. Jiang Yin, please hand me the child. I have a way. Jiang Yin gazed deeply at him before reluctantly placing Liu Qiu into his arms. Her feelings towards him were far from favorable at that moment. Gong Qizhou cradled Lu Qiu, and with a single glance, he confirmed that this child was indeed his. Moreover, the other two little ones were also his. Not only did they bear his resemblance, but they also carried his essence. Gong Qizhou raised his hand, gently caressing Lu Qiu's tightly furrowed brows. Do not fear. Father will save you. Jiang Yin remained expressionless. Father. He seemed to adapt to this role rather swiftly. Jiang Yin understood that if Gong Qizhou was truly the children's father, then Lu Qiu should be able to safely navigate through his transformation phase. Alleviating her worries, she shifted her gaze to the other three children. Xiaxia, come here to mother. Mangxia hadn't heard such an affectionate call from her mother in ages. She felt awkward. Mother. Xiaxia, I am so sorry. I should never have lost you. Now that I see you back, I am overjoyed. From now on, we shall never be separated again. All right? Though she hadn't fully inherited the original owner's memories, she was unaware of how the original owner had lost her daughter. But now that her daughter had returned, everything was moving in a positive direction. She had to seize this opportunity and ensure she never lost her children again. As for Gong Qizhou, she felt indifferent. If possible, she wished to raise her children alone. However, if another situation arose that she couldn't resolve, Beiji had yet to reach his transformation phase. She recognized her own limitations, which left her feelings tangled. She loathed her own weakness, lamenting her inability to protect her children adequately. Yet, she did not desire Gong Qizhou to contend with her for the children. If he was a prominent figure among the Dragon Clan, such a large family would undoubtedly wish to keep their bloodline intact. He would surely devise means to wrest the children away from her. What was she to do? Meanwhile, Gong Qizhou, mirroring his previous rescue of Mangxia, flipped his palm, and a ghostly light appeared, gradually enveloping Lu Qiu's frail form. He began to guide him through the transformation phase, a process that was effortless for him, as he was their father. Only a male dragon could successfully guide his offspring through this delicate period. Jingzhe and Beiji's gazes were irresistibly drawn to Gong Qizhou, the imposing figure standing before them. Was this truly their father? He was so handsome and appeared incredibly powerful, but why had he left them in the first place? Why had he abandoned them and their mother? If he had forsaken them, why had he returned now? The two little ones were lost in their thoughts. Even though he was their father, he had not raised them. If their mother refused to acknowledge him, they would not accept him either. Their loyalty lay solely with their mother. Whatever she said was law. She had raised them and protected them until now. This suddenly appearing father would not be easily accepted. Jiang Yin embraced Mangxia, gently stroking her hair. Tell me, how did you recognize your father? It was like this. Mother. Mangxia recounted her encounter with Gong Qizhou. That's how it was. Xiaxia had also undergone the transformation phase, and it was Gong Qizhou who helped her navigate it. So he came from the Divine Clan continent specifically to find you? Father said he sensed our existence long ago, but the feeling was faint, and he couldn't be certain wasn't until he sensed the dragon's roar that he decided to leave the Divine Clan continent and come here to investigate. Father also mentioned that he descended to seek treasures in the ancient tomb, but he said it was too perilous, hence he did not take me with him. Mother, Father said he did not forget us intentionally. He claimed he was unaware of our existence and had lost part of his memory. He only vaguely remembered having an encounter with a woman here, and that woman is you, yet he forgot. Is that so? He too has lost part of his memory, just like her? Jiang Yin was not easily convinced. Although this man had saved her life in the ancient tomb, he had now transformed into the children's father. And her heart grew heavier. The ease she felt during their first meeting had vanished entirely. Gong Qizhou quickly helped Lu Qiu through the transformation phase. The child fell into a deep sleep. He gazed down at his child with the tenderness of a father. He approached Jiang Yin, handing the child back to her. After a night's rest, tomorrow he will be lively and bouncing about. He is very clever and will soon attract the spiritual energy within him, becoming a first-tier warrior. Jiang Yin accepted the child, offering a simple, thank you. Gong Qizhou could sense that she was not fond of him and did not welcome him warmly. It was understandable. He felt like a heartless scoundrel, having fathered children yet neglected them. His gaze shifted to the other two little ones, noticing their wary and scrutinizing stares. Gong Qizhou felt troubled. How could he change their perception of him? It seemed this task would be quite challenging. Yet, he would not give up. He had shared intimacy with this woman, and she had borne him children. Regardless of the circumstances, they were his family, and he would not abandon them. Jiang Yin, can we have a word? Jiang Yin's voice was cold. What do you wish to discuss with me? Gong Qizhou was direct. I want to talk about you, me, and our children. Jiang Yin glanced at the 4 children. Realizing that the matter could not be avoided, it was indeed time for a serious conversation. Fine, then I will talk with you. As the season of Jingzha approached, you must take care of your younger brother and sister until my return. Jiang Yin handed Lu Qiu over to Jingzha, who nodded and reassured her, Mother, you can rest easy. I shall take good care of them. The two then stepped aside, gazing at each other in silence. Neither willing to break the quiet, Gong Qizhou gathered his thoughts and finally spoke. Jiang Yin, I wonder if you might grant me an opportunity. What opportunity? She replied, her tone somewhat sharp. The opportunity to look after you and the children. That is unnecessary, she countered. I have raised the children myself. Although you are their father, you have failed in your responsibilities. Do you have any idea how perilous the situation was during Jingzha's spiritual awakening? Where were you then? Gong Qizhou could only apologize. I am sorry. Had I known of your existence, I would not have neglected you. That's so. Your mere apology suffices to absolve you of years of indifference towards the children. Jiang Yin felt somewhat unreasonable, realizing he had claimed ignorance of their existence. Perhaps, as Xia suggested, he had indeed lost that part of his memory, yet she found it impossible to forgive him. Jiang Yin, you may not trust me, but I truly lost that portion of my memory. I can prove it to you, he added. I apologize for the intrusion, before taking her hand and, in the face of her incredulity, led her into his consciousness. Within the depths of his mind, she witnessed memories spanning the years, revealing aspects of his lineage as a dragon. She beheld a magnificent and opulent palace, his dragon palace, and glimpsed the myriad matters he had managed therein. She saw influential figures from the divine realm, a variety of powerful beings, and scenes of Gong Qizhou's training alongside moments of her own struggles against adversaries. Strangely, for one of his stature, there were no other women by his side. Moving forward, she caught a glimpse of 6 years past, the last time he had visited the beast world, as he had mentioned. This section of memory was fragmented, consisting only of vague, shattered fragments that could not be pieced together. Among the indistinct memories, a woman appeared, yet her features remained obscured, rendering her unrecognizable. Jiang Yin knew that the woman was herself, but she could not discern her visage, and the shared experiences they had were similarly fragmented, as if deliberately erased. Thus, he truly was unaware of the children's existence, as well as of Jiang Yin herself. Jiang Yin, please grant me a little time. I will find a way to restore those lost memories and recall you and the children. I wish to take you all to the divine realm. Will you consent? You wish to take us to the divine realm? Jiang Yin was taken aback. Indeed. You must understand, this beast world is far too primitive. It lacks the conditions necessary for you to cultivate into formidable beings. I must bring you and the children to the divine realm, to my domain. There, abundant spiritual energy, various spiritual tools, and elixirs await, all of which can assist in your cultivation. Only there can you thrive. Gong Qizhou gazed deeply at Jiang Yin, feeling a ripple of emotion within him. Despite her soiled visage, she was the mother of his children. The one closest to him, he found this sentiment peculiar. The thought of regaining their memories filled him with joy. Why do you wish to do this? If your intention is merely to fulfill your paternal duties, would it not suffice to take the children alone? Why include me? Jiang Yin questioned, doubting his feelings for her, given that he could not even remember her. To him, she was merely a stranger. Gong Qizhou furrowed his brow at her inquiry. Is that a difficult question to answer? Because you are the mother of my children, my partner. Though I do not recall you, I firmly believe that one day I shall remember you. Moreover, I cannot be so selfish as to take the children away from you. Gong Qizhou, a man of discernment, would not leverage his power to intimidate Jiang Yin. You are the children's mother. You raised them, and I have not fulfilled my responsibilities over the years. I naturally seek your forgiveness, and I wish to use my abilities to make amends. Will you grant me this opportunity? Jiang Yin, this land is cursed by the beast god, beset by calamities. I must take you away if you consent. I can take you from here at once. He acknowledged her as his partner, which left her pondering. Gong Qizhou, I cannot deny that you saved my life in the ancient tomb, for which I am grateful. However, upon learning you are the children's father, my feelings have become quite complex. I cannot forgive you so easily, and I hold no feelings for you. I will not be your partner nor become your mate simply because you are the father of my children. Gong Qizhou smiled, the moonlight and shadows of the trees forming a backdrop for him. No feelings. That is of little concern. Emotions can be cultivated. If I am not mistaken, you must be a prominent figure within the dragon clan of the divine realm. Possessing a certain standing, do you truly not find me unworthy? Jiang Yin was acutely aware of her appearance, smeared with dirt, resembling an unattractive girl. Yet he showed no signs of disdain. Why would I disdain you? You are the mother of my children. It appeared he was not one to judge by appearances, prompting Jiang Yin to ponder deeply. Chapter 059. Journey to the Divine Realm. Once we arrive in the Divine Realm, will you be able to protect the children? This was Jiang Yin's foremost concern. There, powerful beings abounded, and she felt incapable of safeguarding the children alone. Of course, I will use my strength to protect both you and the children. You need not worry about that. What of your clan? Will they accept us? Jiang Yin recalled the scenes from the novel she had read, where great families were torn apart by internal conflicts. I care not for their acceptance. As long as I accept you, that is sufficient. Naturally, I hope for your acceptance of me as well. Gong Qizhou was not only handsome, his visage unparalleled across the realms, but his demeanor towards Jiang Yin was humble and gentle. Coupled with his striking appearance, he would stir the hearts of any woman, were it not for his dubious paternal identity. Gong Qizhou spoke courteously. Even though he was uncertain of his feelings for Jiang Yin, he felt an impulse to approach her, yet feared frightening her away. Perhaps some communication was necessary between them. He could not act too impulsively. He was unsure of his feelings. Perhaps it was not quite affection, but he experienced a sense of fulfillment, as if he had found the missing piece within himself. You are correct. This land has been cursed by strong beings like you, rendering it incapable of providing the children with favorable conditions for growth. If you genuinely wish to compensate us, take us away at once. Jiang Yin concluded that this was the best course of action for the sake of her children. With Gong Qizhou by their side, they would be able to grow stronger and shielded from the cruelty of others. Very well, thank you, Jiang Yin. Upon returning to the children, Gong Qizhou bent down to meet their gazes. May I introduce myself? I am Gong Qizhou, your father. From now on, I will look after you and your mother. Your mother has agreed to let me take you away from here to the Divine Realm, which is my territory, where no one shall harm you. Mother. Lu Qiu was still resting, while the other two children were bewildered. The allure of Gong Qizhou's gaze nearly rendered them speechless. They could sense his formidable power. Yes, he is your father. However, whether you choose to call him father is entirely up to you. Your mother respects your choice. If you wish to call him that, you may do so now. If not, we shall refrain. Your mother believes that going there is indeed safer than here. Are you ready? If so, we can leave at once. We will follow our mother. Wherever she goes, we shall go. Jingjia, cradling Lu Qiu, ran to Jiang Yin's side alongside Beiji, while only Meng Xia lingered beside Gong Qizhou. Father, mother, it is all right, Xia. Your brother may need some time to accept this situation, Jiang Yin said, looking at Gong Qizhou. Shall we set off? But how shall we leave this place? Gong Qizhou remained unfazed by their hesitance. It was only natural for the children to be reluctant to accept him. In time, he would prove himself to them. Before we depart, allow me to conjure a set of garments for you. With a grand gesture of his hand, in the blink of an eye, everyone found themselves adorned in exquisite garments crafted from the finest fabrics. The three little ones were draped in delicate robes, while Jiang Yin transformed from her beastly skirt into a beautiful attire. Please wait a moment. I shall now open the illusory gate to the Divine Clan's continent. His long, slender fingers began to weave intricate seals, and ancient, elaborate symbols materialized before him. Soon, a gentle violet glow enveloped the sky, as if the stars were being drawn by an unseen force, slowly converging to form an extraordinary pattern in the night sky. On this ancient and mysterious land, Gong Qizhou stood before an archaic altar of his own conjuration, flanked by Jiang Yin and their children, presenting a picture of a harmonious and warm family. The altar was encircled by ancient runes that shimmered faintly in the moonlight, as if resonating with the stars above. Gong Qizhou raised his hands slowly, palms upward, as an invisible force coalesced in his grasp. With my spirit, I shall open the gate to the Divine Clan. His voice was deep and resolute, and as his words fell, two brilliant beams of light shot forth from his palms, striking a massive crystal at the center of the altar. The crystal began to tremble, its inner radiance intensifying until it erupted in a dazzling white light. Within this brilliance, a vast vortex gradually formed, resembling a portal to another world emerging in the night sky. At the center of the vortex, colorful streams of light swirled, making it impossible to gaze directly at. Jiang Yin cradled Lucio, while the two little ones clutched her skirt tightly, their eyes filled with trust and anticipation as they curiously observed the forming illusory gate. "Are you ready?" Gong Qizhou turned to look at Jiang Yin and the children, his face adorned with a gentle smile. "Ready?" Jiang Yin replied. Gong Qizhou placed his hands once more upon the altar and recited the final incantation, transcending the boundaries of time and space to connect the bridge between two realms. "Now, we shall venture into the domain of the divine clan." As the last syllable resonated, the illusory gate fully manifested. Emanating a soft and sacred light, as if it could purify all, Gong Qizhou was the first to step through, lifting Mengxia into his embrace, followed closely by Jiang Yin and Jingzhe Beiji. Once they all entered, the illusory gate slowly closed behind them, leaving only a tranquil night sky in its wake. As they materialized at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Gong Qizhou, resplendent in a magnificent robe and adorned with a silver crown, radiated a faint spiritual glow, exuding an air of authority that was both majestic and unassailable, due to Gong Qizhou's illusionary arts prior to their arrival. Jiang Yan's beastly skirt had transformed into a flowing veil-like gown, enhancing her gentle demeanor. She tightly grasped the hands of her children, her expression marked by curiosity. Jingzhe's eyes sparkled with wonder, while Beiji gazed intently at Gong Qizhou, realizing that he truly was his father, if only he could have been by their side throughout these years, alongside their mother. The group curiously surveyed their surroundings, filled with reverence for the grandeur of the Dragon Palace. For reasons beyond the confines of time and space, upon their arrival at the Divine Clan's continent, Lucio also awakened, and Jingzhe whispered to him everything that had transpired. Lucio's gaze, complex and scrutinizing, fixated on the tall man beside him. Was this truly their father, who had been missing for so many years? With half-closed eyes, Lucio pondered, how could one so long absent suddenly reappear and claim the title of father? He would not grant such recognition so easily. The grand doors of the Dragon Palace creaked open slowly, revealing imposing dragon warriors standing guard, their presence formidable. Upon witnessing Gong Qizhou's arrival, they respectfully bowed and made way, exclaiming, "We have encountered the palace master."